Jiu King is a subordinate of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. The territory it manages is far away from the Zhangtian Barren Ridge. It can't be hit by 8 poles at ordinary times. Therefore, it doesn't know much about the king of Qing dynasty. It didn't know that behind the king of Qing, there was another existence that the demon emperor was afraid of, Liao. King Jiu was angry when he saw that King Qingyi had slapped his eyes on him, and said coldly, "I have said what I should say. If you continue to be stubborn and shield the Terrans, wait to collect your body." King Jiu shook his sleeves and walked out. "Wait a minute." King Qingyu stood up from the throne and immediately showed his slender figure, with a faint fragrance on his body, and walked towards King Jiu. Jiu Wang's face showed a proud smile, knowing that Qingyu Wang finally compromised. King Jiu turned around and said with a smile, since King Qing had changed his mind, he immediately ordered to send an army of monsters to fight against human civilization, and at the same time help the king catch the remnant of Shiji demon hidden in that human civilization. Gradually, King Jiu felt the atmosphere was bad. It seems that the king of Qing dynasty doesn't want to compromise, but to kill people. Her body sent out a biting cold, condensed into a cold current, and rushed out to King Jiu. King Jiu didn't want to, so he immediately spread out his body method and flew out of the demon hall. This demon hall is the territory of King Qinghe. It must be equipped with a strong array. If it is trapped in the demon hall, it will fall into passivity. Still want to go? Qinghe's originally pleasant face immediately became extremely cold. Boom! The gate of the demon hall suddenly closed. The ground of the demon hall immediately rushed up wisps of light, condensed into a large array, trapping King Jiu in the center of the array. King Jiu was also a little flustered and said, "King Qing, you. How dare you? I'm a subordinate of the Land Wuyao Emperor. If you dare to kill me, the Land Wuyao Emperor will immediately feel that I die here. At that time, you'll have a big deal. It's really scary." King Qingyu patted his chest gently, pretending to be frightened by King Jiu. King Jiu's eyes sank and immediately turned into Numenon. Jia. The body of King Jiu turned into a big white bird. Attack the array with sharp claws and want to break through the array. The king pulled a hair from his head, and that hair immediately turned into a feather burning with blue flames. Poof! A blue light flashed. The demon Yuan in King Jiu's body was pierced by Qingyu. With a scream, the white bird turned into a dead body and lay on the ground motionless. "Come and collect the body." The king of Qinghe gave a faint cry and was ready to return to the throne above the demon hall. That throne is made of jade Xiangshuan wood and covered with a long woolly blanket, like a big bed. It is very soft and spacious. She likes to sleep comfortably on it. However, as soon as the king turned around, he found someone lying on her throne. Her heart was filled with shock and anger. When did this person enter the demon temple? Unexpectedly, someone could break into the demon hall and lie on her throne without her noticing. "Your Excellency, how dare you dare to sit in the king's seat? Don't you know that this is a capital crime?" The king of Qing dynasty walked towards the throne step by step, and wanted to see each other's faces. Ning Xiaochuan lay on the throne, put his legs on the armrest on the left, turned his back to the king of green, stared at a blue phoenix carved on the wall, and said, "If you can kill me, then condemn me to death." The green king smiled. Suddenly, his slender body flashed slightly, turned into a blue streamer, and rushed under the throne. Shua! I don't know when, in her hand, there was a simple long sword, which made a harsh sound and stabbed the man lying on it. Ning Xiaochuan's arm moved, holding a magic sword in his hand. The demon sword waved and cut out, dragging out a blood-red light, wrapped in 7 sword rays, and split the king of Qinghe upside down and fell back under the demon hall again. Voila! The ancient sword in King Qinghe's hand immediately broke into 8 pieces and fell to the ground. After reaching the realm of real people, it was the first time that the king of Qing dynasty suffered such a setback and was defeated by the other side with a sword. The anger in King Qinghe's heart gradually disappeared, but he smiled a little and said, "Good boy, he is worthy of being the successor of the world-destroying Tao. He hasn't seen it for a few years, and he has reached such a state." When Ning Xiaochuan cut out the magic sword, the king of Qinghe already knew who he was. Ning Xiaochuan sat up from the throne, took the magic sword back into his body, and said, "Your cultivation speed is not slow, and you have reached the realm of a real person." Cut. My realm is just suppressed by the power of this world. Without the suppression of the power of this world, my king can press you to death with one finger. Make a place. With a disdainful look on his face, the king walked to the edge of the throne, squeezed Ning Xiaochuan away, and lay comfortably on it, incarnating as a sleeping beauty again. Ning Xiaochuan has never understood what the King Qingyu meant by cultivation is suppressed by the power of the world. Can it be said that the king of Qing is not a creature of Tianshu continent, but from another world? When creatures come to this world from another world, will their cultivation be suppressed? The soft and delicate body of the King Qingyu lay lazily on the throne, pillowed his face with snow-white arms, opened a pair of beautiful apricot eyes, and asked curiously, "Ning Xiaochuan, what happened to you? Your breath has changed a lot, and I didn't recognize you." Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment and said, "If you kill King Jiu, the demon emperor of the earth centipede will definitely come soon. What countermeasures do you have?" "What are the countermeasures?" The king of Qingyu thought carefully, as if he suddenly thought of a trick, and said with a smile, "I'll tell it that you killed King Jiu. Do you think it's okay?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes slightly coagulated and said, "Well, this is really a good way. Let me lead it away, so that it won't find the Jade Haze Empire." "Haha. I'm kidding you, but you take it seriously." The king of Qingyu smiled, "Don't worry, even if the king of the earth centipede demon comes here, there will naturally be Uncle Liao to deal with it. You won't just come to see me when you come to chop the Sky Barren Ridge this time? And little linger." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "What else?" the king continued to ask. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I want to see the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor." "Do you want to see the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor?" The king of Qingyu was still sleepy. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, his eyes, which had narrowed into a gap, immediately opened round. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were firm and said, "Yes, I want to see the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor." King Qing has said, "Do you know that Tianming Demon Emperor hates human beings so much that he can't wait to kill all human beings? How dare you go to see her? I have my own plan. Just help me lead the way." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan was talking with King Qingyu. Squeak. The door of the demon hall was pushed open, one red and one purple, and two beautiful figures flew in from the outside. "Those are two beautiful girls with great aura. They are only 13 or 4 years old. Their skin is white and their figure is delicate. They fly to both sides of the throne." The girl with a pair of purple beautiful eyes, with a fragrance, directly rushed to Ning Xiaochuan's arms, with a very sweet voice, and said, "Daddy, little Linger misses you so much." Little Linger, like Little Red, has grown into a girl, beautiful and touching, and is no longer the little girl with bare feet who used to be. If there were outsiders in the demon hall, it would be a surprise that a beautiful girl threw herself into the arms of a young man and called that young man Dad. This picture. Why there is a sense of conflict, which inevitably makes people have some different ideas. Xiao Hong stood aside, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, and said, "Xiao Ling, Ning Xiaochuan is not your father at all. Don't be cheated by him." Seeing that little Linger has grown up, Ning Xiaochuan plans to tell her the truth. "Little Linger, I'm really not your biological father. In those days, when you hatched from the egg, the first person you saw was me, so you took me as your father. Now that you have grown up and have achieved success in cultivation, you should go to your biological parents. Xiaohong immediately said, yes, 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 even if you want to recognize him as a father, it's also a godfather. Xiaolinger, I'll accompany you to find your biological parents. Now that Xiaolinger has grown up, her intelligence will naturally grow, and she will no longer know nothing as simple as before. Under the appeasement of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, she gradually accepted this fact. Then I'll call you godfather later, okay? Little Linger took up a delicate face, watery eyes, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan also knows that Xiaoling has always regarded him as her father. Now it is impossible for her to change her mouth for a while. Since she wants Ning Xiaochuan to be called godfather, let her. Ning Xiaochuan decided to take this daughter. Xiaolinger hatched from an egg picked up by Ning Xiaochuan and was born with Xiaohong. She is the spirit of heaven and earth. There are many secrets hidden in her. Ning Xiaochuan once read many ancient books and wanted to find out what kind of creature Xiaolinger was. However, there were no similar records in those ancient books. In the end, Ning Xiaochuan had to give up searching. Although he is not old, his origin is very mysterious, and he knows many secrets that Ning Xiaochuan does not know. Maybe she knows the origin of Little Linger? Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan asked his doubts. King Qing said, what race does Little Linger come from? In fact, I have checked it and asked Uncle Liao. Uncle Liao guessed that Little Linger should come from a high-level Terran that has long been extinct. That high-level Terran has a great origin with the dragon family, and their physique can compete with the dragon. However, because their physique is too strong, their population is sparse, and their reproduction ability is extremely low. Finally, they become extinct and completely disappear in the universe. The world will always be fair. The more powerful the race is, the fewer the number will be, and the lower the reproduction ability will be. The primordial race with the worst constitution has the largest population and the strongest reproduction ability. Little Linger, give me your hand. Ning Xiaochuan held Little Linger's soft jade hands, and took both hands as a bridge to separate the heaven and earth from the original gods, which turned into a fine on and stabbed Little Linger's eyebrows. Deep in the center of Little Linger's eyebrows was a vast sea of air, with a purple star suspended. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was not strong enough. Although she knew that there was a purple star in the center of Xiaolinger's eyebrows, which hid the secret of her life experience, she couldn't find it at all. Now that Ning Xiaochuan has reached the realm of human beings and cultivated a Yuan Shen, he can finally enter Xiaolinger's eyebrows to have a look. What's the secret that a person's eyebrows can hold a world? Ning Xiaochuan flew in the air looking at the purple star. It made him feel as if he had stood in the demon holy country and looked at the Wu Daoxing palace of the Zijin Emperor. The purple star in the middle of Little Linger's eyebrows was even more terrifying than the breath of Wu Daoxing palace of the purple and gold emperor, which made Ning Xiaochuan's Yuanshan feel a great pressure. If that purple star exploded, the destructive force would be unimaginable. Is it another martial arts heart palace? No, it seems to be a real star. On the surface of that purple star, there are rivers, mountains, seas. It is simply a real world full of vitality, not the heart palace of a strong man. It took Ning Xiaochuan 3 days to fly to the purple star, fall to the ground and step on the purple soil. It's so rich in xuanqi, which is thicker than the xuanqi in the holy soil. It's simply a holy land of cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. Purple stone, which seems to be everywhere, turned out to be a top-grade basalt. Ning Xiaochuan Yuanshan probed into the ground of the purple stars and soon dug out a piece of Tianpin basalt the size of a pigeon egg from a place more than 10 meters deep under the ground. In Tianshu continent, only a small amount of Tianpin basalt is stored in the holy soil, which is specially used to start the secondary god array. But in this purple star, just dig, and you will find a Tianpin basalt. If you wanted to look for it, he might find a vein of Tianpin basalt. Later, Ning Xiaochuan dug up a 9-leaf grass from the ground. The common herbs that seem to be everywhere have the medicinal power comparable to the miraculous channeling drugs of 3,000 years old. There is a 9-leaf grass here, with more than 20 plants. If each plant is comparable to the miraculous psychic medicine of 3,000 years, then in the future, Ning Xiaochuan will refine pills, and there is no need to worry about finding herbs at all. To Ning Xiaochuan's surprise, the medicinal power of Jiu Dang is comparable to that of the miraculous channeling medicine of 3,000 years. However, it did not produce wisdom, but a simple herb. Later, Ning Xiaochuan found many herbs, among which the most powerful herb was comparable to the power of the 8,000-year-old miraculous medicine. However, it is still just a herb, with no channeling. It's really a treasure star, and there are treasures everywhere. If such a world is outside, it can fully develop into a 7th-grade civilization, or even a more advanced civilization. How can such a world be in the middle of little Linger's eyebrows? Who sealed the world in her body? Ning Xiaochuan never believed that such a world could be born out of thin air. Someone definitely deliberately placed the world in Xiao Linger's body. Who is this person? Is it Xiao Linger's parents? Ning Xiaochuan continued to fly on the earth, flying thousands of miles away, and did not see a living creature. Obviously, it is full of mystery, and there are treasures everywhere, but except for vegetation, you can't feel any breath of life. It's so quiet. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan saw a piece of scarlet buildings near a turquoise lake, as if they were inhabited. Ning Xiaochuan immediately flew over. Boom! A layer of transparent border appeared, blocking Ning Xiaochuan back. Break it! Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword, cut it out with a sword, and cut it on the enchantment. On the border, a more powerful sword spirit popped up and hit Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan's body appeared a layer of blue light, blocking the sword chi. What a strong enchantment. If it weren't for the protection of Aoki Chani, I would almost be hurt by my own sword gas. Ning Xiaochuan felt the strength of that layer of border, and did not rush to move again. By the lake, buildings were built, but it was so quiet that no one could be seen at all. Obviously, the people who lived here had left many years ago. Who was the person who once lived here, and where did he go? Ning Xiaochuan continued to fly forward with doubts. Along the way, he found several relics where human beings had lived, but no one saw them. Moreover, there is a strong barrier outside each monument. Ning Xiaochuan can't break the barrier with all his strength. In the end, Ning Xiaochuan got nothing and left the purple star. His Yuanshan, Xiao Linger's eyebrows, flew out. Godfather, why did you just enter my body and come out again? Little Linger opened her eyes and stared at Ning Xiaochuan curiously. Ning Xiaochuan said, just went in? Yes. Little Linger said. Ning Xiaochuan clearly remembers that he spent 8 days on the purple stars. Is it that a cultivation cave? Ning Xiaochuan immediately closed his eyes and pinched his fingers slightly. Sure enough, only a moment passed. According to Ning Xiaochuan's calculation, 1 day will pass outside after 3 years of cultivation on the purple stars. It must be a cave, and it is also a god-level cave. However, the purple star was sealed in the deep part of Little Linger's eyebrows, and only the Yuan god could enter the cave to practice. Moreover, you can't bring out the shansher and herbs in the purple stars. All the basalt and herbs collected by Ning Xiaochuan on the purple star were not brought out, and remained on the purple star. Ning Xiaochuan immediately told Little Linger his speculation and everything he saw in the purple stars. After hearing this, Little Linger was shocked and said, there is a world in my body? Ning Xiaochuan nodded. Can my primordial god enter that world? Little Linger said. Ning Xiaochuan said, it should be possible. Under the guidance of Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaolinger immediately mobilized her original spirit and flew into the sea of qi in the center of her eyebrows. After a flash, little Ling Xiaochuan flew out of her eyebrow. There is really a world full of treasures. I dug a lot of basalt and medicinal materials. I was going to bring them out to Godfather. However, those basalt and medicinal materials can't be brought out at all. Little Linger was a little lost. She added, Godfather, you said that the purple star is a god-level cave. However, only the Yuan god can enter, and can't bring out the treasures inside. I feel useless. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, it's too useful. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Earth Sutra and said, if I spend 3 years to understand the Earth Sutra, I can understand enough rules of heaven. It's not difficult to break through the second realm of human beings. Little Linger suddenly realized, I see. It took 3 years to understand the Martial Arts Sutra, but it only took 1 day to enter the purple stars. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's more than that. If you want to practice a certain kind of magic power, sword formula and divine skill, you can also enter the purple stars to practice. Little Linger frowned slightly and said, only the Yuan god can go into practice. Although you can understand the Martial Arts Sutra and cultivate divine powers, you can't harden the body. It's still not a simple thing to break through the second realm of human beings. Ning Xiaochuan said, you can save a lot of cultivation time. When your cultivation becomes higher in the future, you should be able to control the purple stars, and even call them out of the body. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Xiaolinger immediately mobilized Jinyuan to control the purple stars. After a while, little Linger's mouth spit out a long breath, and a little discouraged said, Godfather, my current cultivation can't shake the purple stars at all. Ning Xiaochuan had expected this result long ago and said, it's a world. With your current cultivation, you can't shake it naturally. However, when your cultivation reaches the eternal realm, you may be able to control it. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to notice, raised his head and looked at the sky. Outside the sky, a light black demon cloud rolled in, covering the whole chopping barren ridge. The scorching sun is covered, and day turns into night. A huge dark figure flew in the demon cloud, emitting a torrent of breath, which made all the creatures on the ground tremble and kneel on the ground, afraid to raise their heads. The shadow of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor appeared in the void, hundreds of meters high, and said sternly, who is the master of cutting the sky-barren ridge? Come out and meet the Emperor immediately. The King of Qing came out of the demon hall, looked at the huge shadow in the sky, and said, Lord Demon, what are you doing when you are approaching the cutting sky-barren ridge? The ground centipede demon emperor snorted coldly, it's better not to play tricks in front of the emperor. Honestly, did you kill King Jiu? Even in the face of a demon emperor, King Qinghe did not show any fear and said, yes. King Jiu offended him and was killed by him. Don't you know that he is a subordinate of the emperor? Do you say kill? The land centipede demon emperor was very angry. The king of Qinghe seemed indifferent and said, now kill them all. What's the use of saying that? I have no way but to blame it for its poor cultivation. Before arriving, the Earthwu demon emperor had thought that the beheading wasteland was the territory of the Brahma demon emperor after all. Finding the murderer who killed King Jiu, he directly handed it over to the Brahma demon emperor. It didn't expect that the king of Qing dynasty should be so bold that he didn't pay attention to it at all. As a demon emperor, you can allow your subordinates to be killed by the subordinates of other demon emperors, but you must not allow the subordinates of other demon emperors to ignore yourself. Just a demon king dares to be so arrogant. Today, the emperor will let you know that in front of a demon king, you should maintain a heart of awe. Kneel down to the emperor. The ground centipede demon emperor condensed a big handprint and pressed it down on the top of the head of the king Qing. Before the handprint of the earth centipede demon emperor was hit, a loud roar came out of the beheading wasteland, making a sound like a thunderstorm. That big roar turned into a sound column, which shook the fingerprints of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor to pieces. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor's heart was slightly surprised, and he didn't expect that there was a powerful creature hidden in the beheading wasteland, with a cultivation level close to the Demon Emperor. Who is the living creature that doesn't appear immediately in front of this Demon Emperor? The ground centipede Demon Emperor condensed into a human form and stood above the demon cloud. Liao flew up from the ground and stood opposite the ground Wuyao Emperor, emitting a momentum that was not weaker than the ground Wuyao Emperor, and said, "Ground Wuyao Emperor, if you want to avenge King Jiu, you have to pass the old man first." A blue sky demon eye grew on the top of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor, looking at Liao. After a while, its sky demon eyes closed again. With its cultivation, he couldn't see through the noumenon of Liao. "Who are you? Why are you hiding in North Xinjiang?" The ground centipede Demon Emperor snapped. Liao said, "You don't have to worry about who this seed is. Chopping the Sky Barren Ridge is not where you should come. Please go back." Naturally, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor couldn't simply retreat and send out a sneer, just like a lightsaber flying out. In an instant, he rushed to Liao. Boom! In the demon cloud, the airwaves billowed, and the forces of the two giants constantly collided, making a sound like thunder. After a long time, the two demon clouds separated. The ground centipede Demon Emperor's face was a little ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "With your cultivation, you can completely call yourself the Demon Emperor, but you are willing to hide in such a remote place as Jiu Barren Ridge. What's your plot?" Liao shouldered his hands and said again, "Demon Emperor, please come back." The Emperor must report this to the Tianming Demon Emperor. The ground centipede Demon Emperor said. Liao said, "In that case, let's go to see the Tianming Demon Emperor together." The ground centipede Demon Emperor was slightly stunned. It was originally intended to use the Tianming Demon Emperor to deter Liao, but he didn't expect that Liao really dared to see the Tianming Demon Emperor. "What exactly is it from?" "Then I'll see you in the Demon Kingdom," the ground centipede Demon Emperor said coldly. With these words, the ground centipede Demon Emperor immediately turned into a huge black centipede, driving a demon cloud, flying towards the sky. In a flash, it was thousands of miles away. "Uncle Liao, are you really going to see the Tianming Demon Emperor?" "The way of the King of Green." The tusk turned into a light shuttle, flew down from the sky, stood steadily on the ground, and said, "The Tianming Demon Emperor has been built into the first secondary divine body, and everything in Tianshu continent can't hide from her eyes. We have a breath from another world, like two more red sands on the white sand table, which can't hide from others, but can't hide from her." Ning Xiaochuan came over and said, "Master Liao, I'll go with you to meet the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor." Liao stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, as if he was no stranger to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "You have evil forces from Guishu. If you weren't the heir of the world-destroying sect, you would have been devoured by evil forces. Your talent is very high, and your future achievements are unlimited, so I said. Tianming Demon Emperor doesn't have any good feelings for human beings, and he wants to exterminate human beings. I'm afraid you've already died in the Demon Kingdom before you see her real body." Ning Xiaochuan said, "As long as the elders take me into the Demon Kingdom, I believe that the Demon Emperor of Tianming will definitely meet me. Since you are so confident, I will take you with me." Liao's palm turned into a huge demon cloud, holding Qing Wang, Ning Xiaochuan, Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong in the palm. It immediately took off and flew in the direction of Big Mingza at a very fast speed. Big Mingza. A magnificent demon clan hall suspended in the void, with countless demon attendants waiting outside the hall, all kneeling to the ground. It was like all sentient beings worshipping gods. The ground centipede Demon Emperor half knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Lord Tianming Demon Emperor, this is how it happened. Please make the decision for King Jiu." The Tianming Demon Emperor stood above the Jiuzhong Tianke, wearing a phoenix crown and embroidered dragon xia, with long white hair hanging straight to the ground. The powerful power emanating from her body shocked the creatures at the level of the ground centipede demon emperor, and they also wanted to kneel down willingly. Condensed into the first secondary god body, the cultivation of Tianming demon emperor has been powerful to an unprecedented height. The so-called divine power is the power of gods. Today's Tianming demon emperor is like a god living in the world. Even the demon emperor should kneel down when he sees her. A demon attendant bowed in from the outside, with an expression of awe on his face, and said, "King Qingli and Liao under the Vatican demon throne, asked to see the demon emperor." The Tianming demon emperor seemed to have expected that the king of Qing and Liao would come and said, "Let them come in." The demon attendant said cautiously, "There is another human. Also wants to see the demon emperor." The Tianming demon emperor burst out a cold air, gently touched the snow-white fingertips, and said, "Do you need me to tell you how to do it?" Subordinates understand. Subordinates immediately ordered people to escort him to the white bone altar. After breaking into pieces, they pushed the altar and refined it into plasma. The demon waiter trembled and said. The demon waiter didn't retreat. Outside the hall, a man's voice came, "I've heard for a long time that the demon emperor is a rare sacred in ancient and modern times. Is this how to treat a client? It's really disappointing." Hearing this sound, all the demon creatures in the temple were startled, and their eyes secretly looked at the Tianming demon emperor. For the first time, I dare to speak to the Tianming demon emperor in such a tone. That man is dead. The earth centipede demon emperor sneered, "It's stupid to bring a human to see the heavenly dream demon emperor. If you offend the Tianming demon emperor, not to mention the human, I'm afraid Liao and King Qing will die." Boom. The figure of a huge Tianming demon emperor stood up in the sky, as high as 100 feet, like the image of a god, with a powerful divine power, looking down at Ning Xiaochuan, Qing Wang, Liao standing outside the hall. Under the influence of that divine power, even with Liao's strong cultivation, he had to half kneel on the ground. The spirit and will of the whole great Mingzi creatures were oppressed by the divine power, and all knelt down. "Do you want to take refuge in the emperor?" Tianming demon emperor's eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was half kneeling below, and said indifferently. "You know, only the existence of demon emperor level can keep a semi-kneeling posture in front of Tianming demon emperor. Other creatures, under the suppression of divine power, either kneel on both legs or lie on the ground." However, Ning Xiaochuan did not have as strong cultivation as the demon emperor, but he could keep half kneeling in front of the Tianming demon emperor, which naturally made the Tianming demon emperor quite unhappy. Boom. A more powerful divine power surged out of the divine shadow of Tianming demon emperor and pressed down on Ning Xiaochuan. The divine power suppressed not only the physical body of monks, but also the spirit and will of monks. Pa. Ning Xiaochuan's pores were bleeding all over and he was under great pressure, but he still kept a semi-kneeling posture and was not crushed by the divine power of the Tianming demon emperor. Human beings, with your cultivation, can actually withstand the suppression of 10% of the divine power of the emperor, which is qualified to live. Giving you a chance to speak, why do you want to take refuge in the emperor? The Tianming demon emperor withdrew his divine power and all the creatures in the big dream Zhe were relieved and stood up one after another. In the view of demon creatures, it is not strange for a human to be willing to be a slave of the demon in order to protect his life and take refuge in the demon. In fact, there are indeed many humans who take refuge in the demon kingdom, including even the elders of the Holy Land and the outstanding descendants of the Holy Land. But that human man did not take refuge in the demon clan, but directly took refuge in the Tianming demon emperor. This is completely different. Tianming demon emperor is a god. Even the existence of demon emperor level may not have much weight in her eyes. A young man dares to take refuge in her directly. If he fails, there is only one way out. Ning Xiaochuan said humbly, I have no place in the Terran. All the holy lands in the Middle-earth world want to kill me. Only by taking refuge in the Demon Emperor can I have a chance to live. Ning Xiaochuan believed that with the cultivation of Tianming Demon Emperor, Tianxi mainland had nothing to hide from her. As long as her mind moves, she will know what happened to Ning Xiaochuan. Tianming Demon Emperor stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, Why do you think that the Emperor will definitely take you in? And why do you believe that you are truly taking refuge in the Demon Clan? Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, If you come to take refuge in the Demon Emperor, you will not come empty-handed. I have brought you something that the Demon Emperor needs. The ground centipede Demon Emperor sneered and said, Human boy, how does the Demon Emperor exist? How can the things you bring enter the magic eye of the Demon Emperor? The demon waiter doesn't immediately drag the human down to shred. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the ground Wuyao Emperor coldly and said, What are you? In front of the Tianming Demon Emperor, how can you speak? How dare a human scold it? The Land Demon Emperor was very angry, Boy, this seat is north. One of the 9 Demon Emperors in Xinjiang, the Land Demon Emperor, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of this emperor? Ning Xiaochuan said, In my eyes, there is only one Demon Emperor in northern Xinjiang, that is Tianming Demon Emperor. Where there is Tianming Demon Emperor, you dare to call him emperor. Do you pay attention to Tianming Demon Emperor? You. The ground centipede Demon Emperor said. Ground centipede, step back. Tianming Demon Emperor rode. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor was shocked. Did the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor listen to the human boy and really think I was disrespectful to her? The Demon Emperor of the Ground Centipede immediately explained, Lord Demon Emperor, listen to me. This Emperor. No. Ground Centipede, remove the word Emperor immediately. The Emperor told you to step down first. The voice of the Emperor became cold. The Ground Centipede Demon Emperor immediately shut up, stared at Ning Xiaochuan fiercely, and retreated. Tianming Demon Emperor stared at Ning Xiaochuan again and said, Human beings, you just said that there is something to give to the Emperor, now present it. If you can't satisfy the Emperor with what you offer, the Emperor promised you that you will die miserably. Ask for a monthly ticket. What about the Demon Tower? Ning Xiaochuan rode. The demons in the big dream were shocked, and the Demon Tower was on him? Demon Tower. Tianming Demon Emperor's eyes slightly coagulated. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Demon Tower and held it in his hand. Wow! Tianming Demon Emperor's sleeves rolled up, and Jinyao Tower immediately flew into her hands. If you want to win the trust of Tianming Demon Emperor, you must sacrifice the Demon Tower. Such a decision had been made before Ning Xiaochuan came to Demengzi. On the way to Demengzi, Ning Xiaochuan has completed the cultivation of Hunyuanichi sword left by the Purple Emperor on the Jinyao Tower with the help of the cave in Xilinger's body. For Ning Xiaochuan, Jinyao Tower has no effect. For Tianming Demon Emperor, even if he gets the Demon Tower, it has no effect. Because there is an ancient demon Kuan trapped in the Demon Tower. Even if it is the current cultivation of Tianming Demon Emperor, it may not be the opponent of Kuan. It is absolutely impossible for her to release Kuan from the Demon Tower. If she wants to use the Demon Suppressing Tower, she can only first refine the Kuan in the tower to death. A demon like Kuan has been imprisoned in the Demon Tower for tens of thousands of years and has not died. It is definitely not easy for Tianming Demon Emperor to refine it to death. Therefore, even if Ning Xiaochuan offered the Jinyao Tower to Tianming Demon Emperor, it would be of no real use to Tianming Demon Emperor. On the contrary, he did so, but he could win the trust of Tianming Demon Emperor. In Tianshu continent, the only warfighter that Tianming Demon Emperor taboo is the Demon Tower. Now, the demon tower fell into her hands, and she was no longer afraid. Ning Xiaochuan, since you offer the demon tower for the emperor, it is also a great achievement. From today on, you will take over the former territory of King Jiu, and the emperor will make you the king of extermination, but all human monks who take refuge in the demon clan will be managed by you. Are you willing? Tianming Demon Emperor rode. The Tianming Demon Emperor gave Ning Xiaochuan the title of King of Extermination, in fact, with the purpose of killing people, to make Ning Xiaochuan completely split from the Terrans and become the public enemy of the Terrans. Ning Xiaochuan said, "My subordinates are willing." The ground centipede Demon Emperor immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "Congratulations, Demon Emperor, you are happy to have the Demon Tower, eradicate the Terrans, and dominate the Tianshu continent is just around the corner." All the creatures in the big dream shouted, "Eradicate the Terrans and dominate Tianshu." Ning Xiaochuan looked at all this quietly, looking very calm. Miran King, from now on, you will be the subordinate of the emperor. If the emperor finds out that you have a different heart for the demon family, the emperor will kill you without hesitation. The ground centipede demon emperor stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, revealing 2 sharp fangs in his mouth. King of Iron Snail Demon, take him to the cave of the King of Extermination. A demon king, who was 7 feet tall and covered with iron flakes, came out from behind the demon emperor of the earth centipede and took Ning Xiaochuan to the depths of the great Mingzi. Then, the Tianming demon emperor summoned the king of Qing and Liao alone. Xiao Linger and Xiao Hong followed Ning Xiaochuan and went to Ning Xiaochuan's cave. The Iron Snail Demon King looked at Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger, and his eyes showed a look of salivation. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The King of Extermination, do you know that you have offended the Lord of the Earth Centipede Demon?" "Oh. Really?" Ning Xiaochuan's faint way. The Iron Snail Demon King said, "You lost your face in front of many creatures today. The Demon King must be revenged, and then you will be dead. But you don't have to worry, the king has followed the Demon King for many years. As long as the king intercedes for you, the Demon King will certainly forgive you." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Thank you, Demon King." The Iron Snail Demon King glanced at Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger, who followed Ning Xiaochuan, with 2 fine rays in his eyes, and said with a smile, "Does the King of Extermination want the king to go to the ground centipede demon emperor with empty hands?" While talking, the Iron Snail Demon King and Ning Xiaochuan have come to the cave of the King of Extermination. Ning Xiaochuan stopped and said, "What does the Iron Snail Demon King think he needs to offer to calm the anger of the ground centipede demon emperor?" The Iron Snail Demon King chuckled in his heart, which was the boy's wit, and said, "Your 2 servant girls are very good. If you can give them to the Land Wuyao Emperor, if the Land Wuyao Emperor is happy, maybe he won't pursue today's affairs." Xiao Hong had already seen the Iron Snail Demon King unhappy, and when she heard this, she immediately became angry. "Old monster, who do you say is the servant girl? Aren't you?" The Iron Snail Demon King sneered. After Xiao Hong became a real dragon, she learned to restrain her dragon spirit, not to mention the Iron Snail Demon King. Even people at the Demon Emperor level may not be able to see through her real body. Little Linger is a kind of spirit in heaven and earth, with real-life cultivation. However, her accomplishments did not show at all, and she was no different from an ordinary Terran girl. It is for this reason that the Iron Snail Demon King will treat them as Ning Xiaochuan's servants. In its view, he is a noble demon king. Ning Xiaochuan is just a human being. Even if he is called the King of Extermination by the Demon Emperor of Tianming, he cannot get a high position in a demon family. He will definitely take the initiative to please himself. Soon it found itself wrong, very wrong. Ah! God extinguishes the dragon fire. Your god dragon cub. Demon Emperor, help. The Iron Snail Demon King turned into a ball of fire, issued a sad cry, and flew towards the direction of the demon hall. Xiaohong showed a silver bell-like laughter, and wanted to catch up and continue to deal with the Iron Snail Demon King, but was called by Ning Xiaochuan. Xiaohong still listens to Ning Xiaochuan very much. Ning Xiaochuan asks her to stop, so she immediately stops and walks into the cave with Ning Xiaochuan. Henceforth, this cave will be Ning Xiaochuan's training ground. The cave is very spacious and beautifully built. Only the existence of Demon King level is qualified to have such a cave. Meet Lord Wang. A white-haired old man immediately bowed down after seeing Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the old man, his eyes slightly frozen, and said, "Are you from Tiandi Mountain?" The old man nodded with a smile and said, "Old man was once the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain and the first patriarch of the sword-burning sect, Jiu, who met Lord Miran. You know, the sword-burning sect was the top 10 outside forces in Tiandi Mountain." For Ning Xiaochuan at that time, the first leader of the sword-burning sect was simply a big man beyond the reach of people. I didn't expect that only a few years later, the once first patriarch of the sword-burning sect turned into his servant. "Have you joined the demon clan?" Ning Xiaochuan can see that Jiu's cultivation has reached the 9th level of heaven and man. He is indeed a top power, and his position in Tiandi Mountain is certainly not low. Jiuashan smiled and said, "The old slave moved to the Middle-earth world with the disciples of Tiandi Mountain. On the way, he was attacked by the demon army, and was captured by a demon king of the demon clan when we were outnumbered. If you don't choose to take refuge in the demon clan, you will be in a dead end." I believe Lord Miran can also understand that mood. Jiu thought that Ning Xiaochuan, like him, was also captured by the demon clan, so he was forced to take refuge in the demon clan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't like Jiu, a Terran monk who was not strong enough. Today, in order to survive, he can take refuge in the demon clan. Tomorrow, if a demon king puts a knife on his neck, he will definitely betray Ning Xiaochuan. Although Ning Xiaochuan also took refuge in Tianming Demon Emperor, he had his own plan in his heart, and he was completely different from Jiu. What a rich blood gas. Ning Xiaochuan smelled a bloody smell and immediately walked in the direction of the bloody smell. Voila! The sound of water came from the depths of the cave. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan stopped and looked ahead. He saw a river with blood flowing down from above, through the cave and into the depths of the earth. That is the real blood, the river formed by the hot blood. The river was covered with wisps of blood mist. Jiu's old face showed a ferocious smile and said, "This blood river is pouring out of the white bone altar, and the divine power of the ancient demon god is integrated into the blood. If you swallow the blood in the blood river every day, you can increase the king's cultivation speed 10 times. King, you need to know that only the existence of the demon king level can you enjoy such treatment." Ning Xiaochuan said, "The blood in that blood river is all human blood?" Jiu nodded, added his lips, and said, "As long as you can improve your cultivation, it doesn't matter whether it's human blood or demon blood." "You're right." Ning Xiaochuan immediately sat by the river of blood, called out the magic sword, plunged the magic sword into the river of blood, and frantically absorbed the blood gas in the river of blood. In the demon hall, the Tianming Demon Emperor sat on a golden 9-dragon emperor chair, with a mirror more than 10 meters in diameter suspended in front of him. The picture on the mirror is the picture of Ning Xiaochuan sitting by the river of blood to practice. The queen of the white bone demon wore a dazzling black robe, showed a thin face, smiled coldly, and said, "He actually used human blood to improve his cultivation, and there was no hesitation at all. So it seems that he really hates the Terrans and sincerely takes refuge in the demon clan. Demon Emperor, you can rest assured." Tianming Demon Emperor squinted a pair of beautiful eyes, staring at the man sitting by the river of blood, and said coldly, "Do you really think he is really taking refuge in the demon clan? Isn't it?" The white-bone demon queen was slightly surprised. The Tianming Demon Emperor shook his head and said, "He can even resist the divine power of the emperor." how determined is his will? How can he betray the Terrans and take refuge in the demon clan? He just wants to use the resources of the demon clan to improve his cultivation, and even want to monitor the Emperor's every move. If he grows up, as long as he is given a chance, he will give the Emperor a fatal blow with lightning speed. The white-bone demon stood up and said coldly, "I'll get rid of him." The Tianming demon emperor raised a slender jade arm, gently shook his finger, and said, "No. It's just a real person. How easy it is to kill him. His talent is very high, and he is a very good talent. If he can be used by the emperor, it will be an extremely sharp knife." But the white-bone demon emperor said. Tianming demon emperor said, "The emperor is to destroy his will bit by bit, so that he can really become the servant of the emperor." North. There are thousands of human civilizations in Xinjiang, and each human civilization has hundreds of millions of human subjects. Now all these human civilizations have been attacked by monsters, and countless humans have been escorted to Demangza as sacrifices, promoting the white bone altar and refining into blood gas. Blood and gas converge into rivers. There is a river of blood flowing in every demon king's cave, which can help the demon king quickly improve his realm. Cultivating in the demon king's cave is no slower than cultivating in the cave. Chi. The magic sword, suspended in the blood river, produced a huge vortex, which constantly absorbed the blood into the sword. After the refining of the magic sword, another force was transferred to Ning Xiaochuan's body to improve Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan clearly felt that there was a faint ancient divine power in that blood. That divine power is not from the Tianming demon emperor, but from the powerful existence of another demon family. Its breath is extremely thick, as if it can contain the whole universe. Absorb that divine power into the body and directly integrate it into the monk's primordial spirit, which increased the monk's cultivation speed by more than 10 times. Is the source of this divine power the legendary demon god? The demon clan exchanged the divine power of the demon god in the form of sacrifice. The divine power is integrated into the blood and provided to all demon kings and demon emperors for cultivation, which makes the overall strength of the demon clan rise rapidly. Maybe everything Tianming demon emperor did in Tianshu continent was the will of that demon god. But what kind of existence is the demon god? What is the purpose of doing this? Ning Xiaochuan had more and more doubts in his heart. Finally, he had to hide these doubts in his heart for the time being and continue to practice. Only the higher the cultivation, the higher the status in the demon clan. To learn more secrets of the demon clan. While Ning Xiaochuan practiced with the help of human blood and demon god power, his other spirits entered the center of Xiao Linger's eyebrows and sat on the purple stars. At the same time, he understood and received the Divine Way, Earth Sutra, Extermination Sutra, and Zixia Sutra. One day in the outside world, Ning Xiaochuan's mind on the purple star was equivalent to 3 years of enlightenment. It can be said that every minute, Ning Xiaochuan's understanding of martial arts will improve a big step. With his current cultivation speed, it won't be long before he can be promoted to the second realm of real people. Demon Holy Kingdom, another cave. Lord the Demon Emperor, there is really a dragon beside the King of Extermination, which has been cultivated to the realm of real dragon. This king was burned by her god of extermination, and almost burned to death. The Iron Snail Demon King said angrily. The Iron Snail Demon King's whole body was burned with blood, and he can't recover until now. If it hadn't been for the action of the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor, it would have been burned into fly ash. A cruel light flashed in the eyes of the Iron Snail Demon King and said, Lord Diwu Demon Emperor, your cultivation has been trapped in the 9th realm of human beings for tens of thousands of years. Although you have the strength to fight with the Supreme of the Eternal Realm, after all, it is not the real cultivation of the Eternal Realm. If you can catch that dragon cub, devour her dragon yuan, and drink the dragon's blood, you will definitely hit the Eternal Realm at one stroke. The ground centipede demon emperor is a little excited. Among the 9 demon emperors, its strength is the weakest. Its cultivation has remained in the 9th realm of human beings. It took tens of thousands of years, and it can't break through to the eternal realm. Among the demon families, the blood of the divine dragon is the most noble. If you can swallow dragon yuan and drink dragon blood, you may really make it hit the eternal realm at one stroke. At that time it will really be equal to the other 8 demon emperors. Ning Xiaochuan has just dedicated the Jinyao Tower to the Tianming demon emperor. He is a great hero of the demon family. If you fight against him now, you will certainly offend the Tianming demon emperor. Ground centipede demon emperor Wei. The iron snail demon king hated Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong and said, "Is this how to let them go?" Not to let go, but to wait for a better opportunity. The earth centipede demon emperor's eyes showed a gloomy smile. "It's best to let others help us, we just need to clean up the mess." The iron snail demon king said, "Who will help us?" Dragon clan. The Land Wu demon emperor said, "The dragon clan's god, reserved Tianjiao dragon Tai, doesn't claim to have awakened the dragon's blood. 9 days and 10 places are invincible at the same level. Go and tell him that there is a real dragon cub in the demon clan. Only if you defeat the real dragon cub can you be called invincible at the same level." The iron snail demon king's eyes lit up and said, "Will he do it?" The ground centipede demon emperor's eyes narrowed into a gap, and his mouth burst into a hoarse laughter. "He will definitely do it. If Long Tai makes a move, the dragon cub and the king of extermination will be dead." Cluck. The iron snail demon king's mouth sent out a bitter laugh, as if he had seen the king of destruction and the dragon cub die in the hands of dragon Tai. It immediately rushed to the cave of Long Tai. The younger generation of the demon clan has 3 extremely talented gods. Silver armor god Blood Dragon Tai is one of them. As a descendant of the dragon family, Long Tai 11 was born with blood and physique that surpassed other creatures. He was gifted. From small to large, he never failed, and developed his lofty and supercilious nature. The iron snail demon king came to the cave of Long Tai. Before entering the cave, he was forced to retreat by a powerful dragon spirit. "This mansion, intruder, die." A strong voice came into the ear of the iron snail demon king, shaking the iron snail demon king's brain blank and almost fell to the ground. The iron snail demon king's heart was shocked, and his whole body was in a cold sweat. He was worthy of being a god reserve, and his cultivation was so terrible. The iron snail demon king bowed down and said, "I have an important message for your highness, iron snail demon king. Don't you know that I'm here to practice in seclusion and impact the 3rd realm of the real dragon? If it's not important news, I dare to disturb my practice, I won't forgive you lightly." The iron snail demon king smiled. "It's absolutely important news to report to your highness. Your highness is not known as invincible at the same level in 9 days and 10 places, but recently a dragon cub came to the demon family, and she claimed that she was invincible at the same level, the most noble creature in the world, and other dragon families were only descendants of impure blood." The stone gate of the cave burst open, and the rubble flew in all directions. A gust of dragon gas, like a storm, rushed out of the stone gate and directly crashed the iron snail demon king out. Ow! A dragon howl sounded. Long Tai came out of the cave, tall and thin, wearing silver dragon armor, with beautiful eyes and imposing appearance. He walked to the iron snail demon king and lifted the iron snail demon king up. Holding a demon king is like mentioning a minion. His eyes are cold and sharp. "Who do you say is the descendant of impure blood?" The iron snail demon king can clearly feel the murderous spirit on Long Tai. If it says a little wrong, it will be torn apart by Long Tai. It's all that dragon cub. It's her, it's what she said. I tried to teach her at that time, but I was burned by her god dragon fire and almost died in her hands. Dong. Long Tai's hand loosened slightly, and the Iron Snail Demon King fell directly to the ground. It's great to have a dragon cub born. I've long wanted to meet for a while. How strong is the real dragon? Long Tai's body erupted a strong sense of war. The king leads the way for his highness. The Iron Snail Demon King's face showed a smile, and immediately took Long Tai and rushed to the cave of the King of Destruction. Ning Xiaochuan cultivates in addition to cultivation. It's not fun at all. Little Linger also sticks to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan cultivates, and she also cultivates with her. What's the fun of cultivation? Wearing a gorgeous red dress and a pair of snow-white jade feet, Xiaohong walked in the dreamland and collected medicinal materials according to Ning Xiaochuan's instructions. Jiu followed Xiaohong, carrying a medicine basket, and said with a smile, "After all, we are human beings. If we want to stand in the demon family, we must constantly improve our cultivation. The higher the cultivation of the king, the higher our position in the demon family." Hey! Fire mushroom, wow! It's 4,000 years old. Xiaohong widened her beautiful eyes, stared at the mushroom in the distance, and cried in surprise. That flamingo mushroom already had wisdom, heard Xiaohong's voice, and perceived danger. A pair of legs grew from the root of the mushroom and ran away at a very fast speed. Like a ball of fire, it flies past from the ground. Mushroom, mushroom, don't run. Xiaohong immediately launched the dragon, caught up with the double-legged mushroom, caught it in her hand, and dug it out of the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a silver sword flew down from the sky and was inserted in front of Xiaohong. The sharp sword Qi tore the flaming mushroom into two halves. Little Red burst into anger and said, "Who? Who did it?" Long Tai and the Iron Snail Demon King flew down from the sky and stood opposite Xiaohong. Is she the dragon cub? Long Tai glanced at Xiaohong with a strong sense of war in his eyes. Tell your highness, it's her. Iron Snail Demon King Wei. The Iron Snail Demon King originally took Long Tai to the cave of the King of Extermination. He didn't expect to meet Xiaohong on his way, so he planned to clean up Xiaohong first and then deal with the King of Extermination. When Jiu saw Long Tai and the Iron Snail Demon King, he knew he couldn't afford to provoke them, so he immediately turned around and ran away, rushing back to the cave of the King of Destruction to move rescuers. Xiaohong was fearless and did not escape at all. After she saw the Iron Snail Demon King standing next to Long Tai, her lips slightly picked up, revealing two cute little tiger teeth, and said, "The Iron Snail Demon King didn't burn you to death last time, but you dare to pick a thing?" The Iron Snail Demon King smiled darkly. "Little girl, do you know who is standing in front of you? This is the great pride of the dragon family. His Highness Dragon Tai. Don't salute immediately when you see His Highness." Dragon Clan? Xiaohong's eyes stared at Long Tai, looked at Long Tai up and down, shook her head, and said, "The dragon's qi is not pure, and it's not pure blood dragon offspring at all." Hearing this, Long Tai's eyes became cold and said, "Sure enough, I'll come and see how much you can do." Wow! Long Tai's finger moved, and the silver sword inserted in the ground immediately flew away from the ground. The silver sword sent out a roar, like a dragon, like a jiaoming, and 81 swords rushed out of the silver brilliance. Aware of the danger, Xiaohong immediately grew a pair of flame dragon wings on her back, wrapping her body into a ball of fire. Bang! The sword light flashed, Xiaohong immediately flew backward, and 2 blood marks were cut on her arm. Drops of dragon blood flowed out of the wound and fell on the ground. If she hadn't cultivated the body of the real dragon and greatly increased her physical defense, Long Tai's sword just now would have cut off her arms. You're too unreasonable. How can you say to do it? Looking at the blood marks on her arms, Xiaohong felt that Long Tai was really unreasonable and unreasonable. Is the strength of the dragon cub only so weak? It's too disappointing for me, Long Tai said very impolitely. Hearing Long Tai's words, Xiaohong was also very angry. She opened her mouth and spit out a God extinguishes the dragon fire, which turned into a wave of fire and rushed towards Long Tai. Leave the fire hood. Long Tai beat out a golden bird cage, like supreme instrument, and turned it into a huge golden god cover to wrap the body. God extinguished the dragon fire and rushed to the front of the fire hood, which was immediately separated by the fire hood. Surrender, the cultivation method of God extinguishes the dragon fire, and I can let you go. Long Tai. Only the dragon clan knows the cultivation method of God extinguishing dragon fire. Other real dragons and Asian dragons have no access to the method of God extinguishing dragon fire at all. I didn't provoke you. Why did you hit me? Besides, why did I pass on the cultivation method of God extinguishing dragon fire to you? Xiaohong stared at Long Tai one by one like an idiot. Under the refining of God extinguished dragon fire, the fire hood began to melt slowly. What a strong God extinguishes the dragon fire. Long Tai's heart was startled. That dragon cub must be proficient in many magical powers of the dragon clan. If you catch her, you can not only force the cultivation method of extinguishing the dragon fire, but also ask other cultivation methods. Long Tai made up his mind to capture Xiaohong alive. With a long whistle, he controlled the silver sword and broke the god's dragon fire. The sword chi was like a long river of silver, and it chopped at Xiaohong. Although Long Tai is not a descendant of the dragon family, he is also a real dragon, which awakens the dragon's blood. The dragon family's blood in his body is very pure, and his talent is extraordinary. He can be called the peerless pride of the dragon family that is difficult to meet in 10,000 years. Long Tai is a cultivator with rich combat experience and is proficient in countless dragon magic powers. Even in the same realm, Long Tai's combat effectiveness will not be much weaker than Xiaohong, who is careless in cultivation. What's more, Long Tai's cultivation is about to break through to the third realm of the real dragon, which is much higher than Xiaohong's cultivation. Xiaohong can barely fight with the dragon Tai by virtue of the speed of the divine dragon. However, she also appears to be stretched out and in danger. She is torn out of several wounds by the silver sword. It is worthy of dragon speed. If I can cultivate into dragon speed, my combat power will certainly become stronger. Long Tai's heart is crazy, and he wants to catch Xiaohong more urgently. The battle between Long Tai and Xiaohong soon attracted countless demon creatures. Who is that little girl? It's really fatal to dare to fight with Long Tai. An old man of Demon King level stared at the battle in the distance and gently shook his head. That's Long Tai, the most outstanding Tianjiao of the Dragon Clan for thousands of years. Even if the old man of the Demon Clan has the cultivation of the fourth realm of human beings, he doesn't dare to fight with Long Tai easily. That little girl is also very powerful. She can be under the sword of Long Tai for so long. It seems that she is also a dragon, with 2 dragon horns on her forehead. Ha ha! Why is Long Tai's cultivation so strong? He just wants to capture that little dragon girl alive, so it takes so long. If he just wants to kill that little dragon girl, it doesn't take 5 moves at all. It was a sexy goblin in a thin shirt who said this. She has 6 snow-white fox tails, and a powerful evil spirit flows on her, like a layer of psychedelic mist wrapping her, outlining a graceful and delicate body. All demon creatures who looked at her seemed to be hooked by her and couldn't move their eyes. Someone recognized the demon girl with 6 snow-white fox tails and exclaimed, "She is the daughter of the queen of the 9-tailed demon and one of the 3 gods of the younger generation of the demon clan, Dashi." It is said that Dashi is a natural fox fairy. She is naturally charming and gorgeous. She has cultivated 6 fox tails at a young age. In the history of the 9-tailed fox clan, no one has been faster than her. The younger generation of Shinchu, unexpectedly, there are two at the same time. If Long Tai and Dashi fight, I don't know who wins and who loses. They have never lost, especially Dashi. It is said that no one can be her opponent at all. Those creatures who challenge her have been defeated by her before they fight with her. How could this happen? Because those creatures who challenged her were taken away by her at a glance and were willing to be her slaves. Hearing the legend about Dashi, all the creatures took a cold breath and immediately looked away, afraid to stare at the coquettish fox spirit again. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaolinger got Jiyu's report and rushed immediately. Seeing Long Tai hacking Xiaohong all over, little Linger was very distressed and planned to help Xiaohong. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan flew out first, called out the magic sword, and cut out a piece of blood-red sword light. Bang! The demon sword collided with the silver sword, forming a huge air wave, which lifted countless demon creatures standing in the distance and watching. Only a few demon kings are still standing in place. Ning Xiaochuan stood in front of Xiaohong, and a drop of 9-colored black liquid flew out of her fingertips and fell on Xiaohong. Wow! Xiaohong's body was immediately wrapped by 9-colored guanghua, and the sword wound healed with the naked eye. After the wound healed, she stared at Long Tai very angrily, waiting for a pair of round eyes, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, this guy is unreasonable at all. As soon as he meets, he wants me to hand over the cultivation method of God extinguishing the dragon fire, or he will kill me, and I don't know where the barbaric dragon came from." Long Tai stared at Ning Xiaochuan and was slightly surprised. "It's you. That Tianjiao of the Terran, I didn't expect that we could meet in Demongs. It's always a pity for me that I didn't fight with you in the bright Holy Land last time. Since I met you again, I want to defeat you, the Tianjiao of the Terran, in front of all demon creatures." Compared with the last time I saw Long Tai in the Holy Land of Light, Long Tai's cultivation has improved a lot, breaking through the realm of Real Dragon and reaching the second peak of the realm of Real Dragon. He must have relied on the power of half-king level Dan and Blood River left by God devouring mice to have such a fast cultivation speed. The Iron Snail Demon King sneered, "Your Highness, this human Tianjiao in front of you has now taken refuge in the demon clan, and has been awarded the King of Extermination by the Tianming Demon Emperor. Since you have taken refuge in the demon clan, I will not kill you. If you are defeated by me, I will give you that dragon cub and I will let you live." Long Tai. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Xiaohong is my partner, not my favorite. I have no right to decide to give her to you." Haha. You are afraid that you will lose in the hands of this seat. Long Tai is extremely confident in himself. In his opinion, even if Ning Xiaochuan is afraid of him, it is a very normal thing. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If you fight, I will accompany you at any time. However, if you want to be harmful to my friend, I will certainly make you pay a heavy price." This sentence is not only for Long Tai, but also a warning to every living creature present. If you dare to deal with my friend, I guarantee that he will die ugly. In the demon clan, power is paramount. Ning Xiaochuan knows that if he wants to have a foothold in the demon clan, he must not be weak and must be strong. Only the more powerful can those demon creatures who think they are superior be afraid. Hee, it's very interesting. Dashi's phoenix eyes narrowed into a gap, staring at the Terran man standing opposite Long Tai, who seemed to be quite interested in Ning Xiaochuan. A human has taken refuge in the demon clan, and dare to be so arrogant. Why do you need your highness to take action? This king will teach this madman a lesson. An old demon clan man with a pair of black wings on his back, like a huge bat, flew to Ning Xiaochuan's head. This is a demon king who has reached the realm of human beings, the poison bat demon king. He swallowed hundreds of poisons and cultivated a highly toxic demon body. As soon as the poison bat demon king flew to the top of Ning Xiaochuan's head, a large toxic fog was spit out of his mouth, turning hundreds of miles into a toxic gas field. What a powerful toxicity. A demon king in the first scene of a real person did not breathe, but the poison fog penetrated into his body from the pores. In just a moment, the skin of that demon king turned purple-black. Those demon creatures immediately retreated and dared not let the poison gas stick to the flesh. Ning Xiaochuan, standing in the center of the toxic gas field, was completely wrapped by the toxic fog. The soil under his feet was corroded by the toxic fog, making a chi-chi sound, completely turning into black toxic mud. Just when all demon creatures thought Ning Xiaochuan was swallowed up by the poisonous fog. Wow! A sword light flew out of the poisonous fog. The demon sword pierced the demon body of the poison bat demon king, leaving a blood hole the size of a wash basin. The poisonous bat demon king screamed and immediately fanned his wings to escape. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the center of the toxic gas field, took a deep breath, and immediately sucked all the toxic fog between heaven and earth into his stomach, refining it into Jinyuan. How? Maybe. The poison bat demon king stared at this scene, and his eyes were about to fall to the ground. Apart from itself, no creature has ever dared to directly suck the poison fog into its abdomen. His constitution is also too abnormal, simply invincible. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at the poisonous bat demon king, with a little chill. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, the poison bat demon king was shocked, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan was going to kill it, so he turned and ran away. It planted a seed of fear in its heart. What a disgrace to the demon clan. A demon king with golden horns on his head stared at the direction of the poison bat demon king's escape, showing a look of disdain. Another demon king with silver horns on his head said in a deep voice, "I'll meet that human boy for a while and see how strong he can be." The golden horn demon king said, "Be careful, that boy is not simple, don't capsize in the gutter." The silver horn demon king unfolded his demon body and turned into a silver horn giant with a height of more than 60 meters. He raised his hand and lifted a mountain hundreds of meters high and threw it at Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan just split the mountain with a sword, and the giant fist of the silver horn demon king hit Ning Xiaochuan from behind the mountain with a roaring wind. Haha! If you don't take the king's punch immediately. How is it possible? The smile on the silver horn demon king's face became stiff, and a sharp pain came from his fist, like a punch on a nail. The silver horn demon king has the cultivation of the second heaven of real people. How powerful it is, enough to break mountains and rivers and crack the earth. However, its huge fist was caught by Ning Xiaochuan. In the view of the silver horn demon king, Ning Xiaochuan's body is only as big as ants. How can you have such terrible physical power? Ning Xiaochuan stood steadily in place, while the silver horn demon king retreated 9 steps in a row, then stood firm, staring at Ning Xiaochuan breathlessly, and his eyes became serious. It said, "Good boy, I'm quite capable. Look at my purple gourd." The silver horn demon king took out a gourd-shaped supreme instrument, emitting purple gold light. Under the urging of Jinyuan, the purple gold gourd continued to grow, reaching the size of a hill and suspended on the top of Ning Xiaochuan. Shock! The purple gourd hit Ning Xiaochuan down, and in the position where Ning Xiaochuan had just stood, it hit a big hole that was torn apart. The silver horn demon king hit the second blow again. Ning Xiaochuan no longer dodges and stands with his legs in a horse stance. Lower your waist, spread out your hands, and operate the Earth Sutra to communicate the chi of the earth with the God of heaven and earth, condense between your hands, and punch out. He seemed to be integrated with the earth, such as not falling mountains, such as not breaking rocks, such as not drying rivers. A breath of the earth gushed out of his fist. Bang! The purple gourd was beaten to fly out. The silver horn demon king stared at a pair of demon eyes, and felt that Ning Xiaochuan was a humanoid beast. He fought with the medium-sized supreme weapon with the power of his body, and also beat the medium-sized supreme weapon away. Such a body is even stronger than the monster. Silver Horn, let me help you. Seeing that the Silver Horn Demon King was not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent, the Golden Horn Demon King immediately took out a fiery red gourd and fought against Ning Xiaochuan. The purple gold gourd of the Silver Horn Demon King and the fiery red gourd of the Gold Horn Demon King are treasures picked from the same Lingting. After being refined by the demon fire, they become a pair of medium-grade supreme weapon-level soldiers. The combination of the two gourds can even explode the power of the top-grade supreme weapon. The cultivation of the Golden Horn Demon King is even stronger than that of the Silver Horn Demon King, reaching the peak of the second weight of real people. The two demon kings joined hands and sacrificed purple gourd and fiery red gourd at the same time. The two gourds rotate each other to form a huge vortex. When the vortex disappears, the two gourds are turned into a purple, golden, and red gourd. The king of Golden Horn Demon held the purple gold and red gourd in his hand, and his confidence doubled. He said in a deep voice, "Ning Xiaochuan, I call you, do you dare to promise?" "Why dare you?" Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the purple, gold, and red gourd and felt a breath of top-grade and supreme utensils coming out of the gourd. The Golden Horn Demon King shouted, "Ning Xiaochuan!" Boom! Ning Xiaochuan didn't answer it at all. He took out the mixed World War hammer and bombarded it with a hammer, smashing the purple gold red gourd, together with the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King, out. Ah! Two screams. If it was not blocked by the purple, gold, and red gourd, just this hammer could beat the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King into meat pies. The Golden Horn Demon King crawled out of the ground with a disheartened face, covered in blood, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you have broken your promise. Say I call you, and you promise me. Why do you suddenly do it? My hammer is the best response to you." Ning Xiaochuan picked up the purple gold red gourd and said, "King of Golden Horn Demon, I call you, do you dare to promise?" What? The Golden Horn Demon King just wanted to strongly express his fearlessness, but he saw Ning Xiaochuan pointing the mouth of the purple golden red gourd at himself. The original strong posture immediately disappeared, his face turned white, his face turned red, shook his head hard, and spit out two words, "No." Ning Xiaochuan pointed the mouth of the purple gold red gourd at the Silver Horn Demon King and said, "Silver Horn Demon King, I call you, do you dare to promise?" The Silver Horn Demon King shivered all over and said, "Miran King, we all work for the Tianming Demon Emperor. Peace is the most precious, calm. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Long Tai and said, "Long Tai, I call you, do you dare to promise?" Long Tai has heard of purple gold gourd and fiery red gourd. It is a powerful demon emperor. It was picked from an overseas Lingting, and after thousands of years of quenching, it was transformed into two gourds of the highest quality. Two gourds, combined into one, are quite powerful. They can collect mountains and rivers and hold the world. The person holding the purple golden red gourd can only shout at you. If you agree, you will be collected into the purple golden red gourd and refined into thick water. Long Tai stared at the purple gold and red gourd in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, his face slightly changed, and said, "Boring. I won't play this childish trick with you." After a pause, Long Tai said again, "Since you have the strength to defeat the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, it means that you are worth our shot. Show me your real skills and let me see how strong you are." Wow! With a long roar, the dragon's body swelled and turned into a silver dragon hundreds of meters long. It hit a sharp claw, and countless lightning surged out of the claw. How terrible the physical strength of the real dragon is. With one claw, the mountain crumbled. In front of a real dragon, Ning Xiaochuan's body was like a grain of dust. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan, carrying a 135 million pound hybrid warhammer, suddenly hit Long Tai's claws and beat Long Tai's claws back. Recently, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has made great progress. He doesn't need to inspire the power of the supreme body of gods and demons to lift the mixed world warhammer. The hybrid warhammer swung twice on Ning Xiaochuan's arm, and then threw it out and hit the silver dragon flying in the sky. The hammer hit the belly of the dragon and made the silver dragon wail. Boom! The hunter warhammer fell down and hit the ground, shaking the earth. The creatures of the demon clan were startled and looked at the hammer that hit a big hole on the ground. That hammer is estimated to weigh hundreds of millions of kilograms, and even Long Tai could not bear to be hit. A curious demon king wanted to lift the mixed world warhammer while Ning Ogawa and Long Tai were in full swing. However, no matter how powerful it is, the hybrid warhammer does not move. Long Tai thought that after being transformed into a real dragon, he could easily defeat Ning Xiaochuan. But he didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's physical strength was also extremely strong and could fight with the real dragon. How can the human body be so strong? Long Tai knew that he underestimated the enemy, and immediately corrected his mistake, turning into a human shape. His arm moved, and a silver scale on his body turned into a silver sword, and cut out towards Ning Xiaochuan. Then, a second silver scale flew out of his body and turned into a second silver sword. The third handle, the fourth handle. 10 silver swords flew out in a row, and cut off to Ning Xiaochuan from all directions. Ning Xiaochuan's body also flew out 10 war swords, each of which was inferior and supreme, which was more powerful than the 10 silver war swords of Long Tai. Long Tai didn't panic at all, and shouted, "Dragon scaly sword!" On his body, 3,000 silver dragon scales flew out and turned into 3,000 silver war swords. Like a silver river, flying under his feet. I want to see whether it is the number of your avatar magic swords, or the dragon scales on my body. Long Tai's very strong way. Ning Xiaochuan's 19 figurative magic swords were all mobilized to form a guard sword array, wrapping himself in the center. Ning Xiaochuan, that barbaric dragon's cultivation has reached the second peak of the real dragon realm. Your cultivation is weaker than him and will suffer a lot. Let's get together. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan fell below, Xiaohong immediately communicated with Ning Xiaochuan, hoping to integrate with Ning Xiaochuan to deal with Long Tai. No. He is the second highest cultivation in the real dragon realm, and I am also the second highest cultivation in the real world, which is not much weaker than him. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, and the 4 humanoid spirits that had been cultivated in the purple stars in the center of Xiao Linger's eyebrows immediately flew into the body. The 4 human-shaped spirits, respectively, stayed in the purple stars for 9 years and practiced for 9 years. After the 4 humanoid minds flew back to Ning Xiaochuan, they immediately fed back the enlightenment results of martial arts in the past 9 years to the Numenon. It seems that only a moment has passed, but Ning Xiaochuan seems to have been closed for 9 years. Boom! Inside his body, there was a soft sound, and his cultivation directly broke through the second level of the human realm. Although it is only the initial cultivation of the second level of reality, his understanding of martial arts has been comparable to the third level of reality. This is the result of 9 years of enlightenment of the 4 human spirits on the purple stars. Hanyuanichi sword. Ning Xiaochuan slowly raised the magic sword, and countless purple gases rushed to him, turning into a purple cloud. In the purple clouds, there stood a phantom of the emperor. That's the shadow of the Zijin emperor. Hanyuanichi sword is the strongest sword created by the purple and gold emperor. If you use this sword, you can turn the divine power left by the Emperor of Purple and Gold between heaven and earth into your own use. A sword cut out, like purple gas coming from the east, hit Long Tai with 3,000 silver swords and flew at the same time, and the sword gas cut on Long Tai. Recommend an ambiguous and domineering book, The King of Urban Medicine. Everyone remember to read it. By the way, please ask for a monthly ticket. Bang! A layer of silver light appeared on the surface of Long Tai's body, blocking the magic sword. That layer of light flashed away. Ning Xiaochuan took back his magic sword, stared at Long Tai, his eyes slightly frozen, and said, "Supreme Talisman." Long Tai's body is protected by the Supreme Talisman, and Ning Xiaochuan is not surprised at all. It's strange that a dragon Tianjiao like him doesn't have such a means to protect his life as Supreme Talisman. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Long Tai, if you don't have the Supreme Talisman on your body, you will be dead with that sword just now." The Supreme Talisman helped Long Tai block most of the attacks, but still some forces rushed into his body, causing him to suffer some minor injuries. Long Tai had never suffered such a big loss, and said, "Do you mean to say that this seat has been defeated?" "Qua qua. As long as this seat has not fallen, it is not a defeat." Tai Long Zhenwu. Wow. Wisps of smoke like divine power gathered from all directions and condensed into the body of Long Tai. Long Tai's body became extremely bright, and his breath kept rising. A silver full moon appeared on his back, and a divine dragon was faintly visible in the center of the silver moon. Dragon Tai awakened the ancient dragon's blood, borrowed the divine power of the dragon, condensed the divine power into the body, and raised his cultivation to a very terrible level in a short time. In the young generation of the whole Tianshu continent, Long Tai's strength can definitely rank in the top 3. Ning Xiaochuan's face also became serious. This has been Ning Xiaochuan's conservative estimation. With the horror of Long Tai, it may even be the first strong person of the younger generation of Tianshu mainland. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't break through to the second weight of the real person, he could only defeat Long Tai by wearing the last god's blood clothes. However, a genius like Long Tai must also have great luck. Who can guarantee that there is no treasure comparable to the blood coat of the secondary god on his body? Boom. After Long Tai was blessed by the power of the ancient dragon, he breathed out a breath and immediately became a roaring hurricane, blowing up dozens of mountains in the great dreamland. A demon king, the 4th heaviest in the real world, stood in the battle circle of Long Tai and Ning Xiaochuan because of his strong self-cultivation. Poof. A mountain blown up by Long Tai accidentally injured the 4th heaviest demon king in the real world, bumped into the back of the demon king, and knocked the demon king to vomit blood. Those demon creatures fled one after another, and they were relieved when they fled thousands of miles away. After escaping from the battle circle of Long Tai and Ning Xiaochuan, the demon king, the 4th heaviest in the real world, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and said in astonishment, "Long Tai is worthy of being the first of the 3 gods of the demon family, and it is the 2nd heaviest in the real dragon world. His combat power has been so terrible. After borrowing the divine power of the ancient divine dragon, I'm afraid he can compete with the 5th heaviest in the real world." Dashi, who has 6 white fox tails, also retreated thousands of miles away, with some dignity in her beautiful eyes. What a powerful dragon Tai, no wonder so crazy. I'm afraid no one in the young generation of the whole Tianshu continent is his opponent. Dashi slightly calculated that if he fought with the strongest dragon Tai, he could only catch 10 moves at most. After 10 moves, you will definitely lose. I don't know which north. Xinjiang people's first pride, can you catch Long Tai's 3 moves? Dashi's apricot eyes are a little curious. After all, Ning Xiaochuan's previous combat power is still quite considerable. He should not be killed by Long Tai's 1-to-1 moves. At least he should be able to carry 2 or 3 moves. Boom. Within the battle circle of Ning Xiaochuan and Long Tai, the divine light shook, and the power fluctuation of collapse broke out. Long Tai borrowed the divine power of the ancient dragon, and Ning Xiaochuan also had to use the divine arts Hunyuan Ichi sword and earth-opening knife, borrowing the divine power of the Emperor Zijin and the Emperor Tiandi respectively. In a short time of a cup of tea, Ilong fought 27 moves alone, all of which were the collision of divine power, and the power of each blow was far beyond the power of their own cultivation. It costs a lot of real yuan to cast magic. After a series of wars, Long Tai and Ning Xiaochuan had little real yuan left in their bodies and were almost consumed. Long Tai breathed heavily, but he didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to be so difficult to deal with. He said, "Ning Xiaochuan, you don't have much real yuan left. Can you still use magic?" Ning Xiaochuan's face was also full of sweat, and he said, "I can't cast magic. Can you still borrow the power of the ancient dragon?" Long Tai said, "Although the real yuan is exhausted, the body of this seat is not something you can compete with." Ow! With a long roar, Long Tai turned into a silver dragon again, swooped down from the sky, and grabbed Ning Xiaochuan with one claw. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the void, looking extremely calm. When Long Tai swooped down, half a bronze halberd appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan's body poured out a large number of Jinyuan, injected into the bronze ancient halberd, and stimulated the original power of this half of the Supreme King's instrument. In the first place of reality, Ning Xiaochuan can only play the original power of Xinglua halberd. After reaching the second level of reality, Ning Xiaochuan has been able to play the original power of 20% of Xinglua halberd. It seems that only 10% of the power has been increased, but it is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The power of the Supreme King's instrument climbed to another height. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan, like a meteor, rushed up and stabbed the star halberd into the belly of Long Tai. The supreme talisman on Long Tai came into play again, and a silver halo wrapped his dragon body against the star halberd. However, the power of the supreme talisman is not inexhaustible forever. In the previous confrontation, Ning Xiaochuan had consumed a lot of the power of the supreme talisman on Long Tai. Pa! The supreme talisman formed a halo, which only blocked the star halberd for a moment, and then was punctured by the star halberd. Without the protection of the supreme talisman, the dragon scale of Dragon Tai can't stop the Supreme King's instrument that plays its original power, and it is as fragile as a paper dragon. Pooh! The star halberd rushed in from the belly of the silver dragon and flew out from the back of the silver dragon. The bronze ancient halberd turns into a blood halberd. The silver dragon gave a terrible roar, and his body was shaky, almost falling from the sky. Ning Xiaochuan, carrying the bloody bronze halberd, flew to the top of the silver dragon and said, "Dragon Tai, do you admit defeat?" Dragon Tai roared angrily and said, "I'm not satisfied. Your Jinyuan has obviously been exhausted. How can Jinyuan sacrifice the Supreme King's weapon?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "It doesn't hurt to tell you that I have 2 yuan gods, and the true yuan is twice as much as you. When I fight with you, I just exhausted the true yuan of one of them. Do you still admit defeat?" No. Long Tai is very arrogant. He has never lost since he was young and will never admit defeat. Ning Xiaochuan lifted the mixed world warhammer and hit the head of the silver dragon with a huge force of 135 million jin. Boom! The silver dragon's skull was broken, his eyes were black, and his brain was knocked unconscious. He immediately fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. The dragon's peerless Tianjiao passed out directly. Dashi's beautiful eyes were flowing with a trace of strange colors, and her red lips were slightly opened, which was very charming. Some couldn't believe it, Long Tai was defeated. Don't say Dashi didn't believe it. Other demon creatures were stunned one by one, and their chins were about to fall to the ground. They couldn't accept the result. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to strike again on the head of the silver dragon, but 2 elders of the dragon clan rushed over. They were afraid that Long Tai would be killed by Ning Xiaochuan, and one of the dragon elders called from a distance, "Kill the king, show mercy. Your Highness has been defeated in your hands, please don't do it again, and if you do it again, your Highness will be worried about his life." The dragon people always think highly of themselves, think their blood is noble, and don't pay attention to any creatures. However, in the face of Ning Xiaochuan's strong combat power, even the elders of the dragon clan had to lower their posture, just to save the life of Long Tai. The two dragon elders are the third cultivation of the real dragon, and they are definitely big figures in the demon clan. However, they have no confidence to defeat Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan knew that he couldn't really kill Long Tai. Seeing the two elders of the dragon clan coming, he took away the mixed world warhammer and said, "Excuse me, two elders, how should I calculate this account when His Highness of the dragon clan hurt my friend?" A dragon elder laughed and said, "We dragon people are willing to use miraculous drugs and xianxue as compensation. I don't know what the king of extermination wants." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Okay. I want 20 psychic miraculous drugs that are more than 5,000 years old, and another 3,000 tian pin basalt." Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's lion's big mouth, one of the dragon elders showed an angry look and was about to rush up, but was stopped by another dragon elder. The dragon elder bit his teeth painfully and said, "We promise to compensate." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Since the dragon family is so sincere, the king will return the dragon family's royal highness to you. I believe that with the reputation of the dragon family, you can send strange drugs and xianxue to my residence in 3 days. Within 3 days, it must be delivered." The dragon elder was very distressed, but he had to answer Ning Xiaochuan. "With the pride of the dragon clan, once you promise, you will never regret. Ning Xiaochuan just needs to return to the cave and wait for them to send the strange medicine and xianxue." If Ning Xiaochuan did not take refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor, it would be impossible to blackmail the dragon clan. Even if he could defeat Long Tai, the dragon clan would also have a way to kill him. But now it's different. All creatures know that Ning Xiaochuan is the self-styled king of extermination of Tianming Demon. Those top strongmen of the dragon clan did not dare to kill a human junior at the risk of offending the Tianming Demon Emperor. Whether the Tianming Demon Emperor really rewards this human being or not, at least if the Tianming Demon Emperor does so, it shows that Ning Xiaochuan is the man of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Whoever dares to kill Ning Xiaochuan is equal to beating the Tianming Demon Emperor's face. The young generation of the dragon clan can fight against Ning Xiaochuan, but even Long Tai has lost. Who else is Ning Xiaochuan's opponent? Ning Xiaochuan understood this, so he dared to blackmail the dragon nationality and scrupulously to obtain cultivation resources. Seeing the defeat of Long Tai, the Iron Snail Demon King immediately fled. However, how could Ning Xiaochuan allow it to escape again? "Iron Snail Demon King, do you still want to go?" Ning Xiaochuan blocked the way of the Iron Snail Demon King, and he still carried the mixed world warhammer in his hand. The Iron Snail Demon King's heart suddenly trembled, and immediately turned around, but he saw Xiaohong and Shaolinger blocking behind it, and didn't give it a chance to escape at all. After seeing the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Long Tai, the Iron Snail Demon King didn't dare to fight with Ning Xiaochuan at all. He summoned up his courage and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, this king is the Demon King under the throne of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. If you dare to touch me, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor will never let you go." "Really?" With a wave of Ning Xiaochuan's arm, the mixed world warhammer bombarded down, directly smashing the flesh of the Iron Snail Demon King into flesh and blood fragments, and destroying all gods and forms. With just one blow, a demon king was killed. Those demon creatures in the distance felt frightened one after another, and their hearts secretly said that the king of extermination was an unparalleled ferocious man. For such a fearless and ruthless role, it was better not to provoke in the future. In a demon temple in the demon kingdom. Bang! Hearing the news of the death of the Iron Snail Demon King, the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor was so angry that he punched through a copper pillar with a diameter of 3 meters. Damn, a small human dare not pay attention to the Emperor. The Emperor must kill him. The roar of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor's anger. Originally, a small role like Ning Xiaochuan is not worth talking to at all. But Ning Xiaochuan has a dragon cub beside him, which can help the Land Wuyao Emperor break through the Eternal Realm, so the Land Wuyao Emperor has to pay attention to him. He sent his confidant, the Iron Snail Demon King, to Fu Ning Xiaochuan, but he was killed by Ning Xiaochuan, and his face was left to the ground Centipede Demon Emperor. How can the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor not be angry? An old demon king with long white hair said, "Demon Emperor, why are you angry about a human being? That human being can't move now. Why can't you move?" The ground Centipede Demon Emperor said coldly. The old demon king said, "Now in Tianshu continent, all creatures know that Tianming Demon Emperor just rewarded him as the king of killing people. If the Demon Emperor now kills him, someone will surely say that the Demon Emperor doesn't pay attention to Tianming Demon Emperor and is deliberately embarrassing Tianming Demon Emperor. If Tianming Demon Emperor is angry, it is very detrimental to the Demon Emperor." The ground Centipede Demon Emperor gradually calmed down, his eyes became deep, and said, "The king of extermination must die. The dragon cub must also win his hand." The old demon king said, "It's not difficult to kill the king of extermination and capture the dragon cubs. However, we have to wait for a chance." "What opportunity?" Ground Centipede Demon Emperor Way. The old demon king said, "Since the king of extermination is now taking refuge in the demon clan and is still a subordinate of the demon emperor, he should obey the orders of the demon emperor. As long as the demon emperor orders him to lead a demon beast army to attack human civilization, how dare he not follow? As long as you leave the demon kingdom, it's not easy for the demon emperor to kill him. At that time, you just need to tell everyone that the king of extermination was killed by an angry strong man of the human race, and the demon emperor will naturally not offend the Tianming demon emperor." The ground Centipede Demon King stared at the old demon king and said, "Fool! You dream Demon King that day is so easy to cheat? Who killed the king of extermination, she won't know." The old demon king said with a smile, "The demon king of Tianming hated humans originally. The reason why he named Ning Xiaochuan as the king of extermination was that Ning Xiaochuan dedicated the demon tower to the demon king of Tianming. In fact, the demon king of Tianming didn't like the king of extermination at all, but he couldn't find a reason to kill him. If the demon king removed the king of extermination for the demon king of Tianming, the demon king of Tianming would be very happy." Hearing the old demon king suddenly felt quite reasonable, gently nodded, and began to plan in his heart. "As long as you leave the demon kingdom of heaven, it is the death time of the king of extermination." Miranwang Cave. Back in the cave, Ning Xiaochuan sat by the blood river again and continued to practice. The more you improve your accomplishments, the faster you consume xianshi. When attacking the real world, Ning Xiaochuan and Baozhu Dizong consumed 720,000 pieces of ground-grade basalt, almost exhausting the basalt on him. Therefore, he would extort 3,000 pieces of Tianpin basalt from the dragon family. Ning Xiaochuan took out a red box and held it in the palm of his hand. "This is the treasury of Tianshu Empire." Because the 6 sides of the red box are arranged with a real-life array, Ning Xiaochuan has been unable to open the box. Now Ning Xiaochuan is the second cultivation of real people, and he plans to try to break through the array and open the treasury. This is the treasury of a high-level 5-level civilization. With tens of thousands of years of experience, how many cultivation resources have been collected? Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the evil fire to destroy the world, let the fire wrap the red box, and refine the treasury array with the evil fire. Chi. The array on the surface of the red box was very powerful. After half an hour of refining, there was no change. It is said that the founder of the Tianshu Empire was called Lingji Immortal. He followed the emperor in his youth and was an extremely powerful immortal. The array of the treasury should be arranged by Lingji Immortal himself. While refining the treasury array, Ning Xiaochuan is also studying the above array. According to his conjecture, the person who arranges the array is at least the cultivation of the 6th realm of human beings. It is not easy to refine the array. It took 3 hours, and the array on the surface of the treasury finally showed signs of melting. Ning Xiaochuan made persistent efforts and took half a day to finally refine the array on the surface of the treasury. The red box, which was originally only the size of a fist, immediately turned into a red hall. The red box is a piece of inferior supreme ware, called Heaven and Earth World. On the plaque in the hall, there are also 4 powerful characters Heaven and Earth World. After entering the world of Heaven and Earth, Ning Xiaochuan is a real eye-opener. There are surprisingly many cultivation resources in it. On the open ground, there are mountains of basalt. The lower-grade basalt, the middle-grade basalt, the upper-grade basalt and the ground-grade basalt can almost be piled into a mountain. Among them, there are a few Tianpin basalt, but there are only more than 40. Each one is packed in a box, which is particularly precious. Ning Xiaochuan roughly calculated that there were more than 40 million pieces of xianxue in the world of Heaven and Earth, all of which were converted into local xianxue. In addition to basalt, there are also a large number of pills, including intermediate pills, advanced pills and human pills. Precious pills are packed in bottles, and other intermediate pills and high-grade pills are all stored in a pill pool. That Dan pool is full of Dan medicine, and I don't know how many thousands there are. Xianxue, Dan medicine, Xuanqi war soldiers, armor, minerals. All kinds of treasures are piled up in the world of Heaven and Earth, which is simply amazing. After Ning Xiaochuan took out some of the resources that were useful to him, he put the universe away again. This is a treasury of high-level 5-grade civilization, with amazing resources. How can we make rational use of it? Yes. Ning Xiaochuan decided to send the resources in the world of Heaven and Earth to Yulan Empire and give them to the old marquis. Those low-grade xianxue, medium-grade xianxue and high-grade xianxue have little effect on Ning Xiaochuan, but for those monks of Yulan Empire, they can help them quickly improve their accomplishments. Those intermediate Dan, high-level Dan, in the Jade Haze Empire is definitely a treasure, will be robbed. After making up his mind, Ning Xiaochuan plans to find an opportunity to send the world of Heaven and Earth to Yulan Empire. Jiu came in from the outside, bowed to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "King, the King of Golden Horn Demon and the King of Silver Horn Demon are asking for an audience outside." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Do they dare to challenge?" "No, they really have something to ask for. They have been waiting outside for a long time." "Ji Wadao." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Let them in." A moment later, the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King came to the cultivation place of Ning Xiaochuan. When they saw Ning Xiaochuan, they immediately fell to the ground. The King of Golden Horn Demon cried loudly, "King of Destruction, please return the purple gold and red gourd to our brother. Otherwise, our brother will die." The Silver Horn Demon King also burst into tears, dragged his voice, and said sadly, "Really dead?" The King of the Golden Horn Demon said, "The old ancestors have said that if we can't take the purple gold and red gourd back, we will abolish our cultivation and return us to the original form. We can only have our current cultivation after 18,000 years of cultivation, and we're not willing." The Silver Horn Demon King said more sadly, "I'm really unwilling." The Golden Horn Demon King added, "The old ancestor has always said nothing. Since it is spoken to abolish our cultivation, it is definitely not a joke." The Silver Horn Demon King said, "It's really not a joke." Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "Golden Horn, Silver Horn, you are also the existence of the Demon King level. What's your appearance of crying? If the King of Annihilation can return the purple, gold and red gourd to our brother, let alone cry, even if he wants our brother to be a cow and a horse, he will not hesitate." Golden Horn Demon King: "I really don't hesitate." Silver Horn Demon King: Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's not impossible for me to return the purple gold and red gourd to you. However, you have to promise to do 3 things for me. Not to mention 3 things, even 30 things are okay." The golden horn demon king's eyes showed joy. Really, no problem. Silver horn demon king. Ning Xiaochuan said, as for what 3 things I want you to do for me, I haven't thought it out yet. When I think it out, I will naturally tell you. Now swear in the name of demon god. Hearing that they would swear in the name of the demon god, the golden horn demon king and the silver horn demon king hesitated slightly. This is no joke. If you swear in the name of demon god, you must keep the oath. Once you break the oath, you will be dead. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes slightly coagulated and said, "It seems that you dare not swear." Dare? Who says no? Send it now, send it now. In order to retrieve the purple, gold and red gourd, the golden horn demon king and the silver horn demon king were forced to swear in the name of the demon god that they would help Ning Xiaochuan do 3 things. The golden horn demon king and the silver horn demon king took the purple, gold, red gourd from Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and then left happily. Ning Xiaochuan sat by the blood river, facing the empty cave, and said, "Who are you? Come out." When the king of golden horn demon and the king of silver horn demon came in, Ning Xiaochuan noticed a faint smell, and followed the king of golden horn demon and the king of silver horn into the cave of the king of destruction. After the golden horn demon king and the silver horn demon king left, the faint breath did not leave, but remained in the cave. The other party's concealment means are very clever. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't been distracted and his mental strength had greatly increased, he might not be able to detect the man's breath. Ha ha! What a powerful Miran king! His insight is so sharp. No wonder even Long Tai was defeated in your hands. My chi-gathering skill, even the 7th level old demon in the real world, may not be able to detect it, but it can't hide it from your eyes. A soft and beautiful voice sounded from somewhere in the cave, just like the sound of nature. Ning Xiaochuan has never heard such a beautiful sound. Just a sound can make a man's bones numb, and people can't help imagining in their minds what a beautiful and moving woman the master of the sound will be. Wow! A white mist escaped from the air and turned into a fantasy world. A beautiful woman with glittering and translucent skin came out of the fog. Her phoenix eyes were provocative, and her nose was very upturned. That face was simply not like a human woman could have. Slender neck, sexy collarbone, moon-white clothes tightly cling to the graceful body, squeezing a pair of crisp peaks in front of the chest into the shape of a jade bowl. She is red. Naked with a pair of lotus feet, with a fresh and elegant fragrance, every action has a provocative style, and every step is charming and enchanting. Even Ning Xiaochuan's current aspiration was confused by her for a moment, her eyes became dull, and countless beautiful pictures appeared in her mind. However, it was only a moment, and soon Ning Xiaochuan kept his mind. His eyes became cold and sharp, and he said, "In front of me, it's best to put away your charm." That beautiful demon girl, with a trace of surprise in her eyes, didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to wake up from the illusion so quickly. How firm is his will? Why should I be so cold? I have no malice, but I admire the supreme heroism of the king of extermination who defeated Long Tai. Is it wrong? The beautiful eyes of that which are affectionate, with a pitiful appearance. Any man who sees her like this will immediately hold her in his arms and love her well. She went to Ning Xiaochuan's body, stretched out a delicate jade hand, hooked Ning Xiaochuan's neck, and fell softly in Ning Xiaochuan's arms. Chi. Ning Xiaochuan didn't hesitate at all. He pointed out and pierced the eyebrows of the witch. The witch screamed, and her flawless body immediately fell apart into wisps of smoke and disappeared into the cave. After the body of that witch was broken, the illusion in the cave disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan said coldly, "You're lucky you didn't use your real body. Otherwise, I will destroy your body and end up much better than the Iron Snail Demon King." After Mirage disappeared, only a white fox hair fell from the air and fell to the ground. In an emerald green bamboo forest not far from the cave of King Miran, there stood a tall and beautiful fox woman with 6 snow-white fox tails, just like the legendary Julia Fox fairy. That gorgeous fairy face is simply more beautiful and enchanting than the fairy phantom that seduced Ning Xiaochuan in the Miranwang cave just now. Hee hee. It's interesting that his will is so firm. It seems that we can't use ordinary methods to deal with him. Dashi's 2 jade fingers gently touched Jian Xiao's chin, with a faint smile on her face. Tianming Demon Emperor ordered the extermination of the human race. In fact, it will also have a great impact on some demon races. For example, the Fox clan. If the human race is completely extinct, then the Fox race will basically be extinct. Because the Fox clan can't reproduce without the Terran. The Fox clan, the whole clan is female, there is no male. If they want to reproduce, they must find a famous man and make friends with him. Among them, there are also some Fox women who sincerely fall in love with Terran men and become husband and wife. However, once the Fox woman is pregnant with the offspring of that man, she will forget all her feelings with that man, and then leave the human civilization with the little Fox woman. Some Fox women even suck young Yuan from a man they once loved deeply, kill that man, and completely cut off their relationship with him. Therefore, in all civilizations of the human race, legends about Fox immortals are widely spread, and they are all seducing men. Even in some legends, Fox immortals will be emotional to Terran men, but in the end, there is no good result. Behind Dashi, followed by 2 young and beautiful 4-tailed fox women, probably only 16 or 7 years old. Princess, have you decided to choose the King of Destruction as your spouse? One of the 4-tailed fox women said. Dashi said with a smile, the King of Extinction can defeat Long Tai. I'm afraid no one is better than him in the younger generation of the Terran. How powerful will his blood and my blood be in the future? The 4-tailed fox woman said, but do you want to tell the Demon Queen first? Of course, I want to tell my mother. I believe she will also be very satisfied with the King of Extermination. Dashi rode. Both women and fox women are born with the hope of finding a man who can conquer themselves and a man who is stronger than themselves. Dashi knew that if she wanted to reproduce, she had to find a man as a spouse. Instead of looking for those weak human men, it was better to find a strong man like Miran King. If the Fox clan has descendants of the King of Extermination, after the King of Extermination becomes a strong man in the future, it will also protect the Fox clan. But the Miran King's will is firm, and even the princess's fox fairy fantasy can't confuse him. I'm afraid it's not easy to take him down. A 4-tailed fox woman said. Dashi smiled and said, if a hero like Miran Wang wants to take him down, he must not use conventional methods, let alone cheat him. Dashi's apricot eyes have a bright smile, which is like a little fox spirit who is thinking about how to eat Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, Xiaohong is carrying a medicine basket, humming a song she learned from nowhere, walking into the bamboo forest and looking for herbs everywhere. After Dashi saw Xiaohong's figure, she immediately thought of countermeasures and walked towards Xiaohong. The King of Extermination defeated Long Tai and killed the Iron Snail Demon King with a strong force. The news soon spread among the demon clan. All the demons were surprised. Even the news reached the ears of the existence of the Demon Emperor and the Demon Queen. This is definitely not a trivial matter. If the talent of the King of Extermination is really more terrible than Long Tai, his future achievements will definitely be quite amazing. Originally, after the Terrans took refuge in the Demon Clan, they were basically in a lower position and could only be slaves of the Demon Clan. The only exception is the King of Extermination, which makes the existence of the Demon King feel taboo and dare not provoke him. After hearing the news, those human monks who took refuge in the Demon Clan rushed to meet the King of Extermination and wanted to cast themselves under the throne of the King of Extermination and become his subordinates. Among them, there are even some demon creatures without backgrounds who also came to meet the king of extermination with generous gifts. The human friars and demon creatures who came to visit the cave of the king of extermination lined up in a long line, all with gifts. Jiu, these days, is completely elated, received the gift and got cramped. As a slave of the human race, he felt that he was also the number one person in the demon clan for the first time after coming to the demon clan. On this day, Xiaohong came back from picking herbs, followed by a gorgeous fox woman. That fox woman seems to be very familiar with Xiaohong, talking and laughing, as if she is talking about something pleasant. Sister Shi, thank you for helping me pick herbs these days. If it weren't for you, I didn't know that Demangza had so many treasure lands for growing miraculous herbs. If Ning Xiaochuan saw that I picked so many herbs for him, he would be dumbfounded. Xiaohong laughed. She said with a smile, Xiaohong, you are the dragon girl of the dragon clan. You are actually willing to pick medicine for the king of annihilation. Don't you practice at ordinary times? Xiaohong was slightly stunned and said, why do you want to practice? She said. Xiaohong said, cultivation is so boring. As a dragon girl of the dragon clan, take more pills and more natural and local treasures. Cultivation can naturally be improved without so much effort. While talking, they had walked outside the cave of the King of Destruction. Jiu saw Xiaohong coming back and immediately stepped forward to meet her. After seeing the demon woman standing beside Xiaohong, Jiu's eyes lit up. He was shocked that there were such beautiful female goblins in the world. His 3 spirits and 7 spirits were almost taken away by Shi. He was distracted for a long time before he recovered. When he saw the 6 foxtails behind Shi, he immediately understood her identity. Dong knelt on the ground and bowed to the ground, see Princess Shi. In the Fox clan, how many women can cultivate 6 tails and be so beautiful? Of course, it is one of the 3 gods of the famous demon clan, Princess Dashi of the 9-tailed fox clan. Dashi stared at Jiu with a smile and said, get up. Jiu stood up inexplicably and said, I don't know that Princess Dashi came to the cave of the King of Extinction, but she wants to visit my king? The old servant is now telling the king. No. Princess Ben and Xiaohong are friends. They just send her back. Don't disturb the king of annihilation. Dashi rode. Dashi was about to leave, when suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's voice came from the Miranwing cave, since Princess Dashi, the first beauty of the demon family, arrived at the Miranwing cave, how can my king not come out to meet? As soon as the words fell, Ning Xiaochuan was already standing at the door of the cave, staring at the gorgeous figure not far away. Dashi's mouth showed a slight smile, like a fish hooked. She turned around, stared at the handsome Terran man, and said softly, I've heard the name of the king of extermination for a long time. Today, I finally saw a real person. Ning Xiaochuan invited Dashi into the cave of the king of extermination. They sat in 2 directions on the stone table, on which were 9 damn pots. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the enchanting fox princess sitting opposite and said, does Princess Dashi dare to taste the human dan just refined by Wang? Dashi's figure was proud, her skin was white, and she had a beautiful jade face. 6 fluffy fox tails were exposed under her long skirt, floating behind her. She smiled and said, it's Dashi's honor to taste the elixir refined by the king of extermination. Ning Xiaochuan explained to her, saying, this pot of human-level pills, called 6-turn Huanyang pills, has reached the level of soul-level human-level pills. No matter how many injuries you suffer, you can heal immediately only by taking a pill. Later, Ning Xiaochuan mentioned another dan pot and said, this is also a pot of soul-level human dan, called ice soul refining dan, which is made from 5,000-year-old ice perlin fruit, 6,000-year-old 10,000 soul cordyceps, together with 27 kinds of psychic miraculous drugs. Take one, and you can improve your skill for 200 years. However, if you take the second one, the power will be halved. The third one will be halved again. Moreover, it is only suitable for humans with magical constitution or demon families with negative constitution. Later, Ning Xiaochuan introduced another 7 pots of pills to Dashi one by one. Some pills can improve blood gas, some pills can increase cultivation, some pills can refine Jinyuan, and some pills can increase longevity. These pills are all human-level pills made by Ning Xiaochuan recently by using the traditional Chinese medicine from the treasury of the Tianshu Empire and the medicine sent by the dragon family. Every human-level pill is invaluable. Among the demon families who are not proficient in alchemy, throwing a pill out casually will also be robbed by the strong of the demon family. Dashi poured out an ice soul-refining pill from the damn pot, pinched it between 2 slender jade fingers and placed it beside the snow-white neat shell teeth. Instead of taking it immediately, it seemed to be sniffing the fragrance of the pill. At the moment, her expression was very serious, like intoxicated in the fragrance of the pill, slowly closed a pair of soft apricot eyes, stretched out a fragrant tongue of yin hong, and gently licked it on the pill, like a dragonfly. Ning Xiaochuan raised his head slightly and stared at Dashi's stunning face. He secretly said in his heart that she was worthy of being a female goblin of the Fox clan. Even tasting the pill was so charming and attractive. If it's only about beauty, among the women Ning Xiaochuan knows, I'm afraid only Yu Ningxing and Shuelingshu can compare with Princess Dashi. As for the 3 goddess, saint and spirit women in Jiutian Pavilion, they are all slightly weaker than her. Moreover, Dashi's body is seductive and sexy, but it doesn't make people feel ordinary at all. Every action, every sound, seems to be tempting a man to commit a crime, but you can't see the slightest affectation when you carefully observe her. The beauty of Yu Ningxing is pure and holy, just like the white lotus in the lake, which comes out of silt without being stained. Born in brothels, there is no vulgarity of a dusty woman. The beauty of Shuelingshu is a kind of ethereal beauty. It seems that she doesn't belong to this world at all, and will fly away and leave the world at any time. However, the beauty of Princess Desai is the other extreme. She is on Earth. If we enter human civilization, we can even cause chaos in the world. Dashi finally put the ice soul refining pill into Tenku, gently moved her cheeks and tasted it carefully. After a while, she refined the ice soul refining pill, opened a pair of eyes as beautiful as the bright moon, and said, "Good pill. Indeed, I have improved my cultivation for 200 years, and I feel that I am about to cultivate the 7th foxtail. I didn't expect that the King of Annihilation is not only a talented martial artist, but also an expert in refining pills. I'm afraid that even the Emperor of Heaven, who has become a god for 800 years, his talent is not as good as you." Dashi added, "It's a pity that the demon clan doesn't pay attention to medicine and alchemy. Otherwise, I would have learned alchemy in those days. Hey, King of Annihilation, how about I worship you as a teacher?" Ning Xiaochuan also took an ice soul refining pill, and while refining, he said, "Alchemy is not a matter of touch. If you don't like alchemy and want to learn alchemy, it's just a delay in practice." Dashi laughed and said, "I sincerely want to learn alchemy. Why don't I like it?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "My king invited Her Royal Highness Princess to enjoy the elixir and do her best as a host, which is a respect for Her Royal Highness Princess and the Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon. Now, I have several questions that I want to ask Her Royal Highness Princess. I don't know if it's convenient for Her Royal Highness Princess to answer. But ask." Dashi still has a beautiful smile on her face. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes took several sharp points and said, "Why do you deliberately approach Xiaohong?" Dashi's face did not change, and she said with a smile, "People and Xiaohong just met by chance, how can they be deliberately close? Miranwang, you don't always treat a fox woman with those stories in the human legend. In fact, our fox women are very simple, and don't think so carefully. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong seemed to question Princess Dashi, and said unhappily, Ning Xiaochuan, don't spend the belly of beauty with a mean heart. Sister Shi and I really just met by chance, and it was like old times at first sight. Xiao Linger and Sister Shi and I have married and become good sisters. With this, Xiaohong poured a handful of human dan out of the dan pot again, just like eating sugar beans, and stuffed it into her mouth. Little Linger also nodded gently and said, Sister Shi also helped Xiaohong collect medicine and taught me some fox magic powers. Godfather, Sister Shi really meant no harm. When Princess Dashi heard Little Linger's address to Ning Xiaochuan, she felt a deep resentment. Little Linger, it's actually his goddaughter. After I bow down to Little Linger and Little Red, won't I also call him godfather? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Princess Dashi, and he wondered what the purpose of Princess Dashi was. He was sure that Princess Dashi was the one who created a fantasy to seduce him in the cave of the King of Destruction a few days ago. If it were said that she was to get the dragon cub, with her scheming and means, Xiaohong had already been caught by her. Since it's not for the dragon cub, what's her purpose? Fox demon women are scheming. I don't know how many Terran men died in their hands. Ning Xiaochuan had to be more careful. Moreover, he is now alone in the demon holy country, and there are murders everywhere. He must be careful. If he is careless, he will be doomed. Does she seem to be really angry? She put away the smile on her face and said seriously, this princess really wants to remind the King of Extermination that you have killed the Iron Snail Demon King under the throne of the Earth Centipede Demon, which has irritated the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor should deal with you within today. Hearing Princess Dashi's words, Little Linger immediately became nervous, holding Princess Dashi's jade arm, and said, Sister Shi, you are a fox princess, and you must know a lot of internal news of the demon clan. How does the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor deal with us? Dashi was secretly observing Ning Xiaochuan's expression changes, but she found that Ning Xiaochuan had no expression from beginning to end. Recently, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor has been investigating the origin of the King of Extermination. Finally, he found clues that you came from a human civilization called Yulan Empire. Dashi saw that Ning Xiaochuan's eyes finally changed, and her heart was slightly happy. Can you continue to calm down? She continued, moreover, that human civilization is still not destroyed, which is in northern Xinjiang. If the princess expected it to be right, the demon king of the Earth Centipede should order the King of Extermination to lead the demon beast army to exterminate the Jade Haze Empire. As long as the King of Extermination leaves the Big Mingza, the King of Earth Centipede Demon will have many opportunities to kill you. King of Extermination, do you think you are the opponent of the King of Earth Centipede Demon now? Under the power of the King of Earth Centipede Demon, do you think you can protect Xiaohong? Ning Xiaochuan's state of mind can no longer remain calm. He stared at Princess Dashi's apricot eyes and said, Is your information reliable? This is not the news of the princess, this is the news that the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor passed on to his subordinates, but it was accidentally known by our Fox clan. This is the assassin's mace that Princess Dashi has mastered. She has long known that once this assassin's mace is sacrificed, it will definitely make Ning Xiaochuan in chaos. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was not much flustered. When he decided to take refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor, he had guessed that the Tianming Demon Emperor would send him to fight against the Terrans. But he didn't expect that the Heavenly Dream Demon Emperor had not ordered, but the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor first attacked him. Moreover, let him destroy the Jade Haze Empire. King Qinghe and Liao must have been detained by the Tianming Demon Emperor to lead the Demon Kingdom. Otherwise, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor would never have bypassed them and directly attacked the Yulan Empire. Yulan Empire is Ning Xiaochuan's weakness. The fact that the Demon Emperor of the Earth Centipede was able to find the Jade Orchid Empire did put a lot of pressure on Ning Xiaochuan. I'm afraid it's not easy to solve this crisis. At that time, not only the Jade Haze Empire can't be saved, but also Ning Xiaochuan's life can't be saved. The reason why Ning Xiaochuan can stand firm in the demon clan is that he is still in the holy kingdom of the demon clan. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor taboo Tianming Demon Emperor and dare not attack him at all. But once you leave Demengza, it's too easy for God to kill Ning Xiaochuan unconsciously with the cultivation of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. There are only two ways to resolve the crisis of Yulan Empire. First, kill the Land Wuyao Emperor. Second, meet the Tianming Demon Emperor and let the Tianming Demon Emperor divide Yulan Empire to me as my territory. The probability of success of these two methods is extremely small. It would be great if I could improve 2 more realms and reach the 4th realms of real people. With the help of the second God's blood cloves, I could completely compete with the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation speed and the purple stars in Xiaolinger's body, he is completely sure to cultivate to the 4th realm of human beings within half a year. It only takes half a year. The Land Centipede Demon Emperor didn't give him a chance to grow at all. Princess Dashi said, as the sister of Xiaohong and Xiaolinger, I naturally won't watch them fall into the hands of the Land Wuyao Emperor. As long as we Fox clan give full help, we may not be able to keep the Jade Haze Empire and stop the plot of the Land Wuyao Emperor. Xiaohong cheered, jumped into the arms of Princess Dashi, and said, I knew Sister Shi had the best way. Ning Xiaochuan, you still doubt Sister Shi? Ning Xiaochuan also had some doubts. Did he really see that the Fox Princess was really just an innocent girl with no other thoughts? Otherwise, why would she not hesitate to offend the Wuyao Emperor and help them? You know, although the Fox clan is not afraid of the Wuyao Emperor, there is no need to offend the existence of a demon emperor for a human. It's not worth it. Ning Xiaochuan really couldn't figure out the mind of the Fox Fairy Princess. He said, Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, how do you plan to make the Land Wuyao Emperor give up destroying the Jade Haze Empire? At this time, Jiu hurriedly walked in from the outside and said, Tell the king that the king of the Earth Centipede Demon sent messengers to invite the king to go to the Earth Centipede Temple to discuss important matters. Come so fast. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Princess Dashi, and saw the enchanting fox fairy sister smiling at him. That smile can turn all sentient beings upside down and flatter God and Buddha. Obviously, she had expected that the king of the Earth Centipede Demon would attack Ning Xiaochuan today. That's why she chose to follow Xiaohong to Mirenwang's cave today. After receiving the advance notice from Princess Dashi, Ning Xiaochuan had been mentally prepared and was very calm. He followed the messenger of the Demon Emperor and went to the Demon Palace of the Demon Emperor. A part of the ground Centipede Demon Emperor, sitting above the Demon Hall, exuded a powerful demon spirit, which was many times stronger than the momentum of the human emperor. Ning Xiaochuan walked into the Demon Hall and felt a strong force pressing on his shoulders. Every step in front of the Demon Hall will increase the weight of a mountain. In addition to Demon King level creatures, they can enter the Demon Hall. Other demon friars, including dozens of beast kings, all knelt outside the Demon Hall. Thousands of demon friars knelt, and the scene was very spectacular. All of them were pressed by the momentum of the ground Centipede Demon Emperor, so that they knelt on the ground and couldn't stand up. After Ning Xiaochuan walked into the Demon Hall, he saw a long row of demon kings sitting on the left and right sides of the Demon Hall, all of them at the human level. The more powerful the Demon King is, the more front his seat will be. Ning Xiaochuan saw an empty seat on the left side of the Demon Hall door, so he walked straight over. Miren King, you are the great hero of the demon family. How can you sit at the end of the table? Come to the first right of the Emperor and take this position. Ground Centipede Demon Emperor way. All the demon kings showed a sneer and waited for a good play. In the Demon Hall, the most noble position, in addition to the dragon head of the ground Centipede Demon Emperor, is the left-hand position and the right-hand position below. I don't know how many demon kings want to sit in those two positions, but if they want to sit in those two positions, they must have corresponding strength. What kind of strength, what kind of position? Without that ability, he will only be oppressed by the momentum of the ground centipede demon emperor to kneel on the ground and cannot sit in a position at all. Now, sitting in the first place on the left is an old man with blue skin all over his body. His body is thin and long, his bones are obvious, and there are blue spots flowing in his body. This is the old man, named Avatar Ancestor, the cultivation of the ninth realm of human beings, and the old demon king who has cultivated for tens of thousands of years. The ancestor of Fang is the most powerful demon king under the throne of the earth centipede demon, so he is qualified to sit in the first place on the left. With its cultivation, it can naturally bear the powerful momentum of the local Wu Yao emperor. The earth centipede demon emperor is trying to give me a blow. Ning Xiaochuan didn't panic and said, "My king's cultivation is far from that of the predecessors of the demon king present. Why can I take the first place on the right? I'd better be the last." When the emperor said you could sit, no one dared to say no. The ground centipede demon emperor murmured. "Well, in that case, I'd better obey my orders than respect." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan strode towards the right-hand position in front of the demon hall. The demon king sitting on both sides widened their eyes to see how far Ning Xiaochuan could go. In fact, Ning Xiaochuan also stared at the huge pressure, and every step forward, the pressure will double. When Ning Xiaochuan came to the center of the demon hall, he was like carrying a 5-finger mountain on his back, and his bones made a snap sound, and his steps became slower. How awesome! Other demon kings, without the fourth level of cultivation in the real world, can't go to the center of the demon hall. The king of extermination, the second level of the real world, can actually do it. A demon king with a lower rank whispered. The king of extermination must have the real ability to defeat Dragon Tai. It's not difficult to get to the center of the demon hall. But it's difficult to move forward. After all, in the demon hall, not only the momentum of the demon emperor, but also the momentum of the demon kings present are all obstacles to his progress. If you want to take the first place on the right, you must at least have the 7th strength of the real world. Obviously, the king of extermination doesn't have such strength yet. Wait and see. He will be kneeling under pressure in a few more steps. Not only did the momentum of the demon king of the ground centipede exert on Ning Xiaochuan, but the momentum of other demon kings also pointed to Ning Xiaochuan and prevented him from reaching the first place on the right. If you let him really be the first one on the right, isn't it a recognition of his position in the demon clan? Dada. In full view of the public, although Ning Xiaochuan is getting harder and harder, he is getting closer and closer to the first place on the right. Can he still sit in the first place on the right? Wow. Wow. All the demons released their momentum to the extreme and tried their best to suppress Ning Xiaochuan. Even the ground centipede demon emperor sitting above also slightly strengthened to stop Ning Xiaochuan's pace. This imposing force is not only suppressing Ning Xiaochuan's body, but also his soul. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan has been distracted, and his soul and mind are extremely strong. He is not afraid of the suppression of his soul by the Land Wu Yao Emperor, the supreme body of gods and demons. Ning Xiaochuan aroused the supreme power in his blood, and a powerful aura like a monk in the eternal realm erupted briefly from Ning Xiaochuan's body. Several demon kings, with slightly weak cultivation, were pressured by the power of the supreme body, and the seat under them creaked and almost fell to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ning Xiaochuan grabbed a few steps, and had already sat in the first place on the right before the demon kings and the demon emperor of the earth centipede reacted. Sitting in the first place on the right, Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the demon kings in the demon hall, smiled and said, "Since you demon kings are so polite, I dare to sit down in this position." Thank you, thank you." Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, all the demon kings were furious. Originally, he wanted to give Ning Xiaochuan a bully, and let him kneel in the demon hall automatically under the pressure of the ground Wuyao Emperor and all demon kings. However, Ning Xiaochuan actually broke through, and really took the first place on the right, on an equal footing with the ancestor of Avatar, which made many old demon kings who wanted to take the first place on the right mad. Sitting in the first place on the left, the ancestor of Avatar, as if he had just woken up, opened a pair of old eyes, glanced at Ning Xiaochuan faintly, and then continued to close his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep again. After this confrontation, Ning Xiaochuan really saw the horror of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor exudes momentum, which is by no means the ninth most important creature in the human realm. It is the ninth most important cultivation in the human realm, but it has the strength to compete with the supreme of the eternal realm. I used to belittle the land centipede demon emperor. With its powerful strength, even if I really reached the fourth weight of the human realm, plus the last time God's blood clothes, I was by no means its opponent. The existence of demon emperor level, everyone cannot be underestimated, the strength is extraordinary. In the future, we must be more careful. The breath on the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor is not much different from the old immortal who used the Dingshan ruler to fix Ning Xiaochuan in the nine-heaven holy city. That real person with the surname of Lao is also the ninth realm of the real person realm. However, he has the strength to compete with the supreme, and is definitely one of the top beings on the Tianshu continent. The ground centipede demon emperor's face was very ugly and said, "Kill the king, you have been taking refuge in the demon clan for some time. In order to show your loyalty to the demon clan and the Tianming demon emperor, the emperor will definitely assign you a task." Coming. Ning Xiaochuan's secret way. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor said, "There is a 5-level human civilization in the north of the Zhantian Mountains. Now you lead a demon beast army to capture all the humans of that 5-level civilization and bring them back to Daongs as a sacrifice to the great demon god." Ning Xiaochuan said slowly, "After all, cutting the Sky Barren Ridge is the territory of the Vatican Demon Emperor. We will lead the demon army to the territory of the Vatican Demon Emperor to rob sacrifices, which will certainly anger the Vatican Demon Emperor. The king feels that this is very inappropriate." The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor seemed to have expected Ning Xiaochuan to say so, saying, "Kill the king of man, you need to understand that the main purpose of sending you to that Wuping human civilization this time is to hunt down the remaining sins of the Shurji demon hiding in that Wuping human civilization. As for killing that Wuping human civilization, it is just a matter of convenience. Chasing the remaining sins under the back seat of Shurji demon is what Tianming demon emperor entrusted to the emperor. Even the Brahma demon emperor has no right to intervene. So, you follow the emperor's instructions and don't worry. As long as you destroy that 5-grade human civilization and kill all the remaining sins under the back seat of Shurji demon, the emperor will never treat you badly." "But," Ning Xiaochuan said. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor's eyes sank and said, "The king of extermination is so hesitant that he dare not kill humans. Is it false to take refuge in the demon clan, and is it true to have evil thoughts?" Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Earth Wuyao Emperor. The Demon Emperor of the Earth Centipede also stared at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes closely, one by one, with eyes sharp to the extreme, like the tip of a needle to the awn of wheat. A Demon King-level strong man came in from outside the Ground Centipede Demon Hall and said respectfully, "Tell the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor, kiss the demon and wait outside." Why did the Kiss demon come to see the emperor? The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor had some doubts in his heart. Kiss demon servant, one of the 6 maidens around Tianming Demon Emperor. Although she is only the maid of the Tianming Demon Emperor, the origin of each is not simple, but she has the blood of the ancient pure blood beast. Moreover, in the tune of Tianming Demon Emperor. Under the instruction, the cultivation of the 6 demon attendants is extremely strong, and no one is much weaker than the ground centipede demon emperor. The demon emperor didn't dare to neglect, so he immediately withdrew his eyes staring at Ning Xiaochuan, looked at the gate of the demon hall, and said, "Please come in." Under the gaze of the demon kings, a female demon dressed in gold and white robes came in from the gate of the demon hall. Her long black hair was tied high on her head, with crescent-shaped earrings, blood-red earrings, and a white jade belt tied around her waist, outlining her slender waist. Under her feet, she stepped on a demon cloud, flew into the demon hall, stood in the mid-air of the demon hall, looked down on the demon kings and the earth centipede demon emperor with a sense of arrogance, and said, "The Tianming demon emperor has ordered to give the 5-level human civilization Yulan Empire to the Fox people, as a place for the Fox people to thrive, to ensure the inheritance of the Fox people. No demon beast is allowed to invade the Yulan Empire." The earth centipede demon emperor's face changed slightly and said, "The Jade Haze Empire is just a 5-level human civilization. How can it disturb the Tianming demon emperor in a small place?" The Kiss demon attendant said, "The queen of the 9-tailed demon went to see the Tianming demon emperor in person, hoping that the Tianming demon emperor could leave a human civilization for the Fox clan to reproduce. The Tianming demon emperor has promised." "How does the queen of 9-tailed demon know the Jade Haze Empire?" The earth centipede demon emperor stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and his heart was extremely angry. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, "What does the demon emperor look at me for? The decision made by the existence of your demon emperor and demon queen level, does this king still have the qualification to intervene?" The earth centipede demon emperor will never believe that this matter has nothing to do with Ning Xiaochuan. The queen of the 9-tailed demon cannot protect a 5-grade human civilization for no reason. Besides, it's not worth it for her to offend a demon emperor. Is that coquettish fox spirit interested in Ning Xiaochuan's physique and wants to use Ning Xiaochuan to lead blood for their fox clan? The earth centipede demon emperor thought so. Since the Tianming demon emperor has given orders, the Diwu demon emperor naturally cannot continue to force Ning Xiaochuan to encircle and suppress the Yulan Empire, so he can only give up and find another way. In its view, Ning Xiaochuan is just a small role. Even if he gets the protection of the queen of the 9-tailed demon, he can't turn over any big waves. Killing him is like crushing a bedbug. Ning Xiaochuan walked out of the demon hall, stood on the high steps, looked at the blue sky, and breathed out a long breath as if it were sunny after the rain. After all, Princess Dashi asked the queen of the 9-tailed demon to help us. This time, she owed her a big favor. Ning Xiaochuan never likes to owe others. Revenge must be paid if there is hatred, and revenge must be paid if there is kindness. This time, if it weren't for the queen of the 9-tailed demon to appear in person, the Tianming demon emperor would never have let go of any human civilization, and the Jade Haze emperor would be no exception. The only person who can invite the queen of the 9-tailed demon is Princess Dashi. No matter what unknown purpose Princess Dashi has, at least this time, she did Ning Xiaochuan a big favor. Princess Dashi said that the demon emperor wanted to get Little Red's dragon yuan and dragon blood to help it impact the eternal realm. This time, the demon emperor didn't succeed, and there must be another time. If this continues, it's too passive, and we must find a way to fight back. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became sharp. It would be great if we could cultivate receiving the divine way. When necessary, we can use the power of the gods. Even if we can't kill the Wu Yao emperor, at least we don't have to worry about it attacking us at any time. However, receiving the divine way is the top 100 way among the 3,000 ways of extinction. It's not easy to practice successfully. Even with the help of the purple stars in Little Linger's body, it will not be possible to succeed in 3 or 5 days. Ning Xiaochuan returned to the cave of the king of extermination. He originally wanted to thank Princess Dashi, but he learned that Princess Dashi had left. She actually left? Ning Xiaochuan showed some surprise. He always felt that Princess Dashi had a different purpose when she approached Xiaohong and Xiaolinger. Now, Ning Xiaochuan owes her a favor. It is when she occupies the top. Even if she puts forward any request, Ning Xiaochuan is hard to refuse. But she gave up the great opportunity and left unexpectedly? Is this hard to get? Ning Xiaochuan gently touched her chin and felt that Princess Dashi was really difficult to deal with, making people completely unable to figure out what was in her heart. She is so cunning that although she has 6 tails, people can't catch her tail at all. If she is really an enemy, she is definitely more dangerous than Long Tai. A fox woman with 4 fox tails followed Princess Dashi closely and said, "Princess, I really don't understand why the princess should leave in a hurry since she helped the King of Extermination so much and even invited the Queen of Demon. When the King of Extermination comes back, he will be very grateful to the princess, just." Princess Dashi narrowed her apricot eyes, interrupted the words of the 4-tailed fox woman, gently shook her jade fingers, and said with a smile, "When a man says words of gratitude to you, in fact, the distance between you and him has been widened. However, when a man puts his words of gratitude in his heart and cannot say anything, the distance between you and him is really close. Hee hee. I don't want to kill people. It's so simple for the king to thank me." The 4-tailed fox girl said, "What should we do now?" Princess Dashi stopped, thought for a moment, and said, "According to the news I got from Xiaohong and Xiaolinger, the King of Extermination, although he looks ruthless on the surface, is actually a person with rich feelings, not so cold-blooded. Since the King of Extermination comes from the Kingdom of Yulan, there must be his relatives in the Kingdom of Yulan." The princess decided to go to the Kingdom of Yulan. The 4-tailed fox woman said, "In fact, with the noble identity and peerless beauty of the Royal Highness Princess, as long as you directly tell the King of Extinction that you want to marry him, he will certainly readily agree. There is no man in the world who will refuse the Royal Highness Princess. Why does the Royal Highness Princess spend so much effort to please the King of Extinction?" Princess Dashi was also very confident in herself, and said, "If you directly tell the King of Extermination that the princess wants to marry him, the King of Extermination will not refuse. However, such a hero as the King of Extermination is difficult to produce for thousands of years, and the future achievements will certainly be unimaginable. If you can make him fall in love with the princess completely, the Fox clan will be protected by a super strong person in the future. Isn't that better? Besides, the princess also hopes to have an unforgettable love like her mother. Even if she is destined to forget all her emotions in the future, how wonderful it is." With these words, Princess Dashi left Demengza alone and went to Yulan Empire. For 10 days in a row, Ning Xiaochuan never left home and has been practicing by the Blood River, striving to break through the 3rd realm of human beings as soon as possible. In the Blood River, there was a magic sword suspended, constantly devouring blood gas. The light of the sword is getting brighter and brighter. Zheng. Suddenly, a loud sound of the sword sounded. A sword column rose from the Blood River, and exploded with earth-shaking momentum. After absorbing a lot of blood gas, the magic sword was promoted from a low-grade intermediate supreme weapon to a high-grade intermediate supreme weapon, and the grade was increased by about 3 times. Although in less than a month's time, it reached the level of high-grade supreme wear. However, it is not so simple to upgrade to the level of top grade and supreme wear. You must experience the hardening of thunder robbery before you can have qualitative change and be promoted to the top grade and supreme weapon. The 9th heaven of the real person, and every 3rd heaven is a dividing line. With my constitution, if I cultivate to the 4th realm of the real person, I will definitely lead to thunder again. Thunder robbery, although dangerous, is also an opportunity. As long as it is used reasonably, it can not only make my body stronger and stronger, but also can harden the magic sword and the concrete magic sword and improve their grades. I hope that when the next thunder robbery comes, I can raise the magic sword to the level of top-grade supreme weapon and raise all the avatar magic swords to the level of middle-grade supreme weapon. Now, we must let the magic sword absorb more blood. Only in this way, when I reach the fourth realm of the real person and lead to thunder robbery, can I have the opportunity to be promoted to the top-grade supreme weapon. Wow! The magic sword sank into the river of blood again. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan felt a powerful mental force, which came out of the void space, glanced around him, and then disappeared. There it is again. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a cold light. After returning from the ground centipede demon hall, Ning Xiaochuan can often detect a strong spirit watching him. The other party's cultivation is very high, and he is at least the 7th level old demon king of real people. It is obvious that the strong man sent by the ground centipede demon emperor is deliberately monitoring Ning Xiaochuan. That old demon king thought his mind was strong, and Ning Xiaochuan didn't find it at all. But I didn't know that when it first examined Ning Xiaochuan with its heart, it had been detected by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan ignored the old demon king, who was hiding in the dark. At least in Daong's, the other party didn't dare to fight at all. Now, the most important thing is to strive to improve your cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan took out an inferior supreme weapon level sword, pointed at his chest and inserted it directly. Enter. The body began to refine. After reaching the realm of real people, he can refine more concrete magic swords into his body to enhance his physique and enhance the power of concrete magic. With my current cultivation, I don't know how many inferior and supreme weapons can be refined into my body. As long as I can improve my strength, I'll fight. The more swords in the body, the stronger the body. The more the number of concrete magic swords, the stronger the power of the sword array. On the last 3 days of this month, Lao Jiao asked for a monthly ticket again. From the realm of heaven and man to the realm of human beings, Ning Xiaochuan's body has more than doubled, and the number of concrete magic swords that can be accommodated is naturally more. Each war sword is an inferior supreme weapon, containing a large number of soldier's soul and essence. Absorb the soldier's soul and essence into the body, and then quickly integrate into bones, flesh and blood, viscera, and completely integrate with the body. The soul of the supreme weapon, strengthening the Yuan God. The essence of the supreme instrument condenses the flesh and blood and strengthens the flesh. Ning Xiaochuan's body originally had 19 concrete magic swords. It only took him 1 day to refine the 20th concrete magic sword. Spend a day refining the 21st concrete magic sword. Spend a day refining the 22nd concrete magic sword. It took 2 days to refine the 34th concrete magic sword. It took 3 days to refine the 39th concrete magic sword. It took 4 days to refine the 44th concrete magic sword. When Ning Xiaochuan refined the 49th concrete magic sword, it took 7 days. 38 inferior and supreme weapon level war swords refined with the teeth of the Fire Dragon King were all refined into the body. The number of Ning Xiaochuan's concrete magic swords has reached 49. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his body was still not saturated, and he could refine more swords into his body. However, there was no inferior supreme weapon level sword on him, and even if he continued to refine, it would only take more time. This time it took 30 inferior and supreme weapons to enter the body. I don't know how long it took. Ning Xiaochuan calculated and found that this practice took 2 months. In 2 months, the magic sword absorbed a lot of blood gas in the blood river. Some of the blood gas and demon god power entered Ning Xiaochuan's body, which was like taking blood pills at any time, and the physical strength increased rapidly. 2 months outside, in the purple star, is 180 to 200 years. The 4 minds have been comprehending for nearly 200 years. They should have realized martial arts to another level. It should not be difficult to break through the 3rd level of the real world, and even have the opportunity to impact the 4th level of the real world. Ning Xiaochuan took back the 4 great minds from Shaolinger's body. In an instant, 4 powerful thoughts of martial arts rushed into Ning Xiaochuan's body like 4 torrents. Among them, 3 thoughts of martial arts are the understanding of the Earth Sutra, the Destruction Sutra and the Zixia Sutra, and the remaining one is the understanding of receiving the divine way. Boom! Under the impact of powerful martial arts ideas, in just a moment, Ning Xiaochuan broke through the 3rd level of the real world. These martial arts ideas are like those that belong to Ning Xiaochuan. They don't need to be understood at all. They are directly transformed into one rule and integrated into 2 Yuan gods. At the beginning of the 3rd level of reality. The 3rd middle stage of human realm. The 3rd stage of reality. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan's realm hit the late stage of the 3rd heaviness of the real world, and did not break through the 4th heaviness of the real world. There are 9 levels of reality, and every 3 levels is a small step. It is not easy to impact from the 3rd level to the 4th level. At the current cultivation speed, there will be an opportunity to hit the 4th realm of the real person in 3 months at most. Of course, if you want to hit the 4th realm of the real person, you need not only an understanding of martial arts, but also an opportunity to break through. The opportunity may come early or late. The key depends on whether a person's luck is strong and his understanding is high enough. Maybe, all of a sudden, a flash of inspiration will directly break through the 4th realm of the real person. With my current cultivation, facing the Dragon Tai of that day, I can defeat him within 3 moves. However, with the talent of Dragon Tai, plus the resources of the Dragon Clan and the divine power in the Blood River, it is estimated that he has also broken through the 3rd level of the human realm. I am making progress, and others are also making progress. With the help of the purple stars in Xiaolinger's body, Ning Xiaochuan believes that his cultivation speed must be faster than other geniuses. The only regret for Ning Xiaochuan is that he still hasn't cultivated Xiaocheng after receiving the divine way. Obviously, he is very close to Xiaocheng, but he can't cross that barrier. He has realized for nearly 200 years and has made no progress. Sui Hanyu didn't tell Ning Xiaochuan how to practice and connect to the divine way. Everything can only be understood and explored by himself. It seems that only by enlightenment, you can't practice the divine way at all. You must find other ways. To receive God is to communicate with the gods. The gods are supreme. Even if the supreme is in their eyes, it is just like the mole ants. Even if I use the way of receiving gods and find the spirit of the gods, how can the gods communicate with the mole ants? And I won't lend the divine power to the mole ants. There are only 2 ways to make gods communicate with mole ants. First, believe in gods. Second, desecrate gods. What I practice is the way of destroying the world. As the successor of the way of destroying the world, I will definitely not believe in gods. Then there is only the second way, blaspheme the gods. Thinking of this, Ning Xiaochuan seemed to finally master the key to practicing receiving the divine way. Ning Xiaochuan came to a stone wall and called out the magic sword. The sword light flashed and made a schwa-schwa sound. A moment later, a 2-meter-high human-shaped stone carving appeared on the stone wall. It was a beautiful woman, slim and lifelike, as if she could come out of the stone wall. There was a cold murderous air between her eyebrows and eyes. Although it was only a stone carving, it still gave people a frightening momentum. If a creature with insufficient cultivation sees this stone carving, he will be shocked by the power contained in the stone carving and kneel on the ground, bowing in awe to the stone carving. This is the first statue carved by Ning Xiaochuan for his master Winter Rain. Master, I'm sorry. I can only take you to do the experiment first to confirm whether the idea in my heart is correct. Ning Xiaochuan came to the stone statue, slowly stretched out a palm, pinched the hand of the statue of Sui Hanyu, pick up the god. Ning Xiaochuan used his practice of receiving the divine way to inject a powerful force into the idol. After finding a wisp of magic power of Sui Hanyu, he followed that wisp of magic power to communicate with the spirit of Sui Hanyu. Failed. How can I fail? Is my guess wrong? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, stared at the peerless face of the idol, and a bolder idea came into his heart. After a series of psychological struggles, Ning Xiaochuan finally stretched out his palm again, just like touching his lover, and stroked his palm on the face of the stone statue. Catch God. Ning Xiaochuan once again injected his mind into the idol along the palm of his hand to communicate with the spirit of winter rain. Not long after, that statue of God finally changed. Wow! The surface of the idol emits a dazzling divine light. A powerful force erupted from the cold stone statues. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was happy. Knowing that he had succeeded, he immediately withdrew his palm, retreated 3 steps away, bowed his hand and said, "Disciple, see the master." The stone statue of God is still motionless. Only a layer of human light and shadow appeared on the surface of the idol. It is indeed the soul of the cold rain. Sui Hanyu stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly, and said angrily, "This is your way to receive God?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "The master asked me to practice and receive the divine way, but didn't he let me blaspheme the gods? Anyway, at least I can now take the initiative to communicate with the master spirit." Sui Hanyu said, "Then do you know how I desecrated the gods when I practiced receiving the divine way? How did I receive the spirit of your Shizu?" Ning Xiaochuan showed a curious look and said, "Disciple, I don't know." Sui Hanyu said, "I cast 990,000 statues for your Shizu, and then chopped all the 990,000 statues of your ancestor, some of them with their heads cut off, some with their backs cut off, and some split into 2. Ning Xiaochuan's heart coagulated slightly and said, "When the master chopped the statue of Shizu, won't there be resistance in his heart? Can't he bear it?" Sui Hanyu's voice sank and said, "When you touch the face of your master's statue, won't your heart resist? Can't you bear it?" She added, "If you were a male god, would you desecrate it in this way?" Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment, and his eyes firmly said, "The way I can think of to desecrate is the fastest way to attract the spirit of the god. Since the god I want to desecrate is the master, the fastest way is this method. Let me choose again, it's also this method." "Why?" "The cold rain path." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Because the master is the 3rd generation of the way of destroying the world, and he only has the idea of killing and destruction in his heart. If I desecrate the master by chopping the statue of the master, even if I chop 990,000 times, I may not be able to lead the spirit of the master, because the master is used to killing and is not afraid of killing. However, since the master cultivates the way of destroying the world, he must never be touched by a man. In other words, any man who dares to touch the master has died under the master's sword of destroying the world before he succeeds. In this case, if I touch the master, I will certainly be able to provoke the master in the quickest way, so that the master's spirit can appear in the stone statue. Therefore, blasphemy depends on what method can be used to irritate the gods most quickly." The anger carried by the spirit of the cold rain gradually subsided, and said, "This is the way you understand? Blaspheming the spirit will only offend the spirit, and under the anger of the spirit, it will instantly make you ashes. Not every spirit can give you so many opportunities to speak like me." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the statue in front of him and said confidently, "I believe that the way I practice now is not a complete way." Sui Hanyu's divine eyes showed some appreciation and said, "That's right. What you are cultivating now is only the first half of the divine way: blasphemy, communication and introduction. These 3 steps are actually the most basic thing. What really tests you is the second half of the book of receiving the Shinto. The second half of the book is also called robbing the Shinto, hijacking the gods." Although Ning Xiaochuan already knew that his spiritual practice was not complete, he was still startled by Sui Hanyu's words, hijacking gods? With the power of mortals, how can we hijack gods? Sui Hanyu said, to be exact, it is to hijack the spirit of the gods. Only by holding the spirit of the gods in your hands can you be qualified to communicate with the gods. Kidnap the spirit of the gods and threaten the gods? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Sui Hanyu said, that's right. This is the style of the heirs of the world-destroying Taoism. Ning Xiaochuan said, the will of the gods is so firm that even if I can hijack a wisp of the spirit of the gods and want to threaten the gods and let the gods lend me divine power, it is impossible. Sui Hanyu said, you are wrong. The will of the gods can mobilize hundreds of millions of gods and spirits wandering between heaven and earth, but each spirit also has an independent will and is not completely controlled by the gods. For example, the purple gold emperor is dead, but his spirit is still floating between heaven and earth. As long as you can hijack a ray of his spirit, you can negotiate with his spirit and borrow the power of that spirit. If that divine spirit is equivalent to 1/10 of the divine spirit strength of the Zijin Emperor, you can borrow 1/10 of the power of the Zijin Emperor. If that divine spirit is equivalent to 1/100th of the divine spirit strength of the purple gold emperor, you can borrow 1/100th of the power of the purple gold emperor. Of course, if that divine spirit is very strong, equivalent to 1/10 of the divine spirit intensity of the purple and gold emperor, with your current cultivation, it is impossible to hijack it. Once forcibly hijacked, it will be killed by the divine spirit. Ning Xiaochuan said, I see. How much divine power I can borrow depends on how strong I can suppress. As long as my mind and Yuan God are strong enough, the more divine power I can borrow. I have a question, is it easier to hijack the spirits of dead gods than those of living gods? Sui Hanyu said, in fact, there is no difference. In the eyes of the gods, you are no different from a mole ant, not even a mole ant. Even if you bite, as long as you can hide in time, the gods will not spend much experience to kill you. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, it's like a mosquito biting me. As long as it flies away immediately and disappears in a dark and remote corner. I won't spend a lot of energy looking for it, chasing it and killing it because I lost a little blood. After all, I have more important things to do, and I can't waste my energy on a mosquito. The gods also have more important things to do, and won't care about a creature smaller than a mosquito at all. That's the truth. It's called nibbling the gods bit by bit. Before the gods wake up, most of their spirits have been nibbled. The cold rain path. Ning Xiaochuan said, however, as my cultivation becomes higher and higher, I must borrow more and more divine powers. I may not be too angry if I am bitten by a mosquito. However, if I am bitten by a snake, I will definitely be angry and will get rid of that snake at all costs. He continued, when my cultivation becomes stronger, for the gods, I am not the snake that bit him, and he will certainly get rid of me at all costs. Sui Hanyu said, when you really grow from a mosquito to a snake, it means that you can pose a great threat to the gods. At that time I will pass on the god-killing and god-seizing of your 3,000 ways of destroying the world. When the god is killed, you can kill the god directly. If you rob the divine way, you can rob all the gods for yourself. When the gods wake up and are ready to kill you, you must first kill him and rob him of everything. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, since the essence of receiving the Shinto is to nibble at the soul of the gods, why does the master want me to communicate with your gods first? Aren't you afraid of me nibbling at your soul? Sui Hanyu said, if you really have that ability, it's okay. Ning Xiaochuan, you should remember that as the successor to the Shinto, you can also kill your closest relatives. Even the master, why can't you kill him? Sui Hanyu said again, of course, since I passed it on to you, there is naturally a way to restrain it. Trying to kill me before you grow up will only be a dead end. Besides, with your character, I'm afraid you'll never kill me. You. Bang. Ning Xiaochuan stabbed out with a sword, puncturing the head of the idol on the stone wall, turning it into pieces of gravel and falling to the ground. What are you doing? The way of cold rain and cold sound. Ning Xiaochuan took back his sword and said, I just want to tell the master, don't underestimate your disciples. As the fourth generation of the world-destroying Tao, I'm not as weak as you think. If the master thinks he has seen through my weakness, I'll tell the master with action that you're wrong. If the master wants to kill me in the future, you'd better remember what I said today. Sui Hanyu was very angry, but he had to admit that Ning Xiaochuan made a lot of sense. Since accepting Ning Xiaochuan as a disciple, she has always believed that Ning Xiaochuan's character is not suitable for practicing the way of destroying the world. Therefore, she did not think that Ning Xiaochuan could defeat the fateful enemy in the future. However, Ning Xiaochuan taught her a lesson today. It seems that I really underestimated him before. You are my only disciple. Why should I kill you? Sui Hanyu was puzzled. Ning Xiaochuan said, didn't the master just say that as the heirs of the world-destroying Tao, close relatives can also be killed? Sui Hanyu stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, then closed his eyes and said, well, I'm very satisfied with your performance today, and finally let me see a glimmer of hope. In the future, if you meet your fateful enemy, you may still have a chance to win. Ning Xiaochuan said, what fateful enemy? Now you don't need to know. When the time comes, you will naturally tell you. The most important thing you should do now is to practice the second half of the Shinto successfully. The cultivation method of robbing the Shinto in the second half of the Shinto has been introduced into your mind. Sui Hanyu said again, since you can actively communicate with my divine spirit, you will practice the divine way to Xiaocheng. In the future, if you really encounter a crisis of life and death, you can communicate with me and borrow some of my divine power. Remember, I will lend you my divine power only when you really encounter a fatal crisis. Don't blindly rely on the power of others, which will only make you lose the motivation of cultivation and make dependence the biggest enemy on your growth path. Don't worry, Master. If I can't borrow your divine power, I will never borrow it. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The spirit of the cold rain dispersed again and disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan's mind, more than a text, forming a robbery Shinto cultivation method. The law of hijacking the spirit of the gods. The first half of the scroll brings the spirit of the gods to his side. The second half volume hijacks the spirit of divine power and holds it in his hand. Ning Xiaochuan separated a human mind, flew into the center of Xiao Linger's eyebrows, entered the purple stars, and began to comprehend the second half of the book, Robbing the God. After Ning Xiaochuan discovered the secret of the purple star, Xiao Linger was also practicing with the purple star. In recent months, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed has been very fast. Little Linger's cultivation speed is faster. At first, she was able to let the Yuan god enter the purple stars to practice, but later she found a temple in the purple stars. As long as she entered the temple, she could form a god bridge to communicate with her own flesh. Her flesh cannot enter the purple stars, but the purple stars are in her body. As long as she enters the temple, even if she only takes the inexhaustible natural materials, earth treasures, and miraculous drugs on the purple stars every day, her cultivation speed can become extremely fast. It seems that she just sat by the river of blood and practiced for a day. In fact, it is equivalent to 3 years of practice for others. After all, the purple star does not belong to Ning Xiaochuan, so he can only enter the purple star for cultivation with his mind and Yuan Shen. There are many restrictions, and the cultivation speed cannot be compared with that of Xiao Linger at all. If Xiao Linger had discovered the secret of the purple star earlier, it would not have taken more than 10 years. I'm afraid her cultivation has reached the realm of sub-god. What kind of race is little Linger? And who sealed the purple stars in her body? Ning Xiaochuan thought more and more scared. Although the time power of the purple stars and the infinite resources above the stars are very adverse, it is impossible for a person to cultivate to the secondary god state in 10 years. After all, there will be bottlenecks in cultivation. Once bottlenecks occur, no matter how much time it takes, no matter how strange drugs it takes. Moreover, if you cultivate to a certain level, it will also lead to thunder robbery. Once the cultivation is too fast and the realm is unstable, it is difficult to resist the thunder. But little Linger never had a bottleneck, nor did she ever attract thunder. This is the most terrifying place. Even Xiaohong, as a dragon cub, has to experience the baptism of thunder robbery. Why doesn't little Linger have to survive the thunder? Ning Xiaochuan was puzzled, but one thing is certain. With Xiaoling's current cultivation speed, she will reach the realm of the secondary god within 10 years, which may be faster than the speed of Tianming Demon Emperor recasting the body of the triple secondary god. Godfather, are you going to leave the customs? Little Linger opened her beautiful star eyes and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, standing not far away. Wisps of spiritual light escaped from her body, flowed around her body, and then merged into her body, turning into bright light crystals. Her age seems to have grown up a little. She looks like 15 or 6 years old, and her figure is also more perfect and crisp. The chest is more rounded, the legs are more slender, and every inch of the skin is like a fairy jade, crystal clear, without any defects. Different from Xiaohong's careless sexy, Xiao Linger is always quiet, simple-minded, and her eyes are ethereal, just like a fairy standing in the picture scroll. Xiaohong is often playful and lively. She will spit fire on anyone who is unhappy. However, little Linger can always follow Ning Xiaochuan and practice in seclusion with Ning Xiaochuan. One is as dynamic as a cunning rabbit, and the other is as quiet as a virgin. Ning Xiaochuan's face wore a faint smile, just like looking at his little sister, gently touched little Linger's forehead. In the future, don't call me godfather, just call me brother. Looking at Xiaolinger's gradually mature body and beautiful face, Ning Xiaochuan felt that touching Xiaolinger's forehead seemed not suitable, so he immediately withdrew his palm. But godfather is godfather. How can he be called brother? Little Linger is very stubborn and doesn't answer Ning Xiaochuan at all. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan no longer forced her, ordered her to continue practicing, and walked out of the cave of the King of Destruction. Damn, that spiritual power has appeared again. Ning Xiaochuan felt that powerful mental force again and glanced at the past from her. The other party is hidden in the dark, and his cultivation is quite strong, at least they are the 7th level old demon king in the real world. Although its existence can be perceived, Ning Xiaochuan cannot find it. If I can't remove the threat of the land centipede demon emperor, I will walk on thin ice in the demon clan, and a fatal crisis may occur at any time. Once the ground centipede demon emperor sneaks in, he can kill me with one blow. At that time, I didn't have time to show the way to receive gods, or even to wear the last god's blood coat. Ning Xiaochuan is thinking about how to deal with the land centipede demon emperor and the old demon king hidden in the dark. A voice came into Ning Xiaochuan's ear, Miran King, Yingshan Bamboo Forest, old friend appointment. A woman's voice, quite familiar, seems to have been heard somewhere. Who is it? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed doubt, looked around, but he didn't see any figure. Yingshan Bamboo Forest. Let me see who you are. His body moved, turned into a streamer, and flew towards Yingshan. Mount Yingshan, an ancient mountain in the Big Dream, occupies an area of 3,500 miles. The mountains are covered with emerald bamboos, some of which have been growing for thousands of years. The diameter of the bamboo pole is 7 or 8 meters thick. Demons are born, and they will take the initiative to attack the creatures who pass by. Ning Xiaochuan felt an unusual smell when he walked into the bamboo forest. Looking for that breath, I came to the depths of the bamboo forest, a relatively empty place. Wow! As soon as Ning Xiaochuan stepped in, he felt like entering an invisible door into another space. It was still the bamboo forest, but in front of Ning Xiaochuan, a beautiful woman appeared. The woman stood under a green bamboo tree, with a beautiful smile, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "King of Annihilation, didn't expect it to be me?" Aura. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the sexy witch in front of her and finally understood why she invited herself here. Because she is one of the 2 disciples of Shiji Demon Queen, His Highness Ling Yun. When returning to the ruins, Ning Xiaochuan met her once. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Now, all demon creatures are chasing you. How dare you come to Daong's?" Ling Yun said with a smile, "I was ordered by the master to meet you in Daong's. There is one thing, the master wants to cooperate with you." After a pause, she added, "Don't worry, when I came to the Big Mingza, the master gave me a hidden silk garment, and no one will find me coming to the Big Mingza. Even where we are now, we are separated by the supreme array, and the demon king who follows you won't show abnormalities." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Has Shiji Demon been to Fengshan Cave?" Ling Yun nodded and said, "Chasing the moon, and I entered the Fengshan Cave with the master, and we also got a lot of opportunities. The master said that with this, it can be proved that Miran Wang is a trustworthy person, so I will personally send me to contact you and discuss cooperation." Ning Xiaochuan said, "What do you cooperate with?" "Kill the land centipede demon emperor." Ling Yun said, "The ground centipede demon emperor colluded with the thunder god demon emperor, not only to jointly deal with the master and rob the divine liquid, but also to confuse right and wrong and frame the master. This revenge, the master naturally wants to revenge." Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved and said, "How to cooperate?" Ling Yun said, "As long as you lead the ground centipede demon emperor out of the Big Mingza, the master will naturally kill it. The earth centipede demon emperor is indeed a big threat. If it is not eliminated, it will make people sleep and eat uneasy. The hatred between Shiji Demon Queen and the ground centipede demon emperor is really deep. It would be best to get rid of the ground centipede demon emperor with the help of Shiji Demon Emperor's hand. I can't completely trust Shiji Demon Queen. After all, when she returned to the market, she was cheated by me once. It's hard to guarantee that she won't settle old accounts with me after she killed the ground centipede demon emperor. Lead the demon emperor to the ambush site, and I will leave immediately." Ning Xiaochuan thought so. "Okay. After you go back and tell Shiji Demon, I can lead the earth centipede demon emperor out of the Big Dream Zay tonight." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan and Ling Yun discussed for another half an hour. After making a precise plan, Ning Xiaochuan left the bamboo forest of Yingshan Mountain and returned to the cave of the King of Extinction. Shiji Demon Queen actually got a chance in the Immortal Cave. What level of cultivation has she reached now? Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and his heart was very unbalanced. He clearly remembers that there is a great danger in Fengshan Cave. Why can others get opportunities after entering, and he narrowly escapes every time he enters? Is my luck too bad? Or others' luck too good? No, although I also narrowly escaped death, but I got the Earth Sutra from the Fengshan Cave, and also went to see the creation of heaven and earth, which is also a great opportunity. Can it be said that all creatures who enter the God's cave can get opportunities? The so-called danger is just an illusion given to us by the God's cave? Ning Xiaochuan seemed to suddenly understand something, and secretly said, "It seems that I must go to Fengshan Cave again. However, before that, we must first get rid of the land centipede demon emperor." To deal with the land centipede demon emperor, an existence comparable to the supreme level, Ning Xiaochuan is naturally very cautious. First of all, Ning Xiaochuan sent Xiaolinger to the Fox clan. Although he didn't see Princess Dashi, he saw a maid of Princess Dashi. The maid seemed to know Ning Xiaochuan's friendship with Princess Dashi, so she promised to take little Linger in temporarily. After arranging Xiaolinger, Ning Xiaochuan took Xiaohong and left Demong's overnight. "Ning Xiaochuan, where are we going?" Xiaohong asked during her breath and followed Ning Xiaochuan closely, looking very excited. Ning Xiaochuan said curiously, "You don't know where you're going, but you're so happy?" Xiaohong stood quite tall, blinked her eyes, and said with a smile, I know everything. What do you know? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaohong narrowed her eyes and said, you are not really taking refuge in the demon clan at all, but want to hide in the demon clan and inquire about the secrets of the demon clan. I guess you must know some big secrets and be ready to send them out immediately. Am I right? Dong. Ning Xiaochuan knocked on Xiaohong's head and said, guess what? I tell you, it will be very dangerous this time. After walking out of the big dream, you will immediately integrate with me and fly at the fastest speed. Xiaohong held her hands in front of her chest, stared at her eyes and said, what kind of fit? It's hard to say, just like I want to be your woman. Ning Xiaochuan had a black line on his forehead and said, didn't you say that at first? Xiaohong said, I was young at that time and didn't understand anything, so I said fit. However, after reading your double cultivation with the Saint Sister, I realized that the original fit was so evil. Ning Xiaochuan's black line on his forehead became darker and said, who let you peek? I didn't peek. I stood in the distance and looked very aboveboard. I just wanted to know how double cultivation is practiced. Xiaohong said very seriously. Ning Xiaochuan was very speechless and said, there is really something serious tonight. I don't have time to tell you the difference between fitness and double cultivation. I don't need you to tell me. I already know. Xiaohong said solemnly, fit is fit. Double cultivation is fit plus cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan, anyway, we have fit, or shall we also come to double cultivation? Dong. Ning Xiaochuan knocked on Xiaohong's head again and said, let's go. Why did you knock me again? Xiaohong rubbed her head and squeezed a pair of fists, like an angry little hen, angrily said, I'm so smart and intelligent, what if you beat me stupid? Ning Xiaochuan didn't care about her. After merging with Little Red, you can show the real speed of the divine dragon. It will be helpful to escape in the hands of the demon emperor. If it is not for this reason, Ning Xiaochuan will directly send her to the Fox clan and take refuge in the Fox clan with Xiao Linger. Of course, the main target of the ground centipede demon emperor is Xiaohong, and he will certainly catch Xiaohong at all costs. Even if Xiaohong stays in the Fox clan, it is not absolutely safe. It's safer to let Xiaohong follow him. An unreal figure appeared in the demon hall out of thin air and said, tell the demon emperor that the king of destruction and the dragon cub have secretly left Daongs. Sitting above, the ground centipede demon emperor opened his eyes, revealing two fine rays, and said, are you sure? It's absolutely true. The real body of my subordinates followed them all the time. After walking out of the big dream, I condensed my mind and told the demon emperor. The illusory figure smiled proudly and said, they deliberately restrained their breath and chose the most secret exit. However, they didn't know that their every move was under the surveillance of the king. The ground centipede demon emperor smiled, it's really great. If they have been staying in the Big Mingza, the emperor can't help them at all. Since they choose to go out of the Big Mingza, they are looking for death. Snake Fly, since the king of extermination dares to secretly leave the Big Mingza, he wants to betray the demon clan. Even if he kills him openly, he won't attract criticism. You immediately kill him, and then bring the dragon cub back to the Big Mingza. With your strength, you should have no problem? The illusory figure laughed, it's just a king of extermination and a helpless dragon cub. It's easy to take them down. Wow. The unreal figure immediately dispersed into wisps of smoke and disappeared in the demon hall. The ground centipede demon emperor sat on the top of the demon hall and laughed happily. As long as we catch the dragon cub, we can soon break through the eternal realm, and then we can be on an equal footing with other demon kings and queen demons. Out of Daongs, Ning Xiaochuan immediately integrated with Xiaohong, fanning a pair of flame dragon wings dozens of meters long, and flew into the boundless wilderness. It didn't take long to reach tens of thousands of miles away. Suddenly, a cold wind swept over, blowing trees and boulders away, rolled into the sky, and flew into the thick clouds. The wind rises and clouds surge, and the dark clouds cover the moon. Xiao Hong's voice came into Ning Xiaochuan's ear. What a powerful demon! Ning Xiaochuan, our whereabouts have been exposed, and it must be the strong man of the demon clan who has caught up. What should we do now? Ning Xiaochuan had expected that the demon clan strong man hiding in the dark would fight, so he didn't panic and said, Xiao Hong, you hide away first, and I'll use the power of the second god's blood coat to cut it. Roar! Xiao Hong and Ning Xiaochuan had not had time to dissolve the combination. A huge claw broke through the thick dark clouds and slapped down from the sky. That claw is hundreds of meters large and full of green scales. Ning Xiaochuan's body was as big as a grain of dust compared with that claw. Wow! A blue ancient wood, 10,000 feet high, grew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and blocked that huge claw for a moment. Kaka! The giant claw broke the blue ancient wood and hit Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong. One person, one dragon, fell from the sky at the same time, and hit a big hole on the ground. Because the defense of Aoki Chani blocked most of the power of Giant Claw, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong were not hurt multiple times. This is the power of the 7th level Old Demon King in the real world. With just one hit, it broke my Aoki Chani. Aoki Chani has the ability to repair itself. In the future, it will still be Ning Xiaochuan's body armor. Ning Xiaochuan got up from the pit, stared at the dark clouds in the sky, and felt a terrible evil spirit coming from the clouds. He was definitely a powerful creature, which was not comparable to other demon kings. The head of the snake-fly demon king stretched out from the dark clouds. Just his head was as huge as a mountain, and his eyes were like two blood-red moons hanging in the night sky. Mirren King, you dare to escape from the big dream without permission. Do you want to betray the demon clan? The voice of the snake-fly demon king was like thunder, spreading thousands of miles around the earth. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the ground, without any fear, and said, the Tianming demon emperor never seems to say that I can't leave Demongs? Why should I betray the demon clan? You Terrans are cunning, sneaking out of Deongs, and dare to say that you don't want to betray the demon clan? The king obeys the order of the Woodman Emperor, and will put you in the right place. Go to hell. The wings on the back of the snake-fly demon king kept flapping, sending out a monstrous wind like a raging wave. Countless sharp wind blades flew through the air, making a whistling sound. The power of the demon wind is not trivial. As long as it is cut by a wind blade, even a mountain several kilometers high will be split in two. Suddenly, an evil blood cloud appeared on the ground, covering the earth thousands of miles around. Is that? The snake-fly demon king felt the evil spirit on the ground and was slightly surprised. The king of extermination could never have such a powerful evil force. Is there another strong man nearby? Wow! Just when the snake-fly demon king was still confused, Ning Xiaochuan, dressed in blood, rushed up from the ground with a blood-red magic sword. Cut down with a sword. The snake-fly demon king felt a dangerous breath and beat out his claws at the same time, forming two wind walls several kilometers high. Bang! The magic sword broke one of the wind walls, but it was blocked by another wind wall. The snake-fly demon king saw that the wind wall sent out circles of ripples, and his heart also jumped slightly. When he saw that the wind wall blocked the magic sword, he was relieved. It's really the king of extermination. Did he hide his strength before? The snake-fly demon king looked at the blood-red figure opposite the wind wall and felt that the strength of the other side was gradually increasing. After wearing the last god's blood clothes, Ning Xiaochuan was blessed by the power of the second god, and he was not afraid even in the face of the 7th heaviest old demon king in the real world. Broken. A word came out of his mouth. 49 inferior and supreme weapon level war swords flew out of the body and arranged in a circle to form a sword array. With a bang, the last wind wall was broken. At the same time, the 49 battle swords cut off towards the Snake Fly Demon King, blocking all the retreat routes of the Snake Fly Demon King. There is sword chi in all directions. No matter whether it flies in any direction, it is bound to be attacked by the battle sword. Zhu Shenjian array. The Snake Fly Demon King looked at the sword surrounded in all directions, and the huge demon body immediately began to shrink into human form. It has a pair of translucent wings on its back, and its human body is a snake head. It stands in the void without panic. It says, "Kill the King of Man." Do you think you can compete with this king, with the help of the power of foreign things? In the face of the absolute gap in cultivation, any resistance you make is useless. For the Snake Fly Demon King, what great storms have you never seen? No one who can cultivate to the 7th realm of human beings is weak. In human civilization, it is the existence of Holy Earth Palm sect level. Therefore, even if Ning Xiaochuan showed extraordinary combat power, he was still not seen by the Snake Fly Demon King. It can be seen at a glance that Ning Xiaochuan can have such a powerful combat power with the help of foreign objects. The blood coat on you is the second god's robe, isn't it? It's really a treasure, but the evil force on it is too strong for me to touch. Otherwise, after killing you, I can get a great treasure. Snake Fly Demon King. You are too conceited. Ning Xiaochuan launched the dragon quickly, turned into a dazzling light of fire, held the handle of the sword with both hands, and stabbed the Snake Fly Demon King's heart with a sword. At the same time, another 49 swords were also cut out. The Snake Fly Demon King laughed, and his body made a chi-chi sound, and unexpectedly grew 16 arms. A total of 18 arms grow on the body. Each arm is like being cast from gold and stone. It collides with 49 swords and makes a touch sound. 49 war swords were beaten out by it. When the magic sword stabbed it in the heart, its 18 hands hit Ning Xiaochuan at the same time, making thousands of palm prints. Rather than be outdone, Ning Xiaochuan summoned 49 battle swords back and guarded them around his body. At the same time, keep waving the sword. 50 battle swords and 18 Demon King iron hands fought fiercely in the sky and were inseparable. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of moves have been fought in a row, but there is no victory or defeat. The Snake Fly Demon King was very shocked. The King of Extermination was so powerful after wearing the last god's blood suit. If it hadn't been for its super defense, it would have been defeated long ago. Ning Xiaochuan also noticed that the Snake Fly Demon King's defense was super strong, and he couldn't break its defense at all with ordinary supreme tools. The Supreme King must be used. It's time to end. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed half of the star halberd, poured Xingyuan into the star halberd continuously, and immediately awakened 100% of the original power of the star halberd. How powerful the original power of the Supreme King's instrument is, not to mention that Ning Xiaochuan has awakened 100% of the original power. This is the first time that Ning Xiaochuan has shown all the power of the Supreme King's instrument. Originally, the third cultivation of Ning Xiaochuan's real world can only awaken 40% of the original power of Xingluo Ji. But with the power of God's blood coat last time, Ning Xiaochuan can burst out the full power of half a star halberd. The full power of half a Supreme King's instrument. He has the Supreme King's weapon. Run. Run now. Although the Snake Fly Demon King is the 7th old Demon King in the human realm, he has no Supreme King's weapon. Originally, its combat power was not much different from that of Ning Xiaochuan. Now Ning Xiaochuan actually sacrificed a Supreme King's weapon. If it did not escape, it would die undoubtedly. The Snake Fly Demon King turned into a body, and with one wing, he flew more than 800 miles away in an instant. The wings flapped again and flew more than 800 miles away. After the original power of the Supreme King's instrument was fully stimulated, only a breath flew out and tore up the earth within 100 miles. Wow! The star halberd flew out like a meteor, cutting through the sky and bombarding the snake-fly demon king. Poof! The snake-fly demon king had fled more than 2,000 miles away, but he was still hit by the star halberd. The huge demon body was beaten bloody and half of its body was broken. It sent out a scream that rang through the heaven and earth, blood refining God method. It displays a demon band technique, burns the remaining demon blood in its body, speeds up several times, turns into a huge fireball, and escapes back to Daong's. Ning Xiaochuan took back the star halberd, looked at the fragmented earth, and said, "It still escaped by it. But since it has performed the forbidden art, and also suffered a blow from the star halberd, even if it escaped, it has been greatly injured by the demon Yuan, and it is almost impossible to have a chance to break through the higher realm in the future." Xiaohong was wearing a red dress, and her figure was slim. She flew over like a flame, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, when did you become so powerful that even the old demon king in the 7th realm of human beings is not your opponent? If you can cultivate with your heart, your current cultivation will not be weaker than me." Ning Xiaochuan took off the second god's blood clothes and put them away again. Bang! The full blow of Xinglua halberd consumed 90% of the Jinyuan in Ning Xiaochuan's body, and a feeling of weakness quickly spread throughout Ning Xiaochuan's body. What's more deadly is that the evil force originally hidden deep in the body attacked Ning Xiaochuan's mind and brain while Ning Xiaochuan was in a weak state. Ning Xiaochuan's face changed slightly, and immediately bit the tip of his tongue, trying to control his mind. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor will come in person soon. Xiaohong, immediately integrate with me, and fly to Mangguiwan 800,000 miles away at the fastest speed. Ning Xiaochuan finished saying this, and began to suppress the evil force in his body with all his strength. I'll leave everything else to Xiaohong. Xiaohong is also aware of the seriousness of the situation. If the ground centipede demon emperor really catches up, he will be dead. Immediately integrate with Ning Xiaochuan, exert the dragon to the extreme quickly, and rush to Mangguiwan. Although she didn't know why Ning Xiaochuan went to Mangguiwan, she believed Ning Xiaochuan without reservation and had no doubt in her heart. I didn't expect that the king of killing people should be so powerful that even snakes and flies are not his opponents. He was underestimated before. This time, we can't underestimate him anymore. The ground centipede demon emperor decided to fight in person, rushed out of the demon hall, turned into a mass of demon gas, and flew out of the big dream at a lightning speed. Previously, the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and the snake-fly demon king, although separated by tens of thousands of miles from Big Mingza, was still perceived by some superpowers in Big Mingza. However, this kind of internal fighting, the super strong simply don't care. When the local Wuyao emperor left Daong's, he startled some super strong again. The existence of demon emperor level has been mobilized, which is not a small matter. It seems that something big will happen tonight. Fox Clan. After reporting to the demon, the real body of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor came out. It seems that it plans to kill the human king and capture the dragon cub by itself. Do we need to do it? An old fox spirit stood on a 99-foot-high stargazing platform, looking at the demon cloud in the distance, which was fast in the distance, and said with some worry. In the center of the prototype stargazing platform, there is a gorgeous woman with 9 fox tails, who seems to be absorbing the essence of the stars in the sky. Countless star mists swirl around her body, giving people a kind of psychedelic and strange feeling. The queen of the 9-tailed demon said faintly, "What a wise man is the king of extermination. Will he not know that he will be killed by the king of the earth centipede demon after leaving the Big Mingza?" The demon queen means that the king of extermination deliberately leads the demon emperor of the earth centipede out of the great dream? The old fox spirit immediately shook his head again and said, "With the current cultivation of the exterminator king, it can't be the opponent of the earth Wuyao emperor in any case." Does he still want to kill the Earth Wuyao Emperor? It's impossible, absolutely impossible, the gap is too big. The Queen of the Nine-Tailed Demon said, wait a moment, there will always be an answer. No, it's really catching up. Although she hasn't seen the trace of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor yet, Xiaohong has felt a breath of terror approaching. If you really see the Land Centipede Demon Emperor, you almost have no chance to escape. Come on. Come on. Come on. Little Red fan a pair of huge flaming dragon wings, and quickly display the dragon to the extreme. After the combination of Xiaohong and Ning Xiaochuan, coupled with the speed of the dragon, the speed of the explosion has been comparable to the 9th level monk of the real person. However, the Land Centipede Demon Emperor is not an ordinary monk of the 9th realm of human beings. It is much stronger than other monks of the 9th realm of human beings, and its speed is naturally much faster. At the moment, Ning Xiaochuan was also in trouble, and the evil force in his body exploded madly, impacting his mind and brain. Evil force wants to erode Ning Xiaochuan's will and control Ning Xiaochuan's thinking. What a good time to pick. Ning Xiaochuan just made the strongest hit of the star halberd, and the real yuan in his body was almost consumed. In addition, his 4 spirits were all separated and cultivated in the purple stars in Little Linger's body, leaving only 3 spirits. Naturally, the strength of his mind was not as strong as that in its heyday. It can be said that now is the weakest time for Ning Xiaochuan, not only the weakest time for his body, but also the weakest time for his mind. At this time, no one can help him. He can only rely on himself to suppress that evil force. If his will is really eroded by evil forces, then he is really possessed. Even the powerful Lord of the Purple and Gold Emperor, after entering the Guishu, also dyed his robe with blood. It can be seen how powerful the master of evil power is. It is not easy for Ning Xiaochuan to resist that evil force. Gods and demons. Supreme Body, Guishu, is calling you. Guishu belongs to you. A magical voice came into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Guishu is calling you. Guishu belongs to you. Guishu is calling you. That sound, like coming from Ning Xiaochuan's body, or from the ruins thousands of miles away, affected Ning Xiaochuan's mind and heart. When Ning Xiaochuan's consciousness and evil force clashed violently, Xiaohong also fell into a desperate situation, and the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor caught up. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor is still thousands of miles away, but the overwhelming evil spirit has surged to the top of Xiaohong and Ning Xiaochuan. Gaga. The King of Extermination, where can you escape this time? Ground Centipede Demon Emperor Way. With the cultivation of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor, it is natural to launch a devastating attack on Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong across thousands of miles. However, the purpose of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor is not only to kill Ning Xiaochuan, but also to capture the dragon cubs alive. If you kill Ning Xiaochuan and the dragon cub at the same time, it makes no sense for him to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Boom. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor stretched out a huge handprint and pressed it across thousands of miles towards Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong's head. Xiaohong saw that her head became dark, as if the sky had fallen down. That huge handprint hasn't fallen yet, but it has squeezed the space with a huge breath and confined Xiaohong under the handprint. Xiaohong also began to work hard. Super Dragon King. For the first time, Xiaohong mobilized the divine power, and what she mobilized was the divine power of the Supreme Dragon King. The Supreme Dragon King is the most powerful master of the Dragon Clan and the Lord of all dragons. Only the dragon cubs can borrow the divine power of the Supreme Dragon King. Boom! Between heaven and earth, wisps of divine power converged towards Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Every wisp of divine power is like a gaseous dragon. Countless divine powers gathered together and condensed into a huge virtual shadow of the dragon scale of the Dragon King. Why only call a dragon scale virtual shadow? Hey! Cultivation is too weak. Xiaohong sighed and summoned up all her strength again to beat out the virtual shadow of the dragon scale of the Dragon King. Boom! The shadow of the dragon scale tore the handprint of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor open. After Xiaohong and Ning Xiaochuan were free, they immediately continued to fly towards Menghuiwan. Unexpectedly. It's broken. Is this the magic power of the Supreme Dragon King? That dragon cub is too weak, and the summoned magic power can only condense into a dragon scale. However, it can break my handprint. The Demon Emperor of the Earth Centipede was not angry, but very happy. The Supreme Dragon King is said to exist on an equal footing with the gods of the heavens, and one of the greatest masters of the whole universe. If I can swallow the dragon yuan of the dragon cub and take the blood of the dragon cub, maybe I can also borrow the power of the Supreme Dragon King. Cultivate the magic power of the dragon family and plunder the luck of the dragon cubs. In the future, even the Taiqing Dragon Emperor, who is the head of the 9 demon emperors, will submit to me. The Land Wuyao Emperor was ambitious, chasing Xiaohong and Ning Xiaochuan all the way to Menghuiwan. Menghuiwan is north. One of the 2 forbidden areas in Xinjiang is as famous as Guishu. The reason why it can be as famous as Guishu is that since the era of gods, countless human and demon supremacies have buried themselves here. Endless years have passed, and I don't know how many famous people have been buried under Menghuiwan. There is North, the Demon Emperor and Demon Queen in Xinjiang, as well as the World Lord of the Middle Earth world, the Buddhist monk in the Western Buddhist world, the Witch King of the Southern Barbarians, the Demon Clan Master of the Eastern Barbarians, and even some foreign Supreme Masters in the sea will come to Menghuiwan and bury themselves here. The existence of the Supreme Level is willing to bury themselves here, because there is a legend spread in Menghuiwan. It is said that Menghuiwan is the source of life in Tianshu continent. Anyone who can find the secret of Menghuiwan can obtain eternal life. When Shouyuan is about to run out, most of those supreme beings will come to Menghuiwan to look for opportunities. In the end, they naturally died in Menghuiwan, buried in the ground of this boundless vast wilderness. If it's just a legend, it won't let the supreme level characters rush to Menghuiwan to find eternal life without Misty. However, in history, there is indeed more than one supreme being who is about to die of old age. He found an opportunity in Menghuiwan. Although he did not obtain eternal life, he finally became a secondary god. These legends and history have covered Menghuiwan with a mysterious veil, attracting countless monks here. Menghuiwan is not a good place. Except for the existence of the supreme level, other monks entered Menghuiwan, all disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea, and never came out of Menghuiwan again. Do they want to escape into Menghuiwan to avoid my pursuit? The Land Wuyao Emperor has also heard the legend of Menghuiwan more than once. This place can be as famous as Guishu, and it is absolutely dangerous. Although its strength is not much weaker than the Supreme, its true cultivation has not reached the Supreme realm. If it breaks into Menghuiwan, it can't guarantee that it can come out. Ning Xiaochuan had already told Xiaohong the legend of Menghuiwan, so when she flew to the edge of Menghuiwan, Xiaohong immediately changed direction and flew in another direction. Seeing that Xiaohong and Ning Xiaochuan changed their flight direction, the Demon Emperor of the Earth Centipede was relieved and continued to catch up. The Ground Centipede Demon Emperor sneered, "It seems that they dare not break into Menghuiwan." Qua qua. Out of Menghuiwan came a woman with white hair, staring at the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor above the sky, and said, "Ground Centipede Demon Emperor, are we meeting again?" The Ground Centipede Demon Emperor immediately fixed his figure and stared at the white-haired woman standing on the ground. His eyes were cold and said, "Shurji. It's you." Shurji Demon's back was shining with a pair of crystal-clear jade feet and stepping on white clouds, just like climbing a ladder to the sky. She walked to the top of the clouds and looked down at the Ground Wuyao Emperor. "Why?" It didn't take long to see. "Where did you go with the arrogance of a demon emperor, unexpectedly chasing and killing 2 young people?" I understand. I understand. It's you who ordered the King of Extermination to deliberately lead me to Mengui. When the King of Annihilation and the Dragon Cub left the Big Mingza, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor was a little suspicious, but he didn't think much. After all, with the cultivation of the King of Annihilation and the Dragon Cub, no matter how much you jump, you can't escape its palm. However, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor never thought that the King of Extermination would hook up with Shiji Demon Queen. Didn't he just hook up with Nine-Tailed Demon Queen and Coquettish Fox Spirit? How can we immediately design it together with Shiji Demon Queen? The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor really couldn't accept the existence of the Demon Queen level. When was it so easy to hook up? Unfortunately, it's too late to understand. Shiji Demon Queen Way. The Ground Centipede Demon Emperor sneered, Shiji, do you really think you have already eaten the Emperor? The Emperor's cultivation is indeed not as good as you, but in terms of real strength, it's not much weaker than you. I'm afraid it's not so easy for you to kill me. Shiji Demon Queen's eyes were somewhat sarcastic and said, Frog at the bottom of the well, it seems that you must show you the real strength of Ben. A terrible evil spirit erupted from the body of Shiji Demon. In an instant, the whole space was confined with Shiji Demon Queen as the center. The white hair on the back of Shiji Demon, each of which is like a divine silk, grows at a speed visible to the naked eye and becomes 9,000 feet long. Every white hair is like a white river crossing this space. Shwa. A white hair was cut out, and only in an instant, the body protection of the Wuyao Emperor was broken. Demon blood, splashed out from the body of the Demon Emperor of the Ground Centipede, turned into a rain of blood, and fell on the ground, dyed a mountain red and turned into a bloody mountain. At its chest, the demon bone was broken and blood flowed like a spring. The face of the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor changed slightly, and he could clearly feel that the cultivation of Shiji Demon Queen was not what it used to be. Just a hair could hurt it badly. Has Shiji refined that drop of divine liquid? The King of the Earth Centipede Demon didn't know that the drop of divine liquid was Tani, holy water. He just thought that Shiji Demon had refined the divine liquid, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching an unimaginable level. With Shiji's current cultivation, even the Thor Demon Emperor and the Taiching Dragon Emperor may not be her opponents and cannot compete with her. The Demon Emperor of the Ground Centipede made a decisive decision, and immediately turned into a body. A black centipede thousands of meters long went underground. After entering the underground, the Demon King of the Ground Centipede immediately fled to the direction of Big Mingza. As long as you escape back to Daong's, even if the Queen of Shiji Demon has the fighting power of heaven, there is nothing you can do about it. Shiji Demon stood above the clouds, like a high judge. Still want to go? The bottom of the earth is my world, not your world. Boom. The ground cracked a gap, dozens of meters wide, separating a piece of land with a radius of 100 miles. As soon as the arm of Shiji Demon Queen was lifted, the land with a radius of 100 miles slowly flew up from the ground and turned into a huge suspended island. Countless boulders fell from the cliff of the suspended island, and the scene was extremely shocking, like the earth reversed. On the ground, a huge sinkhole appeared. The real body of the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor, a huge black centipede, was imprisoned in that suspended island, and took off with the suspended island. Shiji. The Emperor fought with you. The black centipede's body burst out with layers of golden brilliance, making a huge sound of bells, and the surging evil spirit burst out from its body, shattering the suspended island and rushing towards the back of Shiji Demon. Boom. A powerful wave of power came out of the space where Shiji Demon Queen and the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor fought fiercely, shaking all the creatures within 1,000 miles to death and turning into blood fog. Creatures who have not reached the realm of heaven and man cannot bear the after effects of the supreme battle at all, and their bones will be crushed into powder. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong have flown more than 3,000 miles away and are still suffering from the impact. Fortunately, their cultivation was strong and blocked the impact. The combat destructive power of the existence of the supreme level is too amazing. If we encounter a situation of equal strength, I'm afraid that tens of thousands of miles around will become a desert. Get out of here and go back to Daong's. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Xiaohong's heart was happy and said, Ning Xiaochuan, have you refined that evil force? No. Just temporarily suppress it. Once I fall into a weak state again next time, that evil force will explode more fiercely. Ning Xiaochuan also wants to thoroughly refine that evil force, eliminating future troubles, but now he must first return to Daong's. In case of being affected by the battle between the Land Wuyao Emperor and Shiji Demon, there is no chance of survival with his and Xiaohong's cultivation. Wow! A dazzling flash of lightning flew over the heads of Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong. Then thunder broke out. The God of Thunder Demon Emperor is also coming. That's right, the God of Thunder Demon Emperor and the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor are allies. After dealing with the Stone Ji Demon together. Now the Stone Ji Demon Queen comes back, it naturally wants to help the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. The existence of the three supreme levels clashed, and the battle was upgraded. Looking from a distance, gray-black smoke and dust rushed up from the ground to form dark black clouds, covering the whole sky. Deep valleys broke out on the ground. The red magma rushed out of the ground, and the whole earth became a scorched sea of fire. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were integrated, spread the dragon wings, and immediately fled back to Daong's. The Demon Emperor level war also caused a huge shock in the Big Mingzi. Many powerful demon creatures sensed the battle fluctuations from Mangguiwan and were discussing the results of the battle. Shiji Demon Queen is not an ordinary existence. She was born with a spirit stone and must have made some progress in cultivation, so she dared to kill back strongly. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor is probably not her opponent. A demon king under the throne of the Ground Centipede Demon said with some worry. Although the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor is not the opponent of the Stone Ji Demon Queen, the Thunder God Demon Emperor is a powerful existence. Like the Stone Ji Demon Queen, he is also a congenital demon, with lightning channeling and casting into a peerless demon body. As long as the Thunder God Demon Emperor takes action, he will definitely be able to repel the Stone Ji Demon Queen. I don't know if Tianming Demon Emperor will intervene. Another old demon king under the Ground Centipede Demon Throne stared at the floating palace above the white bone altar, showing awe and worship. A 3-year-old or 5-year-old child, wearing a red belly pocket, looked a little childish, sneered, Lord Tianming Demon Emperor is high above the world, and there is a god-like existence. How can he intervene in the struggle between the Demon Emperor and the Queen of the Demon? As long as the Demon Clan is not really in chaos, the Tianming Demon Emperor will never intervene. Besides, since Lord Tianming Demon Emperor is in charge of the Demon Clan, how can the Demon Clan be in chaos? Little boy, all the creatures who can enter the Demon King Tower for cultivation are above the human realm. How can you enter the Demon King Tower? The little boy glanced at it. Naturally, my cultivation is above the realm of human beings. Are you an idiot? An old demon king of the 6th level of the real world carefully looked at the child who had drilled out of nowhere, and wanted to see the origin of the other party. It's really weird that a little fart child who can't even walk steadily can enter the Demon King Tower. The more strange things are, the more we need to be careful and vigilant. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the Demon King Tower, there are all the demon kings under the Ground Centipede Demon Throne, including even the demon kings above the 7th weight of the human realm. They are worried about the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor and discuss the next countermeasures. No one noticed when this little boy came in? The child in a big red belly pocket, with a pair of white and fat hands behind him, said proudly, to tell you the truth, the demon king of the Earth Centipede will die tonight, and no one can save it. Qua qua. Little boy, how old are you? you dare to speak wildly? Even if the Queen of Shiji demon is powerful, the Lord of the Earth Centipede demon is also comparable to the combat power of the supreme level. If you want to leave, no one can keep it. A demon king with the third level of reality, the more he looked, the more he felt that the little boy was very unpleasant, and he wanted to test his details. Without any sign, the demon king, the third heaviest in the real world, suddenly took a hand and slapped his paw on the child's head. Speed, as fast as lightning. If it is hit by a claw, it is conceivable that that child will be broken into a mass of rotten meat. Ah! A scream. It was not the child who screamed, but the third demon king in the real world. Other demon kings looked intently, and saw that the demon king, the third heaviest in the real world, was swallowed by the child wearing a big red belly pocket, leaving no bones or fur. God! Is it really just a 2-3-year-old kid? The demon kings felt their scalp numb. After swallowing a demon king, the child showed a pure smile and said, "The demon king of the third level of the human realm, whose blood is already very pure, tastes good." Who the hell are you? An old demon king with the sixth level of reality said in a deep voice. I can't even recognize it. Do you still want to continue practicing in the great dream? The child smiled, stretched out a white and tender arm, and grabbed at the void. The sixth heaviest old demon king in the real world immediately flew into his hands, and his neck was tightly pinched, completely sealing the demon yuan in the old demon king's body. The sixth-level old demon king in the real world felt like he was suffocating and could not struggle at all. The child carried the old demon king with a cruel smile, and was about to swallow the old demon king alive. Holy baby demon emperor, leave it alive. Father Vanda came out of a blue demon fog, walked to the child and bowed down. The ancestor of Fanda was the most powerful demon king under the throne of the Earth Centipede demon, and his cultivation reached the 9th level of a real person. Even it salutes that child. Can you see how terrible that child is? Holy baby demon emperor. Is he actually the legendary baby demon emperor? The little boy grinned, like throwing a dead dog, threw the sixth heaviest old demon king on the ground, patted the dust on his palm, and said, "Finally, there's an eye." Those demon kings under the ground centipede demon throne, panicked and inexplicable, immediately knelt down on the ground and said in unison, "See the holy baby demon emperor." Hey, hey! Get up. Tonight, the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor will die. From now on, you will submit to the Emperor. The little boy's eyes swept around the demon kings, and said with a smile, "Won't you be unwilling?" Just now, a demon king with the 3rd level of reality was eaten alive by him. Kneeling demon kings, who dares to disobey the baby demon emperor? In the future, we will be subordinates of the holy baby demon emperor. We will go through fire and water for the holy baby demon emperor. The demon kings said in unison. The holy baby demon emperor, with a pair of small arms on his back, stood on the 3rd floor of the demon king tower, staring at the dark night sky, and a evil Ling smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. I don't know who is stronger in the cultivation of Shiji and Thor. Haha. Snipes and muscles compete, and the fisherman gains. Today's computer is broken. Tomorrow, I'll make up the chapter 10 today. 3 days after the battle between Shiji Demon, Thor Demon Emperor and Ground Centipede Demon Emperor, the battle result was sent back to Daong's. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor finally died in the hands of Shiji Demon Queen, and there will be only 8 Demon Emperors left in North Xinjiang in the future. After Ning Xiaochuan learned the news, he didn't feel very strange. Shiji Demon Queen must have had a great opportunity to come out of the god's cave. No one can guess how strong her cultivation is? It is said that even the god of thunder Demon Emperor was defeated in her hands and returned seriously. Princess Dashi, with a charming smile on her face, stared at Ning Xiaochuan sitting opposite. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Shiji Demon Queen is not a traitor of the demon family? Did the Tianming Demon Emperor not suppress her?" Princess Dashi shook her head and said, in the eyes of Tianming Demon Emperor, only cultivating a secondary god is the most important thing. It's not a big thing for other demon emperors and demon queens to fight each other. As long as the whole demon clan is not in chaos, Tianming Demon Emperor will not intervene. Ning Xiaochuan asked again, where has Shiji Demon gone now? Princess Dashi showed a bright smile and said, why do you care so much about the Queen of Shiji Demon? Is it true that, as the rumor said, you have an unusual relationship with the Queen of Shiji Demon? It is said that you lead the King of the Earth Centipede to Daongs, and the Queen of the Earth Centipede Demon has the opportunity to kill the King of the Earth Centipede Demon. Ning Xiaochuan said, I really have nothing to do with Shiji Demon Queen, but the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor is our common enemy, so we hit it off immediately and joined hands to get rid of the Ground Centipede Demon Emperor. Princess Dashi nodded and said, the Queen of Shiji Demon has returned to the Big Mingza, and has gone to meet the King of Tianming Demon. Shit. Shiji Demon Queen actually came back. When dealing with the Land Centipede Demon Emperor, they can cooperate. However, when returning to the ruins, Ning Xiaochuan had calculated on her once and threatened her once. If Shiji Demon was a woman who kept a grudge, she would certainly retaliate against Ning Xiaochuan. Is Shiji Demon Queen a woman who remembers her revenge? Even the Land Centipede Demon Emperor died in her hands. It's strange not to bear a grudge. Princess Dashi looked at Ning Xiaochuan with some curiosity and said, hearing that Shiji Demon Emperor came back, how did your face change? Did you really do something wrong to her? Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, don't ask about this again. Dashi, you have a high position in the demon clan. I have one thing to ask you. Do you know where Qing Wang and Liao went after meeting with Tianming Demon Emperor? Princess Dashi laughed and said, I've inquired about this for you for a long time. According to a demon attendant under the Tianming Demon Emperor, the origin of the King of Qing and Liao is not trivial. The Tianming Demon Emperor didn't dare to directly execute them and imprison them in the prison of the Demon Kingdom. Indeed, he was imprisoned by the Tianming Demon Emperor. Fortunately, Liao and King Qing came to see the Tianming Demon Emperor on their own initiative, revealing their identity, which made the Tianming Demon Emperor have some scruples. If Tianming Demon Emperor takes the initiative to find them, it is estimated that they will be dead. The Tianming Demon Emperor dared to kill even the Phoenix, and I don't know what cards Qing Wang and Liao took out, but they were able to make the Tianming Demon Emperor throw away the rat and didn't kill them? Ning Xiaochuan said, where is the prison of the demon, holy country? Do you want to save them? You'd better not even think about it. The one guarding the prison is a demon emperor, and even I can't go in. Princess Dashi was afraid that Ning Xiaochuan would take risks, so she said. Ning Xiaochuan said, I just want to see them. Princess Dashi frowned slightly and said, King Qingxi and Liao are the felons held by the Tianming Demon Emperor. I'm afraid it's not easy to see them. It seems that we can only find another opportunity. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. Princess Dashi laughed and said, then don't think about it. Guess where I went recently? Ning Xiaochuan said, where have you been? Guess. Princess Dashi said. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment and looked at the smile on Princess Dashi's face. Suddenly, his heart moved slightly and said, you went to the Jade Haze Empire? Princess Dashi smiled and said, that's right. It's really smart. Yulan Empire is really a good place. No wonder it can produce heroes like the Emperor of Heaven. Now it has produced a Ning Xiaochuan with a talent no lower than the Emperor of Heaven. It's really a good place for people to yearn for. I want to see where I've gone: Jiang'a Marquis Mansion, Ghost Mountain Manor, Guanyu Building, Jiushi Cliff, Emperor of Heaven Academy. She said as she pulled her finger. Ning Xiaochuan frowned. Princess Dashi said these places were all places he had been to. From this point of view, Princess Dashi went to Yulan Empire to investigate him. Investigate everything about him. Ning Xiaochuan said, Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, what's your purpose? Tell me clearly. Princess Dashi squinted her apricot eyes and said, What's my purpose? I'm just curious about you and want to know everything about you, so I went to every place you've been, stepped on every footprint you've left, and breathed every breath you've left. Moreover, I've also met the old Marquis, Princess Cici's mother and brother. Suddenly, Princess Dashi felt a biting chill on Ning Xiaochuan. So she immediately shut up. Ning Xiaochuan said, Why did you go to see them? People just want to know more about you. By the way, who is Princess Cici? Where is she now? I really want to see her, and I want to know what kind of woman she is, who can get the favor of the King of Extermination and become the woman of the King of Extermination, which makes me envy. Princess Dashi said. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, walked out and said, Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, thank you for helping me take care of little Linger. I have to leave now. Shall I give you a free ride? No. With these words, Ning Xiaochuan took little Linger and left the Fox clan. What an interesting man. Princess Dashi's jade finger gently touched her crystal clear red lips, revealing a charming smile. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaolinger walked to the door of the cave of the King of Extermination, they suddenly felt something. Their face changed slightly, and they immediately stopped and said, Xiaolinger, you go back to Princess Dashi for a few more days, and I'll pick you up in a few days. Haven't we just returned from the Fox clan? Little Linger said in a puzzled way. Ning Xiaochuan said, Don't ask why, go quickly. If you see Xiaohong, you will also take her to the Fox clan. If I don't come to pick you up, you won't go back to Mirenwang's cave for the time being. Little Linger glanced at the deep cave, then nodded and left immediately. After Little Linger left, Ning Xiaochuan slowly walked into the cave of the King of Annihilation. When he saw the Shiji demon sitting by the blood river, he said helplessly, See the demon queen. Congratulations to the demon queen to return to the holy kingdom of the demon clan. Shiji, the demon queen, sat by the blood river, motionless. Her long white hair was dragged to the ground, and every hair was flowing with demon light. The Earth Centipede Demon Emperor is dead. Ning Xiaochuan, should we settle the accounts between us? Shiji Demon's eyelashes were long and warped, and her eyelids gently opened, revealing a pair of beautiful black and white eyes. Although she was just sitting there quietly, there were strands of the brilliance of Taoism flowing on her, which was like the divine light on the spirit. It is absolutely necessary to comprehend the martial arts to a new height, so that we can have such a profound demon rhyme. Ning Xiaochuan said humbly, Isn't the account between me and the demon queen cleared? I don't know what the demon queen said. Cleared up? You're too naive. Ben was seriously injured and had to compromise at the beginning. If you escaped from Tianqiu, Ben would not investigate this matter again. However, now that you are a subordinate of Ben, if Ben wants you to die now, you will never live until tomorrow. Shiji Demon Queen Wei. Ning Xiaochuan secretly transferred to the Shinto and began to communicate with the spirit of Sui Hanyu, saying, Demon Queen, you are the existence of the supreme level, how can you go back? Damn. There was no response. Is it true that the Master will lend his divine power to me only when there is a desperate situation of life and death? Isn't this the end of life and death? Shiji Demon Queen is not good. Shiji Demon said, Don't be so nervous. Now it's the time to hire people. I won't kill you later. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, How did I become your subordinate after the demon? Shiji Demon Queen snorted coldly and said, The ground centipede demon emperor killed or subdued my subordinates. Now there are few subordinates in my hands that I can use. Therefore, I asked Tianming Demon Emperor for you. Now, your extermination king is my Shiji Demon Queen's person. For my orders, you have to unconditionally implement. Ning Xiaochuan said, since it's the intention of Tianming Demon Emperor, subordinates are naturally willing to submit to the Demon Queen. Unexpectedly, you should drink this first. Shiji Demon Queen took out a small and exquisite jade bottle and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. Isn't that a jade bottle containing Tianni holy water? Ning Xiaochuan said, Demon Queen, this is not very good. Shiji Demon Queen stood up, showing a slender posture. The crisp peak in front of her chest was particularly full, and her waist was slender. Her facial features were particularly delicate, but with a threatening momentum, she laughed and said, when you gave it to Ben Ho, didn't you just want to calculate Ben Ho? Ben Ho wanted to know what poison this drop of so-called divine liquid was. It's clearly you Ming Song who calculated her, okay? How can it be counted on me? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was very speechless and said, Demon Queen, I can't carry out your order. Shiji Demon Queen said, if you don't drink, I will feed you myself. Do you really need me to do it myself? Tianni holy water can't be drunk, but Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation is far from the opponent of Shiji Demon Queen. The spirit of the cold rain did not respond. At this time, what should we do? Ning Xiaochuan was the first person who dared to threaten her. For the arrogant Shiji Demon Queen, it was a shame that she couldn't let go. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's appearance at the moment, Shiji Demon Queen's heart was very happy. Finally, there are things you dare not do. I thought you were really lawless and fearless. Isn't it a drop of poison? With your invincible supreme body, I dare not try? Well. In that case, I can only let the little dragon girl you raised drink. Maybe this is the result of self-eating. Ning Xiaochuan took the jade bottle containing Tianni holy water in the hand of Shiji Demon Queen, pinched it in his hand, and his eyes were firm. Naturally, he can't let Shiji Demon force Xiaohong and Tianni holy water. With Xiaohong's determination, he can't resist the medicine of Tianni holy water. Although Tianni holy water is powerful, it may not be as powerful as the evil force on the god's blood coat last time. Even that evil force from Guishu, I can suppress it. What else can't I restrain? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at Shiji's Demon Queen. The Demon Queen was beautiful and peerless, like a Bibo fairy. She was clearly a Demon Queen who was high above the world and had unparalleled cultivation. However, she was as stingy as a human woman. She didn't keep her promise at all, which made people very helpless and couldn't reason with her. He said, I will drink the poison in the jade bottle. But I have a request, Queen Demon, you must leave the cave of the King of Destruction. Shiji Demon's eyes were more beautiful than the stars, and her voice was more beautiful than the sky, saying, why? No why. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Shiji Demon Queen held the mentality of watching a good play, with a pair of jade hands on her chest. Instead of being a high Demon Queen, she looked like a woman who had feelings and enemies with Ning Xiaochuan. She laughed and said, since you don't give Ben a reason, Ben will not go, but to see what you look like after drinking the poison? Ning Xiaochuan said, well, I'm afraid that after drinking the venom, I'll lose my mind and do something to offend the Queen Demon. Hee hee. Then you can have 100 hearts. Ben is really not afraid of being offended by you. Even if you want to offend, you have to have that skill first. Shiji Demon Queen appears confident. With her cultivation, a white hair can kill Ning Xiaochuan, and she doesn't take Ning Xiaochuan's words seriously at all. She knew that Ning Xiaochuan had cultivated the supreme body and was invincible to all poisons. Even if the poison in that jade bottle was really powerful, it would embarrass him at most and would not kill him. Ning Xiaochuan is not fully sure that he can suppress the power of Tianni holy water, and he doesn't want to be seen by Shiji Demon. Genius also has the dignity of genius. He made a difficult decision and said, if the Demon Queen is willing to leave, I can give the second volume of the Earth Sutra to the Demon Queen to understand. Hearing this, Shiji Demon also slightly moved, but immediately shook his head and said, the more you don't want Ben to see you embarrassed, the more he wants to stay. I can give you volumes 2 to 8 of the Earth Sutra. Ning Xiaochuan once again offered a more generous condition, and refused to compromise after he did not believe in Shiji demon. However, Ning Xiaochuan guessed wrong again this time. Shiji demon queen still shook her head and said, I didn't expect that arrogant Tianjiao like you would bow to others. However, I want to see you take the poison obediently. Don't worry, if you are poisoned, I will help you collect your body and bury you thickly. After all, you are the first man who dares to threaten me, and I still attach great importance to you. Ning Xiaochuan can't give all the 9 volumes of the Earth Sutra to Shiji Demon Queen. Since the 8 volumes of the Earth Sutra could not send her away, Ning Xiaochuan also gave up to continue the negotiation. With my will, I should be able to suppress the medicine of Tianni holy water. Tianni holy water is known as the first holy medicine of Yin-Yang holy religion. Yu Mingsong claimed, however, that a drop of heavenly holy water could easily settle a female supreme. How strong is the drug? Ning Xiaochuan stared at Shiji demon deeply, tightly squeezed the jade bottle in his hand, and swallowed the drop of Tianni holy water in the jade bottle directly into his mouth. Shiji demon queen saw Ning Xiaochuan take that drop of venom, and immediately showed a beautiful smile. Her bright eyes flashed with brilliance, and said with admiration, she is worthy of being the king of killing people. She can bend and stretch, which makes me admire. If you can resist the toxicity of the venom, I will definitely reuse you in the future. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Shiji demon fiercely, and said in his heart, let you be proud now, and you must have a taste of being forced and helpless in the future. After taking Tianni holy water, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt something wrong, and his whole body was like a flame burning, bursting every blood vessel. Medicine, too fast. Ning Xiaochuan called out the Supreme King's instrument Mayan jade bottle and immediately flew into the bottle. He was still afraid to make a fool of himself in front of Shiji demon queen. If he really failed to control the medicine of Tianni holy water, he would lose face. Mayan jade bottle is an independent space. In the cold and dark world, there are huge icebergs suspended. At the bottom of the Aquarius, there is a vast ice lake, full of waves and light, and the ice lake emits light crystals. Stimulated by the chill, Ning Xiaochuan immediately woke up and fell steadily on an iceberg. Sitting on the iceberg, he began to try his best to suppress the power of Tianni holy water. Give it to me. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the evil fire of extermination all over his body and tried his best to refine the power of that drop of Tianni holy water. At the same time, the remaining 3 minds, closely guarding the position of the heart, are always on guard against the invasion of medicine into the heart. Boom! The power of that drop of Tianni holy water is very terrible. Although it is not divine liquid, its energy is not much weaker than the real divine liquid. Ning Xiaochuan felt that his whole body was full of strength, which was expanding, as if to burst his body. Or underestimate the power of Tianni holy water, the first holy medicine of Yin-Yang holy religion. Sure enough, it's not human power that can compete, even if it's a secondary god. It's estimated that it's hard to resist. Had it not been for the supreme body, Ning Xiaochuan would have been torn apart and could hardly control his will. What's more, the evil force hidden in Ning Xiaochuan's body unexpectedly erupted again. Evil force, emitting scarlet light, covered Ning Xiaochuan's whole body. Under the attack of dual forces, Ning Xiaochuan reached the edge of collapse. Shiji, the demon queen, stood by the blood river, very proud and cold, like an unattainable iceberg. Looking at the Mayan jade bottle suspended above the blood river, she showed a smile. What a supreme king's weapon, there are so many treasures on this boy. Boom! Suddenly, Mayan jade bottle shook violently. A powerful evil force rushed out of the mouth of the bottle and turned into a scarlet column of light. What happened? Shiji Demon Queen's heart gave birth to an ominous premonition. Although she forced Ning Xiaochuan to take the poison, she didn't really want to kill Ning Xiaochuan. If she wants Ning Xiaochuan to die, she doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. At the beginning, Ning Xiaochuan once reminded her not to take venom. At that time, she didn't have any hostility to Ning Xiaochuan, but somewhat liked this human boy. Of course, this like is not a like between men and women, but simply interested in him. Besides, a genius like Ning Xiaochuan is hard to meet in 10,000 years. If you die like this, it's really a pity. Ning Xiaochuan, if you promise to be loyal to me, I can save you. Shiji Demon Queen said in a loud voice. The sound came into the jade bottle of Mayan. There was no echo in the jade bottle of Mayan. The evil force escaping from the mouth of the bottle is more intense. Did that human boy die in the vase? Shiji's Demon Queen's face was cloudy and sunny, with a little regret. After all, in her view, Ning Xiaochuan was not hateful, and her way of doing things was very to her appetite. It's a pity that a peerless genius died like this. Shwa. She immediately turned into a beautiful arc, flew into the jade bottle of Mayan, entered the world in the bottle, and looked everywhere for the trace of Ning Xiaochuan. Behind her, there was a monster-like roar, and a bloody gas rushed to her. A man with scarlet light all over his body flew out of the iceberg and threw Shiji down behind the demon. A pair of strong arms, like an iron bolt, tightly hugged Shiji's delicate body behind the demon, and directly crushed her to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan, what are you doing? You. Shiji Demon Queen was extremely angry, and her eyes seemed to burst into flames. She saw Ning Xiaochuan kissing and rubbing on her. His face, which has never been touched by a man, is even stained with his saliva. Death. She wanted to tear the human boy who offended her to pieces, but the next moment, she was frightened to find that Ning Xiaochuan's strength was even stronger than her, and pressed her dead on the glacier, so that she could not fight back. Shit. Shiji Demon Queen's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, and she had a feeling that she had ruined herself. After midnight, there is another chapter, but it's late. I suggest reading it tomorrow morning. Now Lao Jiao has his own things to do after all. He doesn't have so much time to write books. Please forgive me. Originally, I had something to do today. I could only code 2 chapters, but since I promised to make up for it, I would finish it by staying up late. In addition, I wish all book friends a happy Children's Day. Where did Ning Xiaochuan get such powerful power? Shiji Demon Queen saw that Ning Xiaochuan's state was very wrong, and she guessed in her heart that it must be related to that drop of venom, and there was a evil force from Guishu on him. Whatever the reason, if he dares to invade himself, it is a capital crime. Shiji's eyes turned cold after the demon, mobilized the demon yuan all over her body, filled her arms, and struck Ning Xiaochuan's chest with one palm. If nothing happens, the power of this full palm is enough to kill the existence of the level of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. The accident happened. As soon as Shiji Demon Queen slapped out, her wrist was caught by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan didn't pity her at all. With a twist of his fingers, he heard a click, and even twisted the arm bone of Shiji Demon out of joint, making a sound of fracture. Shiji's Demon Queen's mouth made a muffled sound. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan's power turned out to be so terrible that she couldn't resist at all. In front of Ning Xiaochuan, she seemed to become a weak little woman. Prick! Ning Xiaochuan grabbed the big hand, held the neckline behind Shiji Demon, tore a large piece of clothes to pieces, bare/exposed snow-white and crystal skin, and even the pair of plump crisp peaks jumped out. Then, Ning Xiaochuan rushed down, holding one of the purples. Shiji, the Demon Queen, was shocked and bowed slightly. It's absolutely impossible to go on like this. I'm a Demon Queen. If I'm bullied/humiliated by a human boy, won't I be laughed at by all creatures in the world? Turn into Numenon. As long as it becomes Numenon, even if Ning Xiaochuan's strength is strong, there is nothing she can do. Want to turn into ontology? Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were red, and a big hand full of evil qi pressed on the abdomen behind Shiji's demon, penetrating the evil qi into the body behind Shiji's demon, and suppressing the demon yuan behind Shiji's demon. Then, a pair of slender jade, behind Shiji demon. The legs were forcibly separated and put on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder. The tiger waist suddenly sent forward. Yes. Shiji, the demon queen, pinched her fingers tightly, bit 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and widened her eyes. So far, she still can't accept this result. However, it has become the result. In the cave of Miranwang, the Mayan jade bottle suspended above the blood river kept shaking and making a popping sound. It was not until the next morning that Mayan jade bottle calmed down. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly escaped from the jade bottle of Mayan. He immediately took out a robe from the heaven and earth bracelet and put it on his body. After that, he showed his dragon speed and escaped from the cave of Miran King as quickly as possible. Even the Mayan jade bottle of the Supreme Kings where level is too lazy to take it away, just want to escape as far as possible. God! What's all this? How can Shiji Demon Queen lie naked in her arms? What the hell happened? No matter what happened, we must run as far as possible now, or we will die. On the way to escape for his life, Ning Xiaochuan gradually recalled that last night, it seemed that Shiji Demon forced him to drink Tiani holy water, and then the medicine of Tiani holy water erupted, coupled with the evil force surging out of his body, which led to his loss of mind and obsession. Since he did not suppress the power of Tiani holy water, he would certainly be burned by desire/fire. Why didn't he die? Instead, he killed Shiji's demon queen. Moreover, the evil force in his body also disappeared. My God! What happened? Ning Xiaochuan felt that he was about to collapse. He never dreamed that he would have a flesh/body relationship with Shiji Demon Queen. Is it Shiji, the Demon Queen, who sacrificed herself to save me? No, it's absolutely impossible. Don't have any illusions about Shiji Demon Queen, or you won't know how to die. Now the only way to survive is to escape from Daong's immediately. Chi. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly stopped and stared at the back of Shiji Demon standing in front. After all. She caught up. Ning Xiaochuan, where are you going? Shiji, the Demon Queen, stood 10 steps away from Ning Xiaochuan, her face was still flushed, and her long white hair danced with the wind. Holding an emerald vase in her left hand, she stared straight at Ning Xiaochuan, but her peerless eyes were always covered with a layer of ice, which made people feel uneasy. If in the past, even if Ning Xiaochuan was not the opponent of Shiji Demon, he would never be afraid and run away. But this time it was different. He had done something wrong, which made his heart very uneasy. His face remained calm. Demon Queen, about last night. What happened last night has never happened. Shiji Demon Queen Wei. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. Since Shiji Demon Queen could still keep calm and was willing to talk to him, it at least showed that Shiji Demon Queen would not kill him immediately. Ning Xiaochuan immediately adjusted his state of mind. From the panic of just waking up and seeing the jade/body of Shiji Demon holding in his arms, he gradually recovered his composure and said, "Excuse me, what happened last night, Demon Queen?" Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Shiji Demon, who was originally calm, immediately ran away. Seeing that Shiji's Demon Queen was in a wrong state, Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly said, "My subordinates have no other meaning. Just want to know whether the Demon Queen helped my subordinates refine the evil force in my body?" Ning Xiaochuan can only think of this possibility, otherwise the evil force in his body cannot disappear out of thin air. Shiji, the Demon Queen, exhaled deeply. Beiqi gently bit his lips and said, "Don't be grateful to Ben Ho. If you don't help you refine your internal evil forces, not only will you die, but Ben He will also be severely injured. One more thing, Shi Jiao didn't tell Ning Xiaochuan. At that time, she had been broken by Ning Xiaochuan. Even if she was unwilling to accept that fact, she could not reverse it and had to choose to accept it. Later, the evil force in Ning Xiaochuan's body became stronger and stronger, and it was also introduced into her body through Ning Xiaochuan's body. She was also forced to help Ning Xiaochuan refine the evil force in his body. What she didn't expect was that after refining that evil force, there was an unexpected harvest. That evil force was transformed into a special force, which flowed into her demon body and raised her realm again. It takes a lot of time to reach the eternal realm, and sometimes it takes thousands of years of practice to break through. It can be said that although Ning Xiaochuan trapped herself in her hands this time, she also gained a lot. Ben can't kill you later, but he has to cut off something on you. Shi Demon's eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan's lower body, looking very serious, not like a joke. Ning Xiaochuan only felt a chill in his lower body, and secretly said that Shi Demon Queen would not let me go so easily. Yes, Shi Demon Queen's arrogant existence even threatened her once, and she would threaten to come back. The Demon King calculated on her once, and she beat the Demon King to shreds. What's more, this time she was given by a human man. It's good that she can keep calm now. Boom. Suddenly, a purple-black robbery cloud rolled from the sky and floated to Ning Xiaochuan's head. Seeing the thunder in the sky, Shi's Demon Queen's face showed a puzzled look. On the contrary, Ning Xiaochuan was extremely happy. At this critical moment, he unexpectedly led to thunder robbery, which was really great. In fact, last night, he had reached the 4th level of reality. But at that time, he stayed in the jade bottle of Mayan, shielding his contact with the outside world. At this moment, Lei Jia sensed his existence and naturally rushed over immediately. Shi, the Demon Queen, glared at Ning Xiaochuan fiercely and withdrew. Lei Jia has wisdom. Once she is perceived to be within the area of Lei Jia, she will also be regarded as a target. The stronger the cultivation of Shi Demon Queen, the stronger the thunder robbery will become. Shi Demon finally retreated. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. For the coming thunder disaster, he had no fear and was full of confidence to get through it. You can take advantage of this opportunity to refine the magic sword into a top-grade supreme weapon, and refine the 49 concrete magic swords in your body into a middle-grade supreme weapon. Ning Xiaochuan immediately sat on the ground and sank his mind into his body, allowing lightning to bombard his body and accept the baptism of electric pillars. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan found a purple mysterious force in his body, drop by drop, suspended in his martial heart palace. That drop contains a terrible divine power, which is almost like a purple sun suspended in the heart palace. Once it explodes, it can instantly fry Ning Xiaochuan's body into powder. It's really a drop of divine liquid. Yes, it's divine liquid. Ning Xiaochuan was shocked again. What Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know is that the reason why Tianyi holy water is called the first holy medicine of Yinyang holy religion is that Tianyi holy water is refined from divine liquid, and some other drugs are added, so its power is so powerful. Divine liquid is condensed from the spirit of the gods, because the gender of the gods is different, and the characteristics of the refined Tianyi holy water are also different. For example, Yu Mingsong gave Ning Xiaochuan this drop of Tianyi holy water, which was added with a divine liquid refined from the spirit of a male god. If female monks take this drop of heavenly holy water, the power of divine liquid will not burst out, but will burst out the effect of love/desire. Because female monks can't absorb the spirits of male gods at all. If a male monk takes this drop of Tianyi holy water, he will not only burst out the effect of love/desire, but also get the power of that drop of divine liquid, and burst out super supreme power in a short time. Previously, when he crossed with Shi Demon Emperor, 1/6 of the power of Shinai had been consumed, and the remaining 5/6 were suspended in the Wudoxin palace of Ning Xiaochuan. With the blood flowing in the body, the power of divine fluid is constantly carried to every part of the body. The speed of blood digesting Shinai is quite slow. Even so, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed has been increased more than 10 times, and his cultivation accomplishments are increasing all the time. Ning Xiaochuan roughly estimated that if the remaining divine liquid in the heart palace of Wu Dao was completely refined, it should be able to break through to the eternal realm. Of course, it is not a matter of overnight to refine the divine liquid completely. Last night, I was able to break through the fourth realm of human beings, which must be the reason why I refined the power of the divine soul of that drop of divine liquid. If other monks refine a sixth drop of divine liquid, they will not only break through the fourth realm of human beings, but may even break through several realms. That sixth drop of divine liquid must have been consumed elsewhere. Although the fourth heaviest thunder robbery in the real world is severe, there is nothing to do with Ning Xiaochuan. The thunder in the sky split for 2 hours, and countless creatures were affected and died under the thunder. Even this piece of land was emitting black smoke and turned into scorched earth. It's really great. After being refined by Lei Jia, 49 concrete magic swords have been promoted to the level of medium-grade supreme weapon. Ning Xiaochuan also mobilized his mind to investigate the magic sword, which made him a little disappointed. The magic sword is still at the level of top middle-class supreme weapon, and has not reached the level of top-grade supreme weapon. I can only wait for the next thunder robbery. It's too difficult to promote from middle class to top grade. It's estimated that it will be more difficult to promote from top grade to king in the future. Reaching the fourth level of reality, Ning Xiaochuan felt that his yuanshan was much stronger, Xingyuan was abundant, every drop of blood seemed to contain the essence of martial arts, and every hair seemed to be flowing divine light. In his current state, even if he doesn't use the blood code of the secondary god, he can also compete with the 6th level monk in the real world. If you use the second god's blood clothes, you can even fight against the 9th heaviest real person. Although the combat power increased sharply, the big trouble of Shiji demon was still standing in the distance. After the thunder was robbed, Shiji's demon queen was like a gorgeous ghost, floating in front of Ning Xiaochuan in an instant, with a cold brilliance in her eyes, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, I'll give you a chance to live in the palace, you do it." Ning Xiaochuan naturally could not compromise, and once again operated to connect the divine way to communicate with the spirit of winter rain. To his dismay, the spirit of Sui Hanyu still had no response. "Demon Queen, in fact, you don't have to care so much. As long as we don't say it, naturally no one knows." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Shiji Demon's 2 slender eyebrows almost stood up and said, "No one knows, it can be regarded as never happened?" "Well, since you don't do it yourself, Ben will do it himself." Ning Xiaochuan immediately backed away, pulled a certain distance from the back of Shiji Demon, sank his center of gravity, stood firm, called out the star halberd, and was ready to fight with the back of Shiji Demon. Shiji Demon, who was originally ready to start, suddenly stopped and looked at Ning Xiaochuan's left side. "Someone is coming." Ning Xiaochuan also looked in the direction of Shiji Demon, and saw only a girl in red and a 2-year-old boy with bare feet, slowly walking in this direction, walking very leisurely. "Ning Xiaochuan, your cultivation has been improved again?" Xiaohong said far away. The thunder robbery just now startled Xiaohong and rushed over immediately. In Xiaohong's hand, she pinched a Beijing Zhugua, bit it, and found that some of it was not ripe. Bah, bah. How sour. She wiped the bitten Beijingzu fruit with the corner of her clothes, and handed it to the little boy behind her, saying, "Little broken child, here you are." "Thank you, Sister Xiaohong. That little boy is very cute. He is wearing a big red belly pocket on his upper body and a pair of open crotch pants on his lower body. He is barefooted and closely follows Xiaohong." Shiji's demon queen's eyes stared at the little boy. The little boy's smile was very innocent. Holding Little Red and giving him by Jing Zhuguo, he ate excitedly. How wonderful! Ning Xiaochuan immediately walked over to Xiaohong and drew a long distance from Shijiao. He also noticed the little boy following Xiaohong and said, "Xiaohong, whose child is this?" "I don't know." Xiaohong touched a purple toad fruit and handed it to Ning Xiaochuan. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan shook her head, she ate it by herself. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Don't know? Where did he come from?" "I picked it up on the road. I think the little broken child is very cute, and I plan to take him as my younger brother." Xiaohong pinched the little boy's round head and twisted it around. With Little Red's fingers twisting, the little boy also wobbled around, and then fell to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan is not as innocent as Xiaohong. When he first saw the little boy, the 7 orifices demon heart gave him a dangerous signal. Abnormal, absolutely abnormal. He just used his mind to probe the little boy, but he didn't find any abnormality. You know, with Ning Xiaochuan's current mental power, even the 9th heaviest living creature in the real world can't hide his head and tail in front of him. Abnormal must have demon. Ning Xiaochuan said cautiously, "Send him back where you found him. If his parents find him lost, they should be anxious." "Oh. Yes." Little Red patted her forehead, immediately stared at the little boy and said, "Little broken child, go with my sister, and my sister will send you back. Ning Xiaochuan, give him to Ben Ho, who will hand him over to his parents in person." Shiji, the demon queen, stared at the little boy with a slight upturned corner of her mouth. Even the queen of Shiji demon is so interested in that little boy. It seems that the background of this little boy is really unusual. Ning Xiaochuan keenly noticed the abnormal attitude of Shiji demon queen, and said, "Demon queen, the little boy can give it to you." "But what happened between us?" Shiji demon leaned back his stiff chin, revealing his snow-white slender neck, and said, "This time, I can let you go, but you also have to pay some price. This bottle of the Supreme King level is regarded as your compensation for me. Don't you have a problem?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't have much opinion. After all, the jade bottle of Mayan was originally snatched from Aoki Shinko. Since Shiji, the demon queen, wants to make compensation to her. For Shiji demon queen, what happened last night is indeed an unprecedented trauma. If you don't find something in return from Ning Xiaochuan, it's absolutely impossible to let Ning Xiaochuan go. Xiaohong disagreed, after Shiji demon, you are too greedy. That's a Supreme King's weapon. Why should you compensate you? You know, the last time if Ning Xiaochuan didn't remind you, you mistakenly took the first holy medicine of Yin and Yang holy religion, Tianyi holy water. You know what the consequences of taking Tianyi holy water are? You certainly don't know, and I'm too lazy to tell you. However, you should know how to be grateful. If it wasn't for Ning Xiaochuan, you took Tianyi holy water, which is already his innocence has become a joke of the demons in the world. A generation of demon queen, incredibly innocent, think about it all feels so ridiculous. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan didn't let such a tragedy happen. You should be grateful to him. Originally, Shiji demon queen had temporarily suppressed the anger in her heart, and even Ning Xiaochuan was relieved, but she didn't expect that Xiaohong was too open-minded to say anything. Xiaohong said these words, although they were unintentional. However, each sentence is like a sharp knife, stabbing into the heart of Shiji demon. Shiji demon queen's heart is dripping blood. Ning Xiaochuan rushed forward immediately, took Xiaohong's small arm and dragged her away. If you let Xiaohong go on, the consequences will be very serious. Ning Xiaochuan, why don't you let me continue? I think Shiji demon queen is too much. She bite the hand that feeds her. She thinks she is righteous and insatiable. We can't be afraid of her. Even if her cultivation is strong, we must fight with her to the end on the issue of principle. Xiaohong clenched her fist and vowed. Ning Xiaochuan, holding Xiaohong's arm, quickly left this area, and said with a dignified look, "The key is that it is no longer a matter of principle. If it hadn't happened last night, maybe the Queen of Shiji Demon could still be rational and wouldn't kill us easily. But now, if you really poke her pain, she will make you unable to survive or die." Xiaohong was also startled, a little scared, and said, "What happened to you last night? Did you still have a drop of Tiani holy water for her to drink? Don't ask so many questions. Anyway, stay away from her in the future. I think she's really hit hard this time. If she gets angry, it's estimated that she can do anything. When we become strong in the future, naturally we won't be afraid of her." Ning Xiaochuan's face was very solemn. He could see that the reason why Shiji Demon resisted the humiliation last night must have something to do with that little broken child. If it weren't for the presence of that little broken child, she couldn't have let Ning Xiaochuan go so easily. What is the origin of that little broken child? Xiaohong also seemed to feel that Ning Xiaochuan had made a big mistake, and Shiji Demon couldn't let him go, saying, "Then we'd better find a safe place to hide first." Ning Xiaochuan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's go to the prison of the Demon Kingdom of Heaven." After Xiaohong and Ning Xiaochuan walked away, the innocent smile on the little broken child's face disappeared in an instant, sneering, "The great Shiji Demon actually forced a human boy to go to the palace." The emperor was very curious. "What interesting thing happened between you?" "Gaga." Shiji Demon Queen carried her hands on her back and said, "I'm also very curious. Why are you willing to be a little girl's younger brother?" The holy baby demon emperor sent out a gloomy laugh and snapped, "It's not your turn to point out what the emperor is doing." Shiji Demon Queen smiled and said, "You'd better leave things alone." The holy baby demon emperor's eyes were very sharp. After staring at Shiji Demon straightly, he snorted coldly and said, "Shiji, I heard that you defeated the Thor. The emperor didn't believe it and wanted to fight with you." "I don't know, do you dare?" Shiji Demon Queen said, "Ben has other things to do. I don't have time to fight with you." Last night, her cultivation was improved again. She must first consolidate the breakthrough realm and was too lazy to fight with the holy baby demon emperor. Since the demon queen didn't dare to fight with the emperor could only go to that human boy to practice 2 moves. The boy's physique is really strong, and he can actually defeat Long Tai. Instead, he has a good body, which can make up for the emperor's physical defects. If only he could be defeated. Jia Jia. Holy baby demon emperor rode. Shiji Demon, who was originally going to leave, suddenly stopped and his eyes flashed cold light. "Since you want to die, Ben will help you." Today, on June 1st, the book God, Demon and God was published for a whole year. It has written 2.8 million words, with an average update of 7,000 or 8,000 words a day. Among all the authors, it is not fast or slow. Thank you for your company all the way. If you want to add more. Cough. I don't have that time yet. Lao Jiu's codeword speed is already slow. 2 chapters a day almost take up all the rest time. I feel that I haven't had a good rest for a long time. However, Lao Jiu will try to keep 2 chapters a day and will not fall behind. Once I have enough time, I will try to write more. In addition, at the beginning of this month, have the cheek to ask for a monthly ticket. The battle between Shiji Demon Queen and the Holy Baby Demon Emperor was not as thrilling and earth-shaking as the last time the Wuyao Emperor was killed. A war of ideas. The 2 supreme demons, the 2 creatures standing at the top of the pyramid in Tianshu continent, stood motionless and stared at them, as if they had turned into 2 statues. Even the air stopped flowing. The wind did not blow, and the air did not move. It seems calm without smoke. However, if someone dares to enter the space between them, he will be instantly crushed into powder by an invisible force. The battle between ideas is more terrible than the battle of pure power. It not only tests the cultivation of monks, but also tests the strength of mind, the rules of martial arts, and their own innate will. After a while, the baby demon emperor's face gradually turned pale. Calm expression also gradually become distorted. Poof! A mouthful of blood spat out, and the holy baby demon emperor immediately flew backward, turned into a beam of light, and immediately fled. Shiji, I didn't expect your cultivation to be so strong that the emperor will come back to challenge you. The holy baby demon emperor's heart was very unwilling, and his voice came from far away, with a sense of resentment. Shiji demon queen didn't pay much attention to the words of the holy baby demon emperor. She left this desolate field alone, returned to Shiji demon hall, and began to consolidate the realm she had just broken through. Reaching the eternal realm of cultivation requires a lot of resources and energy for every little improvement. Breaking through a realm is already a great progress for the Supreme. Last time, although Shiji Demon Queen was slightly better than Thor Demon Emperor, she couldn't do anything about Thor Demon Emperor at all. Now her cultivation has been improved to a higher level. If she competes with the Thor Demon Emperor again, and the Thor Demon Emperor still wants to escape, it will not be so easy. Shiji Demon Queen is a person who must take revenge. Since the God of Thunder Demon Emperor dares to calculate her, she must let the God of Thunder Demon Emperor pay a heavy price. The dungeon of the Demon Kingdom of Heaven is located in the underground world, suspended in the center of a void space, surrounded by darkness, and the air is cold and biting, which reminds people of the legendary hell. In that void space, there is a painted black stone gate suspended, with two ghostly characters engraved on the top: demon prison. Xiaohong was a little nervous, followed Ning Xiaochuan behind, grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's clothes, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, what are we doing in the prison of the demon clan Holy Country? Hiding here, can we really escape the chase of Shiji demon?" Ning Xiaochuan's purpose is naturally not just to avoid Shiji's demon. According to Princess Dashi, King Qingxi and Liao were imprisoned here. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to meet them and ask them something face to face. On the left and right sides of the gate, there are two-headed fire lions squatting 9 meters high, like demon bodies made of red copper, covered with scales. The two-headed fire lion on the left saw that Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were close to the demon prison. He immediately stood up and said, "Human beings, the important place of the demon prison is not where you should come. The two fire lions are the 9th level of heaven and man. They are full of flames, and their eyes are like fire thunder, staring closely at Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong, who are approaching. It is not difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to kill them. However, Ning Xiaochuan knows that the demon prison is guarded by the existence of a demon emperor. If the terrorist existence is disturbed, it will be a big trouble." Ning Xiaochuan said, "This king is the king of extermination conferred by Lord Tianming Demon himself. Please make it convenient for the two guard lion kings. This king only wants to see a friend in prison, and it won't take long." The fire lion on the right said coldly, "No one can enter the important place of the demon prison without the token of the demon emperor and the demon queen. King of extermination, you'd better leave as soon as possible. This is not the place you should stay." Ning Xiaochuan took out 2 human-level pills, handed them to 2 fire lions respectively, and said, "This is the blood Bodhi pill, which can increase 200 years of cultivation. Can you accommodate?" The 2 fire lions returned the blood Bodhi pill to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "There is no possibility of accommodation in the important place of the demon prison. If you don't leave again, no wonder we will also take you down and put you in the demon prison, and you will never see the sun again." Xiaohong suddenly became angry, rolled up her sleeve and said, "It's shameless to give face. See if this girl won't screw your head off. You can have a try. If you dare to do so, I can guarantee that you two will never leave here alive." The 2 fire lions laughed sarcastically, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong were too ignorant to make trouble in the demon prison, which was simply deliberately looking for death. I'm so angry. Xiaohong widened her eyes and was about to spit out the dragon fire, making the two fire lions burn brighter and brighter. Ning Xiaochuan, stop Xiaohong. He frowned slightly, glanced at the two fire lions again, and secretly said that he really couldn't enter the demon prison, so he had to find another way. Noisy? What noisy? Who dares to be presumptuous here in the important place of demon prison? The silver-horned demon king rubbed his eyes, looking sleepy, and came out of the gate of the demon prison. Tell the silver-horned demon king, those two humans, do you want to take them down? The fire lion on the left said. Fire lion, don't know at all, Xiaohong is a dragon girl of the dragon family, just think she is also a human. Human? The silver-horned demon king woke up slightly, stared at the past, saw Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong not far away, and was immediately slightly surprised. Pa! The silver-horned demon king pulled out a python whip wrapped around his waistband, and severely whipped the ass of the fire lion twice, making the fire lion howl constantly. Idiot without eyes, don't you know that it's the king of extermination? How dare you talk back to the king of extermination? I won't kill you. Pa! 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 The silver-horned demon king waved a whip and whipped the fire lion on the left for more than 10 times, so that he kept begging for mercy. Then, he smoked the fire lion on the right. He was really tired, so he put the python tendon whip away. The king of extermination, I'm really sorry, these two mounts are too lack of discipline. The silver-horned demon king walked to Ning Xiaochuan with great enthusiasm, folded his hands, bowed, and always smiled on his face. It doesn't matter. Since you are working in the demon prison, there is one thing I have to trouble you. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The silver-horned demon king suddenly became angry, patted his chest, and said, What is trouble? Shouldn't this king be his own? Your business is my silverhorn's business, what's the trouble? What's the matter? Just say it. Ning Xiaochuan said, One of my friends King Qingyu is imprisoned in the demon prison. I want to see her. The expression on the silver-horned demon king's face immediately froze, showing embarrassment, and hesitated. King Miran, this. It's not that I don't help you, brother. I can't help you. King Qing and Liao are first-class felons. The heavenly dream demon king personally ordered the imprisoned creatures. In case of any accident, our brothers will lose their lives. Ning Xiaochuan said, I just want to see them alone, which is not good. The silver-horned demon king shook his head hard and said, This thing is really difficult. Ning Xiaochuan said, You and the golden-horned demon king swore to the demon god and promised to help me do 3 things. Now I think about it. The first thing is, I'm going to see the king of Qing dynasty now. Think for yourself. Will you take me to see the king of Qing dynasty or suffer the punishment of the demon god's oath? The silver-horned demon king clenched his teeth and said, I'll discuss with brother. It immediately ran into the gate of the demon prison to discuss with the golden-horned demon king. Ning Xiaochuan stood in front of the gate of the demon prison, waiting quietly. The 2 fire lions guarding the demon prison were like 2 pugs, crouching at Ning Xiaochuan's feet, and dared not say a word. After a while, the golden-horned demon king and the silver-horned demon king slowly came out of the demon prison gate. The silver-horned demon king came to Ning Xiaochuan and said in a low voice, I have discussed with my eldest brother that I can take you to see the king of Qinghe, but Liao's cultivation is too terrible for us to be the master. Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, It doesn't matter. It's good to see the king of Qingyu. I really want to thank you this time. Under the leadership of the golden-horned demon king and the silver-horned demon king, Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaohong smoothly entered the demon prison. The golden-horned demon king and the silver-horned demon king have a high status in the demon prison. The jailers who are in charge of the 3 prisons of heaven, earth and man can be said to be the 2 masters of the demon prison. Their ancestor is the prison owner of the demon prison, the octagonal demon emperor. When he came to the dungeon at the bottom, the golden horn demon king pressed his palm into the dent of one of the stone doors, immediately opened the array on the surface of the stone door, and whispered, "The king of Qinghe is locked inside. You should hurry up, meet him as soon as possible, and we should leave immediately. If the old ancestor finds out, Silver Horn and I will be finished." Ning Xiaochuan nodded and walked into the stone gate. The king of Golden Horn Demon immediately closed the stone gate again, took a long breath, stared at Xiaohong standing not far away, and said, "What is the relationship between Ning Xiaochuan and King Qinghe? It's amazing that he would take such a risk to see her." The Silver Horn Demon King also stared at Xiaohong, curiously. A bright smile flashed in Xiaohong's eyes, and she hooked her fingers at the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King. The Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King immediately followed their ears. Xiaohong whispered a few words in their ears. The king of the Golden Horn Demon and the king of the Silver Horn Demon heard Xiaohong's words, suddenly understood, and nodded deeply. The Golden Horn Demon King showed an incredible look and said, "So it is, I understand." The Silver Horn Demon King looked at the stone door and showed meaningful eyes. No wonder he insisted on meeting the king alone. That's the reason. Sitting in the center of a round jade platform with a diameter of 10 feet, Qing Wanpan closed his eyes and practiced. He felt that someone had entered the prison and immediately opened his eyes. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan standing on the edge of the jade platform, she was slightly surprised, so she stood up and said, "I can actually see you here." Ning Xiaochuan's palm reached the edge of the jade platform, and a layer of white light immediately lit up, blocking Ning Xiaochuan's palm out of the light. "It's useless. It's the jade platform made by the Tianming Demon Emperor with the rule of the secondary god. Only the secondary god can break it," the Green King said faintly. Old Nine continues to brazenly ask for monthly tickets. At the beginning of the month, monthly tickets can't fall too much. Everyone looks at my thick-skinned, "Just give me the monthly ticket" head. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan withdrew his palm, and the light curtain on the edge of the jade platform immediately disappeared. He asked, "What is the identity of you and Liao? Why does the Tianming Demon Emperor confine you here? How powerful was the Tianming Demon Emperor? He dared to kill the phoenix, but why didn't he kill the king and Liao?" The king of Qinghe thought for a moment and said, "With your current cultivation, I can tell you something. Ning Xiaochuan, do you know Dian World?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded gently and said, "I've heard that the world we live in now is Dian World." King Qingyan said, "There are 49 continents in Dian World, distributed in the vast sea area, and Tianshu continent is only one of them. The world is so huge." Although Ning Xiaochuan had long known that Dian World could not use only one continent, he was still a little surprised to learn that there were 49 continents like Tianshu. How vast the Tianshu continent is, it's almost endless. Hundreds of millions of creatures and hundreds of ethnic groups gather together. Even the north/Xinjiang of Tianshu continent is extremely vast. North. 90% of Xinjiang has never been to Ning Xiaochuan. Is it huge? The king shook his head and said, "Dian World, in the whole universe, can only be regarded as a drop in the sea, a grain of sand on the sand table. Outside Dian World, there is a vast starry sky, in which hundreds of millions of living planets are distributed, and there are also some big worlds, small worlds, and plain spaces that are as independent as Dian World. In the eyes of external creatures, Dian World is actually a completely closed world, isolated from the world, and unable to contact with external civilizations and creatures." "What does it mean to have a completely closed world?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. King Qing has said, "Do you know the battle of gods in ancient times?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded. King Qingyan said, "The entire 49 continents and boundless waters of the Dian World are the battlefields of the ancient gods' war. In other words, the Dian World is a god-making array arranged by the god king of the Xinhe civilization, which is called the Dian array. All the creatures of your Dian world are just gods scattered in the God-making array. Even if Ning Xiaochuan has a strong reception ability, it is difficult to digest everything that Qing Wang just said. The whole Dian world is actually just an array arranged by a supreme master in the universe, the God-making array. Including human beings, demons, and countless creatures, they are all divine seeds sown in the array. Ning Xiaochuan was full of questions and said, "Wait a minute, what happened to the war of gods in ancient times? What civilization is Shinhe civilization? How can Dian world be just a god-making array? What are the creatures living in Dian world? Are the animals raised by gods?" King Qinghe said, "The Shinhe civilization is a long river formed by hundreds of billions of planets, belonging to the 8-level civilization, which is what you call the 9-heaven divine world, and rules the whole universe. When you stand on the Tianchu continent, as long as you look up, you can see the Shinhe civilization. However, the Shinhe civilization is so far away from you that ordinary people can't imagine. As for what do you mean by the creatures of Dian world? If you can cultivate into a god, you will naturally be able to jump out of the world barrier, enter the Shinhe civilization, and be on an equal footing with the gods. If you don't cultivate into a god, that's right, it's no different from the livestock raised in the enclosure." Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and digested everything the King Qing said. Then he said, "Are you and Liao from the Shinhe civilization?" King Qinghe nodded and said, "Theoretically, the creatures in Dian world can't go out, and the creatures outside can't come in. However, as long as you pay some price and use some special means, you can also enter the Dian world, but your cultivation will be suppressed by the world force of Dian world. The higher the cultivation, the higher the price you need to pay to enter the Dian world." Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Why do you want to come to Dian world?" King Qinghe stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, "As I just said, Dian world is a god-making formation in the universe. As long as you enter the god-making cycle, the probability of becoming a god in Dian world is 100 times greater than that in other parts of the universe. Even the Shinhe civilization with sufficient resources is far inferior to Dian world. 10,000 years ago, Dian world entered the next god-making cycle." Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved and said, "Therefore, the Emperor of Heaven has become a god." King Qinghe nodded and said, "The cultivation of the Emperor of Heaven into a god indeed marks the next god-making cycle of Dian world, and also marks the coming of the next god's war. Moreover, it is not only the struggle within Dian world, but also the struggle between the major forces of Shinhe civilization." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Will the major forces of Shinhe civilization also intervene?" "Of course, after all, there will be many new gods born in every god-making cycle, but the number of new gods is limited, and all major forces will naturally strive for more places. They will even send the young generation of Shinhe civilization into Dian world to seize the opportunity to become gods." "The way of the King of Green." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Even if the major forces of the Shinhe civilization send the young generation into the Dian world, they will not have any advantage, but they will be suppressed by the world power of the Dian world." King Qinghe said, "You are wrong. Once the War of Gods is opened, the world power of Dian world will no longer suppress foreign monks. Many geniuses of Shinhe civilization are the sons and grandchildren of gods, with strong blood and extraordinary physique. The indigenous geniuses of Dian world cannot be their opponents at all. It is for this reason that Tian Ting, which is in charge of Dian world, immediately established the God Palace and the Tian Ting Academy in order to increase the competitiveness of the indigenous geniuses in Dian world and prepare for the future competition for the number of gods. In fact, wars have long been raging on all continents of the Dian world, and the competition for resources before the Fengshan War has begun. Even the Tianming Demon Emperor, behind her, there is a shadow of the existence of a certain Shinhe civilization. This is the root of all disasters, and this disaster will spread even wider." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I see. The Tianming Demon Emperor ordered the massacre of the human race, not only to accumulate human blood and gas to cast the flesh of the secondary god, but also to mention the harvesting of the divine seeds of the human race. As long as the human race destroys the race, naturally, it will no longer be able to compete with the demon race for the number of gods. King Qing has said, Ning Xiaochuan, you should understand that in the eyes of the gods, there is no difference between human beings and monsters. The key is who you belong to in the end. Therefore, only when you take refuge in Tianming, Demon Emperor, can she take you in. However, as a human being, she can't easily believe you. She will use her means to conquer your will and completely force you to the opposite of the human race. No one can conquer my will. Ning Xiaochuan's faith in his heart was very firm, and he said, King Qingyu, how can I save you? The king shook his head and said, no one can save us in the whole Tianshu continent. If you really want to help me, there are 2 ways. Which 2 ways? Ning Xiaochuan asked. King Qing has said, in the extreme south, which is very far away from the Tianshu continent, there is a Shumi Turtle Island. There is an immortal tortoise living on the Shumi Turtle Island. If you can find it, you may be able to save me. However, according to the elders of the clan, that immortal tortoise has lived for a very long time, may not be able to live, and may have died of old age in Dian world. Ning Xiaochuan added, what about the second way? King Qingyu said, go to the Fengshan cave and look for the secondary artifacts of the Qingyuan family, called colored glazed Tianjing. As long as you wear the glazed Tianjing on your body, you can resist the suppression of the world power of Dian world and restore your own combat power. If Uncle Liao's cultivation can be restored, it will be enough to fight against the Tianming demon emperor. However, Uncle Liao and I have been to the Fengshan cave several times, but we have not found Liuli Tianjing. Ning Xiaochuan said, tell me the shape and characteristics of glazed Tianjing and I'll find it for you. I'm preparing to enter the Fengshan cave again. Maybe my luck is stronger than you, and I can find the glazed Tianjing. King Qingyu said, I'll pass you a mantra. As long as the glazed Tianjing is within 1,000 miles of you, read it out, and the glazed Tianjing will send out power fluctuations. King Qingyu passed the formula to Ning Xiaochuan, stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, I don't know if your master has reminded you that you have a fatalistic enemy. According to my guess, that fatalistic enemy should soon enter the Dian world, and there must be a death between you. Ning Xiaochuan had come to the stone gate. Hearing this, he immediately asked, you also know my fateful enemy, who is he, she, in the end? What is the origin of our world-destroying way? When he, she, finds you, you will naturally know. The king stretched out and rubbed his eyes. No way. No way. I'm too sleepy. I have to sleep. With these words, the king of Qing dynasty actually fell on the jade platform, his hands resting under his cheeks, and slept gracefully. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a wry smile. Only the sleepy King Qingyu could sleep so comfortably in the prison. After walking out of the stone gate closed tightly again. The king of Golden Horn Demon and the king of Silver Horn Demon saw Ning Xiaochuan coming out of it. Their faces showed a surprised look and said, Ning Xiaochuan, you are too fast. What? Ning Xiaochuan rode. No, nothing, I think you're fast. The Golden Horn Demon King smiled meaningfully. Ning Xiaochuan felt a little baffled, and no longer paid attention to the Golden Horn Demon King and the Silver Horn Demon King, ready to leave the demon prison. The news learned from the King of Green is really shocking. If what King Qing has said is true, the enemies he and the creatures of Tianshu continent will face in the future will be more terrible, and he must make preparations in advance. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's mind trembled slightly, stopped outside a stone door, looked at the stone door. Who is the prisoner in this stone door? Ning Xiaochuan just felt a familiar wave coming out of the stone gate. The king of the Golden Horn Demon said, it is also a criminal taken in by the Tianming demon emperor himself. It is said that he is the emperor's eldest disciple. The old guy is stubborn and asked him to submit to the demon clan. He refused to die. The Tianming demon emperor doesn't want to offend the emperor, so he hasn't killed him yet. The eldest disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, that is not the ancestor of the Emperor of Heaven Mountain, Qichuan Taoist. In the first battle of the Holy Land of Light, Taoist Qichuan, monk Tanqian, and Phoenix disappeared at the same time. According to Ning Xiaochuan's perception of the breath of the Emperor's blade, monk Tanqian fled back to the Western Buddhist world. The monk's ability to escape is absolutely first class. Unexpectedly, Taoist Qichuan was imprisoned in the prison of the demon holy country. Where did Phoenix go again? Ning Xiaochuan said, Golden Horn, open the stone gate. I want to meet that Terran elder. It's just an old man. What's good to see? Despite this, the Golden Horn Demon King opened the stone gate. Xiaohong followed Ning Xiaochuan into the stone gate, and sure enough, she saw Taoist Qichuan imprisoned in the center of a round jade platform. Ning Xiaochuan, here you are. The Taoist priest sitting in the center of the jade platform slowly opened his dry eyes, with a kind smile. Ning Xiaochuan said, just now, the ancestor deliberately passed on a divine idea to the younger generation to guide the younger generation to come here? Taoist Qichuan nodded gently, like a fairy-like statue, sitting on the jade platform, calm in mind, deep eyes, not like a prisoner, but like a closed-door enlightenment here. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's a pity that the younger generation's cultivation is too low to save the ancestor from here. Taoist Qichuan said happily, don't take it too seriously. Being confined here can calm your heart and understand the Tao. Ning Xiaochuan, Lao Jiu heard Lingxi mention you. She said that you are the most outstanding Tianjiao in northern Xinjiang after the Emperor of Heaven. When she was at the Emperor of Heaven Mountain, she strongly recommended Lao Jiu to accept you as his own disciple. Ning Xiaochuan said, I didn't expect to be appreciated by Snow Girl, but unfortunately, I let her and my ancestor down. Now I'm not a disciple of Tiandi Mountain, but the King of Destruction under the throne of Tianming Demon. Taoist Qichuan shook his head with a smile, as if he could see through Ning Xiaochuan. He said, I have lived for 10,760 years, and I have read countless people. I will never lose sight of it. If you choose to take refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor, you must have your own ideas. Being able to make such a decision shows that you are a person who can withstand abuse and humiliation. Even if it is pointed out by thousands of people, the world is enemy, and you just calmly face it. Who can compare this mind? Ning Xiaochuan said, I'm afraid the ancestor misunderstood. The younger generation sincerely took refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor and had no descent from the demon family. If someone in the Terran really dared to abuse me, I would naturally break him into pieces and couldn't face it calmly. 7. Xiandao Humanitarianism. If everyone in the world reviles you, slanders you, and even attacks your friends and relatives, do you want to kill all the people in the world? Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a moment and said, since I took the first step, I won't look back. Ancestor, I'm leaving. Taoist Qichuan stared at the back of Ning Xiaochuan, who resolutely left, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, the road to the Supreme is always difficult, and countless bones are buried under your feet. But the setbacks you are now suffering and the insults you encounter will temper your mind, so that you can understand the true meaning of the Supreme better than others. The Supreme is not the strength of power, but the strength of your heart, which is inflexible. From beginning to end, Ning Xiaochuan never looked back and resolutely walked out of Sherman. This is a way for everyone to betray their relatives. You want to fight for a chance of life for the human race in the world, but how can the people in the world ever understand you? Taoist Qichuan shook his head, sighed a long time, and then closed his eyes again. Ning Xiaochuan, I think the old saying is very reasonable. When we return to the Terran, it is estimated that we will really be scolded to death, as well as Sisi and Shiner. They are also estimated to feel disappointed and painful because of your traitor lover and brother. Xiaohong chases after Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan hurried out of the demon prison soon. Xiaohong continued, "Of course, I have always understood you. After all, those holy earth heirs and leaders in the Middle Earth world are too much, too despicable, and too deceptive. If it were me, I would also choose to take refuge in the Tianming demon emperor." "Stop talking." Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Xiaohong immediately shut up. She had never seen Ning Xiaochuan speak to her so fiercely. After a long time, Ning Xiaochuan said, "Xiaohong, you are not human, you are not a demon family, and you don't even have parents and relatives. Some things can't be explained clearly to you." Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan's state was very wrong, Xiaohong walked over carefully, stretched out a beautiful jade hand, held Ning Xiaochuan's palm, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with a pair of watery eyes, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, don't worry. Even if you betray your relatives and are accused by thousands of people, I will follow you, and I know you have never changed." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Xiaohong, and his eyes gradually became soft. He gently touched her head and said, "Let's go. We have more important things to do." Just after returning to the King of Destruction cave, the Kiss demon attendant under the throne of Tianming demon came to the King of Destruction cave angrily and said, "King of Destruction, have you just been to the demon prison?" The Kiss demon servant was suspended in the air of the cave, with long hair like rain. Countless evil spirits flowed around her, emitting an extremely powerful momentum, and controlling the space of the King of Destruction cave. The slaves in the cave of the King of Extermination were all scared to the ground, with a sense of imminent disaster. "He dares to sneak into the demon prison. He is dead. He will kill us all." Jiu lay on the ground, sweating and trembling all over. Ning Xiaochuan sat by the blood river without any surprise and looked very calm. With the cultivation of Tianming demon emperor, we can naturally feel his every move, every word and action. Ning Xiaochuan calmly said, "Yes, I did go to the demon prison." He kissed the demon servant coldly, "Bold, the demon prison is important, can you go? I'm now a subordinate of Tianming demon emperor. Is it wrong to go to the demon prison to meet my friends and talk about the past?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. With a wave of the sleeve of the demon servant, a circular mirror appeared in the void. In the mirror, it is the scene when Ning Xiaochuan and King Qingyu meet. "How dare you still want to save the felon of the demon clan?" The murderous opportunity was exposed on the body of the demon servant, and a chill came out of her eyes and rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan calmly replied, "As a friend, I saw her being imprisoned in the prison, saying such words to comfort her and give her hope of escaping from the prison. Is it also wrong? I didn't rescue them at all, but you insisted on convicting me in advance. What do you mean by such a foolish act? Or does the great Tianming demon emperor mean? You want to die?" The Kiss demon attendant was extremely angry, his fingers pinched the claw shape, and thin scales grew on his skin. Even the existence of Demon Emperor and Demon Queen dared not speak to her in such a tone. What is this human boy? The Kiss demon waiter was about to kill Ning Xiaochuan. Suddenly, the voice of Tianming Demon Emperor came to his ear. Then, the Kiss demon waiter looked at Ning Xiaochuan reluctantly, and the demon Lin on his finger gradually disappeared into his skin. He said coldly, "You are lucky this time. Lord Tianming Demon Emperor, let you go to the demon temple, and she will see you in person." Ning Xiaochuan's heart was slightly relieved, and this level was temporarily over. Ning Xiaochuan and the Kiss demon attendant immediately went to the demon palace of Tianming Demon Emperor. Standing outside the demon hall, one person, one demon, bowed down at the same time, and said in unison, "Subordinates, meet the demon emperor. Come in." The voice of Tianming Demon Emperor came from the demon hall, which seemed extremely distant. Ning Xiaochuan and the kissing demon attendant entered the demon hall. They saw the Tianming Demon Emperor sitting at the top of the demon hall. The space around her body was chaotic, giving people the feeling that she was sitting in the depths of the universe, separated from Ning Xiaochuan and the kissing demon attendant by an infinite distance. That is to achieve a mysterious height of cultivation, which will give people such an illusion. Just like a mortal meets a god, even if the god stands in front of him, he will feel that the god is extremely far away from him and cannot be close to him. Whether it is Shiji Demon Queen or Qishuan Taoist, the difference between him and Tianming Demon Emperor is not a step or two, but a gap of 18,000 miles. No matter how powerful they are, they still stay at the level of mortals, but the Tianming Demon Emperor has moved towards the level of gods. Tianming Demon Emperor said, after the recent crusade, almost all the human civilization in northern/Xinjiang has disappeared on this land. Next, all demon emperors and demon queens will gather in northern Xinjiang. The demon army of Xinjiang will go to crusade against the Middle-earth world. As long as the human beings in the Middle-earth world are killed, the whole Tianshu continent will be the territory of all the demon races. Now, there is only one holy land left between the north/Xinjiang and the Middle-earth world, the Jiutian Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan, the emperor wants to send you to fight against the Jiutian Pavilion, so he must kill all the monks in the Jiutian Pavilion. At the same time, all the human beings in the civilization under the management of the Jiutian Pavilion must be escorted to Demengza as a sacrifice to the demon god. This is your first task to you when you come to the demon clan. Can you complete it? The Kiss demon servant sneered. She didn't believe that Ning Xiaochuan dared to disobey the order of Tianming Demon Emperor. As long as Ning Xiaochuan leads the monster army to break through the Jiutian Pavilion and sacrifice hundreds of millions of humans under the management of the Jiutian Pavilion to the demon god, it means that Ning Xiaochuan will completely break with the Terran and become a sinner of the Terran, and any human will regard him as a mortal enemy. Even if he was pretending to join the demon clan before, he had to continue to stay in the demon clan and work for the demon clan obediently. Because the Terran has no place for him. Ning Xiaochuan said, "My subordinates think it's very inappropriate to do this." The person who kissed the demon waited for Ning Xiaochuan to say this and immediately said, "Bold. Ning Xiaochuan, you even dare to question the demon emperor. Do you want to disobey the order of the demon emperor?" Ning Xiaochuan was cold, kissed the demon, and said, "Ignorance." The Kiss demon attendant was so angry that he immediately wanted to kill Ning Xiaochuan. She has always been unhappy with Ning Xiaochuan. If it hadn't been for the Tianming demon emperor to save his life, she would have secretly eliminated Ning Xiaochuan. Kiss, step back and let him talk. Tianming demon emperor rode. Yes. He kissed the demon waiter again, clenched his teeth, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and retreated to the side of the demon hall. Recommend a hot-blooded and domineering good book, Ancient Crazy God, everyone remember to read it. By the way, ask for monthly tickets again. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the center of the demon hall and talked confidently. First of all, we need to analyze the situation in the world. Before Tianming Demon Emperor woke up, neither the Terrans nor the demon clans in Tianshu continent were better than anyone, and maintained a balanced situation. Northern/Xinjiang, southern barbarians and eastern barbarians are indeed powerful demons. The Terrans can only open up civilization and multiply in the cracks of the demons' territory, and they can't compete with the demons at all. In the north/Xinjiang, the territory occupied by the major holy lands of the Terran is only less than 1% of the demon clan, which is naturally far from being able to compete with the demon clan. However, the Middle-earth world is different from the Western Buddhist world, where the Terran is the absolute master. If the demon creatures dare to be rampant in the Middle-earth world, it is a dead end. If the demon creatures dare to make trouble in the Western Buddhist world, even if a demon emperor level exists, it is estimated that they will soon be suppressed by the Taoist monks in the Western Buddhist world and become the spirit beast protecting a temple. If the monster army thinks that it can attack the Middle-earth world like the major human civilizations in northern/Xinjiang, it is a big mistake. It must suffer heavy losses, and it may be defeated. He kissed the demon and popped his nose, sneering, absurd. Only the 5 world leaders in the Middle-earth world can be regarded as the top existence. The 8 demon kings and 9 demon queens can easily crush the 5 world leaders. It doesn't need the Lord Tianming demon to do it himself, and the Middle-earth world has collapsed. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the demon servant like an idiot and said, "Do you really think that only 5 world masters are supreme? Isn't it? Kiss the demon waiter." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Ignorance. In northern Xinjiang, it belongs to the territory controlled by the demon clan, and there have been Qishuan Taoist and Imperial Concubine, 2 supreme-level strong Terrans. Not to mention the Middle-earth world with deeper Terran heritage? In the Middle-earth world, there are hundreds of holy lands that are not inferior to Tiandi Mountain. Even if every 10 holy lands cultivate a supreme in the dark, there are enough more than 10 supreme-level Terran strongmen. What's more, there are 3 more powerful saints in the Middle-earth world and some ancient Yinshizong doors, plus several envoys sent by the heaven. The strength of the Terran is not what you can imagine at all. If you rashly lead the monster army to attack the past, the monster army will be a victory, but also a tragic victory. It is estimated that there are not many monster creatures that can survive. Ning Xiaochuan knows that the Tianming Demon Emperor not only wants to destroy the human race, but also wants to make all the monster races strong. Only in this way can all the monster races produce more gods and compete for the number of gods in the future. Therefore, if we forcibly attack the Middle-earth world, the demon army will really suffer heavy losses, and the Tianming Demon Emperor will certainly carefully consider his words. The Tianming Demon Emperor was silent for a moment and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, what you said is reasonable. Now the Emperor asks you, since you can't attack hard, how can you outwit and minimize the losses of the demon army?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "The biggest advantage of the demon clan lies in the Tianming Demon Emperor." The Tianming Demon Emperor stood up from the gilded throne, with his long dress on the ground and a pair of jade arms behind his back, and said, "It's really easy to kill the Supreme with the current cultivation of the Emperor. However, if the Supreme intends to hide and use the Supreme Emperor's tools to cover up his breath, it's not easy for the Emperor to find them one by one and kill them." Ning Xiaochuan wrote, "If you want to destroy the Terrans, you must first destroy their beliefs." The 2 supreme places of the Terrans in Tianshu Continent are the God Palace and the Tianshu Continent Immortal Guild. As long as the Tianming Demon Emperor takes action to shovel these 2 places, it will be a fatal blow to the Terrans. All the sacred lands of the Terrans will become a mess of sand. As long as the demon army sends its troops to crush it, the Middle-earth world will be in the bag of the demon clan. Kiss Demon Shirling said, "If you said earlier that the Terran has many supreme figures in the eternal realm, Lord Tianming Demon Emperor boldly went to the God Reserve Palace and the Tianshu Mainland Immortal Guild. What if he was trapped by the Terran?" Ning Xiaochuan sneered, "With the current strength of the Tianming Demon Emperor, even if all the supreme masters of the Terran fight together, they can't be the opponents of the Tianming Demon Emperor. If they really gather together, wouldn't it be better to catch them all?" The Kiss Demon attendant couldn't refute, because what Ning Xiaochuan said was the truth. Standing on both sides of the Tianming Demon Emperor, the demon attendants and Qili demon attendants were awed, looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and thought to himself, "The King of Extermination is really cruel to the Terran, and so cruel to his own race. If the God Palace and Tianshu Mainland Immortal Guild are really destroyed, the Terran will be gone." Tianming Demon Emperor stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, "Okay. Just do as you say. 3 days later, you will go to the Divine Reserve Palace with the Emperor in person. The Emperor has long wanted to meet the Shinnong messenger sent by the heaven for a while. All of you step back." Returning to the cave of the King of Extermination, Ning Xiaochuan kept silent. This time it is the best and only chance to get rid of Tianming Demon Emperor. If you delay any longer, the Tianming Demon Emperor can condense a second secondary divine body. If the Tianming Demon Emperor condenses the second secondary divine body, it is estimated that the Terran will have no chance. The Terrans of the whole Tianshu continent will become white bones. The key is how to send the news to the ugly mother-in-law in advance when the Tianming Demon Emperor is not aware of it. Tianming Demon Emperor's cultivation is too terrible. Ning Xiaochuan's every move can't hide from her eyes. Once she detects a clue, not only Ning Xiaochuan will die, but also Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger will die, and even the whole Yulan Empire will turn into scorched earth under the anger of Tianming Demon Emperor. Yes. Let Xi Nu pass the news to the God's palace and give it to the ugly mother-in-law, so that the ugly mother-in-law can make arrangements in advance. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and fully mobilized his mind to communicate with those heart slaves he had accepted. These heart slaves are the pieces that Ning Xiaochuan once laid, but they are of great use now. Soon, Ning Xiaochuan communicated with a heart slave. Qi Xian, the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain, who owns the Hell Demon Seed Heart Palace, is a rare Tianjiao. That year, when taking the Tianmen exam, he competed with Ning Xiaochuan, but he was accepted as a slave by Ning Xiaochuan. Qi Xian did not perform well in the Tianmen examination, and failed to enter the top 10. However, he accumulated a lot and came from behind. Now he has reached the 7th realm of heaven and man, and has become a student in the outer courtyard of the Divine Reserve Palace. In the remote Middle Earth, the outer courtyard of the God's Palace. Qi Xian knelt piously on the ground, cowed out in the direction of north/Xinjiang, and said, "Great Master, you finally contacted your servant again." Ning Xiaochuan's mind spread an idea directly into Qi Xian's mind, and said, "Immediately pass this message to Master Sujing Shinong, the Lord of the Divine Reserve Palace." Sujing is the name of the ugly mother-in-law. Qi Xian showed his embarrassment and said, "Master, my identity is low. I'm just a student in the outer courtyard of the Divine Reserve Palace. I can't see a big man like the palace master at all." Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment, and then said, "Then go to the moon god and tell her the news. She knows what to do. In addition, I will engrave the array diagram of God-killing array in your mind, and you will give it to her." Qi Xian said, "If she asks, who told me the news, how should I answer?" Ning Xiaochuan took a deep breath and said faintly, "Tell her it's a mysterious person in the world. Don't mention my name. Go and pass the news and the array to her as soon as possible." With this, Ning Xiaochuan cut off the connection with Qi Xian's mind. Ning Xiaochuan asked Qi Xian not to tell the moon god his name. In fact, he was also worried about being detected by the divine mind of Tianming Demon Emperor. The idea of the secondary god is too powerful. Even small things that happen hundreds of millions of miles away may be noticed by her in advance. However, Ning Xiaochuan believes that the ugly mother-in-law must have a way to isolate the exploration of the secondary gods, and can make arrangements in advance before the Tianming Demon Emperor arrives at the Divine Palace. Ning Xiaochuan is now in the Demon Clan, with Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger beside him. He is walking on thin ice and in danger. He must be cautious in any action. God's Palace. Qi Xian finally saw the moon god, and according to Ning Xiaochuan's instructions, passed the news that the Tianming Demon Emperor arrived at the God Palace 3 days later and the array diagram of the God-killing array to her. The moon god stared at Qi Xian deeply and said, "Your message is not trivial. I have to confirm, which mysterious person sent you the message?" Qi Xian said, "I'm really sorry. That reclusive wonder repeatedly told me not to reveal his name." After saying this, Qi Xian left immediately. The moon god hesitated for a moment, rushed to the depths of the god's palace, visited the ugly mother-in-law, and immediately handed the news and the matrix to the ugly mother-in-law. The ugly mother-in-law opened the array and studied it carefully for a long time. It's really the god-killing array handed down from the era of gods. If it is used well, it can kill gods. No problem with the array? Moon Shinto. The ugly mother-in-law nodded, and immediately her eyes became serious and said, "Who passed this message to you?" "A student from an outside hospital." Moon Shinto. The ugly mother-in-law added, "Which student from the outer courtyard was once a disciple of that holy land? I have investigated that he was once the core disciple of Tiandi Mountain." Moon Shinto. The ugly mother-in-law's old eyes narrowed slightly, and immediately showed a faint smile, saying, "I understand. Moon God, you go to practice first, and in 3 days, I'm afraid you can distinguish the victory and defeat with the demon clan in advance, which will be a fierce battle." The moon god stood up and walked towards the door. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Grandma, there is a word I have always wanted to ask you." "You say?" The ugly mother-in-law said. The moon god said, "If I see Ning Xiaochuan again." "No, it's the king of extermination, do I want to kill him?" The ugly mother-in-law raised her head slightly and said, "Tell me the reason for killing him?" The moon god's eyes were full of struggle. Avenue, he took refuge in the demon clan, dedicated the demon tower to the Tianming demon emperor, and recognized the enemy of the human race as the main, willing to be a servant. He has fallen into the devil's way, lost his mind, and is doomed. I don't know how many people in the world want to kill him later, and regard him as an animal inferior to pigs and dogs. Rather than watching him die in the hands of others, it's better to die under my sword, which can leave him some dignity. After killing him, I will bury him and won't allow others trample on his body." The ugly mother-in-law coughed twice, stared at the moon god, and said, "In that case, why do you bother to kill or not? You think he fell into the devil's way, so you decided to kill him, why hesitate?" The moon god's face was cold, and every inch of his skin emitted a bright light like the moon. A layer of mist was covered in his clear eyes, saying, "I didn't hesitate." "Not hesitation, what is it?" The ugly mother-in-law said. The moon god said. Suddenly, the ugly mother-in-law gave a loud drink, and her voice was as loud as a phoenix crow and a dragon sing. Boom! The moon god was startled by this sound, and his whole body was slightly shocked, as if he had been hit in the head. A strong current was introduced into her body, waking her up from her loss. After waking up with a start, the moon god's heart was terrified and he was dripping with sweat. The ugly mother-in-law sighed, "Recently, you've been too persistent, and you've had a heart demon. Biening Ogawa hasn't been possessed yet, but you've been possessed first. These 3 days, you'll stay and calm down to restore your will. If your will is not firm enough, it will have a great impact on your future cultivation. Thanks for your advice." The moon god's eyes gradually restored calm, walked outside under a green cinnamon tree, sat under the tree, and began to practice. The blood in the blood river is getting richer and richer. Translucent figures float on the river, just like human souls. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiaoling sat by the blood river, one big and one small, 2 figures sitting side by side, completely immersed in the cultivation of martial arts. Even Xiaohong seemed to feel the unusual atmosphere and didn't run around, waiting to cultivate in the cave of the King of Annihilation. Although Xiaohong has always been very lazy, after all, she is the offspring of the dragon, with extraordinary talent and strong blood. Just taking miraculous medicine, spiritual fruit and elixir every day, his cultivation also improved rapidly. After 3 days of meditation, he successfully broke through to the 3rd level of real people. The talent of the dragon cub is indeed enviable. Of course, when it comes to the cultivation speed, the most terrible thing is Xiaoling. With the help of the purple stars in her body, her cultivation has reached the 7th level of the human realm, and the cultivation speed is incredible. For her, every day of practice is like 3 years of practice. Moreover, there will be no thunder and no bottleneck. Looking at the growing gap between her and Xiaolinger's cultivation, Xiaohong also felt pressure. Therefore, she would stay in the cave of the King of Annihilation to cultivate honestly in the past 3 days. Ning Xiaochuan took back the 4 spirits cultivated in Xiaolinger's body, and in a moment, his cultivation immediately improved by a large part. From the initial stage of the 4th weight of the real world to the middle stage of the 4th weight of the real world. You know, this is only the past 3 days, and cultivation has significantly improved a big step. If you can practice all the time, you will have the opportunity to hit the 5th level of reality within a month. However, today is the time to follow the Tianming Demon Emperor to the Divine Reserve Palace. Ning Xiaochuan must first stop practicing and adjust his state to the best. The King of Extermination, take the 2 creatures around you and come to the Demon Hall immediately. A mind of Tianming Demon Emperor was introduced into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Unexpectedly, I have to bring Xiaohong and Xiaolinger. It seems that the Tianming Demon Emperor doesn't completely trust me. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes stared at Xiaolinger beside him. Xiaolinger seemed to feel something, opened a pair of water-lingling eyes, and said softly, "Godfather, Tianming Demon Emperor asked you to take me and Xiaohong to the God Reserve Palace?" Ning Xiaochuan found for the first time that Xiaolinger had really grown up and her mind had become so delicate that she just looked at her with a look in her eyes and was guessed by her. Xiaolinger's beautiful face gently leaned against Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder and said, "I'm willing to go to the God Reserve Palace with Godfather." Even if it's a sea of knives and flames, Xiaolinger is not afraid at all. Ning Xiaochuan, with Xiaohong and Xiaolinger, immediately rushed to the Demon Palace where Tianming Demon Emperor was located. Arriving at the Demon Hall, Ning Xiaochuan found that the 3 gods of the younger generation of the Demon clan had all been waiting outside the Demon Hall. In addition to them, Long Tai and Princess Dashi, there was a man with a body as strong as an iron tower, full of palm-sized red scales, more than 10 meters high, full of explosive power. He should be one of the 3 gods of the demon family, the Tianjiao of the mountain beetle family, Song Yi. Mountain beetle is known as one of the most powerful creatures on land, which can carry mountains. In myths and legends, the ancestors of the mountain beetle once carried a continent, and their power was very frightening. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's arrival, Long Tai moved his palm and looked eager to try. Last time he was defeated by Ning Xiaochuan, he was very unwilling. Recently, he has been practicing hard, and even refined a precious 8,000-year-old Tianlong grass, and forcibly promoted his cultivation to the 4th level of the human realm, that is, he wanted to find a chance to fight with Ning Xiaochuan again, and he was ashamed of himself. Princess Dashi also made great progress in her cultivation and grew a 7th foxtail. The 7 foxtails are more than 10 meters long. Each foxtail is white and fluffy. It is exposed from the long skirt, and the whole body is full of seductive temperament. Ordinary monks can't hold it in front of her at all, and will be confused by her. She had to cover her face with a white veil, revealing only a pair of apricot eyes, staring at Ning Xiaochuan affectionately. Even if it's just a slight blink of eyes, it seems to be teasing Ning Xiaochuan, which is simply extremely attractive. The Kiss Demon attendant came out of the Demon Palace, looked at Ning Xiaochuan and the 3 gods of the Demon clan, and said, "The power of the White Bone Altar will inspire us and send us to the Middle-earth world. You don't all claim to be the top genius of the Demon clan. Today, the Demon Emperor will personally lead us to the God Palace of the human race, and let those so-called human geniuses see the power of our Demon clan geniuses. Those geniuses of the Terran are just decorations. If I fight, no one is my enemy." Song Yi Dao. Then, under the leadership of the Kiss Demon attendant and the Encounter Demon attendant, Long Tai, Song Yi, Princess Dashi, Ning Xiaochuan, Xiaohong, and Xiaolinger climbed the White Bone Altar together. The altar, made of hundreds of millions of human bones, is higher than the mountains. The Tianming Demon Emperor stood at the top of the White Bone Altar, and the divine power in his body was continuously distributed, turning into a fog river, which was integrated with the power of the white bone altar. Wow! A dazzling blood light rose from the center of the white bone altar and opened the void portal. Before long, when Ning Xiaochuan walked out from the other end of the portal, he had crossed hundreds of millions of miles and came to the Middle-earth world. The Divine Palace, built on the territory of the Immortal Guild of Tianshu continent, belongs to the richest, most prosperous and most central region of Tianshu continent. Countless divine-level existents have left relics here. Tianming Demon Emperor's body emits a torrent of demon gas, which condenses into thick dark clouds, enveloping the sky and shielding the scorching sun. In an instant, the surrounding area turned into a dark world. Many human friars felt that powerful breath. Some of the strong people at the human level flew out of the God-reserved palace and saw the Tianming Demon Emperor standing at the top of the white bone altar. Everyone was stunned. Tianming Demon Emperor is coming. It's Tianming Demon Emperor. Is the demon beast army ready to attack the God Palace? The outer court students and inner court students of the Divine Reserve Palace also stopped practicing one after another, and immediately rushed to the martial arts arena of the Divine Reserve Palace, looking at the white bone altar suspended in the void like a great enemy. Wow! Wow! White pillars of light rushed up from the ground. All arrays in the Divine Reserve Palace are activated, turned into round arrays, and suspended above the Divine Reserve Palace. Holding a crutch, the ugly mother-in-law stooped and staggered out of the God Reserve Palace, saying, "Tianming Demon Emperor, you finally came to the God Reserve Palace." Tianming Demon Emperor's body stood straight and awe-inspiring, and said, "Are you the messenger of the heaven? The Emperor has long wanted to visit you." In fact, the old man has always wanted to visit the Demon Emperor in North/Xinjiang, but it's a pity that he can't get away. Since the Demon Emperor arrived at the God's Palace, do you want to sit down and have a cup of tea with the old man? The ugly mother-in-law said. Good. The Emperor also wants to have a good talk with the messenger of heaven. Tianming Demon Emperor's body moved and flew out into a white light. The next moment, she stepped directly across the numerous array outside the God Palace and entered the gate of the God Palace. Every time you cross an array, the array will be broken directly. In front of the Tianming Demon Emperor, those arrays in the Divine Reserve Palace were like layers of tissue paper, which could not stop her at all. Those arrays are all arranged by the Supreme Master himself. If we dare to break through, we will be crushed by the array in an instant. A student in the inner courtyard, who is the most important in the real world, is surprised and inexplicable, and can clearly feel the powerful evil spirit on the Tianming Demon Emperor. If she slaps, it is estimated that she can sink the whole God Palace to the ground. Two demon attendants, the three gods of the demon clan, Ning Xiaochuan, Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger also flew down from the top of the white bone altar, followed by the Tianming Demon Emperor, and entered the God Palace. The human beings and the students of the Divine Palace surrounded each other. How can there be a human behind the Tianming Demon Emperor? Someone asked, puzzled. A sarcastic voice sounded and said, "Don't you know that? That's the red man beside the Tianming Demon Emperor, the king of extermination. He dedicated the Terran's Imperial Soldiers' Demon Tower to the Tianming Demon Emperor and was willing to be the servant of the Tianming Demon Emperor." Ning Xiaochuan looked in the direction of the voice just now and found that the person who said this was actually an acquaintance, the son of God of Aoki Holy Earth. After Aoki Shinko said Ning Xiaochuan's identity, the crowd immediately cursed. It turned out that it was Ning Xiaochuan, the dog thief, who actually presented the sacred demon tower of the human race against the demon race to the Tianming Demon Emperor. He was simply a sinner of the human race. Terran scum. He also deserves to be called man? I think he is a thing inferior to a pig and dog. If he falls into my hands, I will beat him to his knees in Qin and Han dynasties to beg for mercy. I can't survive or die," said an inner courtyard student of the Divine Reserve Palace. Ning Xiaochuan just calmly faced the abuse of everyone, and there was no emotional change on his face. However, Xiaohong couldn't bear it. She stared at those human monks and said, "Whoever dares to abuse Ning Xiaochuan again, I will immediately burn him to ashes. If anyone doesn't believe it, just try." You know, Xiaohong is the third cultivation in the real world, and she is also a dragon cub. Once she is angry, her aura is no different from that of a wild dragon. She roared out with a word and immediately suppressed countless human friars. The inner courtyard student named Qin and Han Tian, who was once the son of a holy land, had strong cultivation and resisted Xiaohong's aura, and said, "Little demon, what is the unclear relationship between you and the King of Destruction? He can betray the Terran today and you in the future." At this time, Tang Shuyao came out of the crowd and stopped Ning Xiaochuan's way. With countless questions in her beautiful eyes, her eyes were covered with water mist and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, are you really the same Ning Xiaochuan you used to be?" Ning Xiaochuan didn't look at Tang Shuyao's eyes at all, and said indifferently, "Miss Tang, please call me the King of Extermination." Tang Shuyao shook his head hard, and tears flowed from his eyes. He couldn't believe that this was said from Ning Xiaochuan's mouth, and said, "Destroy. Destroy the King of Man. Do you know that all my people were killed by monsters, and my relatives, my parents, were all pushed into the white bone altar and turned into pus and blood? I have an unparalleled hatred with the demon clan." That inner courtyard student named Qin and Han Tian has been pursuing Tang Shuyao. Seeing this rare opportunity, he immediately rushed over and courted him, saying, "Younger martial sister Tang, why do you say so much about things inferior to a pig and dog? He doesn't have you in his heart at all. He is now a servant of the demon clan, and he has long been not the Ning Xiaochuan you once knew." Tang Shuyao's eyes were fixed on Ning Xiaochuan. She wanted to hear Ning Xiaochuan give an answer, but Ning Xiaochuan was very indifferent and didn't mean to explain to her at all. Ning Xiaochuan found several eyes staring at him in the crowd. The owners of those eyes were Yusasai, Ning Shiner, Baozhu Dizong, Moon God, and some former friends such as Situ Jing, Luo Wu, Bright Saint, and Hua Qinglian. They all stared at Ning Xiaochuan, some with disappointment in their eyes, some with their hands on the hilt of the sword, some silently wiping their tears, and some with a look of doubt. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't dedicate Xinyao Tower to Tianming Demon Emperor, maybe many people will always believe him. However, when hundreds of millions of Terrans died under the iron hoof of the demon army, the demon tower almost became the only opportunity for the Terrans, but Ning Xiaochuan dedicated the demon tower to Tianming Demon Emperor. Under such circumstances, who will believe him? Among the students in the outer courtyard of the Divine Reserve Palace, a beautiful woman in royal clothes came out with a pair of blue pupils, walked to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, once our Jin family really wanted to marry you and let me marry you because of your talent. Your talent is really high, but your personality is too low. The old ancestor said that he regretted saving you." Ning Xiaochuan stared at Jin Ling standing opposite, his face still without any emotion, and said, "So? I want to dissolve my engagement with you. From now on, Jin Ling will no longer be your fiancé, and our Jin family will no longer have any relationship with you." Jin Ling rode. Ning Xiaochuan nodded, simply answered a word, and said, "Okay." "Ning Xiaochuan, how dare you fight with me?" Situ Jing came out of the crowd, with steady steps and sharp eyes. He held a silver spear in his hand and pointed it at Ning Xiaochuan. Strong Jingyuan flowed on his body, and there was a momentum of the strong in his eyebrows. Situ Jing was originally very talented. He had a human heart palace, and with the help of a large number of resources from the Divine Reserve Palace, his cultivation immediately advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long ago, he reached the first level of the human realm, from the outer court of the Divine Reserve Palace to the inner court. Ning Xiaochuan said, "You are not my opponent." "Really?" It's a big deal to die in your hands. Anyway, you gave me my life. Now give it back to you. Ghost anger. Situ Jing's eyes were resolute, and he shot decisively. His arms shook. The silver Jiu gun of the middle-class supreme weapon level made a thundering sound, turned into a silver streamer, and stabbed straight at Ning Xiaochuan. This is a kind of marksmanship that he practiced in the God Reserve Palace. It is said to be one of the 10 marksmanship magical powers in the heaven. It is divided into 7 types. With each increase of one type, the power of the marksmanship will be stronger. Reaching the 7th type, it can be called a divine skill, which is enough to call the power of the marksmanship. Those who can enter the inner courtyard of the divine palace are naturally extremely talented. Situ Jing's humanoid heart palace is not much weaker than Ning Xiaochuan's 7 orifices demon heart palace and Shui Lingshu's chaotic heart palace. In the same realm, the physical combat power can be called invincible. With his first level of cultivation in the real world, he showed ghost shooting, but it was enough to compete with the second level of creatures in the real world. Finally, someone attacked Ning Xiaochuan's thief, and everyone was applauding. Kill him and tear Ning Xiaochuan's thief to pieces. It's too easy to kill him. We should dig out his eyes, cut off his tongue, cut off his limbs, and betray the traitor of the Terran. We can't let him die so easily. Situ Jing's power is indeed very strong. Countless ghosts and gods' shadows are suspended in the void, and go out with a bullet, sending out the roaring sound of ghosts and gods. Ning Xiaochuan just slowly stretched out 2 fingers, and then firmly clamped the sharp tip of the gun, dissolving Situ Jing's whole body strength into invisibility. In an instant, all ghosts and gods disappeared. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan flicked his finger and directly bounced Situ Jing out. Situ Jing vomited blood at his mouth and fell 10 feet away. Even the silver spear fell to the ground with a bang. Ning Xiaochuan, you killed me. Situ Jing roared fiercely. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, my king, don't kill waste, this time I'll let you go. Situ Jing clenched his bloody teeth, lifted the silver gun again, cut the gold and cut the iron and said, today, it's either you or me. Poof. Situ Jing spit a mouthful of blood on the tip of Injua's gun. Ghost sacrifice. Situ Jing and Injua's gun were completely wrapped by blood light. Between heaven and earth, a faint divine power converged towards Situ Jing and condensed into a virtual shadow of the gun god behind him. For all this, the Tianming demon emperor didn't mean to intervene, but sat on both sides of a stone platform with the ugly mother-in-law, as if he was really just drinking tea. Seeing that those Terran monks hated Ning Xiaochuan so much, Long Tai was very happy, and happy to see this good play. Situ Jing showed the 7th move of ghost marksmanship, which transformed marksmanship into divine skill, and his power climbed to the extreme. Brother Situ, please don't kill my brother, please don't deal with my brother, don't scold my brother. Ning Shiner flew out and stopped in front of Ning Xiaochuan, staring at Situ Jing opposite. Who else was ready to fight at any time? Terran Tianjiao said in a pleading tone. Xiner, get out of the way. This is the gratitude and resentment between Ning Xiaochuan and me. Even if I can't kill him, at least I'll give him back my life. I don't want to owe him anything. Situ Jingdao. Well said. Let's kill Ning Xiaochuan's son of a bitch together. Whoever dares to help him is the enemy of the whole Terran. Aoki Shensi rode. Jioshu Shensi also immediately spoke, staring at Ning Shiner with cold eyes, and said, why do you talk so much about morality with a human traitor? If anyone stands with Ning Xiaochuan, get rid of him together. Everyone was murderous and surrounded Ning Xiaochuan in the center. However, they all knew that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was strong, and no one dared to approach at all, and almost all stood 10 feet away from Ning Xiaochuan. Xiaohong rolled up her sleeve, revealing 2 snow-white lotus arms, and said, since you are so unkind, today, let the blood flow into a river in the god's palace. Xiaoling said, you only know that Godfather betrayed the Terran, but who knows what despicable means the Terran used to deal with him in the 9 days holy city? All the so-called Holy Earth descendants are selfish and sinister villains. The leaders of the Holy Land envy Godfather's talent and want to kill Godfather in the cradle. So narrow-minded, it is also called the leader of the Holy Land? You call yourself Godfather's friend and Godfather's lover. Where are you when he needs your help most? What if Godfather betrays the Terran? It's all your forcing. No wonder he. Everyone was silent. Situ Jing severely bit his teeth, waved the spear, cut off a section of the robe, and the robe fell from his body and fell to the ground. Cut the robe and break the righteousness. King of Annihilation, from now on, you will no longer be friends. If you meet again, life and death will be divided. Situ Jing put away his spear and turned away. There was noise in the crowd. I saw a gorgeous woman wrapped in moonlight, coming out of the crowd, with light steps, ethereal posture, rounded breasts and hips, and a waist as thin as a willow. She was simply stunning, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. The arrival of the Moon God caused quite a commotion. Although the Moon God is also a student of the Divine Palace, few people have seen her real body. Everything about her is full of mystery, and she is the dream lover of countless genius heroes. The Moon God is the top 3 human Tianjiao in the God Palace. If she takes action, she has a chance to kill Ning Xiaochuan's thief. With the Moon God came another stunning woman, the 7 princesses of heaven. Her cultivation is not under the Moon God. The Moon God stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan and said, Ning Xiaochuan, I will fight with you fairly. If you win, I will let you leave the God Palace. If you lose, you will be imprisoned in the God Palace for 100 years. Xiao Hong was immediately annoyed and said, Ji Hanqing, if Ning Xiaochuan hadn't saved you at the beginning, you would have been dead. You actually want to deal with him now. It's really a white-eyed wolf. I can't stand it. I'll fight you. Ning Xiaochuan gently waved his hand, stopped Xiao Hong, stared at the beautiful Moon God standing opposite, and said faintly, I'll fight with you. I recommend my friend's work, The King of Urban Medicine, which is hot-blooded and ambiguous, and is worth seeing. Ning Xiaochuan still appreciates the Moon God. In her heart, there is the righteousness she insists on. In front of the righteousness, any family affection and kindness are not worth mentioning. At the beginning, when Ning Xiaochuan and Yun Honghao were enemies, the Moon God once killed his relatives with great righteousness and secretly helped Ning Xiaochuan. She didn't want her master to kill Ning Xiaochuan. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan stood on the side of righteousness. Now that Ning Xiaochuan has betrayed the righteousness, she stands on the opposite side of Ning Xiaochuan, and still adheres to the righteousness in her heart. She will never be associated with evil, even if Ning Xiaochuan is the man she once loved. However, it is not correct to say that the Moon God is a completely ruthless person. Because she just hid her feelings in her heart and didn't let anyone find out. If Ning Xiaochuan really died in her hands, she would never live alone. Seeing a battle intertwined with love and hate about to break out, many people showed a look of expectation, a look of schadenfreude. However, deep in the God's palace, the battle broke out first. Boom! In an instant, the whole space shook violently within the scope of the God Palace. A terrible hurricane surged out of the depths of the God's Palace. In the face of this hurricane, even real monks were blown out in an instant. When everyone stood firm again, they had been blown hundreds of miles away. They looked in the direction of the God's Palace and found that the whole God's Palace had become flat, with temples collapsing, mountains crumbling, and spiritual rivers drying up. A supreme-level Terran strong man, full of dazzling light, holding a supreme emperor-level tripod, rushed out of the ground and shouted at the students in the distant God Palace, all Terran monks, immediately stay away from the God Palace, the farther the better. The battle beyond the supreme level will break out. This is the decisive battle between the Terran and the Tianming Demon Emperor. Fight beyond the supreme level. The supreme level of fighting, it has been devastating, not ordinary people can imagine. How terrible will it be to fight beyond the supreme level? Then, a Terran Supreme flew out of the ground, and each Terran Supreme held a Supreme Imperial instrument in his hand. Every Supreme Imperial weapon is a divine weapon handed down from ancient times. It has countless immortal legends and emits brilliant power. A handsome son of the holy earth god looked at the direction of the god's palace and saw a cloud of light in the sky. He was slightly surprised. That's the Lord of the Fifth World. He had already come to the god's palace. That great man wearing a golden sword is the Lord of the Second World, known as Supreme Ning Xiaochuan. Another goddess of Holy Land exclaimed. Who is that old man wearing Tai Chi robe? It's so powerful. He's definitely a human supreme. Why haven't you heard of his taboo? An elderly immortal said, he is an old ancestor of Tai Chi Holy Land. He was an old monster 10,000 years ago. Everyone thought he had been seated. Unexpectedly, he broke through the eternal realm and became the supreme. Who is that woman with a red mole on her eyebrows? She can even stand with the Lord of the Second World. If I guessed right, she should be the leader of the previous generation of the twin saints, Li Baoqing. It is said that when she was alive, she was a mortal enemy with the Lord of the Second World. I didn't expect that now they could stand together against the enemy. What is life? She's not dead at all. A Terran Supreme flew out from the ground, suspended in all directions of the void, and his body emitted dazzling brilliance like the scorching sun. Among them, there are envoys from the heaven, the Lord of the world, and some old monsters who have died. Everyone has earth-shattering stories and legends, and every name can scare a large number of people. The supreme of these Terrans unexpectedly gathered together. The Tianming demon emperor calmly sat by the stone platform, holding a cup of tea in his hand, bright eyes and white teeth, calm as water, and said faintly, since all the supreme masters of your Terrans have gathered in the divine reserve palace, it also saves the emperor from running around. Today, I will kill all of you, and it is right to use your blood to refine the secondary divine body. Arrogance. The supreme master of the human race gathered today to kill you. Tianming demon emperor, even if you have become the first god body, you can't be invincible. The Lord of the Fifth World stood in the void, with a strong tiger body and strong arms, holding a supreme imperial halberd, like a peerless god of war. The Lord of the First World stood by a dry pond, wearing a black god's blood armor, and beside him stood a four-winged blackbird from the ancient world. The Lord of the First World, Flying Rainbow Supreme, is known as the strongest in the Middle-earth world. His cultivation has reached the ninth heaven of the eternal realm. His eyes are like two fireballs, staring at the Tianming demon emperor sitting by the stone platform. Divine Rainbow 9 cracks. The body of the First World Lord moved and immediately turned into a flying rainbow and rushed out. With one palm, in the void, 9 double palm prints appeared immediately. One heavy is stronger than another, and the power is constantly superimposed. When reaching the 9th palm, the power is already strong enough to instantly tear up the stars outside the sky. Tianming demon emperor still sat by the stone platform, motionless, and hit out with a backhand palm. Bang! 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 Burst 9 times in a row. The 9 palm prints of the Lord of the First World were easily dissolved by her. The Lord of the First World made a muffled sound in his mouth, flew backward, retreated to the side of the four-winged blackbird, and stepped on 2 deep footprints. So terrible. Just now, I just had a tentative fight with the Tianming demon emperor, and the Lord of the First World suffered a heavy blow. The hand bone of my right hand was almost broken into powder, and half of my body could not move. In contrast, Tianming demon emperor sat by the stone platform from beginning to end without moving. Her accomplishments are simply unfathomable. Cultivation is good, and there is a chance to seize nature. Tianming demon emperor rode. The Lord of the First World turned the supreme chi in his body and soon recovered from the injury, saying, "It's really an honor for me to be appreciated by the Tianming Demon Emperor." The Tianming Demon Emperor glanced gently at the Lord of the First World and said, "If you submit to the Emperor can help you to seize nature." The realm of cultivation is divided into Xuanqi realm, divine body realm, refined realm, earth respect realm, heaven and man realm, human realm, eternal realm, supreme, creation realm, and sub-god realm. A total of 9 realms. Only those who have captured nature can have the opportunity to become a secondary god. The cultivation of the Lord of the First World has reached the 9th level of the eternal realm. It can be said that he is the person closest to the creation realm in the whole Tianshu continent. His cultivation is powerful, which is no longer imaginable by the general, supreme. The Lord of the First World said, "If you don't bother the Demon Emperor, even if you can't seize nature all your life, you won't be subject to the demon clan." Good. Good. Tianming Demon Emperor nodded. "Let's start the array together," the ugly mother-in-law said. As soon as the ugly mother-in-law raised her arms, the earth shook immediately, and towering Jianshan Mountain several kilometers high rose from the ground, surrounding the Tianming Demon Emperor in the center. 81 Jianshan Mountains form a large array of gods, covering thousands of miles around the earth. Jushan Formation is completely isolated from the outside world and becomes an independent space. It's worthy of being known. Finally, there is a figure who has captured nature. The corner of Tianming Demon Emperor's mouth took a charming radiance, and the momentum on her body became stronger and stronger. A demon cloud suspended above her head and rotated with the whole array of gods. Outside the god-killing array, until now, there are still countless people who don't understand what happened. I know, the heroes of our Terrans had expected that the Tianming Demon Emperor would come to the God Reserve Palace, so they made arrangements in advance to unite all the strong and kill the Tianming Demon Emperor town in the God Reserve Palace. A student in the inner courtyard of the Divine Reserve Palace said excitedly. It must be the result of some Terran sage's calculation in advance. It is expected that the Tianming Demon Emperor will arrive at the God Palace today. It's really great. Everyone was excited, and all were sighing that the wisdom of the human ancestors could predict in advance that the Tianming Demon Emperor would come to the God Palace. It was really great. Aoki Shensi said, "Our Aoki Holy Land has a kind of calculation secret, which is called wood spiritual skill. If we practice the wood spiritual skill to the extreme, we can calculate the gods. I guess that it is our leader of Aoki Holy Land who predicted in advance that the heavenly demon emperor would drive to the divine palace at the cost of longevity yuan, so we will set today's situation with the supreme masters of the human race." Cut. Don't put gold on your face. What's the wood spirit skill? The 4-elephant heaven and earth skill of our 4-elephant holy soil is the top skill of calculation. It must be the palm of our 4-elephant holy soil who paid a high price to calculate this result. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan looked at the great array of gods in the distance, and his heart was very calm, neither lost nor happy. Whether we win or lose depends on this battle. Only the Supreme can intervene in this battle. Let's get out of here quickly. If the array breaks, tens of thousands of miles may turn into a battlefield. Ning Xiaochuan said to Xiao Hong and Xiao Linger. Ning Xiaochuan, do you want to escape? The inner courtyard student of the Divine Reserve Palace stopped Ning Xiaochuan's way. Other students and human beings in the Divine Reserve Palace gathered around one after another, surrounding Ning Xiaochuan and the 3 gods of the demon clan in the center, blocking their escape. Haha. Tianming Demon Emperor has become a turtle in a jar for all of us. Do you guys of the demon clan still want to escape? A native of the Holy Land laughed. A holy earth goddess with outstanding appearance stared at Ning Xiaochuan contemptuously and said, "The demon king of Tianming should be damned, and the king of extermination should be damned. Let's kill this scum of the human race together." Aoki Shensi sneered, Ning Xiaochuan, you think you can enjoy prosperity and wealth by taking refuge in Tianming Demon Emperor, and you can live a miserable life. Didn't you think you have today? Long Tai held his hands on his chest and jokingly stared at those Terran Tianjiao, wheezing with a smile, a group of ignorant humans, really think your Terran supremacy can kill the Tianming Demon Emperor? Really think that with your power, you can kill the King of Extermination? All are frogs at the bottom of the well. What are you? Why do you look down on our Terran friars? No matter how strong the King of Annihilation is, he can be our opponent? Aoki Shinko showed a disdainful smile and stared at Long Tai contemptuously. He didn't pay attention to Long Tai at all. He could see that Long Tai was also a young monk of the demon clan, not a creature of the older generation of the demon clan. As a young monk, Aoki Shinko is not afraid of anyone at all. Even if his cultivation is a little weaker than the other side, if all the people present fight together, it will only be a dead end. What am I? Long Tai's eyes flashed, staring at Aoki Shensi. As the crown prince of the dragon clan, how arrogant, even the king of extermination who once defeated him dare not despise him so much, and the human in front of him is even more arrogant than him. More arrogant than him? Aoki Shinko rubbed his nose and said with a smile, how? So angry? With your mind, you can actually practice to shape? It seems that your demon clan has no other strong people except a Tianming demon emperor. No wonder even Ning Xiaochuan can be crowned king in the demon clan. I don't know what to do. Long Tai has never been ridiculed like this. He can't bear it. The anger in his heart makes the dragon blood in his body burn completely. The dragon chi was boiling all over his body. He stepped out in one step, as fast as lightning, across a distance of dozens of feet, and rushed directly in front of Aoki Shensi. His 5 fingers were open, and each finger was flowing with dragon chi, which seemed to have a strong momentum. So fast. Aoki Shensi didn't expect that Long Tai's cultivation was so strong that the palm print in his eyes became bigger and bigger. He was already stunned and immediately showed a fast magic power to retreat quickly. Unfortunately, it's still late. Bang! Long Tai slapped down one by one with a thud, slapping Aoki's head into his neck, and blood kept gushing out of his neck. Aoki Shinko's shoulders collapsed, giving people a strange and terrifying feeling. Aoki Shensi's body fell straight down. Long Tai retracted his palm, flicked the blood mark on the corner of his clothes, and said, "This is the so-called human Tianjiao?" Vulnerable. Those Terrans Tianjiao were all shocked. Looking at the corpses on the ground, they couldn't help retreating a few steps. You should know that Aoki Shensi is the first peak of the real person. He is the inner courtyard student of the Divine Reserve Palace. However, he was slapped to death by the other party, and he didn't even have a chance to escape. How powerful is the cultivation of that demon creature? Princess Tiantinki gently touched the snow-white chin, stared at the magnificent dragon Tai, showed a somewhat curious look, and said to herself, "There is such a pure real dragon on the land, which seems to have awakened the blood of the ancient dragon. I'm afraid that few young people in Tianshu continent are his opponents." Princess Tiantinki clearly perceived the power of Long Tai. Even if she did it herself, she was not sure of winning. Those Terran monks did not dare to easily provoke the 3 gods of the demon family, but instead pointed the spearhead at Ning Xiaochuan. "Miran King, do you think you can save your dog's life by hiding among the young masters of the demon clan? Have the ability to stand up and fight alone with me." Qin and Han days standing beside Tang Shuyao said. Qin and Han dynasties have been pursuing Tang Shuyao. Naturally, they have inquired about Tang Shuyao and know that Tang Shuyao once loved Ning Xiaochuan. Therefore, he must take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Ning Xiaochuan in the presence of Tang Shuyao, proving that he is stronger than Ning Xiaochuan. Only in this way can Tang Shuyao favor him. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Qin and Han Tian and said, "You don't deserve to fight with me. Miranwang, I know your cultivation is very strong and your talent is very high, but don't underestimate the talents in the world. Who wins and who loses is unknown." Qin and Han Tian inquired about Ning Xiaochuan alone and knew that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was strong. Therefore, he did not dare to despise Ning Xiaochuan at all. A silver needle as thin as an ox's hair pinched between the fingers of the Qin and Han dynasties, stabbed into the middle of the eyebrows, and vaguely a strong Jinyuan rushed out of the body. This is a secret method to stimulate one's own potential, which can increase the cultivation of Qin and Han Tian by 8 times in a short time. He was originally the second level of cultivation in the real world. After exercising the secret method, he was enough to challenge the third level of monks in the real world. The Qin and Han dynasties are worthy of being the top 20 figures in the inner courtyard of the Divine Reserve Palace. He showed the secret of Lingtai stabbing acupoints, and his combat power is enough to compete with the top 10 strong men. It is said that the Qin and Han dynasties rushed into the Divine Weapon Tower, reached the 6th floor, and received a reward from the Supreme King's weapon. If he cast the Supreme King's weapon, I don't know how terrible it would be. Qin and Han Tian has been pursuing Tang Shuyao, the 9 heavenly spirit girl, but it's a pity that Tang Shuyao doesn't look down on him and is still waiting for the traitor of the human race. This time, it's time for Qin and Han Tian to prove himself. As long as Qin and Han Tian kills that traitor of the human race, he will immediately become the hero of the human race and be favored by countless proud women of heaven. It's estimated that even the 9 heavenly spirit girl can't resist his charm at that time. Qin Han Tian pinched his 5 fingers into paw prints, with a sharp edge in his eyes, and said, "King of Annihilation, are you qualified to fight with you now?" Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, "With your talent, you will be able to become the supreme in the future, and there is even a chance to seize the good fortune and become a secondary god. Why do you want to die?" Hearing this, Qin and Han Tian became more angry. In the final analysis, the king of extermination still didn't pay attention to him. Roar! The Qin and Han dynasties roared, and rushed out 10 feet in one step, playing the eagle dragon Tianji hand. His palm is like an eagle's claw or a dragon's claw. Every finger is wrapped in a blue flame, burning the air hot. Ning Xiaochuan just stood still, with his body as the center. Within 3 meters, a reddish air flow formed. Bang! The Qin and Han dynasties hit the red airflow with the eagle dragon hand and made the airflow ripple like ripples, but it couldn't break the airflow. Qin and Han days were blocked by Ning Xiaochuan's Jinyuan, 3 meters away, and even Jinyuan couldn't break through, let alone hurt Ning Xiaochuan. How? Possible? The Qin and Han dynasties stared unbelievably at Ning Xiaochuan, who stood steadily 3 meters away. It seemed close at hand, but it seemed as far away as thousands of miles, and he couldn't get close at all. Those Terran monks were extremely shocked. Although everyone knew that the king of extermination was very strong, they didn't expect to be so strong. With the cultivation of the Qin and Han dynasties, can't you break his protective body, Jinyuan? Long Tai's eyelids jumped slightly, and he clenched his fists tightly. The cultivation of the king of extermination has indeed reached the 4th level of the human realm, and it seems that it is not as simple as in the early days. At the beginning of the 2nd level of the real world, the king of extermination defeated Long Tai, the 2nd peak of the real world. Now, the cultivation of Miran Wang has reached the middle stage of the 4th level of the real world, while Long Tai is only the early stage of the 4th level of the real world, and the gap between them is even greater. But if it was a duel between life and death, Long Tai still believed that he could kill the king of destruction, because his palm held a card. Once it was played, it was enough to hit the 9th heaviest monk in the human realm. His cultivation is so powerful, dozens of times stronger than when he was in Jiutian Holy City. His cultivation should have reached the 4th weight of a real person. A pair of dye eyebrows of Princess Tian Ting 7 gently picked, and her eyes moved, showing a look of surprise. Even with the accumulation of various resources and the talent against the sky, few young people can reach the fourth level of reality. Bang! The Jingyuan surging around Ning Xiaochuan's body was like a layer of air waves, stacked together, rushed out and hit the Qin and Han days. The Qin and Han dynasties slid back, and their battle clothes were shattered layer by the impact, and their chests seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, slightly collapsing. Poof! Qin and Han Tian's body hit a mountain wall in the distance, and the whole person was inlaid in the mountain wall. The hair crown on his head was broken, and his long hair was scattered. His hair looked a bit down. Cough. His head was full of blood. Holding a pair of iron fists tightly, he flew out of the mountain wall, unwilling to stare at Ning Xiaochuan not far away, and shouted, "Jiu Tian millstone." On his chest, a red stone grinding plate flew out, which was divided into upper and lower layers and kept rotating. The Supreme King's utensil obtained by the Qin and Han dynasties from the Divine Weapon Tower is the Jiu Tian millstone. The scarlet millstone rotated between Qin and Han Tian's hands, and its volume continued to grow, and its diameter became more than 50 meters. It was like turning into two stone mountains pasted together, rising continuously, and finally stopped at the top of Qin and Han Tian's head to rotate, sending out a buzzing sound. The size of Jiu Tian millstone is still growing, and its power is becoming stronger and stronger. Under the full urging of Qin and Han dynasties, it unexpectedly awakened a trace of the original power of Jiu Tian's millstone. The spirit of Jiu Tian's millstone woke up, and the fluctuation of power became more and more terrifying. Those talented people in the God Palace were shocked by the power of the Jiu Tian millstone, and felt the powerful destructive power contained in the Jiu Tian millstone. Everyone immediately fled, afraid of being affected by the power of the Jiu Tian millstone. The Supreme King's weapon that inspires the original power is not trivial. With a random blow, you can kill a real person. Go to hell. Under the control of the Qin and Han dynasties, the Jiu Tian millstone with a strong force formed a huge vortex and bombarded Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan still stood where he was, and did not dodge, nor did he use his magic powers and methods. He even didn't sacrifice his weapons, but just stretched out a hand. Bang! Jiu Tian's millstone stopped in midair and was caught by Ning Xiaochuan with one hand, so he couldn't press it anymore. In the palm of his hand, there were two kinds of brilliance, black and white, and two kinds of airflow rushed out crazily, imprisoning Jiu Tian's millstone. With the power of the flesh, catch the Supreme King's weapon. Seeing this scene, countless Terran friars were shocked out of their jaws, and their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Recommend an ambiguous urban novel, The Full-Time Bodyguard of a Beautiful President. Close. The supreme spirit of black and white demons surged out of the palm print, cutting off the connection between the Qin and Han dynasties and the Jiu Tian millstone. Ning Xiaochuan's 5 fingers buckled, and the black and white air flow also contracted, wrapping the Jiu Tian grinding plate, and forcibly taking away the Jiu Tian grinding plate with supreme strength. Jiu Tian's millstone kept getting smaller and completely pinched by Ning Xiaochuan's palm. Ning Xiaochuan spread out his palm, and the Jiu Tian millstone became only as big as a matchbox, suspended in the palm of his hand. Refine it for me. Chi. The evil fire of exterminating the world surged out of the palm and completely refined the breath left by the Qin and Han dynasties on the Jiu Tian millstone. Jiu Tian's millstone immediately turned into a streamer, flew into the center of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, and suspended in the air sea of the Yuan god of heaven and earth. In the center of the sea of Qi is a mysterious white bone bead, which emits powerful divine power to squeeze the grinding plate of Jiu Tian to the edge. This supreme king can only rotate around the white bone bead. Qin and Han Tian looked at his empty hands somewhat dully, muttering to himself, "Impossible, impossible. How can it be so strong, how can it?" He suddenly raised his head, looked at Ning Xiaochuan, with a strong killing intention in his eyes, and shouted, "Kill the king of man, return my mill all day. I want you to die." The Qin and Han dynasties were really desperate. The eyebrows overflowed with blood drops, and the whole body made a crackling sound. The whole arm turned into a dragon's claw, which became as thick as a bucket, and a claw hit Ning Xiaochuan's head. The power carried by the claws is very terrible, which makes the whole space surge, with a cold domineering spirit. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. He really felt a little upset about Qin and Han Tian, who had repeatedly provoked him. He has let him go twice and taught him a lesson twice, but he still hasn't realized it and will continue to provoke. If Long Tai and Songi had torn him to pieces, how could he be allowed to jump? Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the distant Kiss demon waiter and the encounter demon waiter, and found that they were all staring at him with confused eyes. It was obvious that Ning Xiaochuan had repeatedly let go of his opponents, which had made them suspicious. In addition, the Tianming demon emperor was ambushed by the supreme human in the divine palace, which deepened their doubts. Ning Xiaochuan no longer kept his hand. Since he wanted to die, he fulfilled him. Wow! No one looked at how Qingming Ogawa shot, only to see his arm stabbed out like a phantom, a pointer in the void, like a sword gas flying out of his fingertips. Qin and Han Tian, who had originally rushed over, immediately stopped, stood rigidly in place, became motionless, and the positions of the eyebrows and the back of the head were bleeding. At the center of the eyebrow, a blood hole the size of a finger appeared, and the head was pierced by the sword gas, and the vitality immediately disappeared. A gust of wind blew, and with a bang, the body of Qin and Han Tian fell directly to the ground. Hearing the sound of the corpse falling to the ground, the hearts of the people also suddenly trembled, staring at Ning Xiaochuan again, showing a bit of panic and fear. Ning Xiaochuan's arm waved and shua, and the magic sword flew out and inserted into the chest of Qin and Han days. A moment later, the blood in the celestial bodies of the Qin and Han dynasties was sucked dry by the magic sword and turned into a dark brown mummy. The magic sword flew back, suspended in front of Ning Xiaochuan, emitting a monstrous blood light. I'm afraid he's really possessed. The moon god's beautiful eyes stared at the ruthless Ning Xiaochuan, and the glittering red lips moved slightly, sending out a long sigh. In the distance, the supreme war was shrouded by the god of death array, and outsiders simply could not know the result of the battle. Outside the god-killing array, the Kiss demon attendant and the encounter demon attendant also confront with more than a dozen elders of the mainland reality guild, and a battle no less than the supreme level may occur at any time. Kissing demon attendants and meeting demon attendants are the 9th highest cultivation in the real world, which are adjusted by the demon emperor of Tianming himself. No one of the demon clan's strong men taught is much weaker than the Deadland Centipede demon emperor. If the battle really broke out, those elders of the Immortal Guild may not be able to stand above. The current situation is beyond Ning Xiaochuan's control. Before the result comes out, no one can tell whether the Terran can win. Or can the demon clan win? Anyway, no matter which side wins, it will completely change the current situation of Tianshu continent. Now it is the best result. If the Tianming demon emperor casts a secondary divine body, the Terran will have no chance to fight once, and can only wait to be destroyed. This is an opportunity for Terrans, and the only one. Next, it's up to those Terran supremacies. However, whether Tianming demon emperor wins or Terran supreme wins, Ning Xiaochuan is a dead end. Therefore, he must leave immediately. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Ning Shiner, who was standing nearby, and walked over. His eyes were a little softer, and he said, "Shiner, would you like to go with me?" Ning Shiner is half a head shorter than Ning Xiaochuan. She is no longer the little girl she used to be. She is graceful, beautiful, and has long eyelashes. She stares at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. "Elder brother, where can we go? To the demon clan?" Can the demon clan have our shelter? All human civilizations in North/Xinjiang have been destroyed by monsters, and everyone has died. Has the Jade Lan Empire been destroyed? Has Grandpa died in the belly of monsters? Elder brother, we have become homeless. Ning Xiaochuan was silent. He could clearly feel the sadness in Ning Xiner's heart and wanted to tell her that the Jade Haze Empire was not destroyed, and he had always protected it well. But I can't say it now. Ning Xiner seemed to feel Ning Xiaochuan's sadness, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with pathetic eyes, holding Ning Xiaochuan's hand and saying, "Brother, I'll go with you, even if I go to the demon clan, I don't care. Where there is a brother, it's my home." Yes. Ning Xiaochuan stretched out a big hand and touched Ning Xiner's head. As long as Ning Xiner is willing to follow him, he says that Ning Xiner really believes him. In Ning Xiner's view, Yulan's empire must have been destroyed by the monster, and her relatives must have died in the belly of the monster. However, under such circumstances, she is still willing to follow Ning Xiaochuan and still recognize his brother. She believes that his brother must have his difficulties and his helplessness. Seeing that Ning Xiner can follow Ning Xiaochuan to leave without hesitation, Tang Xiao's heart unexpectedly gave birth to a touch of regret. They are the same feelings, but her feelings for Ning Xiaochuan are not as good as those of Ning Xiner and Ning Xiaochuan. So fearless, so sincere. Tang Xiao has hatred in her heart. Her hatred for the demon clan is responsible for revitalizing the Tang clan, so it is doomed that she can't stand in the same camp with the demon clan, and can't betray the whole Terran like Ning Xiner, and go to the demon clan with Ning Xiaochuan without hesitation. Tang Xiao knew that this choice doomed her and Ning Xiaochuan to have no future, and there was only a sigh in her heart. "Xiaohong, take Xiner with you. We'll leave now." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the distant moon god, Tang Xiao, Baozhu Dizong, and Yucisi, and found that Yucisi wanted to come to him, but was stopped by the moon god standing next to him. The moon god pressed a palm on Yucisi's shoulder, and gave Yucisi a fixed position. Not only could he not move his feet, but also his lips could not be opened. He could only stare at Ning Xiaochuan with a pair of water-lingling eyes. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't blame them at all. Everyone has their own difficulties. Perhaps they also have their own ideas, and they don't necessarily really don't believe him. In fact, he didn't want them to leave with him, because the road he was going to take would be extremely dangerous. If he was careless, he would be doomed. Miran Wang, even if your cultivation is very strong, you can't escape today. Those talented people in the Divine Reserve Palace completely surrounded, and they didn't mean to let Ning Xiaochuan leave. They each played an array talisman, sealed the whole space, and imprisoned Ning Xiaochuan, Ning Xiner, and others in the center of the array. The moon god stood outside the array, his eyes were cold, staring at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, and said, "Kill the king of man, do you want to harm Xiner? If she goes to the demon clan with you, she will completely stand on the opposite side of the human race, and become a traitor of the human race like you. Your temporary complacency in the demon clan will really satisfy you, and your heart will not be condemned." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Even if I betray the whole Terran, how about you teach me how to be a man?" "Good. I have never had a chance to fight with you fairly. If you really want to leave, you will win me first. If you lose under my sword, I will let you leave, but you must leave Xiner. I don't want to see her fall into the boundless darkness, become a traitor of the Terran, and be despised by everyone." Moon Shinto. I don't know whether it's luck or misfortune to meet a woman with a bursting sense of justice. Obviously, if Ning Xiaochuan didn't fight with her, she would never let Ning Xiaochuan leave. Perhaps she still wants to defeat Ning Xiaochuan in order to wake him up from the demon realm. Ha ha. It's really interesting. Xiner's sister obviously volunteered to leave with the King of Extermination, but you had to stop her. What was her intention? Princess Dashi wore a thin veil to cover her peerless demon face. She stared at the moon god standing on the edge of the array, and smiled, with bright eyes and white teeth. It was so tempting that she looked at those talented heroes of the Terran in a trance, almost unable to control the array. Who are you? Moon Shinto. Princess Tianting 7 stared at the white 7 fox tails under Princess Dashi's skirt, laughed. She is a witch of the 9-tailed fox clan. She was born to be coquettish and gorgeous. Her ancestors directly led to the end of the last era of deification, and I don't know how many gods died in the hands of her ancestors. The king of extermination will take refuge in the demon clan, which may be related to her temptation. After all, since ancient times, there are too few men who can resist the temptation of the 9-tailed fox, and even the gods can't control their minds in front of them. The moon god looked at Princess Dashi again, and sure enough, he found that Princess Dashi and Ning Xiaochuan stood very close, as if the relationship was really very unusual. When Princess Dashi heard Princess Tianting 7's words, she immediately smiled with a beautiful voice like Tian Shu. That's right. My family really admires heroes like the King of Extermination, and now she is also the confidant of the King of Extermination. She once spent a night alone and had unforgettable memories. I just don't know if some people will be jealous. While talking, Princess Dashi's fragrant jade arm gently hooked Ning Xiaochuan's wrist, smiled at Ning Xiaochuan, her eyelashes trembled, and her eyes were provocative. Seeing this scene, several women present were very angry. They all felt that it must be the temptation of Princess Dashi, a coquettish fox spirit, that made Ning Xiaochuan lose his mind, take refuge in the demon clan, and become a sinner of the human race. It must be all the fault of Humaizi. Otherwise, how could Ning Xiaochuan dedicate Jinyao Tower to Tianming Demon Emperor? How can you be despised by the whole Terran? How could it be like this? Tang Shuyao felt very uncomfortable when she saw Princess Dashi holding Ning Xiaochuan's arm. She felt that her man had been hooked by the fox spirit and wanted to teach that fox spirit a lesson. The moon god also seemed to find the root of the problem and regarded Princess Dashi as the culprit. Wow! The ancient sword with the same color as the moonlight flew out of the body and suspended on the top of the moon god, emitting the same bright brilliance as the bright moon. Light rain shrouded the moon god, sending out a cold momentum. She stared at Princess Dashi and said in a cold voice, "It seems that the source of everything is really you, a fox spirit. Let me see, in addition to your ability to seduce men, what is your real strength? Ask for a monthly ticket. Want to fight?" Of course. Facing the challenge of the moon god, Princess Dashi didn't have a trace of fear. She slightly stood up with a fuller chest than the moon god, stared at the moon god's rather flat chest, and showed a little charming smile, as if she had occupied the top in momentum. Seeing that Princess Dashi provoked in such a way, the moon god even saw that this fox spirit was not pleasing to his eyes. With a gentle wave of his jade arm, the array that trapped Princess Dashi immediately opened a corner and released Princess Dashi. Two stunning and moving women, one person and one demon, confront each other. Just standing there, it is already a beautiful scenery, attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, no one even looked at Ning Xiaochuan, the big traitor, and everyone's eyes were focused on Princess Dashi and the moon god. Princess Dashi is naturally bony and sexy. Even if she covers her appearance with white yarn, she is still charming, just like a peerless beauty. The moon god has the appearance of sunken fish and wild geese, and the appearance of closing the moon and shying flowers. Every inch of his skin exudes the brilliance of the bright moon, like an iceberg, giving people an inaccessible cold feeling, but more stimulating the desire to conquer in men's hearts. The battle broke out instantly. The two jade fingers of the moon god were pinched into a sword formula, controlling the silver sword emitting moonlight, the first type of bright moon void sword. The sword flower is like the moon. A sword stabbed out, and the light of the sword crossed the void, just like a divine flower blooming, turning into 999 sword rays. Princess Dashi's body emitted a faint evil spirit. With a wave of her jade arm, a fog bridge appeared under her feet. Stepping on the fog, the bridge was like a beautiful girl dancing in the void, leaving beautiful figures. 7 white fluffy fox tails swayed under her hips, breaking the sword gas that flew past one after another. It's worthy of being the top 3 human Tianjiao in the God Palace. The cultivation is not bad. Princess Dashi stared at the moon god with a smile, eyes rippling, eyes still staring at the moon god's chest, deliberately showing provocative eyes. Below, those talented heroes of the Terran secretly scolded one after another. This bewitching female goblin is so arrogant, she should be treated well. Although everyone cursed in their hearts, no one could look away and was completely attracted by Princess Desai's charming figure. Some people secretly sighed in their hearts that if they could sleep with this fox spirit, let alone let him betray the Terran. Even if they let him die, he would never frown. The second move of Bright Moon Void Sword, Bright Moon in the Sky. The moon god holds the handle of the sword in his hands, and his body is integrated with the sword into a straight light shuttle, which rises into the sky and condenses into a huge and bright full moon on the sky. A powerful breath emanated from the full moon, vaguely, as if carrying a pure and cold divine power. The divine power turned into white light rain, which fell from the bright moon. People looked up, as if they could see a holy and flawless goddess standing in the bright moon. A pair of slender snow-white jade arms were raised high, outlining flawless lines. They raised their swords with both hands and waved them down. This sword carries the power of gods, like a crescent-shaped sword river, with a sword breadth of tens of miles long. Princess Dashi put away the smile on her face, opened her sandalwood mouth, twisted a crimson petal from the fragrant tongue, and pinched it between 2 jade fingers. The red petals, only the size of the nail cap, are extremely thin, crystal clear, emitting a layer of light red brilliance. If you look carefully, you will find that it is not a real petal, but a special Supreme King's instrument. On the surface of the red petals, there are very thin lines floating. Princess Dashi's fingers shook, and the red petals immediately flew out. At first, there was only 1 piece, and then it became 2 or 3 pieces. 1,000 pieces, 10,000 pieces, 100,000 pieces. At last, a sea of red petals appeared in the void. The sword spirit cut by the moon god is really powerful. If it falls to the ground, the whole earth will split. However, Princess Dashi is not weak, inspiring the original power of red petals, and integrating with thousands of petals, like a flower fairy with 7 fox tails. The third move of Bright Moon Void Sword Robbery. The moon god unexpectedly condensed a real bright moon with the sword formula. Countless thunder and lightning shuttled in the bright moon, making a huge sound like thunder, enveloping the whole earth. This feeling, like the coming of the apocalypse, made everyone standing on the ground feel extremely depressed. With a finger of her sword light, a bowl of thunder and lightning surged out of the bright moon, turned into the shape of a sword shuttle, and cleaved at Princess Dashi. Boom! Boom! Sword-shaped lightning, constantly falling from the void, is extremely powerful. A thunder and lightning fell from the cloud and hit the ground, instantly splitting a mountain several kilometers high into oblivion. Above the ground, there is only a deep pit of thunder and lightning. Even the real people of Holy Earth Palm sect level were slightly moved and felt shocked. I didn't expect that there should be such a terrible sword formula in the world, which can mobilize the power of Lei Jia for its own use. Once it is displayed, who in the same realm can stop it? Long Tai, who has always been arrogant, didn't pay attention to anyone at all. At the moment, he also became serious and secretly said, I didn't expect that there was such a terrible genius in the Terran except for a king of extermination. No wonder she dared to challenge the king of extermination, and she really had great strength. Just as the battle between the moon god and Princess Dashi was getting heated, the Jiushan formation in the distance suddenly shook, and the 81 Jianshan around the periphery of the Jiushan formation also shook. Every Jianshan mountain has cracks. Ning Xiaochuan looked in the direction of the god-killing formation, his eyes suddenly shrunk, and said to the two women who were fighting fiercely in the sky, "The god-killing formation will be broken immediately. If you don't stop, everyone will die here." Those talented people below naturally felt the strong fluctuations just now, but they didn't believe Ning Xiaochuan's words. Don't be fooled by him. How powerful the supreme power of the Terran is. Coupled with the power of the god-killing array, it is enough to kill the Tianming Demon Emperor. It is impossible for the Tianming Demon Emperor to escape from the god-killing array. A saint from the Holy Land of Dongyi said. She has absolute confidence in the supremacy of the Terrans. With so many big people fighting together and the powerful god-killing array, it is impossible to kill a Tianming Demon Emperor. Jiu Shensi stared coldly at Ning Xiaochuan standing in the array, sneered, and said, "Yes, the king of destroying people just wanted to scare us and make us panic, and then he could take this opportunity to escape the array." Haha. Everyone was caught in his plot. Ouyang Qingde, who had a grudge with Ning Xiaochuan in the holy city of Jiu, also stood up at the moment, stared at Ning Xiaochuan with great resentment, and said, "Why don't we fight now, and crush the king of extermination and the several evil women who followed him?" Another tough Terran Tianjiao, who came from a holy land in Nanman, held a huge axe, and his eyes showed a kind of dirty smile. He glanced at Xiaohong and Xiaolinger, and said, "The king of destroying people must die, but those two demons are the most beautiful women in the world. It's a pity to kill them, and they should be left alive temporarily as the demon clan's compensation to our Terran." Hee hee. That's right. The monster races have killed many of our Terran compatriots, and they should also pay some price. They can't be spared so lightly. Another male monk also laughed. Everyone present had long been seduced by Princess Daxi's incomparable enchantment. Fire, distracted, at this moment, seeing the two goblins Xiaolinger and Xiaohong imprisoned by them in the array, naturally moved to evil thoughts. Those Terran monks are discussing how to kill Ning Xiaochuan, and then catch two goblins. The monks of Middle-earth, Nanman and Dongyi have never really dealt with Tianming Demon Emperor, nor seen the destructive power of the demon army. They just heard others say how powerful the demon army is. Therefore, they simply do not understand how terrible the Tianming Demon Emperor is. However, the Saint of Light, Hua Qinglian, Yan Mia and so on, come to the north. The friars in Xinjiang knew the power of Tianming Demon Emperor very well, and were very worried about the battle in the god-killing array. Boom! The Zhushan formation caused another violent sensation, and 81 Jianshan mountains were even more broken, and the mountains seemed to break at any time. Ning Xiaochuan was completely disappointed with these talented heroes of the Terran. He stopped waiting and said to Xiaohong and Xiaolinger, "Do it." Xiaohong has been very unhappy with those Terran monks for a long time. It's outrageous that someone is still thinking of her. She has to teach them some lessons. Hearing the comments of those Terran monks outside the array, Xiaolinger was also very angry. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't given orders, she would have done it already. Xiaohong stretched out a slender finger and pointed to the sky, displaying the magic of the Dragon Clan. Boom! On the sky, dozens of thunder and lightning fell immediately, and the array that imprisoned them shook violently, almost breaking. That little witch's cultivation is so strong that she can mobilize thunder and lightning. Quickly stabilize the array and prevent them from escaping. Ouyang Qingde shouted. Those talented heroes of Terran shot one after another, playing a true Yuan, turning into pillars of light, trying to make the array more consolidated. Boom! Xiaolinger slapped it out, and a destructive force broke out, breaking the confinement array arranged by the Terran friars, and the array talisman suspended in the void immediately broke into wisps of smoke. Ah! The crowd flew out one after another. You know, Xiaolinger is the cultivation of the seventh realm of the real person. With her strong physique and rebellious talent, even if she fights with the 9th heaviest creature of the real person, she may not fall behind. Although the array arranged by the Terran monk is very powerful, she can break it only by turning her hands. Under the palm of little Linger, more than 10 people's favored children were shocked out, became bloody, and trembled all over, unable to get up from the ground. Ning Xiaochuan carried his hands on his back and walked slowly out of the smoke-billowing array, frightening the talented heroes and proud women of the Terrans, staggering back, as if he saw a demon escape from the seal. Recommend an extremely ambiguous, extremely good-looking urban masterpiece, The Hand of a Miracle Doctor. Mia. Miranwang. Have a word, we didn't mean that just now. Ouyangqingda's war clothes were shattered by the palm print just made by little Linger, and his skin was cracked with blood marks, spitting blood and retreating at the same time. No one would have thought that the 2 goblins, who seemed harmless to humans and animals, were so powerful that they were simply beyond ordinary people's understanding. In particular, little Linger seems to be more terrible than the king of extermination. The palm print just now doesn't look like the power that the younger generation of monks can exert. Just one palm will break the array arranged by everyone. Even the top Tianjiao of the young generation, Dragon Tai and 7 princesses of heaven are also very frightened, staring at little Linger like looking at demons. Although Ning Xiaochuan is very strong, his strength is still very limited, which is within the scope of everyone's understanding. What's the matter with the little witch who follows Ning Xiaochuan? How can it be so strong? How can the cultivation of the young generation be so terrible? Long Tai once boasted that he was the most powerful creature of the younger generation of Tianshu mainland. Even if he was defeated by Ning Xiaochuan, at least it was a close battle, forcing Ning Xiaochuan to show his strongest cards. However, Long Tai had an illusion that if he was allowed to fight with little Linger, she would be defeated by little Linger within 3 moves, and the strength gap was too large. Those Terran friars who had been thinking about little Linger and little Red before saw them coming out of the array, all of them were frightened, and some of them were even scared to the ground, almost kneeling. Ning Xiaochuan didn't look at Ouyangqingda, Jioshu Shensi, and others at all, but stared at the direction of the god-killing array, and felt that the array had reached the edge of collapse. Little Linger, take Shiner away first. Xiaohong, fit. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Little Linger's character is very gentle. Although she hates those Terran monks, she is not bloodthirsty. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, she immediately grabbed Ning Shiner's wrist, turned into a purple streamer, and flew away from the god-killing array. Xiaohong's whole body was burning, god-extinguished dragon fire, and her eyes widened, revealing 2 rows of snow-white crystal teeth. She deliberately made a very fierce appearance, and gave those Terran monks a hard look. Then, she turned into a red dragon chi, and Ning Xiaochuan's body turned into a dragon armor, and grew a pair of huge dragon wings. The dragon wing on Ning Xiaochuan's back moved, and immediately flew up into the sky, rushing into the clouds and forcibly entering the battlefield between Princess Dashi and the moon god. Stop! Ning Xiaochuan stood in the middle of them and slapped them at the same time, forcing them back. Princess Dashi stared at the moon god with some resentment and said, "It's not that the princess of this palace doesn't want to stop, it's that she has to fight and fight for life and death." The moon god stood in the void, 10,000 feet high, incarnating into a bright moon, like a flawless fairy standing in the center of the moon, and said, "The human race and the demon race do not stand side by side, and there is no possibility of any negotiation." Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "The god-killing formation is about to be broken. We must leave here immediately, or the flames of war will burn out from the god-killing formation and everyone will die." The moon god glanced in the direction of the killing god array, and sure enough, he saw that 81 Jianshan on the edge of the array was shaking and might collapse at any time. He also felt a sense of crisis in his heart and said, "Demon Fox, you won't be so lucky next time you meet." "Ning Xiaochuan, I'll give you another piece of advice. With your nature, you shouldn't be lost in the charm of Demon Fox, wake up quickly. The moon god took out a shining god stone from his arms, and with a shake of his fingers, the moon core stone that can help people stay awake fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Her cool and beautiful eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and turned into a white light shuttle flying towards the ground. Ning Xiaochuan held the moon core stone and felt a cold force coming out of the moon core stone and pouring into his body, stimulating his mind and Yuan Shen, condensing into a power to purify his heart. The power of the moon core stone is somewhat similar to the Buddhist relic. If worn on the body, it can drive away evil spirits and calm the mind. What does this mean? Think I'm really confused by Princess Desai? Ning Xiaochuan looked at the moon core stone in his hand and shook his head with a wry smile. She likes you. Princess Dashi narrowed her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Will it? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Princess Dashi nodded and said, if she didn't like you, she would have killed you long ago. But from the beginning to the end, she didn't mean to kill you. But she really killed me. It doesn't matter, let's go. Ning Xiaochuan's dragon wing on his back turned into a cloud of fire and flew away quickly in the direction away from the great array of gods. Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Dashi had not yet flown far away, and the direction of the god-killing array changed, rushing up a dazzling column of light, penetrating the clouds and rushing into the sky. A mighty evil spirit tore 81 Jianshan to pieces and rushed out in all directions. Ning Xiaochuan and Princess Dashi, who were flying in the sky, were hit by the strong air flow, and their bodies seemed to be hit by random fists, flying out in two different directions. In front of that powerful force, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was also difficult to control his body shape, so he could only immediately stimulate the defense forces of 12-grade Black Lotus and Aoki Tianyi, and try to resist the evil spirit sent out by the Tianming Demon Emperor. When the airwave weakened, Ning Xiaochuan had been washed away more than 800 miles away, trying to control his body, and fell to the ground smoothly. He looked for Princess Desai everywhere, but Princess Desai was impacted in the other direction and had long disappeared. In the distance, the moon god offered a supreme imperial vessel with a pearl in his hand. That pearl turned into a huge moon, wrapped some Terran monks in the defense of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, and quickly fled to the distance. Those Terran monks were very scared. If it weren't for the protection of the Supreme Imperial Instrument, the impact of the demonic force just now would blow them into white bones with no flesh and blood left. Rather than flee far, Ning Xiaochuan gathered his breath and hid on the edge of the battlefield, trying to determine whether the Terran won the final victory. Or does Tianming Demon Huangjin kill all the human supremacies and become the real master of Tianshu continent at one fell swoop? Some monks also had the same purpose as Ning Xiaochuan, and did not immediately flee, observing the battle between the Supreme and Tianming Demon Emperor. For example, kiss the demon servant, meet the demon servant, and the strongest under several supreme masters of the Terran. After the god-killing array was broken, it was no longer difficult for the Terran Supreme to suppress the Tianming Demon Emperor, and the battle began to turn into a one-sided situation. Wow! Tianming Demon Emperor's 5 fingers and 1 claw directly pinched the Lord of the Third World in the palm of his hand. The Lord of the Third World suffered a heavy blow. The supreme body was crushed by the Tianming Demon Emperor, and the bones of his body were crushed into a mass of blood mud. The Lord of the First World originally wanted to save him, but he was beaten out by the Jinren Tower and couldn't get close to the Tianming Demon Emperor at all. Heaven. Dream. Demon Emperor. We die together. The Lord of the Fourth World inspired an ancient divine skill, which made his primordial deity expand rapidly and constantly expand his body. The human body soon became as huge as a mountain. How terrible is the supreme power? If the original god is really detonated, the power is absolutely terrifying, and even the Tianming Demon Emperor may not be able to resist it. You are not qualified to die with the Emperor. The voice of Tianming Demon Emperor was like a great bell, mobilizing the white bone altar to suppress the Lord of the Fourth World into the white bone altar. Boom! A sound even louder than thunder came from the white bone altar, which made the white bone altar shake violently, but it didn't hurt the Tianming demon emperor at all. A human supreme fell down like this, and finally died in the white bone altar. The supreme blood merged into the sea of blood in the white bone altar, and the supreme white bone became another new bone on the white bone altar. In fact, in the great array of gods, there have been 3 human supreme fallen, namely, the Lord of the Fifth World Beihuan Supreme, the ancestor of Taiji Holy Land Hongdao Supreme, and one of the 3 supreme messengers of Tianting Lujiai Supreme. Plus the Third World Lord who just died in the war, for Terran supremacies have fallen. You know, every supreme is the precious wealth of the Terran, which can support a world for the Terran, and every one is a prestigious existence. On the same day, a series of 4 Terran supremacies fell, and such a tragic thing had not happened in Tianshu mainland for more than 100,000 years. This is definitely a dark day for Terrans. Of course, the Tianming demon emperor was not invincible. When she broke through the god-killing array with great power, she was also injured by the power of the god-killing array, and the god body was severely damaged for the first time. After losing the battle of the gods of death, you will be vulnerable? The Tianming demon emperor looked as if he had not been injured at all. His eyes swept those human supreme masters, with a momentum of arrogance over the world. Most of the remaining Terran supremacies were also injured, but they didn't mean to escape. They were determined to fight the Tianming demon emperor to the end. Tianming demon emperor, it's too early to say this. Dingshanqi. The Lord of the First World took out a copper ruler, sacrificed it and inserted it on the ground. The copper ruler immediately turned into a 10,000-foot-high bronze Tianzhu, and countless Shin went ups and downs on the bronze Tianzhu, sending out the great power of imprisoning heaven and earth. Everyone help me to awaken the original power of Dingshanqi. The Lord of the First World vomited a mouthful of blood and gushed on the bronze pillar of heaven. The power of the bronze Tianzhu became more terrible, as if it was going to nail into the center of the earth and rush into the sky. It's great that the Lord of the First World borrowed Dingshanqi with this ancient artifact. It's enough to kill Tianming demon emperor. The Lord of the Second World, the leader of the last generation of the twin saints, and the Lord of the Fourth World, have played their strongest strength one after another, and exerted their strength together with the Lord of the First World to awaken the original power of these secondary artifacts. Sorry for my book friends, because I have to take the college entrance examination. I didn't update it on time in the morning. As soon as I finished my math exam, I rushed to the internet cafe next to the exam room and uploaded the chapter. Rest assured, I will take the comprehensive test tomorrow, and the 9th grade is full of confidence. I will take time to review tonight and continue to write more, so as to make up for it. Although the college entrance examination is very important to me, my book friends are more important to me. Grades cannot be, but, absolutely cannot owe more. This is my principle. Secondary artifacts are so rare that they can hardly be seen in the world. Even secondary gods may not be able to refine secondary artifacts. Only in the era of gods, when the gods rose together, did some artifact masters forge anti-heaven war soldiers with cultivation at the level of sub-gods. It is called a secondary artifact. If the supreme imperial weapon is compared to the most destructive war soldier, it can destroy a civilization and shatter a corner of the continent. Then, the order of the secondary artifact is more powerful and mysterious. It can move mountains and seas, display the power of the secondary artifact level, and knock down foreign stars. According to legend, several secondary artifacts did survive in the era of apotheosis, but most of those secondary artifacts have been lost or decayed over millions of years. Nothing in the world can survive forever. Even secondary artifacts may be corroded and disappear in the long river of stone time. The secondary artifact Dingshan ruler borrowed by the Lord of the First World is one of the few secondary artifacts preserved from the era of deification. It can lock the earth vein of the whole continent, control the air movement direction of the whole continent, ban space, measure the continent, and correct the power of Ding Xiaochuan ruler, which is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The Lord of the First World, the Lord of the Second World, the Lord of the Fourth World, and the previous generation of the twin saints, stood in four directions, combined with the power of the Four Supreme, and then reluctantly aroused the secondary god origin of Ding Xiaochuan Qi. The secondary artifact itself carries the power of the secondary god. Even if only a trace of breath is emitted, it can cause unimaginable destructive power. I didn't expect that there were still remaining secondary artifacts in Tianshu continent. It's really great. The Tianming Demon Emperor not only didn't panic, but showed some joy. Only the secondary god can exert the real power of the secondary artifact, and the monks in the Eternal Realm can at most stimulate the original power of the secondary artifact. If secondary artifacts fall into the hands of Tianming Demon Emperor, the power they can exert will naturally be very different. Her speed was very fast, her feet stepped on the void, flew to the top of the white bone altar, and her seemingly slender body stood straight, integrating her divine power into the white bone altar. The white bone altar unexpectedly erupted a secondary god force that was not weaker than Ding Xiaochuan Qi. Countless human skeletons flew out of the altar and flew in all directions, turning into a white bone sea. The white bone altar flickered slightly, and the space originally fixed by the Ding Xiaochuan ruler immediately became loose. The white bone altar has existed since the chaotic ancient times. I don't know how many generations of the bones of the strong of the human race have accumulated, making the white bone altar a war treasure comparable to the level of secondary artifact. But it is only comparable to the secondary artifact, not the real secondary artifact. In the other direction, the bent body of the ugly mother-in-law stood in the void and offered a danding out to make the danding suspend in front of her body and rotate gently. The dry palm was gently spread out, and a black shanling fire appeared in the palm. The flame of shanling fire, in the form of water flow, filled the sky like a sea of flames, wrapping the danding in the center. Under the baking of black shanling fire, dragon and snake lines appeared on the tripod wall, like thousands of dragons walking upstream of the tripod wall. If Ning Xiaochuan saw the tripod in front of the ugly mother-in-law, he would be very shocked, because that tripod was the ancient tripod that he and Princess Lanfei took out from the demon palace stored by the god of Huama Mountain. That was what happened when he first met the ugly mother-in-law. What Ning Xiaochuan doesn't know is that this ancient tripod is also an ancient secondary artifact. It is precisely because the ugly mother-in-law traced the whereabouts of these secondary artifacts that she went to the Yulan Empire and stayed at the foot of the demon mountain. In fact, it was for the ancient Dantang in the demon palace. However, her cultivation is too strong to enter the demon palace. At that time, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was not strong and would not be rejected by the demon palace, so he helped the ugly mother-in-law take the ancient Dantang out of the demon palace. At that time, he didn't know that the ancient tripod would be a secondary artifact. The reason why the ugly mother-in-law was able to suppress the demons was actually because of the power of the ancient Danding, a secondary artifact. With the ugly mother-in-law's arm raised, the 10,000 dragon, Dan God tripod slowly rose to the void, and the hot flame poured out from the tripod, burning the whole sky into a golden sea of fire. The two supreme-level messengers of the demon and the heaven stood behind the ugly mother-in-law, and at the same time played a light column condensed from the supreme gas with a thick bull mouth, pouring into the 10,000 dragon Dan God Ding. Boom! The original power of the 10,000 dragon Dan divine tripod was stimulated, and a strong sub-god power wave spread out, collapsing the Jinren Tower hit by the Tianming Demon Emperor. Although the power of Jinren Tower is very strong, it can't exert its power at all in front of the 10,000 dragon Dan divine tripod. Pa! The 10,000 dragon Dan divine tripod hit the surface of half of the Jinren Tower, and the half Jinren Tower trembled violently again, making a broken sound. A crack appeared on the surface of half of the town tower, as if it was about to crack. Another artifact. Tianming Demon Emperor showed a solemn look. If there was only one secondary artifact, she could cope with it with the help of the power of the white bone altar. However, with her current injured state, it is absolutely impossible for her to cope with two secondary artifacts. It seems that we can only use the power of sacrifice. The 10 jade fingers of the Tianming Demon Emperor were tied together, and a light spot in the shape of a white begonia flower appeared in the middle of her eyebrow. Wow, a white light column flew out of her eyebrow, breaking through the sky, and the bright light seemed to rush into the extraterritorial star sea. The white bone altar under her feet rotated rapidly, making a buzzing sound, and rich blood gas gushed out of the altar, completely wrapping her body. Throughout the heaven and earth, a mysterious voice of sacrifice sounded, like all living beings praying, and like gods reciting divine orders. Wow! A surge of divine power came from outside the territory and was connected with the white bone altar. No. The heavenly dream demon emperor is sacrificing to the demon god, and unexpectedly summoned the power of the demon god from abroad. This is a big trouble. The supreme masters of the Terrans changed color one after another, and felt a powerful and inexplicable force. The atmosphere was bright, and the universe reversed, and the whole sky seemed to be pressing down. That divine power came to Tianshu continent and integrated with the white bone altar. That force was several times stronger than the Tianming Demon Emperor before he was injured, and even suppressed the power of the secondary artifact. The mark of the begonia flower in the middle of the Tianming Demon Emperor's eyebrows became brighter and brighter, and his eyes became sharper and sharper, saying, "It's enough to force me to use the power of sacrifice, even if you all die here." War. The Lord of the First World looked dignified, but he was not afraid. With a loud roar, he mobilized the Dingshan ruler and turned into a flat Tianzhu. With the power of the secondary god, he waved and chopped at the Tianming Demon Emperor. What if you master the secondary artifact? With your eternal power, you can't play the real power of the secondary artifact at all. Die for me. The white bone altar directly hit the Dingshan ruler. Under the crushing of powerful sacrificial forces, the three world leaders of the Middle Earth world and the previous generation of religious leaders of the Twin Saints were beaten out at the same time. The Tianming Demon Emperor's hand was very ruthless. With a wave of his arm, his 5 fingers were cut like a heavenly knife, cutting the body of the previous generation of the leader of the Twin Saints in two. The leader of the previous generation of the Twin Saints uttered a muffled sound in his mouth, resolutely abandoned the lower half of his body, controlled the upper half of his body, and immediately fled to the distance. The vitality of the monk in the eternal realm is very strong. Even if his head is cut off, he will not die immediately. If you can take the holy man level pill, you may even grow a new head again. Still want to escape? The Tianming Demon Emperor snorted coldly and waved his arm. Half of the Jinren Tower flew out of the palm of his hand, retracting both parts of the body of the previous generation of the leader of the Twin Saints into the Jinren Tower at the same time, and suppressing it in the tower. There is no way, even if it is to sacrifice the secondary artifact, it can't suppress the Tianming Demon Emperor. It must be sacrificed. The Lord of the Second World saw that the leader of the previous generation of the Twin Saints had been cut in two, and his eyes had a certain look of determination. He has been seriously injured and his body will be broken. Even if he continues to fight, he will not pose much threat to the Tianming Demon Emperor. In that case, it's better to detonate the original god, and maybe hit the Tianming Demon Emperor hard, so that other Terran supremacies have more opportunities to kill her. Tianming Demon Emperor took back the Jinren Tower, held it in his hand, and stared at the other 3 world masters. Suddenly, she found that one person was missing. In her sight, there are only 2 world masters, the first world master and the 4th world master, and there is another world master? Tianming Demon Emperor, die together. The Lord of the Second World showed his magic power of space shuttle, Schwa, incredibly fast, and rushed directly in front of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Boom! His supreme god, in an instant, exploded. In order to kill the Tianming Demon Emperor, the Lord of the Second World chose to die together. In this way, although there is a chance to hit the Tianming Demon Emperor again, he will also be destroyed, and his soul will no longer exist. In the Terran, although there are many sinister villains, there are also some warriors who sacrifice their lives for righteousness. In order to give more people a chance to survive, even if they pay their own lives, they will not hesitate. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since we have embarked on the road of the strong, we must shoulder some responsibilities. It is precisely because of the existence of such a kind of people that the Terran can survive in the vast world and pass on until now. Inheritance is not only life, but also a kind of spirit. Standing outside the remote region, Ning Xiaochuan looked at the dazzling light in the center of the battlefield, and then heard a loud sound that made his blood boil. Another Terran Supreme fell. The Tianming Demon Emperor is too strong to suppress her, even the god-killing array and secondary artifact. What should I do now? Ning Xiaochuan sighed. The Tianming Demon Emperor must have known that it was I who leaked the news. Once she suppressed the supreme masters of the Terran, the next person to die was me. Not only me, my relatives and friends around me, but also the Terran monks of the entire Yulan Empire, will all be destroyed by her anger. Phew! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flew out of the battlefield and rushed in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. With strong eyesight, Ning Xiaochuan saw a figure in a bright red cassock in the golden light. It was a saint monk from the Western Buddhist world who reached the eternal realm of cultivation. He was seriously injured in the fight with the Tianming Demon Emperor and ran for his life quickly. The Buddhist monk's chest seemed to be punctured by some sharp weapon, making a blood hole the size of a dish. The viscera and bones were clearly visible, and his body was broken, and most of his life was gone. A huge demon claw chased after him, chased closer and closer, spread 5 claws, and tore down. The Buddhist monk fled more eagerly, burning the supreme blood in his body, and with some determination, he said in a deep voice, Tianming Demon Emperor, I fight with you, golden body burning soul. The Buddhist monk wanted to detonate his relic golden body, but that demon claw didn't give him a chance at all. Before the relic golden body detonated, he was taken into the Jinren Tower and suppressed by the power of the Jinren Tower. The Jinren Tower rotated twice in the void, and then flew back to the battlefield. A Buddhist monk in the Eternal Realm was so easily taken away by the Tianming Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan saw this scene with his own eyes, and his heart was greatly shocked. If this continues, even if the supreme of the human race detonates all the primordial gods, it is estimated that he will not be able to kill the Tianming Demon Emperor. This is simply a unilateral massacre. Xiao Hong, go to find Xiao Linger and Xioner first, and leave here immediately. The farther the better. Ning Xiaochuan and Xiao Hong lifted their fitness state, and a big hand gently patted Xiao Hong's fragrant shoulder. Xiao Hong's figure has grown very tall, not much shorter than Ning Xiaochuan. She asked, what are you staying for? The Tianming Demon Emperor is so terrible that even the supreme masters of the Terrans are not her opponents. It's better to escape together. As long as you escape from Tianshu continent, the Tianming Demon Emperor may not be able to get us. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, you go first, don't worry about me. Under Ning Xiaochuan's repeated urging, and assured her that she would be fine, Xiao Hong reluctantly left. Ning Xiaochuan communicated with the spirit of Sui Hanyu by receiving the Shinto. Master, I have to borrow your divine power this time. Between heaven and earth, the spirit of the cold rain still has no response. Ning Xiaochuan is absolutely impossible to lend her divine power to him until the real moment of life and death. Since the master doesn't respond, don't blame the disciples for desecrating the master again. Ning Xiaochuan seems to have made a bold decision to force out the spirit of Sui Hanyu. The best way is to irritate her. Ning Xiaochuan took out a painting scroll and unfolded it. It turned out to be a portrait of the gods of winter rain. The gods in the painting are extremely beautiful and lifelike, and each line is extremely beautiful. Wow! Before Ning Xiaochuan took action, the spirit of Sui Hanyu immediately came to the scroll. A woman who looked exactly like Sui Hanyu came out of the scroll and stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan. The picture scroll that originally painted the portrait of winter rain has become blank. She actually came out of the picture. Sui Hanyu looks no different from a real person. It doesn't seem to be just a spirit at all. It can be said that this is the first time that Ning Xiaochuan has really seen the winter cold rain. This beautiful holy master is really tall and cold, giving people an inhuman feeling. Those eyes are particularly sharp, like two swords, which can pierce people's hearts. See the master. Ning Xiaochuan bowed respectfully to the winter rain. Sui Hanyu stood straight, more beautiful than the painted gods, like the legendary fairy sister. She was very strict with Ning Xiaochuan. Do you want to desecrate your master for the second time? Ning Xiaochuan said, this time, the disciples really need the help of the master. I know what's going on. You need to understand that you can do as much as you have power. Since you are not the opponent of Tianming Demon Emperor with your power, you should leave immediately and should not interfere in the direct fight between Terrans and demons. Besides, as the heirs of Mishidao, they should not be bound by those so-called feelings, nor should they believe in any racial righteousness. In the eyes of the heirs of Mishidao, all creatures in the world are enemies. Sui Hanyu stood on the ground with his hands on his back, and his posture was extraordinarily straight. No one said with a trace of humanity. Ning Xiaochuan argued, since all creatures in the world are enemies, why should the way of destroying the world be passed on? Are I also enemies with the master? Sui Hanyu stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, this time I can lend you part of my divine power, but I can only lend you an hour. Moreover, the divine power I lend you is as powerful as the power of Tianming Demon Emperor. If you can defeat her in an hour and with the same power, it is also a good exercise for you. Ning Xiaochuan was delighted and said, 1 hour is enough. Sui Hanyu added, Ning Xiaochuan, the reason why I must wait until you reach the edge of life and death before I lend you divine power is that I want you to grow up independently and don't rely on the power of others. Once you learn to rely, it's difficult for people to grow up again. Disciples understand. In the future, even if disciples encounter a great disaster of life and death, they will try their best to use their own strength to resolve it, and will not easily use the divine power of the master. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Sui Hanyu said, it's enough to have you. Wow. The cold rain turned into a light shuttle and flew directly into the eyebrows of Ning Xiaochuan, integrating with Ning Xiaochuan. A force not weaker than the Tianming Demon Emperor was born from Ning Xiaochuan's god of heaven and earth, and spread all over the body, including blood, flesh, tendons, and bones. The voice of winter rain came out of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, with some surprise, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, where did you get that white bone bead in your god of heaven and earth? It was obtained by chance. Does the master know the origin of the white bone bead? I also got a mysterious beast mirror, which was forged from white fan bones, and seems to be homologous with the white bone bead. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Xian beast Jian and pinched it in his hand. Sui Hanyu said, there is indeed a great origin, white bone beads, fan-shaped treasures. Every bone soldier is extremely precious. Even if it appears in the Shinha civilization, it will be contested by the gods. If you can collect all bone soldiers together. Suddenly, Sui Hanyu's words stopped, paused, and said, there are some things you still don't know now. You just need to remember that if the creatures of Shinha civilization come to Tianshu continent soon, you must not expose white bone beads and fan-shaped gems. In addition, after borrowing my power, you can activate some of the power of the white bone beads. Once you stimulate that power, it is enough to be comparable to a secondary artifact. I didn't expect the origin of the white bone bead to be so large. It's really great. Ning Xiaochuan began to think, if I fight with the Tianming Demon Emperor, the whole demon clan will know that I am an undercover of the human race, and I am behind the layout to deal with the Tianming Demon Emperor. At that time, those demon clan creatures in northern Xinjiang will be furious, and under their anger, they will be angry with the human race creatures of the Yulan Empire. No, I can't expose my identity yet. It's really heartbreaking to be misunderstood by those Terran monks, and even by former lovers and friends. However, Ning Xiaochuan must have a strong heart and never tell the truth, because he also has to protect more people's lives. Fight. Ning Xiaochuan took out a fist-sized black bead, and a stream of Jinyuan rushed into the black bead. Wow! The black beads immediately split and turned into pieces of iron armor, wrapping Ning Xiaochuan's body up and down, and completely hiding Ning Xiaochuan's breath in the armor. This is a set of God Blood armor, which Ning Xiaochuan took from Crazy Immortal and Hong Lai Immortal. There are 2 sets in total, and he has been staying with him. After wearing God's Blood armor, as long as Ning Xiaochuan doesn't take the initiative to say his name, no one knows his true identity. The Battle of the Gods Palace has long shocked the whole Middle-earth world, involving countless human lives. Many Terran monks are guarding the city not far from the Gods Palace, waiting for the latest news. Knowing that one after another Terran Supreme fell, all Terran friars looked desperate, as if the end was coming, and they couldn't see where the hope was. If the supremacy of the Terran falls, as long as the demon and beast armies crush it, the whole Middle-earth world and the whole Tianshu continent will become slaughterhouses, and the Terran will be completely destroyed. The Lord of the Second World wanted to die with the Tianming Demon Emperor and detonated his own primordial god. Unfortunately, he failed to hit the Tianming Demon Emperor hard. A human-level Terran strongman sent back the latest news. Another powerful Terran Supreme fell. All the human monks in the ancient cities fell into a gloomy atmosphere. The disciples of the goddess of the moon, Yusasai, Tang Shuyao, the son of the 9 ruins god, Ouyang Qingda, and other gods also fled to this ancient city. Hearing the news, everyone fell silent, and their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Before long, another sad news came. In the Western Buddhist world, the great compassion monk of Tianlong Temple was admitted into the Zhenren Tower by the Tianming Demon Emperor. After the Lord of the Second World, another human supreme fell. Ouyang Qingda severely bit his teeth and said angrily, "It's all Ning Xiaochuan's beast who actually dedicated the Zhenyao Tower to the Tianming Demon Emperor. Otherwise, with the suppression of Zhenyao Tower on the demon race creatures, the supreme masters of the human race will never have the power to fight back. Yes. The supreme masters of the Terran will die in battle. It's all Ning Xiaochuan and the king of extermination. He is a sinner of the Terran. He must be reviled by all ages." Many Terran monks are sad and inexplicable, kneeling on the ground, crying loudly, mourning those who died in the war. At the same time, they are also cursing the sinners of the human race and destroying the King of Man. For Terrans, this day is definitely a dark day, like never seeing dawn. After this day, some people's names will be engraved with monuments and handed down forever by future generations. Some people's names will be written into history books and abused by later generations of mankind. Just like that sentence, the best and worst people make history, while the mediocre people breed races. After the death of the Lord of the Second World and the Great Compassion Monk, the number of Terran supremacies fell sharply, and there were less than 10 supremacies when all the combat power was counted. The Supreme who is still struggling with the Tianming Demon Emperor, only the 4th World Lord Xiliang Supreme, the 1st World Lord Zhonglin Supreme, and the 1st World Lord's mount 4-winged black cloud bird. In addition, there are 2 Supreme Masters from Heaven, Menge Supreme and Jean Lancy Supreme, plus the ugly mother-in-law who surpasses the Supreme State, and the demons who follow the ugly mother-in-law, a total of 7 strong people. Above the sky, golden Buddha clouds converged into a vast ocean, and a red sun hung in the sky. In that golden sun, there stood a Buddha in the eternal realm. He is the red sun monk of the great sun blissful palace, the holy land of the Western Buddhist world, and is the eighth strong man of the human race. However, the responsibility of the red sun monk is to imprison the sky and prevent the Tianming demon emperor from escaping from the sky, which is not the main force of the battle. On the tattered earth, there was a gray-robed Confucian scholar sitting cross-legged, holding a scroll of God book, opened the God book, and thousands of words in the book immediately flew out. Divine texts are printed on the ground one by one, turning the earth into pages, forming an array covering thousands of miles of the earth, and imprisoning the whole earth. The task of the gray-robed Confucian scholars is to imprison the earth and prevent the Tianming demon emperor from escaping from the ground. They are regarded as the ninth supreme master Shao of the Terran. The gray-robed Confucian scholar, who used to live in seclusion in a school in an ordinary town, taught poetry, lived his comfortable sour life, and just wanted to be an ordinary person. But 3 days ago, he was found by the Lord of the First World, dragged out of the school and into the battlefield. As the battle went on, a Terran supreme fell. Master Shao and the Red Sun monk were considering whether to join the main battle. Tianming demon emperor is too strong. Now she is not thinking about how to prevent her from escaping, because she won't escape at all, as if she wants to kill all the human supreme. As the 7 supreme masters of the main combat power, most of them have been seriously injured, but they are just struggling to support themselves and are ready to explode at any time. The Yuan god and the Tianming demon emperor will die together. If the war goes on like this, the supreme of the Terran will die. Red Sun monk, let's join the battle. With a long sigh, Mr. Zhao's originally lazy eyes showed some fine light, and he was ready for battle. Above the sky, the Red Sun monk in the Red Sun nodded and said, "Fight. This is the only chance to suppress the Tianming demon emperor. If this time fails, there will be no chance in the future." Suddenly, a demon wind rushed over to Master Shao, who was sitting on the ground. The speed of the demon wind was very fast, and the wind was wrapped in the beautiful posture of Tianming demon emperor. Her eyes were cold, and she stretched out a jade hand. The fingernails on her fingertips were extremely sharp, flashing fine light, and stabbed into the middle of Zhao's eyebrows. No one expected that the Tianming demon emperor would break away from the 7 main fighting supreme of the Terran and kill Master Shao first. Master Shao was only surprised for a moment and immediately calmed down. The God book in your hand immediately turns to another page. Wow! The words on the ground within 10,000 miles immediately flew back to the God book. Tens of millions of words wrapped Mr. Zhao's body, and all the words were rotating, forming a huge turbine. The words on the Book of Gods are written by a Confucian god himself. Each word is infused with powerful divine power, carrying the noble righteousness of Confucianism, and has a strong deterrent to demons. The Song of Haoren Jingqi, one of the 3 sacred books of Confucianism, is actually in your hands. Unfortunately, your Song of Haoren Jingqi is only half a book, otherwise it will be more than that powerful. Haoren Jingqi can scare away demons, but it can't be the emperor. The Tianming demon emperor shouted loudly, and a powerful sound wave came out, forming a circle of ripple-like energy. Her long hair swayed and her dress fluttered, shaking the turbine integrated by Shenwenhui in front of her, as if it would collapse. Heaven and earth have righteousness, which is manifold. The lower part is the river and the upper part is the sun and the stars. People say Haoren, which is rich and powerful. Master Shao sat in the center of thousands of words, like sitting in the center of the universe, reading the Song of Haoren righteousness. Every word he uttered was magnificent, righteous, and masculine, and spread across tens of thousands of miles like the voice of heaven and earth. Even the human monks in the ancient Terran city outside the remote battlefield could vaguely hear the mighty righteous song. But in the face of a strong power gap, even the Confucian holy book Haoren Jingqi Song cannot stop the heavenly dream demon emperor. Break it! Tianming demon emperor's eyes are like two stars, and his fingertips are sharp like a divine sword, which turns into a light and shadow and rushes into thousands of divine texts, breaking them into wisps of smoke. Poof! Master Xiao was shocked, spit out a mouthful of blood, and suffered a heavy blow. In his pupils, the figure of Tianming demon emperor became larger and larger, and his sharp fingertips pierced his eyebrows. Master Xiao knew that he could not escape death anyway. In Tianshu continent, no one was the opponent of Tianming demon emperor at all. This was the end of death. Such a close distance, even if you want to explode the Yuan god, it's too late. A glimmer of despair flashed in his eyes, and then slowly closed his eyes, closed the divine book, and his mouth was still reading Haoren righteous songs gently, waiting for the next moment of death. Wow! Suddenly, Master Xiao felt a strong breath wave coming from behind, like a cool wind blowing past him, like someone rushing behind him. An old and hoarse voice sounded, "Tianming demon emperor, I will meet you for a while." Then I remembered an earth-shaking bang. Two powerful forces collided together, like tearing the earth in half, revealing a huge crack hundreds of meters wide. The crack is too deep to see the bottom. What a powerful force it takes to create such terrible destructive power. Xiao Fuzi was also rushed out by the waves generated by the strong collision. However, his cultivation was strong, and he soon settled down and looked at the sudden emergence of a ground fissure hundreds of meters wide. I saw two figures standing at both ends of the ground fissure, with equal momentum and confrontation. One of the figures is the Tianming demon emperor in human form, with the beauty of sinking fish and falling geese, but it is the great enemy of the Terran. No one is willing to appreciate this beauty at all. She was originally a begonia growing in the big dream, absorbing the mysterious qi of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and moon, and it took her countless years to cultivate a human form. Although it was not born into spirit like Shiji demon queen and Thor demon emperor, the Tianming demon emperor was still highly qualified. With his own understanding, he became a secondary god alone and was the leader of the demon clan in that era. Another figure stood opposite the Tianming demon emperor, wearing black god blood armor, wrapped around his body, and couldn't see what he looked like. However, according to his voice, just now, he should be an old man. Who is he? It is not only Master Xiao who raised such questions, but also every supreme master present, including Tianming demon emperor, has such questions. Just now, Master Xiao didn't know what happened, but those other human supreme masters saw it very clearly. This mysterious strong man who suddenly killed him defeated the Tianming demon emperor with one palm and saved Master Xiao. Unexpectedly, it can beat back the demon emperor of Tianming. When did Tianshu land produce a powerful creature? You know, all the supreme masters on the scene joined hands and failed to make the Tianming demon queen step back, which shows the strength of the Tianming demon queen. If it were not for the power of the same level, it would be impossible to repel her. Those seriously injured Terran supreme masters showed their joy one after another. Although they had not yet made clear the identity of the mysterious man, since the mysterious man had saved Master Xiao, it showed that at least he would not be the helper of Tianming demon emperor, but probably a hermit sage of the Terran. It's interesting. When did a strong man like you emerge from Tianshu mainland? Tianming demon emperor stared at the mysterious man wearing divine blood armor standing opposite, and a cold momentum continued to rise. If she hadn't figured out the details of how to deal with it, she would have made a strong move to crush the mysterious man. The mysterious man made a hoarse voice. I, the ancestor of Xingqiu sect, Xingqiu old fairy, have been in seclusion for many years, and I didn't want to intervene in the disputes of all ethnic groups in Tianshu mainland. But Tianming demon emperor, your killing is too heavy. Contrary to Tianhe, I won't stand by and suppress you today to stop this human catastrophe. Xingqiu sect was originally a sect fabricated by Ning Xiaochuan. When he was in the Holy Land of Light, he used the identity of Ding Chuanqiu, the successor of Xingqiu sect, defeated many powerful young demons, and was named one of the three gods of the northern/Xinjiang people. So this time, he decided to use the name of the old ancestor of Xingqiu sect, Xingqiu Old Fairy. Not many people know that Xingqiu sect was fabricated by Ning Xiaochuan, only a few people, such as the goddess of light, the son of god of light, Tang Shuyao, Yu Mingsong, the goddess of medicine valley, etc. After this war, whether Ning Xiaochuan loses or wins, lives or dies, the name of Xingqiu Laoxian will certainly spread throughout the whole Tianqiu continent. At that time, even if they guessed the truth, Ning Xiaochuan believed that they would not reveal their identity and would be kept secret by him. Xingqiu sect? Why have you never heard of such a hidden patriarchal sect in Tianqiu continent? Master Zhao's heart secretly said. Mr. Xiao has lived for thousands of years. He likes to specialize in research, widely read ancient books, and is erudite. He knows all the secrets of Tianqiu continent like the back of his hand. There are almost no Yinshizong sect he doesn't know. But I have never heard of Xingqiu sect and Xingqiu Old Fairy. The Lord of the First World, the ugly mother-in-law, the Red Sun Saint Monk and other human supreme masters also frowned slightly, and collected the relevant deeds of the Xingqiu sect in their minds, but there was still no result. Ding Chuanqiu, the successor of Xingqiu sect, has only made his debut for a year or two. Except for some fame in northern/Xinjiang, few people in the Middle Earth world know of such a young strong man. What's more, the supreme figures in the Terran, naturally, seldom care about a fledgling Terran genius, so they have never heard of Xingqiu sect. Everyone will firmly remember the three words Xingqiu sect. After all, this Xingqiu Old Fairy is the only person who can compete with Tianming Demon Emperor in the world today. Xingqiu Old Fairy, with boundless magic power and vast magic power, only wants a monthly ticket. Your breath is a little strange. It seems very weak, but it seems very strong. After all, Tianming Demon Emperor was once a real secondary god, and his eyesight was so fierce that even if Ning Xiaochuan wore a god's blood armor, she still saw some clues. Ning Xiaochuan has only 1 hour. It is simply a possible task to defeat the Tianming Demon Emperor who is as powerful as himself in an hour. We can't delay any longer. We must act immediately. Ning Xiaochuan issued an old and hoarse voice and commanded the strong of the Terran, Master Sujing Shenong, the Lord of the First World, please join hands with me to suppress the Tianming Demon Emperor. The supreme of other Terrans guarded all directions to prevent the Tianming Demon Emperor from escaping. Although Ning Xiaochuan's current strength is as powerful as the Tianming Demon Emperor, he is definitely not the opponent of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Only by combining the power of the Lord of the First World and the ugly mother-in-law can he win the Tianming Demon Emperor in an hour. You know, deciding the outcome of World War I is not just a simple matter of simple strength. Tianming Demon Emperor used to be a secondary god. He has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. His fighting experience, fighting will, understanding of martial arts and cultivation of magical powers are all far better than Ning Xiaochuan. With the same strength, Ning Xiaochuan can't be her opponent at all. This is like a newborn baby. Even if you give him a body as strong as an adult and a soldier as strong as an adult, he is definitely not an adult's opponent. Maybe an adult can beat him with just one move. Ning Xiaochuan has only lived for decades now. Compared with Tianming Demon Emperor, he is not even a newborn baby. Knowing this, Sui Hanyu gave Ning Xiaochuan a dead order to fight with the Tianming Demon Emperor with the same strength. In fact, she knew that even if Ning Xiaochuan mastered the same powerful power as Tianming Demon Emperor, he was definitely not the opponent of Tianming Demon Emperor. According to the speculation of Sui Hanyu, Ning Xiaochuan can only hold out for an hour in the hands of Tianming Demon Emperor at most. This is already the most outstanding performance. In fact, the purpose of Sui Hanyu's doing this is not to let Ning Xiaochuan kill the Tianming Demon Emperor, but to use the Tianming Demon Emperor to hone Ning Xiaochuan and increase the experience of Ning Xiaochuan fighting with the secondary god. Such an opportunity is very valuable, but it can't be met at any time. Ning Xiaochuan also understood this, so he took the initiative to join hands with the ugly mother-in-law and the Lord of the First World. They all hold secondary artifacts, which are two powerful forces. Ning Xiaochuan's goal is not just to stick to the Tianming Demon Emperor for an hour. He must win and kill the Tianming Demon Emperor. After Ning Xiaochuan gave the order, those human supreme masters had no objection, and all obeyed Ning Xiaochuan's order, just like doing so was a matter of course. Who told Ning Xiaochuan to show more power than them? Master Shao opened the divine book again, and the divine texts in the divine book flew out one after another and fell to the ground, blocking the earth for thousands of miles. The red sun monk turned into a red sun, suspended in the void at a height of 90,000 feet, forming a sea of flames. Golden Buddha lights, scattered from the red sun, completely blocked the sky. The Lord of the Fourth World flew thousands of miles away and offered a supreme imperial instrument like a purple token. The power of the imperial instrument burst out and blocked the east of the battlefield. The two supreme masters and demons from the heaven flew to the south, west and north respectively, and each sacrificed an ancient soldier to fix the whole space. Although these Terran supremacies are not opponents of the Tianming Demon Emperor, if the Tianming Demon Emperor wants to break through and escape from a certain direction, he will definitely be intercepted. With the supreme cultivation of these Terrans, if you really work hard and show your cards, at least you can resist the Tianming Demon Emperor for a moment. At this moment, in the battlefield, there are only Ning Xiaochuan in God's blood armor, the Lord of the First World standing on the back of the four-winged black cloud bird, and the ugly mother-in-law standing on a high mountain. Tianming Demon Emperor was surrounded in the center, still looking unchanged, and said, "Do you think you really have a chance to defeat this emperor? It's too naive. Since all the old monsters of the Terran jumped out, then kill them all, and leave none. Boast, Tianming Demon Emperor, I will fight you." Ning Xiaochuan roared, and his whole body burst out with black fine-ons. In an instant, he rushed to the Tianming Demon Emperor, and burst out with amazing power. He cut down with his hand as a knife. Ning Xiaochuan knew that if she fought against the heavenly Dream Demon Emperor, she could not be her opponent at all. Therefore, he can only choose the most barbaric play and attack at the fastest speed. Under the fierce attack, Tianming Demon Emperor has no time to think about Ning Xiaochuan's lack of experience in martial arts. Tianming Demon Emperor just fought hard with the mysterious man wearing God's blood armor, knowing that his power was very powerful and not under him. In fact, she doesn't want to fight hard with her opponent. In that case, even if she kills the other party, she will certainly suffer a heavy blow. But as a demon emperor who has been in a high position for a long time, she could never retreat, so she took the initiative to fight up. Bang! 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 Between the lightning and flint, Ning Xiaochuan and Tianming Demon Emperor hit hard for more than 20 times in succession. Each blow will produce powerful energy ripples, shattering the mountains and rivers in the distance and turning them into rubble. If other monks in the real world, even if they gave him the same powerful power as the Tianming Demon Emperor, he would never dare to fight with the Tianming Demon Emperor. It is estimated that the Tianming Demon Emperor can frighten him to kneel with a strong look. Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid of the Tianming Demon Emperor at all. Being able to fight with a secondary god made Ning Xiaochuan extremely excited, and his blood was boiling, just like beating chicken blood. He fought every trace of power in his body without reservation, and even beat the Tianming Demon Emperor back step by step. Anyway, Ning Xiaochuan's strength came from the divine power of Sui Hanyu. He was not afraid that his strength would be exhausted, so he fought fiercely. Every fist move seems to break the world, and the momentum is indomitable. Sui Hanyu didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's spirit and will were unaffected in the face of the last secondary god, and he was able to fight calmly with the secondary god. In her calculation, Ning Xiaochuan's combat power will be greatly reduced under the spiritual pressure of the secondary god, and it is impossible to gain the upper hand at all. But it turned out that she still underestimated her disciples. Her disciples are more powerful than she imagined. He is really an old man of a human race. Why is his strength so violent? His energy is stronger than that of young people. He seems to be an inexhaustible force. Tianming Demon Emperor had some doubts, and he always felt that the strong man of the Terran was deliberately hiding his identity by wearing god blood armor. Who the hell is he? Although Tianming Monster had doubts, it did not doubt Ning Xiaochuan. After all, in her eyes, Ning Xiaochuan is just a hairy boy of the human race, and the existence of mole ants is the same. Even if there is a little scheming, it can't be a big deal. Boom. The ugly mother-in-law sacrificed the 10,000 dragon Dan god tripod, turned it into a huge tripod larger than a mountain, and threw it at the white bone altar. Tianming Demon Emperor was originally injured in the god-killing array, but only with the help of the sacrificial power of the white bone altar, so he can have the current terrorist power. As long as the white bone altar is destroyed, the Tianming Demon Emperor can no longer use the power of sacrifice, and it is easier to kill the Tianming Demon Emperor. The Tianming Demon Emperor noticed the motive of the ugly mother-in-law, and his eyes were slightly cold. The begonia mark in the middle of his eyebrows appeared, shooting a light column, beating Ning Xiaochuan upside down. Ning Xiaochuan's chest was punctured by a white light column. Fortunately, he had divine power to protect his body, and the trauma was not very serious. He thought in his heart that the great compassion monk who was taken into the Zhenren Tower was probably attacked the same way, so he was hit with a blood hole the size of a dish in his chest, seriously injured and dying. Death. Out of Ning Xiaochuan's control, the Tianming Demon Emperor turned into an electric light, like a lightning strike from the void, and the next moment it fell to the top of the white bone altar. Wow! The white bone altar suspended in the void immediately rotated. Human bones piled up together and turned into a big hand covering the sky and the earth. Like clouds, they patted down on the Wanlong Dan God tripod. That big hand is made of the white bones of tens of billions of Terran monks, which condenses the strength and resentment of tens of billions of Terran monks. The strength is simply terrible. Boom. The 10,000 dragon Dan divine tripod was hit with a roar and a violent tremor. It broke away from the control of the ugly mother-in-law and fell to the ground, smashing a huge pit on the ground. The golden flame poured out of the 10,000 dragon Dan divine tripod, instantly turning this territory into a fire field, and all the earth and stones on the ground into magma. The old body of the ugly mother-in-law also shook slightly, a trace of blood overflowed from the corners of her mouth, and her face became as white as paper. Although the cultivation of ugly mother-in-law has gone beyond the eternal realm and captured the good fortune, after all, she is only a spiritual master, steeped in Dan Dao, unlike those other mortal supreme masters who major in war skills. In fact, the combat effectiveness of the heart-nourishing division is indeed far inferior to that of other martial artists. Of course, except for freaks like Ning Xiaochuan. Those who are enemies of the emperor will be killed without mercy. The heavenly demon emperor stood on the top of the white bone altar, like a true god announcing the fate of the creatures of a vast world. The white bones of tens of billions of Terran friars once again condensed into a huge palm, covering the whole sky, sending out a huge sense of anger and patting the ugly mother-in-law. She wants to crush the ugly mother-in-law completely. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took a step, crossed the void, stood by the side of the ugly mother-in-law, and showed the sword formula of destroying the world. As one of the 3,000 ways to destroy the world, the only thing about the sword formula is that Ning Xiaochuan's previous cultivation is not high, and he can't give play to the real power of the sword formula. After borrowing the magic power of Sui Hanyu, Ning Xiaochuan, can finally display the real power of the sword formula to destroy the world. Destroy the world sword soul. Ning Xiaochuan pointed out, and a sword gas flew out from his fingertips, like a white rainbow penetrating the sun, puncturing the large handprint formed by the accumulation of tens of billions of human bones. With a bang, the big white bone handprint collapsed 100 meters above the head of Ning Xiaochuan, and the ugly mother-in-law turned into a broken skeleton, and flew out in all directions. Recommend a friend's masterpiece, Immortal Sword God. Come back. A pair of white jade hands of the Tianming Demon Emperor closed in front of his chest, and a heavy sound wave came out of his red lips and spread in all directions. By the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor, those scattered broken bones flew back to the white bone altar. It's more and more interesting. Why does your sword spirit give me a sense of déjà vu? Tianming Demon Emperor showed a confused look again. Ning Xiaochuan said, really? Then continue to guess. The heavenly Demon Emperor snorted coldly. The Emperor took you down with his own hands, to see if you can be as arrogant as you are now. A thought of spiritual awakening, Jinsher blood begonia. The Tianming Demon Emperor's posture is incomparably magnificent, and his skin blooms with wisps of divine light, as if it turned into crystal-carved jade. Pieces of blood-red begonia petals flew out of her body and condensed into a huge blood-red begonia. The blood-colored begonia is rooted in the void, reaching as high as 10,000 feet. It breathes the mysterious air of heaven and earth, absorbs the brilliance of stars outside the territory, and countless dragon-shaped and phoenix-shaped air currents are flying around the flower stems. Pieces of glittering petals fell from the sky, and there was a bloody rain. The bloody petals floated far away, and even fell tens of thousands of miles away in the ancient Terran city, making the Terran monks in those ancient cities feel like the end is coming. Holding half a broken Jinren tower in one hand, she saw wisps of rich blood flying out of the tower and pouring into the bloody begonia in the void. The sea of blood in the center of the white bone altar also rolled violently, gushing out blood-red rivers and flying to the 10,000-foot-high begonia. The crabapple, which was originally blood-red, became more scarlet, emitting a spirit that was both monstrous and sacred. The Tianming Demon Emperor is absorbing the blood of the supreme human being who was previously killed. Does she want to condense the secondary divine body? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the strange scene above the void and felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. If we let the heavenly Demon Emperor condense into a secondary god body, it will be a big trouble. Stop her, her strength is getting stronger and stronger. The ugly mother-in-law said. Ning Xiaochuan immediately pressed the index finger of both hands on the position of the temple, to stimulate the heavenly mark in the middle of the eyebrow. But he was wearing God's bloody armor, covering the center of his eyebrows, and no one could see the mark of heaven. The white bone bead whirled rapidly in the Yuan god of heaven and earth, suddenly flew out of the center of the eyebrow, turned into a dazzling light spot, and hit the Tianming Demon Emperor. On the surface of the bone beads, ancient words emerged, emitting a terrifying force, which made the whole void vibrate slightly. The Tianming Demon Emperor felt the powerful power of the white bone bead, and did not connect it hard, but mobilized the white bone altar to hit the bone bead. Bang! The bone bead violently hit the white bone altar, and the white bone altar was dented, revealing a pit hundreds of meters in size. The bones of countless Terran monks burst and fell from the sky into pieces. Those Terran Supreme Masters were shocked, secretly admiring Xingqiu Old Immortal's strong combat power, and even being able to hit the white bone altar. If we continue to fight, we may be able to completely break the white bone altar. For the Terran friars, the most hated are the demon clans White Bone Altar and Jinren Tower. I don't know how many bones of strong Terrans are piled on the White Bone Altar, which is a disgrace to countless generations of human friars. Many strong people have made a great wish to destroy the White Bone Altar at the cost of their lives. Countless years passed, and one after another strong man fell on the White Bone Altar, but the White Bone Altar still stood there, composing one section after another of the Terran elegy. It can be said that if someone can destroy the white bone altar, he will immediately become a great hero of the Terran, and will be recited by the Terran monks forever, and countless people will be crazy for him. Boom! Under the control of Ning Xiaochuan, the bone bead hit again, breaking a large piece of the white bone altar. The skeletons of thousands of Terran monks crumbled from the altar and turned into powder. The supreme masters of those Terrans are excited, and their mood is difficult to calm. If Xingqiu Old Fairy can really destroy the white bone altar, not only Xingqiu Old Fairy will be remembered by people, but also their names will be recorded in history. The Lord of the First World and the four-winged blackbird will sacrifice the Dingshan ruler, turn it into a 10,000 feet divine ruler, and cut it towards the bloody begonia above the void. That bloody begonia is the demon Yuan's soul of Tianming Demon Emperor. As long as the bloody begonia is cut off, the Tianming Demon Emperor can be hit hard. The Lord of the First World knows that with his own strength, it is impossible to defeat the Tianming Demon Emperor, but he can contain the Tianming Demon Emperor to a certain extent and buy time for the Xingqiu Old Fairy to break the white bone altar. Boom! The ugly mother-in-law took a holy man-level pill, and the wound healed more than half immediately. She took back the 10,000 dragon pill divine tripod, mobilized the strength of her whole body, awakened the original power of the 10,000 dragon pill divine tripod, and directly shook it against the Tianming Demon Emperor. The Terran Supreme surrounded in all directions also shot one after another. Some played the Supreme Emperor's weapon, some played the strongest divine skill, and attacked the Tianming Demon Emperor at the same time. Ants try to shake the tree, and ants dare to fight with the gods? You're too overconfident. The heavenly demon Huan Fei fell to the center of the blood-colored begonia flower, and the secondary divine force in his body completely erupted, and suddenly beat out the white bone altar. In the sea of blood in the center of the white bone altar, a whirling strong wind came out. The supreme of those Terrans was frightened to find that thousands of magic sounds sounded in their minds, and their bodies flew towards the direction of the white bone altar without their control. How could this? What's going on? The body. The body is completely out of control. Is this the legendary soul attack? Anyone who can practice to the supreme, how determined his mind is not affected by the outside world at all, and can achieve ancient well without waves. But at the moment, the supreme masters of the Terran can't resist the magic sound from the white bone altar, can't control their bodies, and can only watch them walk on the white bone altar. The first person who rushed to the white bone altar was the angel of heaven, Minga Supreme. His face was a little crazy, his eyes were red, and he stared at the sea of blood in the center of the altar, as if he was under the traction of some force. With a pop, he jumped directly into the sea of blood. The whole sea of blood was boiling, and huge bubbles came out. Before long, Menge's supreme body completely melted, leaving only a white bone floating from the river of blood. Then, the Lord of the Fourth World, the Red Sun Monk, Master Xiao, and the Supreme Jean Lancy also successively flew to the white bone altar. They were trembling all over, as if in great pain, fighting with an unknown force. However, their bodies were not controlled by themselves, and they climbed onto the white bone altar step by step and walked towards the sea of blood. The Lord of the First World and the ugly mother-in-law have strong cultivation and stronger will. They sacrificed the secondary gods, and they can only barely resist the terrible magic sound. The heavenly demon emperor stood in the center of the blood-colored begonia and said coldly, "I don't know how many human beings have been buried on the white bone altar. All human souls have been integrated into the sea of blood and become part of the sea of blood. Although the supreme will is strong, it can't resist the thoughts of hundreds of millions of human souls. Except for the secondary god, no human can resist the soul attack of the white bone altar. You all think that the Jinren Tower is the enemy of the Terran, but you don't know that the Jinren Tower is only an imperial soldier forged from the white bone altar. The real enemy of the Terran is the white bone altar. As soon as the altar comes out, the sacrifice will refine the Terran. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the direction of the white bone altar and roared in a deep voice, carrying the power of the secondary god level in his voice, and said, "Tianming Demon Emperor, I'm afraid you can't do it." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan took the initiative to fly to the white bone altar, slapped it, and threw out the Red Sun Monk, Master Shao, and other human supreme masters who wanted to jump into the sea of blood, fell to the altar, and fell to the ground dozens of miles away. Tianming Demon Emperor's face sank slightly. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan could still keep awake and said, "How can your will alone resist the spiritual will of hundreds of millions of human beings?" Human will, naturally, cannot resist the spiritual will of hundreds of millions of human beings. However, God's will can do it. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the top of the white bone altar, standing on the sea of blood, standing tall and spirited. "But you are definitely not a god." Tianming Demon Emperor roared. "Ning Xiaochuan is naturally not a god, and his will can never stop the spiritual will of hundreds of millions of human beings, but there is a spirit of cold rain in his body." The spirit and will emanating from the white bone altar were all resisted by the spirit of the cold rain. "How do you know that I must not be a god?" Ning Xiaochuan uttered a sentence to confuse the Tianming Demon Emperor. Then, a hoarse laughter came out of his throat, as if he were mocking the ignorance of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Tianming Demon Emperor's eyes became colder and wanted to break the human body in front of him. "Collect the sea of blood first." The magic sword, flying out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, suspended dozens of meters above the sea of blood. Wow! A huge door opened from the center of the sword. That door connects the ruins world inside the magic sword. A strong attraction is generated in the ruins world, and it begins to absorb the blood gas in the blood river crazily. If you let the magic sword directly absorb the blood gas in the sea of blood, with the current grade of the magic sword, even if you absorb it for 100 years, you can't absorb the blood gas in the sea of blood. But there is a vast ruins world in the magic sword, which can hold the whole sea of blood. As long as the sea of blood is taken away, the Tianming Demon Emperor can no longer condense the secondary divine body. Moreover, the soul attack from the white bone altar will also be greatly weakened, and the supreme will can no longer be shaken. Ning Xiaochuan took out the Xian Beast Jian again, opened the space door inside the Xian Beast Jian, and also began to absorb the blood gas in the blood river. These Qi are great for those monsters in the Xian Beast manual, which can quickly improve their cultivation. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan offered the demon sword and Xian Beast Jian, the Tianming Demon Emperor finally noticed some clues and said angrily, "The Emperor knows your identity. Damn, today will be your death." Tianming Demon Emperor's anger burned to the extreme, and he would never allow Ning Xiaochuan to take away the blood in the sea of blood. She drove the bloody begonia and flew to the white bone altar. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the bank of the sea of blood at the top of the white bone altar, mobilized the white bone beads, and his eyes looked very firm, saying faintly, "It's not me, but you who are going to die here today. In the past 2 days, someone always added my QQ and asked me, 'Lao Jiao, are you a man or a woman?' Ask me, 'Old 9, are you a senior 3 student?' Asked me, 'Lao Jiao, is Yu Mingsong a portrayal of my own prototype?' Cough. Okay, I must tell you the fact that I'm really a girl. Yu Mingsong is definitely not a portrayal of my original shape. The portrayal of my original shape is Shaolinger. Yes, it's Shaolinger. It's very cute. In fact, I just finished my junior high school entrance examination, and it will take 6 years before the college entrance examination. The truth of the fact is always so hard to accept. There is no way, I am such a real person, so I bravely stood up and clarified everything. The blood-colored begonia sent out a series of strange demon light, like a magical practice, cutting to Ning Xiaochuan sitting on the top of the white bone altar. Ning Xiaochuan's body is completely wrapped by divine power, and takes the body as the center, forming a small Zhou Tian world by itself. He sat in the center of the world around him, slowly raised his arm and played a sword formula to kill the world. Phew! A black and white sword wave with a diameter of 1 meter flew out of his fingertips and flew to the blood-colored begonia. The sword chi pierced the petals of begonia and stabbed it into the heart of Tianming Demon Emperor. Tianming Demon Emperor didn't mess up in the face of danger, and immediately played his own magic power, Tianxia, 6 meanings. 6 powers with different attributes sprang out of her palm, showing the shadow of 6 divine beasts. Bang! After Tianxia Liui played, he broke the sword wave in an instant, and Ning Xiaochuan, sitting on the top of the white bone altar in reverse, suppressed it. Ning Xiaochuan looked up and saw that the whole sky had become dark, with strong evil winds blowing in the dark space. In the evil wind, a group of demons roared, and faintly, the shadows of ancient gods and beasts such as the real dragon, Kailan, Kuanping, etc., could be seen rushing madly towards the white bone altar. Tianxia Liui is the strongest unique skill, created by Tianming Demon Emperor. In those years, she was defeated by the Zijin Emperor's Hunyuan Ichi sword. So she went to the Dragon Palace, the imperial palace of the geocentric demon family, the Kirin Valley, and the Kuanping Sea to borrow the mysteries of the 6 demon families of Real Dragon, Taisui, Kirin, Kuanping, Pang, and Hualing, integrate the 6 earthly powers, and break out the 6 meanings of killing God. When she was ready to challenge the Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor again with her magical powers, and wanted to defeat the Hunyuan Ichi sword with Tianxia 6 intentions, she learned that the Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor had fallen. This is Tianming Demon Emperor's lifelong regret. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiaochuan became the first person to experience the power of the 6 meanings of killing God. Qi. Under the attack of Tianxia Liui, Ning Xiaochuan's divine power around his body was instantly torn, and even his divine blood armor was punctured, and drops of blood flowed out of the armor. In the battle of God's blood, Ning Xiaochuan's body was badly broken, and his skin, flesh and bones made a paw-paw sound of fragmentation, and his body seemed to crack. Tianming Demon Emperor's own strength is already quite terrible. Coupled with the power of Tianxia 6 intentions, his strength is simply terrifying, and he will soon crush Ning Xiaochuan's body completely. Hunyuan Ichi sword. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth and hugged his hands into a small sundae. Strands of purple divine power, flying from the void, condensed into a huge imperial shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan. Between Ning Xiaochuan's hands, a purple magic sword was condensed, and a sword was waved and cut out, breaking the 6 meanings of killing heaven played by the Tianming Demon Emperor. Tianming Demon Emperor stared at the Emperor's shadow behind Ning Xiaochuan in shock, and then spread out his palm. Seeing the blood mark on his palm, he even laughed. It's Hunyuan Ichi sword again. Hunyuan Ichi sword. It turns out that you are the heir of the Purple and Gold Emperor. No wonder you dare to challenge the Emperor. A moment later, the Tianming Demon Emperor's eyes coagulated and said, "Has the Lord of the Purple Gold Emperor awakened?" The Emperor has felt his breath, and asked him to come out and fight with the Emperor. What's the meaning of sending a young generation to fight with the Emperor? So despise the Emperor? Except for the era of apotheosis, in the history of Tianshu continent, almost no era will produce 2 secondary gods at the same time. However, in the era of Tianming Demon Emperor, there was a human sub-god Zijin Emperor. They can be regarded as old enemies. One is the leader of the demon clan, the other is the leader of the human race. I don't know how many wars of life and death have been fought, but the Tianming Demon Emperor has never defeated the Zijin Emperor. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's Hunyuan Ichi sword made the Tianming Demon Emperor even more angry, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan was the heir of the Purple and Gold Emperor. She immediately simultaneously played the 2nd type of Tianxia malice and the 3rd type of Tianxia hate. Ning Xiaochuan once again showed his Hunyuan Ichi sword, with a purple golden sword on his finger, standing on the top of the white bone altar. His eyes were as deep as the sea, and his breath was calm as if he had joined the Tao, entering a mysterious realm of forgetting things and me. Wow. Wow. Two swords were cut out to defeat the magic power played by the Tianming Demon Emperor again. Two sword chi flew by the Tianming Demon Emperor, tearing two small cracks in her robe. Without allowing the Tianming Demon Emperor to continue to play magic, Ning Xiaochuan attacked first, hitting the white bone bead out and hitting the chest of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Do you want to fight with the Emperor? Don't think you are very strong now, but the Emperor knows that you have been seriously injured and your body is about to break. The Tianming Demon Emperor saw Ning Xiaochuan's emptiness and reality at a glance, and his eyes burst into a cold light. Ning Xiaochuan's determination is firm, not affected by the words of Tianming Demon Emperor, and resolutely beat out the white bone beads. The fourth form of the six meanings of Tiansha is Tiansha lust meaning. The fifth form of the six meanings of Tiansha anger. The sixth form of the six meanings of Tiansha divine meaning. Tianming Demon Emperor kept playing the magic power of Tiansha six meanings until he played the last move Tiansha Shani, and finally blocked the power of white bone beads. Broken. Ning Xiaochuan flew out from behind the white bone bead, holding a purple golden sword in his hands, and cut out the Hunyuanichi sword again. The sharp sword chi flew down, and finally broke the defense of the Tianming Demon Emperor. The divine sword cut on the top of the Tianming Demon Emperor, making a huge sound of gold and stone collision. Sword chi did not cut through the first god body of Tianming Demon Emperor, but made Ning Xiaochuan's arm really numb. Tianming Demon Emperor stared at Ning Xiaochuan, who was close at hand. A pair of pupils burst into flames, as if to eat Ning Xiaochuan. Unexpectedly, he dared to wield a sword to behead the gods. Don't you know that you are desecrating the gods? Boom. The spirit in Tianming Demon Emperor's body was stimulated, and a powerful wave broke out, shaking Ning Xiaochuan upside down. Poof. Ning Xiaochuan's viscera were severely injured, his throat licked, and a mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. Tianming Demon Emperor did not let Ning Xiaochuan go, took off, and once again slapped Ning Xiaochuan on the chest. At the moment when the Tianming Demon Emperor slapped him on the chest, Ning Xiaochuan's mouth showed a shallow smile, like a plot to succeed, gently spit out two words, rob God. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan say the word rob God, the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor vibrated violently. A breath of unprecedented danger rushed towards her, making her feel very uneasy. The Tianming Demon Emperor was not sure what cards Ning Xiaochuan had in the end, and was about to withdraw immediately. However, she found that her palm was tightly pressed by Ning Xiaochuan's arms, and she didn't give her a chance to withdraw at all. I will attend the meeting of Sichuan Network Writers Association in the past 2 days. The update will not be stable, but I will try to maintain 2 chapters. I can't walk away. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized all his strength, clasped the arms of the Tianming Demon Emperor, exerted the power of the second half of the Divine Way, and forcibly hijacked the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan is as powerful as the Tianming Demon Emperor. How terrifying is his power after he shows the way of receiving gods. Tianming Demon Emperor only felt a slight darkness in front of him, and there was a sense of spinning. A faint mist-like soul shadow was pulled out of the body and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows. No. Tianming Demon Emperor showed a strong will of God and soul, and even forcibly broke away from receiving the Divine Way. The soul shadow, which was about to be completely separated, unexpectedly flew back into her body. Tianming Demon Emperor's heart turned pale with fear. It was too dangerous. If it was a moment late just now, I'm afraid her spirit would be taken away by the other party. She didn't encounter such a thing when she fought with the Purple and Gold Emperor. Boom. Tianming Demon Emperor made a decisive move and beat out the Jinren Tower into a huge bronze remnant tower thousands of feet high. A deep black hole is exposed at the bottom of the huge tower, emitting a frightening soul force, trying to collect Ning Xiaochuan into the tower. still want to fight back? Ning Xiaochuan reached out again and stretched out his palm towards the void, and a more powerful force erupted, forcibly pulling the spirit of the Tianming demon emperor out of his flesh. You! What magic power are you using? Tianming demon emperor's face finally changed, watching Ning Xiaochuan take away her spirit, unexpectedly unable to resist. You should know that receiving the divine way is the top 100 avenue in the 3000 extinction world. If it shows real power, it is much stronger than the Hunyuanichi sword, created by the Emperor of Purple and Gold, and the Tian Shaoliui, created by the Demon Emperor of Tianming. It belongs to the real top divine skill. In the same realm, it is not difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to rob the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor. However, the accident happened. In that case, let's die together. A delicate tower flew out of the body of the Tianming Demon Emperor and floated over her head. Tianming Demon Emperor made the final counterattack, mobilized the power of the spirit, and unexpectedly opened the tower door of the small tower. Boom! The small tower made a tsunami-like sound, and the monster spirit flew out of it. After Ning Xiaochuan took away the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor, he looked at the small tower suspended in the void, and his face changed slightly. The demon tower has been opened, bad. 10,000 years ago, the ruler of the North Sea Kuan is about to be born. Just after the Tianming Demon Emperor was suppressed, a more ferocious giant demon was released. It seems that the peace and prosperity of Tianshu continent is really over, and there will be a troubled autumn. Boom! The demon tower shook violently, and a big golden fish flew out of the tower, with a pair of wings hundreds of miles long, emitting a terrifying evil spirit, which shook the whole world. Kuan, the master of the North Sea 10,000 years ago, has the body of a fish and the wings of a rock, which is called the giant demon closest to the secondary god. When the emperor passed the North Sea, he imprisoned Kuan in the demon tower. But Kuan's cultivation was against the sky, and he was refined by Jinyao Tower for 10,000 years without death. Tianming Demon Emperor opened the demon tower with the last divine power and released this huge demon with boundless terror. After being refined by Jinyao Tower for 10,000 years, Kuan's body became tattered, and even his golden wings were worn out, like only a white bone. Great! Kuan has been refined by Jinyao Tower for 10,000 years, and his vitality has been greatly damaged. He can't recover for a while and a half. Now is the best time to kill it. Ning Xiaochuan flew out, grabbed the demon tower, mobilized the divine power in his body, and injected it into the tower. Wow! The original power of Jinyao Tower was stimulated and wanted to collect Kuan into the tower again. Ga. Ignorant child, since this seat has escaped from the demon tower, how can you still have a chance to take this seat back? Do you think you are the Emperor of Heaven? Kuan, whose skeleton was rotten, made a sound as thick as a bell in his huge bone mouth. In front of Kuan's huge body, Ning Xiaochuan's body is smaller than a grain of dust. Its fish scales are like a huge golden cloud in Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. Ning Xiaochuan was not afraid at all. He beat out the Jinyao Tower and hit to Kuan. I'll let you go first today. When I recover, I will definitely return to Tianshu continent and kill all the Terrans. De Kuan had great resentment, especially against the Emperor of Heaven. Naturally, it cannot seek revenge from the Emperor of Heaven, so it can only vent its anger on the Terrans. Wow! De Kuan's two wings immediately disappeared in place. The next moment, he had flown 9,000 miles away. It's so fast. It's worthy of being called a creature that can compete with the dragon and phoenix. Ning Xiaochuan took the body of the Tianming Demon Emperor into the demon tower, and a pair of red dragon wings grew on his back. With the speed of the dragon, he chased after De Kuan to stop it from escaping. Although De Kuan is not a secondary god, its power is even more terrifying than the Tianming Demon Emperor who cultivated the first secondary god body. Perhaps only when the Tianming Demon Emperor casts a secondary divine body can he surpass it. After all, the Tianming Demon Emperor has died, leaving only the idea of a secondary god. Before casting a triple secondary god body, she can't be a secondary god at all. If the vitality of Dakuan is restored, it will be a greater threat to the Terrans in Tianshu continent. Ning Xiaochuan must catch up with it and get rid of it before it recovers. Unexpectedly, I caught up. Dakuan, who flew in front, was very surprised. He felt the strong waves coming from the rear. Looking back, he saw that the previous human wearing God's blood armor was chasing it closely. The speed of human beings is actually better than Kuan? For Kuan, it can fly 9,000 miles with a flap of wings. Only Shenlong and Shenfeng can catch up with its speed in the whole Dian world. Other real dragons can't catch up with Kuan even if they practice to the same level as Kuan. It must be a dragon family with pure dragon blood to compete with Kuan. Kuan stared and saw a pair of dragon wings on the back of that human. He immediately understood what was going on. It's the battle dragon envoy. Kuan's vitality was seriously damaged and he had not recovered. He didn't want to fight with Ning Xiaochuan's level of existence. But according to the current situation, if we don't fight, I'm afraid we can't get rid of that human being. When Kuan was preparing to fight Ning Xiaochuan, he suddenly found that the other party didn't chase him. Jia. It seems that the fighting dragon envoy was also seriously injured during the war with Tianming Demon, and he was unable to chase me. Kuan also knew that he could not kill each other with his current strength, so he resolutely gave up the opportunity to kill Ning Xiaochuan and accelerated his escape. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't go after Kuan. The biggest reason was not her own injury, but the time of an hour had come. Sui Hanyu took all her divine power away. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was immediately returned to its original form, and became the fourth level of real people. If you go after Dakuan again, it will be a dead end. After chasing for more than 80,000 miles, I finally had to watch it escape. When Dakuan killed back to the Tianshu continent again, the Terran would face a more terrible enemy. Cough. After the battle, Ning Xiaochuan was in pain all over and finally realized how much he was hurt. Taking off the tattered god blood armor, Ning Xiaochuan saw that his body was also tattered and bloody, as if it was about to be torn apart. Fortunately, he became the supreme body of gods and demons, and his vitality was as strong as that of a monk in the eternal realm, so he could hold on. The palm of Tianming Demon Emperor is too powerful. If her strength is a little stronger, my body must be torn apart, and the heart palace of Wudao will be shattered into powder. This time, the injury is too serious, and the heart palace of Wudao has cracks, and I don't know how long it will take to heal. The only thing to be thankful for is that Tianming Demon Emperor Town was finally suppressed. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took a 6-turn soul-reviving pill and was ready to heal. He just sat on the ground, and there was a sharp pain in the middle of his eyebrows. You can't imprison the spirit of the Emperor. The voice of the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor came from the depths of Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrow center cracked a blood line, and the crack became larger and larger, as if to tear Ning Xiaochuan's head open. Tianming Demon Emperor, you can't escape. Ning Xiaochuan was like a rock, sitting on the ground, clenching his teeth, and pointing his fingers at the temple, which stimulated the mark of the Emperor. Under the suppression of the Emperor's mark, the blood seam in the middle of the eyebrow gradually healed, and the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor was suppressed back to the original god of heaven and earth in the middle of the eyebrow again. The spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor is thousands of times stronger than that of Ning Xiaochuan. However, under the suppression of the power of receiving the Shinto, the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor was completely imprisoned and could not exert its power at all. Then, Ning Xiaochuan mobilized white bone beads and suppressed them to the top of the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor. The spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor is so powerful that connecting the Shinto can't completely suppress her in a short time. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized his whole body and completely rushed to the center of his eyebrows to suppress the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor. Only by thoroughly suppressing the spirit can we be regarded as a success in robbing the god, and we can mobilize the power of the god for our own use in the future. But the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor is very tenacious, not only can't suppress her completely, but she seems to escape from Ning Xiaochuan's god of heaven and earth. For Ning Xiaochuan, it would be a great good thing if he could completely suppress the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor. If the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor is not completely suppressed, it is like a time bomb in Ning Xiaochuan's body, which may explode at any time, blowing him up. Ning Xiaochuan separated a human spirit, flew into his eyebrow, and stood opposite the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor, saying, "Tianming Demon Emperor, surrender to me, you still have a chance to resurrect." Haha. Human boy, you actually surrender to a secondary god, and you underestimate the will of the secondary god. The Tianming Demon Emperor sat on the top of the air sea, holding the white bone beads in his hands, looking very laborious, and could only barely hold the white bone beads. The Tianming Demon Emperor stared at Ning Xiaochuan again, and a smile of self-mockery appeared on his flawless face. The Emperor's biggest failure is to underestimate you, otherwise he won't capsize in the gutter and fall into the hands of your people. Ning Xiaochuan said, "You are too conceited." Yes. The Emperor is too conceited. He knows that you are deliberately lurking in the demon clan, but he doesn't pay attention to you at all. Unfortunately. With this little mistake, you lose everything. But, did you Terran win? You think too simply. Tianming Demon Emperor laughed loudly, as if laughing at Ning Xiaochuan's ignorance. You mean Kuan? Ning Xiaochuan's heart gave birth to an ominous premonition. The Tianming Demon Emperor shook his head and said, "Don't you forget that the Emperor left a total of 49 sub-god thoughts, condensing this sub-god body, only using 5 sub-god thoughts, and there are still 44 sub-god thoughts, and the power of each thought is comparable to the 9th heaviest creature in the ancient world." No. Aren't all the remaining secondary gods of the Tianming Demon Emperor in the Shinran Tower? Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out the half Shinran Tower, held it in the palm of his hand, controlled a wisp of mind, and entered the tower. The Tianming Demon Emperor left a total of 49 sub-god thoughts, all frozen on the top floor of the Shinran Tower. Casting the first secondary divine body consumed 5 secondary divine thoughts, and should have left 44 secondary divine thoughts. However, Ning Xiaochuan only found 41 frozen secondary god thoughts on the top of the Shinran Tower, while the other 3 secondary god thoughts disappeared. The Tianming Demon Emperor did stay behind, but he should not be able to turn over much waves with the thought of 3 sub-gods. The cultivation of the ugly mother-in-law and the Lord of the First World is enough to deal with it. Now the only thing to worry about is the Kuan who escaped. Once Kuan's vitality recovers, the devastation will be even more terrifying. Ning Xiaochuan kept the human heart in the center of his eyebrows, and monitored the every move of the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor at any time, so that the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor could not escape again. Tianming Demon Emperor was suppressed, and all the demon tribes in northern Xinjiang were headless. There would be chaos, and I don't know how the situation would develop next. Ning Xiaochuan always had a faint foreboding in his heart. He always felt that the disappearance of the 3 secondary gods of Tianming Demon Emperor might lead to a catastrophe. Where did her 3 divine thoughts go? Why do you want to do so much? I'd better recover from the injury first. In my current state, if I encounter a strong enemy again, it will be quite dangerous. Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to heal when 2 sharp breaking winds came from a distance. King of Extermination, it's really you who laid out the layout behind your back. Don't you immediately release the Demon Emperor from the Demon Tower? Kiss Demonshire and meet Demonshire catch up, fly down from the sky, and stand in front and behind Ning Xiaochuan. However, they had previously seen Ning Xiaochuan's strong cultivation from a distance and did not dare to approach Ning Xiaochuan at all, so they all stood hundreds of feet away from Ning Xiaochuan and drew a long distance. The reason why they dared to catch up was that they expected Ning Xiaochuan to have been seriously injured. With his current strength, he may not be able to stop the attack of their two demon attendants. They didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan had lost the magic power of Sui Hanyu, and his cultivation was only the fourth level of reality. The strong strength of Ning Xiaochuan previously left a deep impression in their hearts. They didn't dare to rush at all until they found out the real strength of Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan sat calmly on the ground, deliberately making an enigmatic appearance. While recovering from the injury, he said faintly, "Kiss the demon waiter, meet the demon waiter, you are too brave to dare to come and kill me. If you immediately kneel on the ground, submit to me, and be my maid, I can consider letting you live." The more powerful Ning Xiaochuan showed, the more difficult it was for him to guess his real strength. They even had a plan to escape immediately. There was no way. They had seen Ning Xiaochuan and the Tianming Demon Emperor in a close battle before, and finally took the Tianming Demon Emperor into the Demon Tower. Of course, they didn't know that at that time, the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor had been imprisoned by Ning Xiaochuan to the god of heaven and earth first, and what was taken into Jinyao Tower was only the first secondary god condensed by Tianming Demon Emperor. The existence that can compete with the Tianming Demon Emperor, even if it is just a look, is enough to scare a creature in the eternal realm to kneel. It's not strange that he kissed the demon waiter and met the demon waiter, who was surprised by Ning Xiaochuan's words. Kiss Demon Sure and Ning Xiaochuan have had more than one contact, and he doesn't believe that Ning Xiaochuan really has the power to compete with Tianming Demon Emperor. If he really has such powerful power, he doesn't need to deliberately take refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor, nor does he need to secretly calculate the Tianming Demon Emperor. Restraining his fear in his heart, he kisses the demon and takes a step forward, adds his lips, holds a crescent-shaped war soldier in his hands, and coldly measures, "Mir and King, if you really have such a strong strength, I will willingly submit to you and be your slave. But how do I feel that you are bluffing?" She took another step forward slowly, testing Ning Xiaochuan's bottom line. Ning Xiaochuan opened his eyes and stared at the kiss demon attendant. A powerful mental force erupted from his body and said in a deep voice, "Do you really want to die?" The powerful mental power emanating from Ning Xiaochuan made his heart tremble slightly. The younger generation of a human race can't have such a strong mental power at all. Is he really? On the forehead of the demon servant, drops of sweat fell to the ground, and a chill burst out of his vest and spread all over his body. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the time had come, and if he made persistent efforts, he would be able to win the kiss demon waiter and the encounter demon waiter. Since you are so stubborn, this seat can only suppress you. He suddenly stood up and held the demon tower in his hand, with a chill in his eyes. He kissed the demon servant and met the demon servant. He couldn't resist the strong pressure anymore. He immediately took in the soldiers, knelt on the ground, bowed respectfully to Ning Xiaochuan, and said in unison, "Slaves, see your master." Ning Xiaochuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he stunned them. If you really want to fight them, Ning Xiaochuan's current state of serious injury will be quite detrimental to him. You know, their accomplishments are the 9th level of reality, and they are not ordinary people. Originally kneeling on the ground, he met the demon waiter, and a gloomy color flashed in his eyes. Press the palm on the ground, drive an invisible evil spirit into the ground, and rush towards Ning Xiaochuan's feet. Ow! That invisible evil spirit condensed into the shadow of an earthworm. Ning Xiaochuan noticed the powerful force coming from the ground, and immediately took off, suspended in the air 10 feet high, and with one palm, he chopped down the earth dragon that rushed out of the ground and turned it into a wisp of demon fog. After seeing this scene, he met the demon attendant and kissed the demon attendant immediately stood up from the ground and called out the soldiers again. A earth dragon can drive you back and destroy the king of man. Is that all you have left? The corners of the mouth of the demon servant drew a curve, the arms of both hands grew white thin scales, and 5 fingers turned into sharp claws. The Kiss demon attendant also immediately called out the crescent-shaped soldiers, staring at Ning Xiaochuan with poor eyes. Ning Xiaochuan knew that his real strength was still exposed. There was no way. He met the demon waiter and kissed the demon waiter, very smart. How could he scare them so easily? Wow. Ning Xiaochuan was very decisive. He spread out a pair of red dragon wings, displayed the speed of the dragon, and ran away immediately. Without the power of Sui Hanyu, although the speed of Shenlong is far less than Kuan, his speed is still comparable to the 9th heaviest creature in the human realm. Still want to escape? He kisses the demon servant and meets the demon servant. Knowing that Ning Xiaochuan is seriously injured, he immediately chases him. When Ning Xiaochuan was chased by 2 demon attendants and fell into a desperate situation of life and death, the Terrans in the whole Tianshu continent were immersed in the celebration of victory, and I don't know how many Terran monks were so excited that tears came to their faces. Victory, victory at last! The supreme masters of the Terrans joined hands and finally suppressed the Tianming demon emperor. Although the Terrans also paid a huge price in this war, and several supreme masters died, as long as the Tianming demon emperor was suppressed, all these sacrifices were worth it. The name of Xingqiu Laoxian has spread throughout all major human civilizations, and has been honored as the first strong man in Tianshu continent, and has been worshipped by countless people. Yinshizong sect, Xingqiu sect, has become a holy land for all human friars. Many people are asking for information about Xingqiu sect, but everything about Xingqiu sect has become an unknown mystery. Lonely City, one of the 10 most prosperous ancient cities in the Middle-earth world, is located in the central hinterland, close to the God Palace and the mainland Reality Guild. It is a gathering place for the strong of the human race. At this moment, the top heroes of the God Palace and the descendants of the great Holy Lands also gathered in Lonely City to celebrate this great victory of the Terrans. When the news reached Lonely City, all the Terran monks were boiling. As long as the Tianming demon emperor is suppressed, for them, it is like lifting all crises and ushering in a new era of peace and prosperity. The Tianming demon emperor was finally suppressed, and the biggest crisis of the Terran was lifted. The remaining demon emperors and demon queens in North/Xinjiang could not become a climate at all in front of Xingqiu Old Fairy and Tianting Messenger. Jioshu Shensi was holding a bronze goblet, and a happy smile appeared on his face, swallowing a cup of Shenyang into his mouth. Ouyang Qingde tightly held a pair of big hands and kept a cold face, saying, "Unfortunately, our Terrans also paid a huge price." A total of 9 supreme masters died in the war and suffered unprecedented heavy losses. Ouyang Qingde was naturally unhappy, because his father, the Lord of the Fifth World, Beihuan Supreme, also died. Without his father's protection, his status in the Terran will plummet. This time, the banquet of Terran friars was held in the residence of the First World Lord, and all the real Terran strongmen were invited. Almost all the Terran Tianjiao attended the banquet, including many leaders of the Holy Land and some powerful Sanqiu immortals. Moon God, Tang Shuyao, Guangming Shensi, Situ Jing, Luo Wu, and so on, all sat at the banquet. Everyone's topic has been inseparable from the words Tianming Demon Emperor, Xingqiu Old Fairy and Xingqiu Sect. After all, they can suppress Tianming Demon Emperor, and the mysterious Xingqiu Old Fairy has given the greatest strength. At this moment, the 9 Ruins God's son said angrily, "It's a pity that the traitor of the human race who killed the king escaped. It's really unwilling. If you let him fall into the hands of this God's son, you have to let him taste the taste of life is better than death." Another rather beautiful goddess from Dongi, with her beautiful eyes gently picked, said, "Without the protection of the Tianming Demon Emperor, the king of extermination has become a street mouse that everyone shouted to beat, and the whole Tianshu continent has no place for him. As long as he dares to appear again, it must be his death. Bang! Suddenly, Tang Shuyao slapped the table beside him and broke it into pieces. Suddenly, he stood up, very angry in his heart, stared coldly at the talented heroes who were discussing the king of extermination, and said, "What qualifications do you have to talk about him behind your back?" Seeing Tang Xuyao's abnormal behavior, all the young monks of the Terran felt puzzled. You know, when he was in the god's palace, Tang Xuyao took the initiative to draw a line with the king of extermination. Why did he suddenly help him speak now? Ouyang Qingda sneered and said, "Nintendo Spirit Girl, do you want to help a human traitor who is inferior to animals? Do you know, just because that human traitor dedicated the demon tower to the Tianming demon emperor, how many human supreme beings died in the hands of the Tianming demon emperor?" In an instant, those Terran monks stared at Tang Xuyao with bad eyes, and whispered in their mouths. "I'm afraid the spirit girl of the ninth heaven has had an extraordinary relationship with the king of extermination long ago. Otherwise, how could she help that recognized traitor of the human race?" The goddess from Dongi said strangely. The leader of Aoki Holy Soil came over, his face was very serious, and said, "I've seen the younger generation of the King of Destruction, a rebellious maniac. When I first saw him, he killed in the holy city of the ninth heaven. I don't know how many heroes of the Terran died in his hands. If anyone helps the bastard speak again, he is against the whole Terran." Mentioning the King of Annihilation, Aoki Palm sect was very angry, and even broke out swearing, directly cursed Ning Xiaochuan regardless of his own Palm sect image. In fact, Aoki Palm sect was not angry at all, but very sober. He knew that the King of Extermination was now the public enemy of the Terrans, and everyone hated the King of Extermination and gnashed their teeth. Whoever curses the King of Extermination will get everyone's approval and favor instead. Tang Xiao sneered repeatedly and said, "When you were in the holy city of the ninth heaven, it was clearly the top 10 holy lands in your Middle-earth world." Ning Xiaochuan would resist, because he was too deceptive and insidious. Why did he completely turn black and white in the mouth of his predecessors? Aoki Zhang Jiao was so angry that he trembled, and there were wisps of Jinyuan on his palm. If it weren't for the mansion of the First World Lord, he would have slapped Tang Xuyao to death. A powerful momentum broke out on his body, and 2 fine lights shot out of his eyes, staring at Tang Xuyao. "I kindly advised you to go astray, but you poured dirty water on me, good. Today, I will teach you a good lesson for the Lord of the Nine Heaven Pavilion, who has no elders." Other Terran monks were also indignant and scolded Tang Xuyao one after another. The King of Extermination is a generation of pigs and dogs, and the 9 heavenly spirits. If you help him speak, I'm afraid the whole Terran will have no place for your Tang clan in the future. Go back to North/Xinjiang. You are also taking refuge in the Demon Clan. Hey, but now the Tianming Demon Emperor is dead, and the Demon Clan may not be able to protect you. Tang Xuyao's face was always laughing, like watching a group of idiots. Without saying a word, he walked outside the mansion. The moon god immediately followed up, chased outside the mansion, and finally caught up with Tang Xuyao, saying, "Younger martial sister. Elder martial sister knows that you are affectionate to him, and you can't stand others abusing him. But there are some words you shouldn't say in front of everyone, otherwise you will be excluded by those human monks." There was a bright moon hanging in the sky, and strands of soft moonlight fell on Tang Xuyao's beautiful face. At this moment, Tang Xuyao's eyes were not flattering, and he said solemnly, "Elder martial sister, your friendship with him should be deeper than that between me and him. You have even experienced life and death more than once. Do you really believe that because of the coercion of the 10 holy lands, he will betray the whole race and take refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor?" There was a moment of silence. The moon god stood by the sparkling lake, stared at the bright moon in the center of the lake, and said faintly, "He will end up today. It's all his own fault. He was too arrogant, thinking he could resist the evil force from Guishu, and insisted on his own way. He didn't listen to my advice, and actually gave up the opportunity to enter the Divine Reserve Palace for cultivation. But he failed and fell into the devil's way. A faint breeze blew, blowing several dark long hair of the moon god, like willow catkins swaying in the wind. Tang Xiao shook his head and said, "Do you know why he won't go to the god palace with you? He wants to kill all the monks of the top 10 holy lands in the Middle Earth world. If he joins the god palace, the rules of the god palace will restrict him, and he will never have a chance to revenge." The moon god sighed gently. In her mind, she thought that when she was in the Yulan Empire, Ning Xiaochuan almost killed her senior brothers and junior brothers for revenge, and even her master died in Ning Xiaochuan's hands. He is a person who will take revenge. It is because of his strong obsession that he falls into the devil's way. Tang Xiao said, "It seems that you don't know him very well, elder martial sister. Although he is a person who must revenge and can even kill people like hemp, he has another side. In order to protect his relatives and friends, he can sacrifice everything, even his reputation and life." The moon god said, "Junior sister, what's the matter with you? Why do you suddenly trust him so much?" Tang Xiao said, "Elder martial sister, do you know Xingqiu sect? You mean Xingqiu Laoxian, the first strong man in Tianshu continent?" Moon Shinto. Tang Xiao said, "No. I'm talking about Ding Chuanqiu, the successor of Xingqiu sect, one of the 3 gods of the northern Xinjiang people." The moon god nodded and said, "With the help of a strong man like Xingqiu Old Immortal, Ding Chuanqiu should be a top expert of the younger generation. If only he had the opportunity to meet him, he might be able to find out about Xingqiu sect." Tang Xiao said bitterly, "In fact, elder martial sister, you have already seen him. Ding Chuanqiu, just an alias of Ning Xiaochuan, no one knows better than me that there is no Xingqiu sect in Tianshu continent." Boom! The moon god was suddenly stunned, as if he had been hit by 5 thunders, and he was completely unable to think. The famous Xingqiu sect turned out to be just a sect fabricated by Ning Xiaochuan. How could this happen? Since there is no Xingqiu sect, there is naturally no Xingqiu Old Immortal. But the Tianming Demon Emperor was actually suppressed by Xingqiu Old Fairy, so who is Xingqiu Old Fairy? How could this? The moon god was frozen. Recalling the scene of seeing Ning Xiaochuan again and again, he had always been so ruthless that he was no different from falling into the devil's way. Miss Tang is right. Ning Xiaochuan is indeed the successor of Xingqiu sect Ding Chuanqiu. Although I don't know what it is, I can be sure that Ning Xiaochuan has never betrayed the Terrans. The son of the god of light, Hua Qinglian, came out of the mansion of the First World Lord and said from a distance, "Although he is a man, he is more beautiful than a woman and has a jealous face." Following the son of the god of light, there is also the saint of light, Lin Yueji. Lin Yueji said regretfully, "Alas. Unfortunately, it was not until the news that Xingqiu Old Fairy suppressed the Tianming Demon Emperor came out that we finally figured out what was going on. It was indeed our misunderstanding of Ning Xiaochuan. Those who died in the hands of Tianming Demon Emperor deserve admiration. They paid the price of their lives and won the chance to survive for more people. But I admire Ning Xiaochuan even more. He can bear the humiliation that others can't bear, was abused by countless people, and was misunderstood by his closest people, but he still bears it silently and doesn't explain it to anyone at all. He can't explain it to others. Once he explains it, he will lose it fell short." Her beautiful eyes flashed with strange brilliance, full of respect and admiration for Ning Xiaochuan, and other Terran geniuses seemed too humble in front of Ning Xiaochuan. Tang Xiao also regretted his lack of trust in Ning Xiaochuan before, muttering, "I should always believe him." The moon god gently shook his head, and a pair of clear apricot eyes seemed a little empty at the moment. It was difficult to accept this fact. "Do you think Xingqiu Old Fairy is Ning Xiaochuan?" No, impossible. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation cannot be as powerful as Xingqiu Old Fairy. The bright saint understood the feelings of the moon god very well and said, in fact, if we had not known that the so-called successor of Xingqiu sect was Ning Xiaochuan, we simply could not accept this fact. Xingqiu Old Fairy may not be Ning Xiaochuan, but it is definitely related to Ning Xiaochuan. Moreover, I am fully confident that the person who sent the news of the Tianming demon emperor to the Tianting messenger must be Ning Xiaochuan. Only he can know in advance that the Tianming demon emperor is going to the god palace. Hua Qinglian nodded and said, it is Prince Ning who brought the news back, and the supreme masters of the Terran have enough time to make arrangements and lay traps for the Tianming demon emperor. In fact, the people behind the layout have always been Prince Ning. Tang Shuyao said, in fact, this matter can be verified by the messenger of heaven. I believe she must know more than we do. The moon god's mind is still very strong, gradually controlling his emotions and going to other hospitals where the ugly mother-in-law lives. The young generation of monks are reveling, but all the supreme level figures of the Terran did not show up, and all of them were in isolation to heal. The moon god came to the place where the ugly mother-in-law closed her door to recuperate, stood at the foot of a steep mountain, and bowed respectfully to the direction of the cliff. Grandma, I have something I want to ask you, she said. Wow. Wisps of mysterious gas gathered together, condensed into the body of the ugly mother-in-law, stood in the mid-air of the cliff, stared at the moon god below, and said, you finally came to ask me. The moon god opened a pair of beautiful eyes and said, my mother-in-law already knows? So the person who sent the news to the god palace is really him? The ugly mother-in-law nodded and said, that's right. The method he used is very obscure, and even the Tianming demon emperor was cheated by him. I see. The moon god gently nodded and said, who is that Xingqiu Old Fairy? For this problem, the ugly mother-in-law also showed a somewhat confused look and said, it should be him, too. But his state is very strange, it seems that he borrowed external forces. The moon god said, even if he borrows external force, he at least has the power to fight with the Tianming demon emperor. Why does he continue to hide his identity? The ugly mother-in-law sighed, I don't know why he has to hide his identity all the time, but I believe he must have his difficulties. Before he reappears, we'll try our best to help him keep it a secret. If there is a need in the future, I will be the first to stand up for him, clarify everything for him, and tell the world what he has done for the human race. The moon god pursed his lips and said, but I misunderstood him. The ugly mother-in-law said, it's not your fault. If he can't hide it from you, how can he hide it from the Tianming demon emperor? The mother-in-law knows that you have affection for him. If you want to remedy it, now you have a chance. Ning Xiaochuan was seriously injured when he fought with the Tianming demon emperor, and now he is being chased and killed by 2 demon attendants of the demon clan. Go and help him. The moon god panicked in his heart and hurriedly said, Grandma, you clearly know that he has been seriously injured and chased by strong enemies, why don't you personally save him? The ugly mother-in-law shook her head and said, Ning Xiaochuan's mind is very firm. Even those old people who have lived for thousands of years can hardly have that calmness and wisdom. Although the cultivation of the 2 demon attendants is strong, it is definitely not easy to kill him. For him, it will be a greater sharpening. Only when people are forced into a desperate situation of life and death can they inspire greater potential. The moon god was very worried and said, isn't mother-in-law afraid of what happens? So, you have to rush to help him immediately. Maybe it's also a temper for you. Go. Take this talisman. In the hands of the ugly mother-in-law, a blue glow flew out and fell into the hands of the moon god. The blue brilliance is wrapped in a small jade amulet. This is not as simple as the supreme jade talisman, but the battle talisman condensed by the ugly mother-in-law with her own cultivation of creating a realm. It is very powerful. The moon god pinched the talisman tightly, and immediately launched the fastest speed to fly out of Lonely City. Kiss the demon waiter and meet the demon waiter closely behind, and don't give Ning Xiaochuan any chance to heal at all. After 2 days of chasing, how many miles has one person and 2 demons chased? In the middle of the journey, they also caught up with Ning Xiaochuan twice, almost killing Ning Xiaochuan. In these 2 battles, Ning Xiaochuan wore the last god's blood clothes, fought with them, and finally managed to escape. This is an endless chase. The Kiss demon attendant recorded Ning Xiaochuan's martial art mark. Even if Ning Xiaochuan threw them away, they could catch up again. There's no time to heal. It's time to catch up again. It seems that you can only risk it once. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the barren mountain in front of him and felt that there was a great danger in the mountain. It was definitely not a good place. The periphery of the ancient forest is covered by dense white fog, like a naturally formed magic array. Monks under heaven and man break into the ancient forest and will be lost in the forest forever and cannot go out. Ning Xiaochuan deliberately escaped into this strange ancient forest because he took a fancy to this. The more strange the place is, the more chance you have to escape from heaven. After 2 days and 2 nights of escape, Ning Xiaochuan was exhausted. The injury did not recover, but became more serious, and the whole person was extremely weak. Moreover, in order to escape from the hands of kissing demon attendants and meeting demon attendants, Ning Xiaochuan also risked wearing the blood coat of the second god. He felt that the evil force in the secondary god's blood clothes invaded his body again, and could devour his mind at any time. No. I must hold on. I can't fall. Once I fall, not only that evil force will devour my mind, but even the spirit of Tianming, demon emperor, may escape. Ning Xiaochuan bit the tip of his tongue, trying to refresh himself with pain, but he couldn't feel the pain even if he bit the tip of his tongue. There are so many wounds on his body that he is numb with pain. Walking quickly through the forest, I also met several powerful monsters on the road. All of them were killed by Ning Xiaochuan with a punch, which could not stop his pace at all. Through the jungle, a huge golden lake appears in front. Beside the lake is a circular beach, more than 10 meters wide, completely covered by sands. On the beach, there are human tall golden stones, which show a very regular arrangement, like an array. These stones are not naturally formed, but they are deliberately arranged here. Ning Xiaochuan walked to the edge of the Jinsha beach, pressed his palm on a huge golden stone, and found that it was not a stone at all, but thousands of kilograms of gold. Each gold boulder is engraved with fine lines, which seems to be an array arranged by an expert here. No, someone. An array of golden stones cannot appear here out of thin air. This must be the seclusion of a Terran master. My current identity is a traitor of the Terran. Anyone who sees me will also kill me. You must leave here immediately. Ning Xiaochuan's biggest enemy now is not the 2 demon attendants, but the whole Terran. Ning Xiaochuan just wanted to quit this ancient forest. Suddenly, he felt a slender figure behind him. Phew! The figure quickly released the sword, and the sharp tip of the sword pointed to Ning Xiaochuan's back and neck. So fast. Ning Xiaochuan had no time to dodge. Of course, it was not because the other party was really so fast, but because Ning Xiaochuan was hurt too badly now, so he couldn't avoid the other party's sword. The figure put the sword finger on the back of Ning Xiaochuan's head. As long as Ning Xiaochuan made a slight change, she could chop Ning Xiaochuan's head off. She said, "You have such a strong evil spirit that you must be a bad person?" Ning Xiaochuan heard each other's voice and felt very familiar, so he slowly turned around and stared at the woman holding armor. His face was covered with blood, showing a wry smile. "Longji, you also want to kill me, right?" "Yes, anyway, I'm a scum of the Terran, and I'm already a traitor and notorious. I don't blame you if you want to kill me." When Ning Xiaochuan decided to take refuge in Tianming Demon Emperor, He had made a plan that he might die in the hands of his friends or relatives in the future. Situ Jing cut off his robe from him. Jin Ling voluntarily withdrew from his marriage, and the abuse of those human geniuses. Although Ning Xiaochuan's heart was very uncomfortable, he would not show it on his face at all. Now that you have chosen, you should face it calmly. At the moment, Niao Longji wanted to kill him, and he was not angry at all. After all, in the face of racial justice, personal love seemed too insignificant. Little Marquis. Niao Longji saw Ning Xiaochuan's bloody face under his messy long hair, and was immediately stunned, and his sword fell to the ground with a bang. Niao Longji immediately went to Ning Xiaochuan's face, touched Ning Xiaochuan's nearly broken body, and cried, "Little Marquis, why did you come to Jinsha Yanling Lake? Why did you get so badly injured?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "You. Aren't you going to kill me?" "I didn't. Why should I kill you? I thought it was a bad man who broke into here, so I pointed a sword at you." "Young Marquis, you're not a bad man?" Niao Longji stood weak in front of Ning Xiaochuan, complaining about herself very much. If she had been more careful just now, she would not have recognized the little Marquis. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Don't you know I'm a traitor of the Terran? Don't you want to kill me?" Niao Longji stared at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes tightly, with some doubt, and quietly asked, "Little Marquis, do you really take refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at her strange appearance, slightly frowned and said, "Yes." "Now do you really want to kill me?" Niao Longji shook her head hard, then pursed her lips, touched Ning Xiaochuan's wound with her fingers. Her eyes were a little red, and she sobbed, "Is the Tianming Demon Emperor very bad for you? Why are you injured all over? Are you often excluded by those monsters in the demon clan?" "Little Marquis, my cultivation is low, and I can't help you, but I can ask my sister, and my sister can certainly help you." Ning Xiaochuan stared deeply into Niao Longji's eyes. In her eyes, she could only see a sincere feeling, which seemed not to be pretended, and she couldn't help but have an unspeakable emotion in her heart. "It seems that she doesn't know that the Tianming Demon Emperor has been suppressed." Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath, looked around and said, "Longji, why are you in this ancient forest? Where is your sister?" Hearing that Ning Xiaochuan just asked about her sister's whereabouts, Niao Longji couldn't help feeling a little lost. She lowered her face slightly and didn't let Ning Xiaochuan see her emotions. She said softly, "My sister is not here for the time being, and she won't come back until midnight." Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, and Niao Longji was not there. "It seems that you can only rely on your own strength to fight back from kissing demon guards and meeting demon guards. Longji, this array made of golden stones was also arranged by your sister, right? What array is this?" Ning Xiaochuan also had some research on array. He stood on edge of the array and observed it, but he didn't see why. "This array is very strange. The space in the array seems to be completely static and out of tune with the outside world. Even when the wind in the mountains blows to the edge of the array, it immediately stops and cannot stir the space in the array." Niao Longji followed Ning Xiaochuan and said, "This is a space transmission array. My sister left through this space transmission array. She told me to wait here. If I was in danger, I would hide in the array." Ning Xiaochuan stopped and nodded suddenly. It turned out that this was a space transmission array. The space transmission array can be said to be quite complex and energy-consuming. Even if the general monk has a high level of array skills, he can't arrange the space transmission array. Only monks in the eternal realm can arrange the array. Moreover, the space transmission array arranged by the monks in the eternal realm is generally a small array, and the number of people that can be transmitted at one time is not too large, and can only transmit 20 people at most. To complete a space transmission 10,000 miles away, the consumption of basalt is a large number. If you want to transmit a distance of 1 million miles, even across borders and continents, the consumption of basalt is even more frightening, and you must be supported by the energy of Tianpin basalt to transmit monks to such a far place. In fact, there is almost a space transmission array in each holy land of Tianshu continent. It's just that the space transmission array consumes too much basalt, and it's too troublesome to open it. Therefore, if it's not a real critical moment, it won't use the space transmission array at all. Did your sister tell you where she went? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Niaolanji said, she said she wanted to go back to the imperial city of the Yujing beauty family. It seemed that she was going to get something important, and the territory of the Yujing beauty family did not seem to be in Tianshu continent, but on another continent. Do you mean that this space transmission array is connected to another continent? Ning Xiaochuan stared at this space transmission array, and was slightly surprised in his heart. The formation of crossing the continent is not something that ordinary people can arrange. Even the monks in the eternal realm may not be so capable. Has Queen Wanxian's cultivation been completely restored? Ning Xiaochuan's heart shook a lot, and he was very curious about the degree of cultivation of Queen Wanxian now. You know, when she was still alive, she was the 9th cultivation in the eternal realm, which was only one step away from the creation of the realm. If she really captured her own nature, it is estimated that cultivation has really surpassed the supreme. Niaolanji nodded gently and said, it should be connected to another continent. Anyway, my sister said so. I'm not very clear. If Ning Xiaochuan is given 10 days and a half months, maybe he can study the opening method of the space transmission array. Unfortunately, there is very little time left for him now, and he has no time to study the space transmission array at all. Otherwise, he can use the space transmission array to escape. Even if he kisses the demon waiter and meets the demon waiter, he can't catch up if he wants to catch up. When arranging the space transmission array, the monk of the eternal realm usually arranges a powerful defense array at the edge of the array to prevent the space transmission array from being destroyed by outsiders. The defense array arranged by the friar of the eternal realm, even the 9th heaviest friar of a real person, can't break the array in a moment and a half. If you hide in the space transmission array, you can use the defense array to resist kissing demon guards and meeting demon guards. As long as you can persist until Niaolanji, that is, Queen Wanxian, comes back, or Ning Xiaochuan's injury recovers most of the time, it will be the death time of kissing the demon attendant and meeting the demon attendant. Boom! The sound of earth shaking and mountains shaking came from the forest. Countless mysterious beasts and monsters rushed out of the dense ancient forest as if they were running for their lives, and all rushed in the other direction. A large group of demon birds flew through the sky, making a cry of fear and flying into the distant dense forest. Over the ancient forest, a rolling black demon cloud came, and 2 very terrible forces came out of the demon cloud, startling those mysterious beasts and demon beasts on the ground to kneel down, trembling all over, and dare not move. Kissing demon attendants and meeting demon attendants flew out of the demon cloud and landed on the bank of the Golden Lake. They were all very beautiful, with flawless faces and delicate bodies. Any man would be moved to see such a demon girl. However, Ning Xiaochuan is accepted. Seeing them is like seeing 2 murderers. In order to prevent Ning Xiaochuan from escaping again, he met the demon waiter and offered a fixed body bead to the void dozens of feet high. The fixed body bead is suspended in the void, emitting an invisible force, locking the space in the entire ancient forest. Those Xian beasts, with low cultivation, can't move under the action of the fixed-bodied bead. Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is profound, but under the suppression of the power of the fixed-body bead, the action speed is actually more than 10 times slower, like falling into a quagmire. If the speed of the 2 demon attendants is not suppressed by the fixed-body bead, and Ning Xiaochuan is suppressed, it will be quite disadvantageous to Ning Xiaochuan. The Kiss demon attendant stared at Ning Xiaochuan standing on the edge of the array, his eyes sank, and said, "Kill the king, why don't you escape?" just give up? Ning Xiaochuan said, kiss the demon servant and meet the demon servant. No matter how you say, you are also the 9th strong demon clan of the real person. You can't kill me with your cultivation for 2 days and 2 nights. If you wait for my injury to heal, isn't it your death? The corner of the eye of the demon servant picked up slightly and sneered, do you think you can escape this time? If it weren't for the power of the second god's blood cloves, you would have died in our hands. It's best to honestly release the demon emperor from the demon tower, and maybe you can spare a dog's life. The Kiss demon attendant held a supreme weapon in the shape of a crescent, held his chest high, and looked like he still regarded Ning Xiaochuan as a subordinate of the demon clan. Ning Xiaochuan smiled gently, took a step back, retreated into the space transmission array, and gently hooked his fingers at the Kiss demon waiter. Come and kill me if you can. I really think I can't kill you. The Kiss demon waiter injected the thick demon yuan in his body into the crescent-shaped supreme weapon, and the concave convex and delicate body catapulted up, raised the crescent-shaped supreme weapon above his head, and cut it down towards Ning Xiaochuan, who stood at the edge of the space transmission array. Bang! Seeing that the supreme instrument in the shape of a crescent moon was about to hit Ning Xiaochuan's head, suddenly, a layer of golden halo blocked the supreme instrument in the shape of a crescent moon and made a sound like metal collision. A rebound force came out of the golden halo, shook the Kiss demon servant upside down for more than 20 meters, fell to the ground, and then staggered back more than 10 steps. After the golden halo sent out circles of ripples, it gradually returned to calm and disappeared into invisibility. Defensive array. After he stood firm, he stared at the golden boulders around Ning Xiaochuan, and finally understood why Ning Xiaochuan had no fear. It turned out that he wanted to use the power of the array to resist their attack. Together, I don't believe that just a defensive array can stop us. When he saw Ning Xiaochuan in front of him, he was very angry and naturally refused to stop. She awakened the spirit of the crescent-shaped supreme instrument, and a blazing brilliance burst out from the supreme instrument, and the light was brighter than the scorching sun in the sky. Strength, constantly getting stronger. That supreme weapon in the shape of a crescent moon is called Moonstar Wheel, which reaches the peak level of a top-grade supreme weapon. Once all the power is aroused, it is not much weaker than the supreme weapon, even if compared with the supreme weapon. It is a quasi-supreme weapon. The demon servant took out a supreme king's ware, which was a purple dish-like vessel, with brass-like metal stripes embedded on the surface of the dish. The demon waiter injected the demon yuan into the dish-shaped supreme king instrument, gradually awakened the spirit of this supreme king instrument, and burst out a powerful original force. Of course, the Supreme King's instrument controlled by the demon servant was broken, which could not exert the full power of the Supreme King's instrument, and could only be regarded as a quasi-Supreme King's instrument. Boom! At the same time, the two demon attendants beat out the quasi-Supreme King's weapon and collided with the space transmission array. A golden halo appeared on the periphery of the transmission array again. Under the attack of two quasi-supreme weapons, the halo vibrated violently and sank downward, as if it was about to break. Boom! Finally, that layer of golden halo still blocked the attack of the Kiss demon attendant and the Encounter demon attendant, and was not broken by the two quasi-supreme king instruments. Both the Kiss demon waiter and the Encounter demon waiter hold a quasi-supreme weapon. Even if this array has strong defense, it is estimated that it will not last long. Ning Xiaochuan is very clear about the power of the Supreme King's weapon. Under the continuous attack of the Supreme King's weapon, even the defense array arranged by the monks in the realm of creation may also be broken. Ning Xiaochuan let Niaolanji control the defense array, and he once again took a healing human-level pill and began to heal with all his strength. This time, he was really badly injured, and his body was beaten to pieces. Even the heart palace of Wu Dao was seriously damaged. Even after taking the healing treasure pill, 6-turn Huanyang pill, it took a whole hour to cure 60% of his body injury. On the surface, Ning Xiaochuan's injury seems to have healed, and no scars can be seen. But the wounds of blood vessels, martial arts heart palace, 5 zong organs, and 6 fu organs are not easy to heal at all, so they need to continue recuperation. In order not to make everyone feel that sometimes only one chapter has been updated, in the future, 2 chapters will be updated in the evening. Next chapter, before 12 o'clock. When Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to heal his wounds, the Kiss Demon Waiter and the Encounter Demon Waiter attacked more violently, breaking this ancient barren forest almost completely. Except for the ground around the space transmission array, all other places were turned into scorched earth, and even a living vegetation could not be seen. Those mysterious beasts and monsters were all crushed into powder, and none of them survived. The golden halo guarding the periphery of the space transmission array seems to have faded a little, and it will break at any time. Ning Xiaochuan, this defensive array won't last long. Once the array is broken, kisses and encounters will definitely kill you. Let the Emperor's spirit out, and the Emperor promises you that you can let bygones be bygones. Not only that, the Emperor can also cooperate with you, and we can jointly dominate Tianshu continent. What do you think? The voice of Tianming Demon Emperor sounded in Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows. Ning Xiaochuan said faintly, I have no interest in dominating the Tianshu continent. Tianming Demon Emperor, you need to know that even if he breaks the array, he will not kill me. Tianming Demon Emperor was deliberately delaying time. Ning Xiaochuan ignored her and took a soul-level human-level pill, 7-grass coagulation pill, into his mouth. Chizao coagulation pill can not only repair the damaged blood vessels of martial artists, but also increase their cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly perceive that while his injury is gradually recovering, his cultivation is also rapidly improving, and he has a good opportunity to take this opportunity to hit the 5th level of the real world at one stroke. After several wars in a row and 2 days and 2 nights of escape, Ning Xiaochuan's potential was stimulated and his cultivation improved very quickly. If you can break through to the 5th level of the real world, it will be easy to get out of the hands of the Kiss Demon Attendant and the Encounter Demon Attendant, and even have a chance to kill them. Aware of the opportunity to make a breakthrough, Ning Xiaochuan took 3 pills in a row, Jinyuan pill, 5-stone pill and dragon blood heart protecting pill. Jinyuan pill can increase the strength of Yuanshan and improve the purity of Jinyuan. When monks break through the realm, taking Jinyuan Dan can greatly increase the chance of breakthrough. 5-stone elixir is an elixir refined from 5 kinds of medicine stones. It can not only help monks heal, but also improve their physical fitness. Dragon blood heart protecting pill is a pill used to recuperate the heart palace of Wudao. At ordinary times, Ning Xiaochuan wouldn't take so many pills at all, but this time, it's different, not only to heal the wound, but also to race against time. He must break through the realm before the 2 demon attendants break the array. After taking 4 human-level pills in a row, Ning Xiaochuan's body was completely wrapped by the Dan gas, emitting strands of Dan fragrance, and a trace of glow flowed out of each pore, enveloping his body in a dense fog. What a great talent! It even inspires potential in desperate situations. Is this another breakthrough? Outside the array, the kissing demon attendant and the meeting demon attendant also saw the change of Ning Xiaochuan, noticed something bad, and immediately accelerated the speed of the attack. Pa! After more than 10 attacks in a row, the golden halo finally couldn't bear the attack of the Moonstar Wheel, and broke into golden spots. The array was broken, and Niao Lanji, who presided over the array, immediately turned pale and made a muffled sound in his mouth. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Haha! Finally broke the array. The Kiss Demon attendant smiled, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, flashed a killing light in his eyes, cut off the Moonstar treasure wheel, and hit Ning Xiaochuan on the top of his head. Niao Lanji saw that Ning Xiaochuan was breaking through the critical moment and could not escape the attack of the Kiss Demon attendant, so she endured the injury and immediately stood up with a bit of firm determination in her eyes. "Farewell, little Marquis. It was you who saved me before. This time, I will save you." Niao Longji knew that he was not the opponent of the Kiss Demon in any case, so he directly hit the Moon Star Wheel. "Mantis arm Dang Che, seek death." The Kiss Demon servant sneered, and felt that Niao Longji was too naive. Could she stop the power of the Moon Star Wheel? Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan, who was sitting in the center of the array, waved his arm and hit the demon tower out, hitting the Moon Star Wheel with a bang, and the Moon Star Wheel was offset. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan's body turned into a remnant, rushed to Niao Longji's side quickly, grabbed her fragrant shoulder and said, "Longji, you step back first, and then give it to me." Xinyao Tower drew an arc in the air and flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Ning Xiaochuan stood at the edge of the array, his body straight like a javelin, holding the demon tower with one hand, his eyes cold and sharp staring at the Kiss Demon Attendant and the Encounter Demon Attendant, and said, "Previously told you to submit to me, you have to be the enemy with me. Now even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, you can't escape death." It's a big tone. Even if your cultivation breaks through, it's only the 5th level of the human realm. I really think that with this cultivation, you can defeat us? Although she said so on the surface, she had no idea at all. After all, Ning Xiaochuan's biggest dependence was the second god's blood cloves. When Ning Xiaochuan was the 4th heaviest in the human realm, he had the power to compete with them when he wore the last god's blood cloves. Now, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation has reached the 5th realm of human beings. How powerful is his cultivation? Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan's hand also holds the demon tower at the level of the Supreme Emperor, which is specially used to restrain the demon race creatures. It can be said that the current situation is quite unfavorable to them. Their only advantage is that Ning Xiaochuan's injury has not healed and cannot fight for a long time. Ning Xiaochuan's injury has indeed not healed, and a quick decision must be made. Fight. He immediately put the second god's blood clothes on his body, and a strong stream of blood came out of Ning Xiaochuan's body, covering hundreds of miles of space. That stream of blood with a very terrible evil force, can affect people's mind and will, and instantly turn this piece of land into a piece of blood soil. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan has the supreme body of demon nature, so he can resist that evil force. If you change a person, even if you have the cultivation of the eternal realm, as long as you are stuck by evil forces, you will also suffer heavy losses. Shua. Ning Xiaochuan's body moved, and in an instant, he flew to the Kiss Demon Attendant in front of her, and struck her neck with a palm. Knowing that he couldn't touch the second god's blood clothes on Ning Xiaochuan's body, he immediately performed a kind of magic to make his body as big as a jujube pit and flew through the cracks of Ning Xiaochuan's fingers. Boom! After escaping Ning Xiaochuan's blow, the Kiss Demon Waiter stimulated the original power of the Moon Star Wheel, beat the Moon Star Wheel out, and hit Ning Xiaochuan's vest. Bang! A layer of dazzling blood light appeared on the surface of the second god's blood cloves, blocking all the 9 layers of the Moon Star Wheel, and the remaining power was also blocked by the Aoki heavenly clothes on Ning Xiaochuan. The blow of the Kiss Demon sure didn't hurt Ning Xiaochuan at all. Ning Xiaochuan said, "My cultivation has reached the 5th level of the human realm. With the protection of God's blood cloves, do you still want to hurt me?" Secondary God blood coat is the battle coat of the Purple and Gold Emperor. As long as Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is strong enough, the secondary God blood coat can burst out with strong enough defense. With his 5th level of cultivation in the real world, the power under the Supreme can hardly hurt him. Wow! Half of the star halberd appeared in Ning Xiaochuan's left hand, showing the speed of the dragon. Holding the star halberd, he suddenly stabbed out and hit the heart of the demon beast. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan attacking, he was shocked when he met the demon waiter, and immediately put the purple dish-shaped quasi-supreme king's instrument out in front of him. Bang! The demon servant was knocked upside down by Ning Xiaochuan's full blow, the bronze hair band on his head was shattered by the powerful air wave, and his sapphire blue long hair was scattered on both sides of his cheek. Unexpectedly, he was repulsed by the younger generation of a human race, which made him extremely angry when he met the demon waiter. Ow! When he met the demon waiter, his mouth gave a long roar, and his originally graceful body immediately became swollen and turned into a demon bird with a blue flame burning all over his body. The demon bird hovered in the void, opened its mouth, and spit out a blue flame. The blue flame completely wrapped Ning Xiaochuan. The fire spit out by the demon servant was hot and destructive, which made the whole earth burn. The soil melts and turns into reddish magma. Go to hell. Seeing such a good opportunity, the Kiss demon attendant also immediately shot to fully stimulate the power of the Moon Star Wheel, and cut off Ning Xiaochuan in the blue flame. The Moon Star Wheel shows 100% power. Even if Ning Xiaochuan wears the blood coat of the second god, it is impossible to completely block that power. Ning Xiaochuan spread a pair of flame dragon wings on his back, flew out of the blue demon fire, held the demon tower in his hand, and injected the real yuan into the demon tower. The demon tower, which was only 1 foot high, immediately became 10 feet high. Take it! Xinyao Tower flew out and directly suppressed the Moon Star Wheel and the Kiss demon attendant under the tower at the same time. Kiss demon sure exhibited a powerful magic to resist the power of the demon tower. He supported it for a moment outside the gate of the demon tower and shouted, "Meet, you are not his opponent, run away." After returning to the demon family, tell you the demon emperor and queen of the demon that the king of destruction betrayed the demon family. With these words, the Kiss demon attendant was taken into the tower. The gate of Xinyao Tower is closed again. Xinren Tower has a great restraining effect on human monks, and Xinyao Tower also has a great restraining effect on demon monks. Even the 9th most powerful demon clan in the real world can't resist the power of the demon tower. When he met the demon waiter, he saw that the Kiss demon waiter was taken into the demon tower. He was shocked, and immediately spread his wings and ran away to the sky at a very fast speed. But at this time a bright moon flew out of the dark and thick demon cloud. In the bright moon, she looked like a graceful beauty standing in the sky. She was like a fairy flying out of the moon palace, holding a war amulet in her hand and cutting down with a sword. Poof! The head of the blue demon finch immediately broke and poured out waterfall like blood. The huge demon bird's head, like a blue hill, fell to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan raised his head, looked at the bright moon floating in the sky, and said, "Moon God, you still catch up, and still want to fight with me?" The moon god took the bloody ancient sword back into its sheath, flew down from the sky in vain, and stood opposite Ning Xiaochuan. His eyes gave birth to some strange brilliance, stared for a long time, and said, "Sorry." "Why should you say sorry to me?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded gently and said, "I see. It seems that you already know something. In fact, you don't have to blame yourself at all, because you're not wrong." Niao Longji stood behind Ning Xiaochuan, completely unable to understand Ning Xiaochuan's conversation with the moon god. She just felt that a beautiful woman like a fairy in the moon palace seemed to have done something sorry to the little marquis. In the Yulan Empire, Niao Longji also saw the moon god once or twice, but the image was not deep. After so many years, I completely forgot her. Seeing that the moon god was silent, Ning Xiaochuan showed a faint smile and said, "Don't take the previous things too seriously, which will be quite detrimental to your practice. You should know that I'm not a stingy man. This time you won't just come to apologize to me?" Ning Xiaochuan's smile did lighten the moon god's inner self-blame, saying, "Ning Xiaochuan, did you kill the Tianming demon emperor?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said solemnly, "The divine spirit of the Tianming demon emperor is too strong. With my current cultivation, it is estimated that in a while, I can't completely defeat her divine spirit. Another thing, you must go back and tell your mother-in-law that the 3 secondary gods of the Tianming Demon Emperor have escaped, and each secondary god thought can lead to great disaster. I'll go back and tell my mother-in-law about it immediately. The moon god nodded and suddenly asked, "What are your plans next?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "My priority now is to thoroughly refine the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor in case of change. As for other things, I may not be able to help." In addition, the white bone altar has been destroyed? Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor and went after Dekuan, so he didn't know whether the supreme masters of the Terrans later destroyed the white bone altar. The moon god said, "My mother-in-law personally used the 10,000 dragon pill divine ding to refine the white bone altar, and wanted to refine the white bone altar into a furnace of holy human-level pills to improve the cultivation of Terran young talents. If that furnace of holy human-level pills is successfully refined, the strength of the Terran will definitely get a new improvement." Great! The white bone altar is made of the skeletons of heroes of the Terran past dynasties, and it gathers the resentment souls and blood of hundreds of millions of human beings. If it can be refined into a holy man-level pill, it can indeed greatly enhance the strength of the Terran. Those Terran ancestors who once died in the hands of the demon clan will use their will and blood to give their future generations and grandchildren the power of revenge. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't think there's anything wrong with using the bones of Terran sages to refine pills. Now Terrans need these pills to improve their strength. Only when the strength of Terran monks is really improved, can they win more chances of survival in the next turbulence. The ugly mother-in-law is obviously not a pedantic person, and she also knows to maximize the value of the white bone altar. Ning Xiaochuan wrote, "The white bone altar condenses the blood and souls of all sentient beings, coupled with the level of alchemy at the Shinnon level of her mother-in-law. It is estimated that it is not only as simple as being able to refine the holy man-level pill, but also the prefecture-level pill. Once this furnace of pills is refined, it is estimated that there will be hundreds of millions of high-grade and low-grade pills. In a few years, there will definitely be a number of new supreme beings in the Terran. In the future, Dekuan will attack the Tianshu continent, and the Terrans will be born. At least it can have some counterattack power. Those medicine kings and medicine saints have reached the level of alchemy. As for the level of alchemy of Shinnon in the transmission, it is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary mental health practitioners, and even the supreme level figures are unimaginable, which has exceeded the cognition of ordinary people. Ning Xiaochuan's current attainments in alchemy are close to the soul-level great spiritual trainer, and he has a certain estimate of the furnace of holy elixir refined by the ugly mother-in-law with a secondary artifact-level furnace. Once the pill is refined successfully, it may even lead to disaster. It can be said that the pill refined by the ugly mother-in-law even determines the future of the Terran. The moon god said, "Don't worry. Once the pill is refined, you must have a share. Since the 2 demon attendants are dead and you are safe, I'll go back first." Ning Xiaochuan stared at the proud and beautiful figure of the moon god and said, "Wait a minute." The moon god stopped, a pair of eyes like stars, gently pursed his lips, and stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some uneasiness. Ning Xiaochuan came to her body, smelled a faint fragrance of a woman, patted her on the shoulder, stared at her with a positive look, and said, "Stick to what you stick to in your heart, you have never done anything wrong. I believe you will be able to become the new master of the Moon Palace and the god of the Moon God in the future." Moon God was very moved in her heart, knowing that Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to make her feel guilty. The 5 fingers in her sleeve were slightly tight, clenched her lips, and a bit of crystal mist appeared in her cold eyes. She almost leaned against Ning Xiaochuan's chest and waved her tears heartily. But she was a reserved woman, still maintaining her cold appearance, turned around, and turned into a white, startled goose, flying away. When she flew to a place that Ning Xiaochuan couldn't see, the tears in her eyes flowed out like a dike burst. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the bright moon that flew farther and farther, and his mouth slightly curved. He was worthy of being the god of the moon, and always gave people an appearance that can only be viewed from a distance and can't be blasphemed. Sweet words, tricks, shameless, destroy people king, you are really an expert in cheating women's hearts. The voice of a cold woman came from the space transmission array. Sister, you are back. Niao Lanji was so happy that he stared at the tall beauty standing in the center of the array and immediately walked over. Niao Lanxin was tall, with a high bun and 4 gold hairpins, with long tails on his head. He was wearing a scarlet robe, and his hem was dragged on the ground for more than 10 meters. 2 slender jade strips could be seen faintly. Legs peeped out of the red robe. Even if she didn't deliberately release her accomplishments, the momentum on her body was still very strong, with a frightening queen posture. Ordinary monks stood in front of her and didn't dare to look directly at her. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Are you Niao Lanxin or Wanning Fairy Queen?" At this moment, the sun has set and entered the night. Obviously, it should be the soul of Queen Wanning who dominates the body. However, Queen Wanning Xian will never sneer at Ning Xiaochuan, which is Niao Lanxin's speaking style. Niao Lan said in his heart, "Now you can call me Queen of all voices or Niao Lan Xian. The souls of our 2 people are already inseparable. The soul is one." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes widened slightly and said, "It seems that you have really captured nature and surpassed the supreme. You have some insight." Niao Lanxin's eyes coagulated, glanced in the direction of Niao Lanji, and said with some displeasure, "Ning Xiaochuan, what are you doing here? Haven't you taken refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor? Do you still want to play my sister's idea?" Niao Lanji immediately said, "Sister, you misunderstood the little marquis. The Tianming Demon Emperor has been suppressed by the little marquis." Suppressed the Tianming Demon Emperor? Niao Lanxin's eyes shot 2 jade lights, staring at Ning Xiaochuan. After the soul of Niao Lanxin and Queen Wanning were united, they were really powerful. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through Ning Xiaochuan completely. In front of her, Ning Xiaochuan felt that he had no secret. After a while, Niao Lanxin took back his eyes and said, "It's interesting. Ning Xiaochuan, you also had many secrets, and actually suppressed the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor among the primordial gods. That's a secondary god. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by her?" "Afraid? How can I be afraid? But if I don't suppress her spirit, more people will die." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Niao Lanxin nodded and said, "You're lucky. I just brought back a soul-calming artifact from the Jade Crystal Beauty clan. I was going to deal with the Tianming Demon Emperor myself. Since the Tianming Demon Emperor has been suppressed by you, I wish you a hand to thoroughly refine her spirit." The soul-calming artifact brought back by Niao Lanxin from the Yujing Beauty family is called Jiuli Yujing Bottle, which is a secondary artifact and the treasure of the Yujing Beauty family. Jiuli Jade Net Bottle, the most powerful force, is to suppress the soul of monks, especially for demon families, ghosts, and demons. After condensing the first secondary god body, Tianming Demon Emperor's cultivation is indeed powerful, but after all, she is only a spirit condensed with 5 secondary god thoughts. The power of the spirit is not strong, far from being compared with the real secondary god. Therefore, the biggest weakness of Tianming Demon Emperor is that the spirit is too weak. If Niao Lanxin really has reached the realm of creation, with the help of the Ninely Jade Net Bottle to suppress the spirit, he may really have a chance to fight against the Tianming Demon Emperor. Although the ugly mother-in-law is also a cultivation in the realm of fortune, after all, she is only a spiritual master. She is proficient in Dandao, and her combat power is not strong. Naturally, she is far from being able to compete with the Tianming Demon Emperor. Niao Lanxin is different. She is a warrior and has double gods and wisdom. In terms of combat effectiveness, Niao Lanxin is much higher than the ugly mother-in-law. Originally, when Niao Lanxin said that she would challenge Tianming Demon Emperor with the help of Jiuli Jade Net Bottle, Ning Xiaochuan still felt that she was too arrogant, but after Ning Xiaochuan really saw the power of Jiuli Jade Net Bottle, he really realized that Niao Lanqing might really have that strength. The ugly mother-in-law practiced for more than 80,000 years before she captured nature and reached the realm of nature. Queen Wanning also did not know how many thousands of years of cultivation, but also experienced the test of death and rebirth, before merging the double gods and wisdom in Niao Lan's heart to reach the realm of creation. The monks of the realm of creation can't be underestimated. Taking away the realm of creation is like transcending the 5 elements. The means they use are not at all imaginable by the Supreme Master of the realm of all ages. As night fell, wisps of cold wind blew on the golden lake, blowing the lake water hua straight. Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanqing sat cross-legged on the golden beach, looked at each other, folded their hands together and put them in the center of their eyebrows. Wow! 9 Li Jade Net Bottle flew up, emitting 9 colored light, flying to the top of Ning Xiaochuan's head. 9 powerful divine powers, showing 9 different brilliances of red, orange, red, green, blue, purple, black and white, turned into 9 divine chains, stabbed into Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows, and hit the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor. 9 Li Jade Net Bottle is a secondary artifact refined from the heavenly heart and skull of the 9 secondary gods in the history of the Jade Crystal Beauty family. It contains the spiritual power of the 9 secondary gods and 9 different divine powers. Ning Xiaochuan tried his best to transfer the Shinto and control the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor step by step. 2 Terrans, the Emperor's spirit can't be suppressed by you. The Tianming Demon Emperor sits in the center of Ning Xiaochuan's Yuan Shen Qi Si, with awe-inspiring momentum, exerting the power of the spirit, violently resisting the power of Ning Xiaochuan and Niao Lanji, and trying to escape from the Yuan Shen. Pa. The 9 divine powers are like 9 fierce flashes of lightning, which cut on the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor and suppressed the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor again. Although the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor is far less powerful than that of the real secondary god, it is still very abnormal. With the help of Niao Lanqing, Ning Xiaochuan also spent 3 days and nights to fully control the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor. Fortunately, there was a divine way, otherwise it would never be so easy to control the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath. Although the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor has been controlled, Ning Xiaochuan still has a feeling of walking on thin ice and is not completely at ease. It's like an ordinary person holding a 200-gene boulder above his head. Although he can barely lift the boulder, he can even fight with a boulder. However, that boulder may fall at any time and crush him to death. The spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor is the boulder held by Ning Xiaochuan in his hand. The divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor is too strong. With my current cultivation, I can only control her divine spirit at most, and I can't mobilize her divine power. You know, the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor is condensed with 5 sub-god thoughts, and the power of each sub-god thought is comparable to the 9th heaviest combat power of the eternal realm. The idea of 5 secondary gods is the combat power of the 5 9th weight monks in the eternal realm. With Ning Xiaochuan's current cultivation, he can't control such a powerful force at all. At least he has to cultivate to the 7th level of reality, or even higher, before he can initially mobilize the huge divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor. I can control the divine power of the Master, because both I and the Master cultivate the way of destroying the world, and the spirit of the Master will fully cooperate with me. Although the spirit of the Tianming Demon Emperor was suppressed by me, I want to mobilize her huge divine power, and she may not fully cooperate with me. I'd better wait until I cultivate to the 7th level of reality, before trying to borrow the divine power of the Tianming Demon Emperor. There is an essential difference between borrowing the winter cold rain and borrowing the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor. Sui Hanyu's spirit is to actively cooperate with Ning Xiaochuan, and what she and Ning Xiaochuan cultivate is the way to destroy the world. With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, she can naturally control that huge divine power. The spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor is passively cooperating with Ning Xiaochuan. In this way, it is naturally more difficult for Ning Xiaochuan to control her divine power. According to Ning Xiaochuan's prediction, at least until the 7th level of cultivation in the human realm, it is possible to control the divine power of the Tianming Demon Emperor. How powerful are the 5 ninth-weight monks in the eternal realm? It is estimated that they can be invincible under the realm of creation. Ning Xiaochuan is eager to cultivate to the 7th level of reality. Once he has mastered the divine power of Tianming Demon Emperor, he can be regarded as the top one in Tianshu continent. For a period of time, Ning Xiaochuan has been living by this golden lake. It took more than 2 months to refine the blood gas in the bodies of the Kiss Demon Attendant and the Encounter Demon Attendant, and finally consolidated the cultivation of the 5th realm of the real person. He felt that his accomplishments had almost doubled, and it was not far from the middle of the 5th level of true human life. In fact, the reason why Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation speed is so fast is not just that he refined the blood of the 2 demon servants. The drop of divine liquid in his body is also constantly releasing his divine power to improve his cultivation. Moreover, he found that the more he forced himself to the Jedi of life and death, the faster that drop of divine liquid released divine power. It's like being chased and killed by the Kiss Demon Attendant and the Encounter Demon Attendant. The speed of the divine liquid releasing divine power is fast, making Ning Xiaochuan break through the 5th bottleneck of the real world in one fell swoop. It seems that if I want to cultivate to the 7th level of reality as soon as possible, I must go to some forbidden areas of life and death to cultivate and fully stimulate my potential. Ning Xiaochuan had a sense of urgency in his heart. Whether it was the idea of the 3 secondary gods of the Tianming Demon Emperor escaping, or Kuan who might kill back to the Tianshu continent at any time, all gave him a strong pressure, forcing him to obtain strong strength as soon as possible. He always felt that suppressing the spirit of Tianming Demon Emperor did not mean the end. The turbulence in Tianshu continent seemed to have just begun, and a bigger storm was coming. It's time to go to Fengshan Cave. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, flicked the dust on his body, and saw Niao Lanji and Niao Lanqing coming face to face. Ning Xiaochuan, are you ready to leave? Niao Lanqing asked. Ning Xiaochuan asked, are you ready to leave? Niao Lan said in his heart, the Kuan who escaped at the other end is a great disaster for the Terran. I plan to go to Beihai and kill it before its vitality recovers. Even if it can't be killed, it will also be severely damaged, so that it can't make trouble in Tianshu mainland in a short time. Ning Xiaochuan was quite surprised and said, are you willing to fight Kuan for the survival of the Terran? I thought you would always do things for your own interests. It seems that I have to look at you with new eyes. Niao Lan thought, when you reach a certain level, the way of thinking naturally becomes different. I go to kill Kuan, which is also a challenge for myself. If I succeed, my cultivation is expected to be further. Ning Xiaochuan, practice hard. There will be no peace in Tianshu mainland, and I have felt that Guishu is ready to move, and an evil force that has been sealed for thousands of years seems to be penetrating out. Mangguiwan also seems to be pregnant. There is a huge storm, and the danger is approaching step by step. After reaching the realm of creation, the perception will become extremely sensitive, and even be able to insight into the nature of heaven and earth, and predict some major events that will happen in the future. Guishu and Mangguiwan are known as the 2 death-forbidden areas in North/Xinjiang, which hide huge secrets. In the long history of Tianshu continent, more than 1 secondary god died in Guishu. Mangguiwan is the supreme collective burial ground. After Niao Lanqing and Niao Lanji left, Ning Xiaochuan also fell into silence. With Niao Lanqing's strong cultivation, she couldn't wait to improve herself, which must be because she sensed that she couldn't resist the danger. The more you know, the greater the pressure. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. Ning Xiaochuan spent another half-month studying the space transmission array, roughly studying the opening method of the array, and then arranged a hidden array on the periphery of the space transmission array. Under the cover of the hidden array, the space transmission array immediately disappears from its original place. This space transmission array is also a way back, and it may be used in the future. After all this, Ning Xiaochuan immediately flew to the nearest Terran Holy Land. He is now in the hinterland of the Middle Earth world. If he doesn't use the space transmission array, he doesn't know how long it will take to fly back to the north. Xinjiang. He plans to go to the nearest Holy Land and borrow the space transmission array to directly transmit it back to North/Xinjiang. After flying for more than half a day, I finally met a Terran monk. Ning Xiaochuan flew down from the sky and called, "Brother, where is the nearest Holy Land?" Standing on the mountain path is a middle-aged martial artist in his 30s. His name is Fang. He is dressed as a Confucian, and his cultivation is not low, reaching the 5th level of heaven and man. Fang looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and saw that Ning Xiaochuan looked like he was only in his 20s, very young, and very handsome. He didn't seem to be a bad person, so he said, 80,000 miles away from here, there is the famous Holy Land of Lingxiao. Is the little brother going to visit a teacher? Or a birthday? Or to visit his relatives? Ning Xiaochuan was slightly surprised and said, "Happy birthday?" Fang laughed and said, "Tomorrow is the 9,000th birthday of immortal Lingxiao. Many leaders and outstanding successors of Holy Earth in the Middle Earth world will come to celebrate their birthday, such as those of Amu Holy Earth, Jiu Holy Earth, Yinzhong Holy Earth. It happens to coincide with the supreme suppression of Tianming Demon Emperor, and the whole Terran is excited. This time, immortal Lingxiao's birthday is definitely a grand gathering of the Terrans. If you are lucky, you may also see the second-ranked beauty King Fizi in the Middle Earth world. You know, King Fizi is the granddaughter of immortal Lingxiao, and it is also the inner courtyard student of the Divine Reserve Palace. His talent is frighteningly high, and it is said to have reached the realm of a real person. I didn't expect those old guys to go to pay respects to their birthday. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Ning Xiaochuan nodded gently, thinking about whether he should also prepare a gift and go to pay respects to his birthday. Fang laughed and said, "Just as I'm going to meet my double cultivation partner in Lingxiao Holy Land, let's go together." "Your double cultivation partner, is it King Fizi?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Fang smiled, "Brother, don't be kidding. King Fizi exists like a fairy, and I don't deserve her. My double cultivation partner is a senior sister of King Fizi. She is also a core disciple in Lingxiao Holy Land, and her cultivation is even stronger than me. I think you look good, brother. If you go to Lingxiao Holy Land this time, you may also find a beautiful double cultivation partner. You know, Lingxiao Holy Land is a double cultivation holy land." While talking and laughing, they flew all the way to the Holy Land of Lingxiao. Ask for a monthly ticket. The Holy Land of Lingxiao is built between high mountains, with beautiful mountains and rivers and steep cliffs. At a glance, it looks like a blessed place where immortals live. Underground, the earth vein that has been deposited for thousands of years flows, nourishes this territory, and breeds countless Tiankai and Dibao. The Taoist field of the Holy Land is established at the dragon's head of the earth vein. When Ning Xiaochuan and Fang arrived at Lingxiao Holy Land, it was the second day, which was the birthday of Lingxiao Immortal. Monks from all holy lands rushed to celebrate their birthday, some riding Xian beasts, some riding golden carts, gathered from all directions, and gathered at the mountain gate of Lingxiao Holy Land. There is a long line in the front door of Lingxiao Holy Land, which can be said to be overcrowded. There are not only the strong of the older generation, but also the handsome men and women of the younger generation. Let's enter the Holy Land by another way. Seeing the long line in the distance, Fang frowned slightly and took Ning Xiaochuan flying towards the back mountain of Lingxiao Holy Soil. Is there another way to enter the holy land of Lingxiao? Ning Xiaochuan road. There is a path on the back mountain of Lingxiao holy soil. Generally speaking, only the core disciples of Lingxiao holy soil know this path. Fang Chang laughed. Ning Xiaochuan nodded gently. Since Fang Chang's double cultivation partner was the core disciple of Lingxiao holy land, it was thought that she should tell Fang Chang the location of this path to facilitate their private tryst. Talking along the way, Ning Xiaochuan also had a certain understanding of the man called Fang Chang. Fang Chang is a martial arts practitioner. After forming a double cultivation partner with Shueqing Shuang, the core disciple of Lingxiao holy soil, he can now be regarded as an outer sect elder of Lingxiao holy soil. It is naturally the envy of countless people that a martial arts monk can marry a core disciple of the Holy Land. Fang Chang is very elegant, and without the support of the huge resources of the Holy Land, he can cultivate to the 5th level of heaven and man, and his talent is certainly not low. Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan was not surprised that he could marry the core disciple of Lingxiao Holy Land, but envied him very much. Ning Xiaochuan also has his own double cultivation partners, but they all have their own things to do. They put cultivation first and second in their hearts, which leads to their less gathering and more separation. It is impossible for them to rush to hundreds of thousands of miles like the founder, just to meet their Taoist partners. Brother Chuan, what are you thinking? Fang Chang looked at Ning Xiaochuan and asked, curiously. Ning Xiaochuan's pseudonym is now Gong Zichuan. The founder didn't know that the young man standing next to him was the infamous king of extermination in the world today. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, nothing, I just suddenly feel that if there is a double cultivation partner who loves each other on the way of cultivation, he will no longer be lonely. Fang Chang smiled and said, Brother Chuan, you are a talented person, and you can definitely find a suitable double monk. If you don't mind it, I can take Brother Chuan to see my Taoist Qing Shuang, and let her find you a double monk partner with excellent talent and appearance in Lingxiao Holy Land. Along the way, Fang Chang also found that Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation was not low, and he was definitely a young genius. Therefore, he made a living and found Ning Xiaochuan a double cultivation partner in Lingxiao Holy Land. When he said Qing Shuang, Fang Chang showed a somewhat urgent look, and the pace under his feet could not help but speed up a little. Ning Xiaochuan just greeted and smiled, but did not take Fang Chang's words seriously. The two of them passed through a canyon dozens of miles long and entered an array group. Under the leadership of Fang Chang, they easily passed through the array group. From a distance, you can see rows of ancient buildings, white waterfalls flying down the mountains, and fog bridges floating in the void. A young disciple in blue, standing on the back of a group of white cranes, flew over from a distance. Who is it? A young man in a blue battle suit, holding a long gun, pointed to Fang Chang and Ning Xiaochuan standing below. Fang Chang took out a token and put his vitality into it. The token immediately sent out a cyan glow. Among the young disciples, someone recognized the abbot, flew to the front with a white crane, and bowed to the abbot, it's Uncle Fang. Did you come to Lingxiao Holy Land to see Uncle Qing Shuang? The abbot put away the token and said with a smile, is your martial uncle Qing Shuang still cultivating in the cave? The young disciple nodded and said, Martial uncle Qing Shuang is closing the gate to attack the 8th realm of heaven and man. Today, Shizu's birthday, she will definitely leave the gate. Suddenly, a burst of startling cries rang out, and all the young disciples were boiling up, looking at the east with their eyes together. It's Elder Martial Sister Qing's Inglong car. Elder Martial Sister Qing really returned to the Holy Land. If only I could see Elder Martial Sister Qing's fairy face, even if it was only for one time. Elder Martial Sister Qing is an inner courtyard student of the Divine Reserve Palace. In the future, she will be the supreme of the human race, and may even become a secondary god, an existence we can't look up to. It is estimated that there will be no chance to see her from afar in the future. Ning Xiaochuan also looked at the palace-sized chariot flying in the sky. It was just a car, but it was built in great luxury. On the top of the car was inlaid with a pearl the size of a human head, emitting dazzling brilliance. Pulling the cart is a white Yinglong, more than 70 meters long, with a pair of huge dragon wings, flying at an amazing speed. Only the cultivation of Yinglong reached the 9th level of heaven and man, and it can be regarded as a powerful creature. Those disciples of Lingxiao Holy Land were extremely envious, just like looking at the goddess, staring at the dragon car, and exclaiming. While those young monks were talking about it, Yinglong drove straight in this direction. Ning Xiaochuan's face slightly coagulated. What's the purpose of King Fizi's car flying in this direction? If King Fizi is really an inner court disciple of the Divine Reserve Palace, it is very likely that she has met Ning Xiaochuan. Once Ning Xiaochuan's identity is identified, he will certainly be besieged by everyone, and may even harm the founder. Of course, Ning Xiaochuan is also completely unafraid. With his current cultivation, only a holy land can't keep him. King Fizi came out of the car, wearing a white silk skirt and long black hair. Her figure was perfect and concave and convex. However, her face seemed to flow with wisps of mist, and those young monks could not see her true face at all. Even with Fang Chang's cultivation, I can't see what King Fizi looks like, only a vague outline can be seen. It's mysterious and full of beauty. It's like a fairy coming to earth on the 9th heaven, which has long made those young monks dull. In the presence, only Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation is above King Fizi, and she can see her true face. She is indeed an amazing beauty with outstanding temperament, and does not deserve the title of the second beauty in the Middle-earth world. King Fizi's star eyes showed a somewhat confused look, looked at Fang Chang and Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Who are you?" After all, the cultivation of Fang Chang was much higher than those young disciples. He soon reacted from his absence, bowed his hand to King Fizi and said, "Elder Fang Chang of the lower outer gate, this one beside me. This one is my new disciple, named Gong Zichuan." The abbot is fond of Ning Xiaochuan, but it does not mean that the monks of Lingxiao Holy Land are also fond of Ning Xiaochuan. In order to reduce trouble, the founder temporarily called Ning Xiaochuan his new disciple. In the cultivation world, strength has always been respected. Just like Fang Chang, his seniority is obviously higher than that of King Fizi. However, when his cultivation reached the realm of human beings, he had to salute him. Since it's martial Uncle Fang, there's nothing wrong. King Fizi glanced at Ning Xiaochuan standing beside Fang Long, but his eyes did not stay on Ning Xiaochuan for long, so he turned and walked into the car. She didn't recognize Ning Xiaochuan when she was in the god's palace. Under the pull of Yinglong, the car drove towards the hinterland of Lingxiao Holy Land again. King Fizi sat on a prototype jade platform in the driver's car, holding a compass emitting countless starlight in his hand, and said to himself, "In fact, it's strange that the celestial compass can't point to the direction just now for no reason. It's clearly telling me that there is a super strong person in the direction just now. But why suddenly, the pointer on the compass points to another place?" King Fizi is also a monk with great fortune and great talent. This supreme king-level, celestial compass was found by her in an ancient ruins. The celestial compass, a special treasure, is not a supreme weapon of the battle type, but its value is higher than that of the battle type, and it has many wonderful uses. Don't think so much. Today is Grandpa's 9,000th birthday. There must be many strong people coming to the holy land of Lingxiao. It's normal for the direction of the divine compass to deviate. King Fizi thought so in his heart. After King Fizi's Yinglong car flew away, those young monks of Lingxiao Holy Land also left. Ning Xiaochuan just hugged his fist and bowed to Fang Chang, saying, "Thank you, Brother Fang, for helping me out." Fang Chang smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm just a casual practitioner like you at the beginning. I also want to sneak into the Holy Land to have a look. It's this time that I sneaked into the Holy Land, so I met the woman I love most in my life. Fang Cheng also regarded Ning Xiaochuan as the same martial arts cultivation as himself, thinking that Ning Xiaochuan also wanted to sneak into the Holy Land as he did in those days, so he didn't have much guard against Ning Xiaochuan. In fact, with the talent of Brother Chuan, he can worship Lingxiao Holy Land and become the core disciple of Lingxiao Holy Land. Fang Cheng said. Ning Xiaochuan said, I don't like being bound by the rules of the Holy Land. I'd better be free. That's very good. In fact, Brother Wei also thinks like this. Although becoming a Holy Earth disciple can get a lot of cultivation resources, he has to collude with other disciples all day, compete for resources, and even secretly harm each other. Every day, he has to tighten his nerves and practice hard, for fear that his cultivation will fall behind others. In order to get cultivation resources, some disciples even sold their principles and conscience. Instead of living such a boring life, it's better to be an ordinary person with ease. Fang Cheng laughed. Ning Xiaochuan sighed softly. Who doesn't want to live a life easily? However, the reality is too cruel. If you don't try to become stronger, you will be trampled underfoot, and you won't even have the power to resist. With Fang Cheng's mentality, he can actually cultivate to the 5th level of heaven and man. It seems that his talent is not generally high. If he could worship and practice in the Holy Land, it is estimated that his cultivation would have reached the realm of human beings long ago. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't say much. After all, everyone has the right to choose his own way of life. While talking, Fang Cheng had brought Ning Xiaochuan to Shuang's cultivation cave. He said, Brother Chuan, wait for me outside for a moment. I'll go in and see Shuang. Then I'll take you to visit Lingxiao Holy Land. It's all right. It's not easy for Brother Fang and Miss Shuang to get together once. I should talk more. I'll just go around by myself. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly said. He originally went to the Holy Land of Lingxiao to borrow the space transmission array. If the square leader was with him, it would be inconvenient to move. Fang Cheng's face was solemn and said, Brother Chuan, you are not a disciple of Lingxiao Holy Land. If you rush around, you will be expelled. Don't worry. I'm just going to tell Shuang and come out right away. You must wait for me outside. With these words, the square leader pressed his palm on the stone gate, and the array on the stone gate immediately emerged, opening up a light and shadow portal, and sucked the square leader's body in. After entering the stone gate, Fang Cheng couldn't help getting more excited. In order not to disturb Shuang's cultivation, he deliberately restrained his breath and walked slowly towards the depths of the cave. Suddenly, a faint woman's groan/moan came from her ear. Ah! Martial uncle. You're so powerful. Ah! Martial uncle, you promised to give me a Xuantua pill. Ah! Help me hit the 8th level of heaven and man, don't lie to me. Pa. In the cave, in the center of a stone chamber. Lu Hingli's shriveled palm slapped Shuang's snow-white hip, and his mouth sent out a gloomy laughter. Shuang girl, don't worry. When will martial uncle cheat you? It's your Taoist companion. If he knows that you sleep with me for a Xuantua pill, I'm afraid he will go crazy. Cluck. I hate it, martial uncle, how can people let him know about this? Besides, he is just a casual cultivation, and what if he knows it? With martial uncle's cultivation, one finger can kill him. Ah. Gently. Shuang uttered a coquettish anger. Boom. The stone wall crumbled and became fragmented. Fang Cheng clenched his teeth, walked out step by step from behind the broken stone wall, stared at the young woman lying on the bed and the thin old man, his eyes full of blood, and said angrily, You. Elder brother, why are you here? Shuang, who was lying under Lu Hengli when he suddenly broke in, was startled. He immediately grabbed his clothes. He was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground immediately. Why did he come suddenly? However, Lu Hengli pressed Shuang's arm and prevented her from grabbing the clothes. Lu Hengli still kept his original posture, gently moved, glanced at the elder Fang lightly, and the corners of his old mouth curled a curve, laughing. Elder martial nephew Fang, who allowed you to break in, didn't you see that you have disturbed the martial uncle's pleasure? The square commander was so angry that he shouted, "Old man, die." The vitality of Fang Cheng's whole body was mobilized, and the virtual shadow of a white tiger condensed behind him, slapping Lu Hengli with a palm. Ow! With the palm of Fang Cheng's hand, the white tiger's virtual shadow gave a long roar, and also hit it with one claw. Hey hey! Lu Hengli laughed wildly. One hand grabbed Shuang's wrist, like riding a mare. The other hand waved out, turned into a big handprint, and patted Fang Cheng's body. Bang! That huge white tiger's virtual shadow was instantly smashed. Fang Cheng was hit by the big handprint, and his body flew out, hitting the thick stone wall, knocking out cracks in the stone wall. Fang Cheng was covered with blood, and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He stared at Lu Hengli and Shuang straightly, spitting out a mouthful of blood in his mouth, and fell to the ground again with a bang. You should know that Lu Hengli is the supreme elder of Lingxiao Holy Land, who is in charge of the elixir hall. The cultivation of martial arts is the first priority to achieve the realm of real people. With Fang Chengtian's fifth level of cultivation, nature is far from his opponent. Comfortable. Lu Hengli finally vented on Shuang and exhaled a long breath. He came down from the bed, put a robe on his body, tied a belt, and coldly stared at the fallen leader, laughing. Nephew Fang, I have to say, you are really lucky. After martial uncle's understanding of Shuang in the past 6 months, every inch of her skin is very tender. Haha. Ah. Fang Long supported the ground with both hands, clenched his bloody teeth, and wanted to get up from the ground. Pa. Lu Hengli stepped on Fang Cheng's back and made Fang Cheng lie on the ground again. Kill me. Ah. Fang Cheng's face was close to the ground, staring at Shuang sitting on the bed naked, and his heart hated why he hadn't worked hard before, otherwise he wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Lu Hengli took out a pill bottle, threw it to Shuang, and said with a smile, Shuang, this is the Xuantua pill you want. This is the human-level pill you bought after spending more than half a year with martial uncle. Remember to keep it. In addition, since our matter was discovered by him, his life can't be saved. After all, you are a husband and wife, so you'd better send him on the road with your own hands. Thank you, martial uncle. Shuang took Xuantua pill and held it tightly in his hand. He was so excited that he finally got it, and finally got this pill. With Xuanchuoden, I can break through to the 8th level of heaven and man. Shuang heard the second half of Lu Hengli's sentence, and his face was slightly frozen. He stared at the square Long lying on the ground, sighed gently, and said, Elder brother, you shouldn't break in, otherwise you won't lose your life. Haha. Shuang, our leader is really blind. He actually took a fancy to you, bitch. Bitch? The leader said angrily. Shuang stared at Lu Hengli with a kind of pleading color and said, Martial uncle, after all, he and I are husband and wife. I can't do it. You'd better kill him. Hey. It's okay for me to do it, but the premise is that you have to give me some benefits. Lu Hengli smiled darkly, staring at Shuang's delicate body, constantly. Shuang's cheeks showed 2 flushes and said, annoying. You have taken all the benefits of others. What else do you want? Stay with me for another year. If you promise, I'll be a bad man and help you kill your husband. Lu Hengli laughed. Shuang thought for a moment, then gently nodded, Haha. Lu Hengli has been looking at Fang Chang's expression, and his heart is very happy. He slept with his wife and controlled his life and death. This feeling is simply too happy. Fang Chang, before you die, martial uncle has to teach you. As a man, you must strive to become stronger and stronger. Only with strong strength can you do whatever you want, just like martial uncle me. Qua qua. Lu Hengli's palm condensed a dark blue fire, and his old face became more and more ferocious. With your strength, you want to do whatever you want? You're overestimating yourself. The sound of footsteps resounded in the cave. Ning Xiaochuan came step by step from the outside of the cave with his hands on his back. His steps were steady, and every step was like a mountain. In front of Ning Xiaochuan, those arrays arranged in the cave were almost in vain. Step on it and the array will break. Lu Hengli's eyes coagulated, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and said coldly, "Boy, who are you? Do you want to meddle?" Knowing that Lu Hengli's cultivation had reached the realm of human beings, the little brother who came to Lingxiao Holy Land with him could never be his opponent, so he shouted, "Brother Chuan, you run, don't come here, they will kill you, run away." Cough. Xuan didn't expect that there were outsiders breaking in, and she couldn't help feeling a little flustered. If someone spread the news that she was sleeping with martial uncle, she would have no face to continue to stay in Lingxiao Holy Land in the future. Martial uncle, hurry up and kill them both. Never let outsiders know about it. Xuan said. Lu Hengli's face showed a cruel look, and he slapped at Fang Chang, intending to kill Fang Chang first and then remove Ning Xiaochuan. Wow! Lu Hengli only felt a flower in front of him. Ning Xiaochuan, who was originally standing more than 10 feet away, was standing in front of him the next moment. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan flicked his finger and directly flicked Lu Hengli out. Lu Hengli's body suddenly hit the stone wall, knocking it into a human-shaped pit, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood in his mouth, and then rolled to the ground, shaking all over. "Brother Fang, are you all right?" Ning Xiaochuan helped Fang Chang up from the ground. He took a drop of 9-colored Shan liquid from the heart-nourishing tripod and put it in the palm of Fang Chang's hand. Fang Chang's body was immediately wrapped by 9-colored lights, and the injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, most of his injuries were covered. "Brother Chuan, you..." Fang Chang stared at Ning Xiaochuan, shocked in his heart. Lu Hengli's cultivation, he knows better than anyone, it is a real person who has survived the thunder disaster. But Ning Xiaochuan just flipped his finger and flew him out. How strong is Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation? Don't ask me more about my identity. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Lu Hengli, who crawled out of the wall, and at Xuan, who was still sitting on the bed. His eyebrows frowned and said, "Brother Fang, what are you going to do with this?" Every real person has a bead of life in the temple of sacred soil. Once the real person dies, the bead of life will be broken. In other words, killing Lu Hengli will definitely disturb the whole holy land of Lingxiao. Ning Xiaochuan is now the public enemy of the Terrans and the most heinous traitor in the whole Tianshu continent. Naturally, he doesn't care about offending a holy land of Lingxiao. The key is to see what Fang Chang means. I naturally want to kill Lu Hengli, but killing him will definitely disturb the whole holy land of Lingxiao. It doesn't matter whether I die or not, but it will involve Brother Chuan. Fang Chang's heart was very angry, clenched his fists, and he wanted to tear Lu Hengli to pieces and frustrate his bones and ashes. But he still kept his reason, knowing that after killing Lu Hengli, there would be terrible consequences, which would involve Ning Xiaochuan at that time. Ning Xiaochuan said, "In fact, it's not a big deal. As long as you dare to kill them yourself, leave the rest to me." Fang Chang stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's calm smile, he had no scruples at all. Anyway, he was already a rotten life now. If he didn't take revenge, it would be a pain to live in the world in the future. He took out a long sword of 9th-grade Xuanqi level, his eyes red, and walked towards Lu Hengli. Lu Hengli was badly hurt, and the corners of his mouth kept bleeding. He said gloomily, "Nephew Fang, you should think clearly that once you kill me, you will definitely disturb the strong in the holy land of Lingxiao. You can't escape at that time. Old man, even if I don't want this life today, I want you to die." Shua. Fang Cheng cut off Lu Hengli's left ear with a sword. Lu Hengli's left head immediately turned red, and the blood kept gushing out, shaking all over his body, and said, "Nephew Fang. Nephew Fang, I admit that I was wrong, but I can't blame it all. You must calm down." Ah. Fang Cheng's arms shook, and then waved and chopped out 36 swords. Each sword did not kill Lu Hengli, but cut a piece of flesh and blood from Lu Hengli. After 36 swords, Lu Hengli's right shoulder was completely white bone. "Kill me. Give me a good time," Lu Hengli roared. "If I killed you with one sword, it would be cheaper for you." Shua shua. Fang Cheng kept waving his sword, and each sword brought a piece of flesh and blood, accompanied by Lu Hengli's scream like killing a pig. When the 1821st sword was waved down, most of Lu Hengli's body turned into bones, and finally swallowed his last breath and died completely. Pa. The holy land of Lingxiao is enshrined in the temple. The golden pearl with the words Lu Hengli broke open, startled the disciples guarding the memorial hall, and immediately rang the memorial bell. Hum. The sound of the bell spread all over the holy land of Lingxiao. Those monks who came to celebrate their birthday were shocked one after another. Naturally, they knew what it meant to have the worship bell sounded. Today is the 9,000th birthday of immortal Lingxiao. It's such a big day that a real person-level figure fell. This is not a good omen. Hope is just a coincidence. Immortal Muhua, the leader of Lingxiao Holy Earth, rushed to the worship hall in person, and his face was a little ugly. Who fell? Following Immortal Muhua to the temple of worship, there are also 2 supreme elders, both of whom are the 3rd level of cultivation in the realm of immortal and have a high status in the holy land of Lingxiao. The disciples guarding the sacrifice point saw 3 real people in a row, including even the real leader. They immediately knelt down in fear and said in a trembling voice, "It's the supreme elder Lu Hengli and the grand uncle Lu sitting in the Dan Hall." Su Tianzhua, a supreme elder with a national face standing behind the real man Muhua, said, "It's impossible. Lu Hengli Shouyuan has at least 200 years left, and has been in the Holy Land. How can it suddenly fall? Do evil people break into the Holy Land of Lingxiao?" Another supreme elder, Mo Qi, had just stepped into the temple of worship. Not long after, Mo Qi came out of the temple of worship, his face dignified, nodded to real man Muhua and Su Tianzhua, and said, "Lu Hengli's beat of life is really broken. Lu Hengli can't die for no reason, it must have been poisoned." The supreme elder Su Tianzhua's face coagulated and said, "Lu Hengli's cultivation is the most important in the realm of human beings. Even with my cultivation, it is impossible to kill him silently. If Lu Hengli really died unexpectedly, then the person who broke into Lingxiao Holy Land is definitely a top expert. Does anyone dare to make trouble in Lingxiao Holy Land on the 9,000th birthday of Lingxiao Immortal?" Taishang Cheng Lao Mo Qi Dao. Real man Muhua's face coagulated, with a cold sharp in his eyes, and said, "Send someone to check immediately. I want to know where Lu Hengli last appeared. Who was the last person I saw?" Naturally, Qin Fizi also heard the bell coming from the worship hall, so he immediately rushed over, heard the dialogue between Immortal Muhua and the other 2 supreme elders from a distance, walked over and said, "Immortal Zhang Jiao, maybe I can help you. Fizi, your divine compass can be of great help. Find out where Lu Hengli was killed?" Muhua Immortal said. Qin Fizi took out the heavenly compass and injected Jinyuan into the compass. Her mind entered the compass as if it were integrated with the compass, and all the plants and trees of the holy land of Lingxiao were reflected into her mind. Just a moment later, she sensed Lu Hengli's position, and her mind retreated from the divine compass, saying, "In a cultivation cave in the back mountain, and there is another strong man there, we must rush over immediately and stop that person. Go." Under the leadership of Qin Fizi, Immortal Muhua and 2 supreme elders immediately flew towards the back mountain. Shuang, who was half naked on the bed, saw Ning Xiaochuan flicking Lu Hengli off with a finger and seriously injured Lu Hengli. Later, she saw that Lu Hengli was chopped more than 1,000 swords by the abbot, Ling Qi, to death. Her heart was so frightened that she immediately climbed down from the bed, knelt in front of the head, and cried, "Elder brother, please believe me. It was Lu Hengli who forced me, so I had to submit to him. The person I really love in my heart has always been you. Bitch, you dare to pretend in front of me. Since Lu Hengli forced you, how about the Xuantua pill in your hand?" The square leader sneered and kicked Shuang away. Shuang knew that he could not be Ning Xiaochuan's opponent in any case. If he wanted to live, he had to delay until the strong in the Holy Land came. "Elder brother, I'm confused for a while. Please forgive me this time for the sake of the past." Shuang hugged Fang Chang's trouser legs and kept crying. Fang Chang kicked Shuang out again, walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, looked embarrassed, and said, "Brother Chuan, I can't do it." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Do you want me to help you kill her?" "I want to. Let her go. After all, in the future, she and I will only be strangers, and there can be no chance to meet. Whether she is dead or alive, what does it have to do with me?" Fang Chang's bitter way. "Your business, of course, is up to you." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Suddenly, Shuang, who was lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up, rushed to Fang Chang's back quickly, stretched out 2 fingers and clasped Fang Chang's neck. Her fingers were wrapped in a layer of blue vitality, pinching Fang Chang's throat into a depression. She was alert to Ning Xiaochuan standing not far away and said, "Don't come here. If you dare to move, I'll kill him immediately." Ning Xiaochuan frowned, shook his head and said, "It's hopeless." With Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation, it is not difficult to save the leader before Shuang kills him. Boom! Suddenly, the door of the cave was broken by a powerful force, the stone gate was torn apart, and muddy lime dust rushed into the cave. Real man Muhua stood in the void 30 feet away from the entrance of the stone gate, with his feet on a white cloud, and made a thick voice, "Friend inside, you have killed Lu Hengli, do you still want to continue the murder?" Shuang, who pinched Fang Chang's throat, heard the voice of the real person in charge of teaching, and his face was happy, knowing that he was saved. Since it is the immortal leader who came here in person, even if the other party's cultivation is no matter how high, he can't escape death. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Shuang, and 2 swords flew out of his pupils. With a puff, the 2-sword qi directly hit Shuang's eyes. The sword qi passed through her head and hit the stone wall behind Shuang, making 2 bottomless holes in the stone wall. Shuang screamed, and his hand pinching Fang Chang's throat slightly loosened. Fang Long seized the opportunity and immediately clasped Shuang's wrist to stop her. "Bitch, I'm willing to spare your life, but you're ruthless. In that case, go to hell." Fang Chang grabbed Shuang's wrist and threw her out. Bang! The stone walls of the cave were smashed layer by layer. When Shuang's body smashed the last stone wall and fell on the stone platform outside the cave, it had become bloody, twitched all over, and then completely died. Standing outside the cave, Immortal Muhua, Qin Fizi, and 2 supreme elders were all slightly surprised. Dare to commit murder in front of them? Hateful. The supreme elder Su Tianzhua called out a 3-meter-long white sword and put it in his hand, with the sword's edge puffing and puffing. He was about to enter the cave, but he saw two figures coming out of the cave. It's them. When King Fizi saw the two people coming out of the cave, his immortal face showed a bit of surprise. Immortal Muhua said, Fizi, do you know them? King Fizi nodded and said, I've seen that a middle-aged scholar in his 30s is the outer sect elder of Lingxiao Holy Earth, named Fang Chang. The young man standing next to Fang Chang is his disciple. Real man Muhua narrowed his eyes and said, how do I feel that the cultivation of that young man is more unfathomable? Qin Fizi also stared at Ning Xiaochuan, carefully looked at Ning Xiaochuan, and then really realized that this young man seemed to be really extraordinary. He just stood there at will, giving people the feeling of towering, and the mysterious qi between the whole heaven and earth was rotating around him. This person is not simple. Who are you? Why did you kill Lu Hengli and XueQingshuang? The Supreme Elder, Su Tianzhua, said in a deep voice. Ning Xiaochuan stood upright with his hands on his back, staring at Su Tianzhua standing in the void, and said, I killed the person who should be killed, so I don't need to explain to you. After all, the matter about Lu Hengli and XueQingshuang is very disgraceful. If it is publicized, the person who is most uncomfortable is actually the founder. In that case, Ning Xiaochuan plans to take the blame on him. Anyway, he is now the public enemy of the Terran, and he doesn't care about another charge. How brave. I want to see how much arrogance you have. Su Tianzhua is a sword cultivator. He has the third highest cultivation in the real world. With a pinch of his finger, he shows a sword formula. The 3-meter-long white giant sword turned into a white rainbow and flew towards Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Just the sound of fighting the sword and breaking the wind was as loud as sky thunder. When countless small sword qi took off with the giant sword and rushed in front of Ning Xiaochuan, those sword qi gathered into a point. The power of this sword immediately increased 5 times. Pa! The tip of the giant sword was caught by 2 fingers when it was only 3 inches away from Ning Xiaochuan. In an instant, all the sword qi disappeared without a trace. Su Tianzhua stared at this scene, his face changed, and he showed his Tianlei sword formula, which was caught by 2 fingers of the other party. And it seems that the other party doesn't use any power. How strong is that young man's cultivation? How awesome! Qin Fizi stared at the young man, and was shocked that the young generation of Tianshu mainland actually had such a strong man. Even the top 5 guys in the Divine Reserve Palace are estimated to be just like this. Pa! Ning Xiaochuan forcibly seized Su Tianzhua's supreme weapon-level war sword, used the world-destroying magic fire to harden the war sword, and completely refined Su Tianzhua's breath left in the war sword. Su Tianzhua was very distressed. It was a medium-grade supreme weapon-level war sword, which was taken away by someone like this, but he had no way, because the other party's cultivation was much higher than him. The next moment, he was even more shocked. It's a good sword. Ning Xiaochuan gently nodded and stabbed the sword of the middle-class supreme weapon into his chest with his backhand. Wow! A moment later, the sword was completely refined into Ning Xiaochuan's body, becoming Ning Xiaochuan's 50th concrete magic sword. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's ease, he refined a medium-grade supreme weapon into his body, which surprised several people in Lingxiao Holy Land again. Your cultivation is really strong, but if you dare to kill in the Holy Land of Lingxiao, you must pay a price. The momentum of Muhua Immortal became stronger and stronger, sending out white brilliance, and a very thin column of light rushed out of each pore, which was like a scorching sun. Knowing that the immortal leader was going to do it himself, Qin Fizi immediately retreated to the distance and hit Xianshi in all directions. Xianshi is suspended in the void, forming a huge array. The 2 supreme elders Su Tianzhua and Mo Qi also immediately helped Qin Fizi arrange the array to prevent Ning Xiaochuan from escaping. Ning Xiaochuan calmly stood on the stone platform, with the bottomless cliff at his feet. Looking at the Muhua Immortal standing in the distance, he gently nodded, the 7th highest cultivation in the real world, teach the real person your talent by palm. Even if you fight with the 8th highest person in the real world, you should not fall below. This young man has already known my cultivation realm, and he can actually keep calm. Can he practice to compete with me at his age? Real man Muhua suddenly had an ominous premonition. Stop talking nonsense and suppress it for me first. Expel the clouds and pierce the heart. Real man Muhua raised an arm, and the mysterious qi of heaven and earth continued to flow with his arm, gathered in the palm of his hand, and condensed into a white cloud. As a holy land, the magic power exerted by Master Muhua is naturally not comparable to that exerted by ordinary martial artists. Press the palm down, and it immediately turns into a huge palm print. Standing beside Ning Xiaochuan, Fang felt extremely depressed, as if the sky had fallen. The air was completely frozen, and it was very difficult to breathe. He looked up and saw a cloud pressing down. He could vaguely see that there were 5 huge fingers in the cloud. Destroy the world sword soul. Ning Xiaochuan's finger pointed to the void, and a sword wave flew out of the fingertip, puncturing the big hand print. Phew! Then, Ning Xiaochuan turned into a fast streamer, rushed up into the sky, and struck down at the real man Muhua with a palm. His hands were full of lightning and animal shadow, sending out the thundering sound of lightning and the roaring sound of giant beasts. After his cultivation reached the 5th level of the human realm, Ning Xiaochuan was trying to test how strong he was without the second god's blood clothes. It was obvious that Muhua real person was the best test object. Real man Muhua didn't expect that the other party couldn't help but escape and dared to take the initiative to attack. Welcome! Real man Muhua put a purple glove on his hand and punched Ning Xiaochuan's palm. 2 powerful forces collided, and both of them flew backward at the same time. Real man Muhua just flew backwards for a few meters, but Ning Xiaochuan was hit thousands of meters away, and even the sleeve of his right hand was shattered by the powerful air wave, exposing half of his arm. Top-grade supreme wear. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the fist worn by real man Muhua and recognized that it was a top-grade supreme weapon with increased power, which was definitely a rare treasure. The blow just now, although real man Muhua used the top-grade supreme weapon, he just flew Ning Xiaochuan out and didn't hurt Ning Xiaochuan. After Ning Xiaochuan stabilized his body, he took out the mixed world hammer, which was also a top-grade and supreme weapon. The mixed world warhammer is the top soldier among the top-grade supreme weapons. Its destructive power is even more terrifying than some supreme weapons. Even if it is a quasi-supreme weapon, it is not too much. In the past, Ning Xiaochuan could only lift the hybrid warhammer by virtue of his physical strength. Now his cultivation has reached the 5th level of the human realm. He wants to test how powerful the hybrid warhammer is. The original weight of the Hunter warhammer was 380 million jin. When Ning Xiaochuan continuously injected Jinyuan into the Mixi warhammer, the weight of the Mixi warhammer was also rising, and soon exceeded 400 million jin, followed by 500 million jin, 600 million jin. Until it reached 180 million jin, the weight of the Mixi warhammer stopped rising. After stimulating the original power of the hybrid warhammer, the weight of the hybrid warhammer unexpectedly reached 1.08 billion jin. The surface of the hammer emits wisps of black flame, which turns into a huge black fire cloud. Even the array arranged by Qin Fizi and the 2 supreme elders was snapped by the fire, and it would break at any time. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan broke out with all his strength, lifted the mixed world warhammer, and bombarded the real man Muhua with a hammer. Real man Muhua felt the powerful power from the big mixed world warhammer, and his heart was shocked, and he didn't want to fight with each other. But he can't retreat. You know, he is the leader of a holy land. How can he retreat under the attack of a young monk? He immediately mobilized the real yuan of his whole body and injected it all into the fist on his hand. The fist immediately burst into a purple light and hit the mixed world hammer. Two powerful forces collided again. A ripple of energy came from between the fist and the hammer and rushed in all directions. In just a moment, the array arranged by Qin Fizi and the two supreme elders was broken. Those shancher suspended in the void, all burst. The two supreme elders seemed to have been hit by an invisible iron mountain, and their viscera hurt violently. With a whoosh, blood vomited out of their mouths. Under the impact of energy ripples, the two of them flew backward and crashed into a mountain. King Fizi was protected by Supreme King's weapon, but he was still washed away by energy ripples for tens of miles before he barely stabilized his body. After the first fight between Ning Xiaochuan and real man Mu Hua, Ning Xiaochuan ordered the governor to step back far away. Therefore, the energy wave just now did not hurt Fang Chong. Boom! With Ning Xiaochuan and Mu Hua immortal as the center, many ancient buildings and caves have been shattered. If it were not for the protection of the array, it is estimated that a large area of the mountains in Lingxiao Holy Land has fallen. Such a big noise startled all the monks in the Holy Land of Lingxiao. Everyone flew towards the direction of Ning Xiaochuan and Mu Hua real person battle. Their hearts were very curious. Who actually rushed to Lingxiao Holy Land to make trouble? Those talented students from the Divine Reserve Palace also rushed over, including Jiu Shensi, Ouyang Qingde, and others. When they saw King Fizi standing on the edge of the battlefield, they immediately walked towards her. Ouyang Qingde said, "Elder Martial Sister Qing, what happened? Who was Mu Hua fighting with?" Qin Fizi shook his head and said, "I don't know. I only know that the other party is a young man, and his cultivation is quite strong." Ouyang Qingde really denied it and said, "Young man? No one in the younger generation can be the opponent of Mu Hua Immortal. Even the one who ranks first in the Divine Reserve Palace can't have so strong combat power." Jiu Shensi smiled coldly, "Brother Ouyang is right. The younger generation cannot be so strong. It is estimated that an old man who has lived for thousands of years deliberately keeps his young appearance." Qin Fizi also nodded and quite agreed with what Jiu Shensi said. You know, they are already the top heroes of the younger generation. Even if someone is stronger than them, it is impossible to be so strong. There are more and more monks coming, among which there are other Holy Earth Masters, such as Qingmu Masters, Jiushu Masters, Yinzhong Masters. These Holy Lands have always been friends with Lingxiao Holy Lands. What's more, immortal Lingxiao's cultivation is infinitely close to the Eternal Realm, and only one step away from being crowned supreme. They will naturally come to celebrate the 9,000th birthday of immortal Lingxiao in person to show their respect for immortal Lingxiao. Who is so arrogant? Doesn't he know that there is an infinitely close supreme existence in Lingxiao Holy Land? Aoki Palm taught him to read his beard, and his face looked a little cynical. Jiushu Zhang taught, "It's really annoying to dare to go to Lingxiao Holy Land to make trouble when Lingxiao Immortal's birthday. It is said that the messenger of heaven is refining a furnace of holy elixir. Once the holy elixir is refined, immortal Lingxiao will definitely be able to get one. At that time, immortal Lingxiao will be able to break through the eternal realm and become the supreme master of Lingxiao." Another Holy Earth Palm said. Looking at the 9 ruins sect on the battlefield, a pair of sharp eyes shrunk slightly, thinking that they were dazzled, rubbed their eyes and stared again, showing a somewhat shocked look, and said, "Look, is that a young man who fought with real man Mu Hua, the king of annihilation? Kill the king?" Hearing the words of Jiushu sect, the 7 Holy Earth sect present, such as Aoki sect and Yinzhong sect, stared at the dusty battlefield at the same time. How could this happen? Those young friars nearby also heard what Jiushu sect just said, and their hearts were shocked. The young man who fought with the leader immortal turned out to be a traitor of the Terran, the king of annihilation? How did he come to Lingxiao Holy Land? A young Holy Earth preacher was a little surprised. The king of extermination? It should not be him. The Tianming Demon Emperor has been suppressed, and he has no backers. He should find a secret place to hide. How dare he appear in front of people? Jiu Shensi had some unbelieving ways. Before long, 8 leaders, including Jiu leader, confirmed at the same time that the young man who fought with Muhua Immortal was indeed a traitor of the Terran, the king of extermination. Knowing this result, Qin Fizi couldn't help recalling the scene of seeing the king of annihilation for the first time in her mind. At that time, she never thought that the ordinary-looking young man was the famous king of annihilation, Ning Xiaochuan. It seems that the first pride of the Terran should be the king of destroying people. No one can be stronger than him. Qingfei sub-path. Jiu Shensi was a little confused, and said in a cold voice, "The talent of the king of extermination is indeed very high. Few people can compare with him, but he is a demon man with a weak heart, and he is not worthy of being called a human at all." Ouyang Qingda said, "His master, Tianming Demon Emperor, was suppressed by the great sages of our Terrans, and he dared to be arrogant. I think today will be his death." There are many versions about why the king of extermination betrayed the Terrans. Some people say that he is greedy for life and afraid of death, so he will take refuge in the Tianming Demon Emperor and be a servant of the demon clan. Others said that he was pushed out and suppressed by the Holy Lands in the Middle Earth world, and finally went on the road of no return. He had to take refuge in the demon clan and seek the protection of the demon clan. Others said that he was confused by the 9-tailed demon fox. Anyway, there are many legends about the king of extermination, but no one knows the truth of the matter. When Qin Fizi was practicing in the God Palace, he had a good relationship with Tang Shuyao. From Tang Shuyao, he heard a lot about the king of extermination. Therefore, she knew that the reason why the king of extermination would take refuge in the demon clan had a lot to do with the persecution of the 10 Holy Lands, such as Qingmu Holy Land and Jiu Holy Land. Otherwise, the king of extermination would not go on a road of no return. King Fizi said thoughtfully, "I have seen the king of destruction twice before, and he doesn't seem to be a demon man with a weak heart." Ouyang Qingda said, "The less like a demon, the more like a demon. The king of extermination, bloodthirsty, is simply an irrational person. Otherwise, how can he come to the holy land of Lingxiao to indiscriminately kill innocent people?" Qin Fizi looked at the battlefield between the king of annihilation and the real man Muhua, and he was also thinking about a question. The abbot was clearly Xue Qingshuang's double monk. Why did he kill Xue Qingshuang? In addition, Lu Hengli is the supreme elder of the Elixir Hall. How could he appear in Xue Qingshuang's cultivation cave? Her grandfather, Immortal Ling Xiao, once said to her, "A bad man is extremely bad. Instead, he is more principled than many good people." How could a great demon like the King of Annihilation kill Lu Hengli, whose cultivation is much lower than him for no reason? King Fizi always felt that the whole incident seemed to have other secrets, so she quietly left here to find out why the King of Annihilation was unwilling to disclose the secrets behind it. After learning that the man who fought with real man Muhua was the king of destroying people, the monks of all holy lands were filled with indignation, and many of their accomplishments were murderous, claiming to kill the king with their hands. "The last time I let the king of destruction escape in the god's palace, this time I must not let him escape. How dare you go to Lingxiao Holy Land to kill innocent people indiscriminately? You must let him pay for the dead. The king of annihilation deserved his death. Killing him with a knife was too cheap for him. I think after catching him, I should abolish his cultivation first, and then torture him slowly." After some discussion, the palm teachers of the 8 sacred lands seemed to reach some agreement and nodded at the same time. At this moment, the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Muhua Immortal also entered the bottom in full swing. Gradually, Ning Xiaochuan occupied the top and suppressed Muhua Immortal. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan integrated the evil fire into the hybrid warhammer. With a wave of his arm, the bones in his body made a snap sound. With a hot cloud of fire, the hybrid warhammer attacked the head of Muhua Immortal. Pa! The Huncher warhammer made a slight crack in the fist of the top-grade and supreme weapon level on the arm of Muhua Real Person. The evil fire of exterminating the world surged out of Ning Xiaochuan's palm and rushed towards Muhua Immortal through the mixed world warhammer. Chi. Under the burning of the demon fire, Real Man Muhua just insisted for a moment and immediately retreated. Real Man Muhua panted back to the edge of the battlefield, stared at the young man standing opposite in shock, and then looked at his arm. The flesh and blood on his arm was burned to ashes by the demon fire, leaving only a black bone connected to his palm and wearing a broken fist. If he retreats a minute later, it is estimated that his whole body will be burned into fly ash by that terrible flame. I lost. Immortal Muhua was very lonely and unwilling to say, but you dare to kill innocent people in Lingxiao Holy Land, which is the enemy of our whole Lingxiao Holy Land. Even if your cultivation is extremely high, Lingxiao Holy Land will fight you to the end. Brother Muhua is right. You kill innocent people indiscriminately, betray the human race, and become bloodthirsty. You are simply an unforgivable demon. You can't escape from Lingxiao Holy Land today. Jiu Palm Sect and Aoki Palm Sect walked side by side, went into the battlefield, and met with Real Man Muhua. What? Is he the king of extermination? Real Man Muhua said in surprise. Aoki Zhangjiao nodded and said coldly, yes, this son is the Terran traitor of the king of extermination. He dedicated the demon tower to the demon emperor of Tianmeng and collaborated with the demon family. It's simply unreasonable not to kill him. Ning Xiaochuan glanced faintly at Qingmu Palm Sect and Jiu Palm Sect, and then looked at the distance. He saw a distorted halo rising in the distance, turning into a large array. Several powerful figures swam around the edge of the array, imprisoning the whole space. Each of those figures has a strong breath and is definitely a leader-level figure. Aoki Palm Sect, Jiu Palm Sect, Jiutian Holy City, goodbye. Haven't we seen each other for a long time? Ning Xiaochuan ignored the rising array in the distance, and still seemed very calm. Aoki Palm Totlin hum, I only hate that I didn't kill you at that time, otherwise I wouldn't let you grow to the current level. Ning Xiaochuan sarcastically said, then this time you should seize the opportunity. If you still can't get rid of me, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in the future. Ning Xiaochuan's hatred will only be stronger than that of Aoki Palm Sect and Jiu Palm Sect. If the ugly mother-in-law hadn't come forward to save him in the holy city of the ninth heaven, he would have died in the hands of the 10 saints. This time, they actually repeated their old skills and wanted to unite the power of digital palm teaching to kill him in Lingxiao Holy Land. Unfortunately, Ning Xiaochuan is no longer the weak one once. With his current strength, he is enough to compete with leaders at the teaching level. If you want to kill him, you must pay a huge price. Do you think you still have a chance to escape today? Jiu sect leader said, Master Muhua and Aoki sect leader don't need to talk about morality and justice to a traitor like Miranwang at all. The three of us fight together. We must kill him in Lingxiao Holy Land today, so as to prevent him from continuing to be a disaster to the world in the future. Aoki Palm Sect said, there are 6 large arrays of imprisonment arranged by the Palm Sect outside. Even if the King of Annihilation has the means of heaven, he will never escape. The 3 of us are the 7th highest cultivation in the realm of human beings. As long as we work together, we will be able to kill this demon. Immortal Muhua nodded gently. If the young man was really the king of extermination, then he really deserved to die. Real Man Muhua took out a soul-level human-level pill and took it into his mouth. The arm, which was originally burned into black bones, immediately grew new flesh and blood. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes also became serious. You know, he is now facing 3 figures at the level of Holy Earth Sect. Although the 3 of them are the 7th highest cultivation in the real world, with their abilities and means, even if they fight with the 8th highest monk in the real world, they will never fall below. Without wearing the blood clothes of the second god, Ning Xiaochuan can only defeat one of the Holy Earth Palm sect at most. In the face of the 2 saints, they can only barely compete. Facing the 3 saints, he will surely lose. Of course, in addition to the second god's blood clothes, Ning Xiaochuan also controls half of the Jinren Tower. Jinren Tower has restraint power against the strong of the Terran. If he uses that half of Jinren Tower, he can fight against the 3 Holy Earth Palm sects. Since you are so eager to kill me, fight. Ning Xiaochuan's momentum changed, and black and white brilliance broke out in his body, mobilizing the power of the supreme body of the gods and demons. Compared with the previous fight with real man Muhua, Ning Xiaochuan's momentum has risen a lot. The faces of Muhua Immortal, Jiu Palm sect and Aoki Palm sect all became serious. Knowing that the King of Extermination was difficult to deal with, they immediately launched their body methods and stood in 3 directions respectively, surrounding Ning Xiaochuan in the center. The King of Extermination has a blood coat on his body, which is very evil. When fighting with him, you must be careful not to be stuck by the blood coat. Aoki Palm teaches. Jiu Palm sect offered a top-grade and supreme mirror and suspended it on the top of its head. The precious mirror is made of purple gold. It emits strands of purple air, condenses into a column of light, and shines on Ning Xiaochuan. Affected by the purple mirror light, the void in front of Ning Xiaochuan collapsed, forming a huge space hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, trying to suck Ning Xiaochuan's body into the hole. Ning Xiaochuan's back grew a pair of light and shadow dragon wings, resisted the force of space pulling, quickly retreated, and far avoided the space hole. Still want to escape? The 9 Ruins Palm teacher sneered. Purple mirror immediately changed its direction, and shot another column of light, hitting Ning Xiaochuan again. Wow! The space beside Ning Xiaochuan collapsed again, forming a hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, and a strong pulling force came out. Ning Xiaochuan was forced to retreat again. The sole of Aoki Palm's foot stepped on the ground, and 9 golden vines as thick as buckets grew out of the soil and rose into the sky, like 9 divine whips thousands of feet long, constantly beating Ning Xiaochuan. The surface of each golden vine is flowing with wisps of lightning, which is full of toughness and powerful. The power of beating can split the mountain in half. Ning Xiaochuan's body burst out a large number of flames, forming a huge fireball, wrapping his body in the center of the fireball. Shua shua. 50 supreme weapon-level avatar magic swords, like sword rain, flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's body and cut off at the same time towards the 9 Ruins Palm sect. Jiu Palm sect was stunned. How could it be expected that Ning Xiaochuan could cultivate so many supreme tools into concrete magical powers? He immediately took a half step back and slapped on the back of the purple golden mirror. The mirror, which was originally only the size of a palm, became as big as a millstone and turned into a purple divine shield. Bang! Bang! The war sword constantly hit the surface of the purple gold mirror, shaking the 9 Ruins Palm sect back, embarrassed to the extreme. King Kong God Xiao Jian. Real man Muhua folded his hands and completely released the real Yuan in his body. The King Kong Shinshao sword, which was originally inserted at the top of Shinshao Peak, sent out a bright golden light and a sound like a dragon's song, flying out of the mountain. Wow! 13 meters long golden giant sword, flew from Shinshao Peak, carried a supreme spirit, and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan, who stood in the center of the fireball. After the king's Xinjiao instrument King Kong God Xiao sword of Lingxiao Holy Land was sacrificed, Ning Xiaochuan immediately felt a strong sense of danger and roared, "War and sword are one." 50 supreme weapon-level war swords were immediately merged into a giant sword more than 10 meters long and more than 2 meters wide, and cut towards the King Kong God Xiao sword. The King Kong Shinshao sword is the supreme king's weapon, and the Xinjiao magic weapon of Lingxiao Holy Land. After the original power is stimulated, how powerful it is. Just one hit, it will break the huge sword condensed from 50 war swords, turn it into 50 war swords again, and fly out scattered. Bang! The King Kong God Xiao sword hit Ning Xiaochuan's chest. Half a meter away from Ning Xiaochuan's heart, the golden tip of the sword was blocked by a purple dish-shaped Supreme King's instrument. This purple dish-shaped Supreme Kingware is incomplete, and its power cannot be compared with the real Supreme Kingware. Originally, it was the weapon of Yu Demonsure. After Yu Demonsure died, this broken supreme weapon fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. At the critical moment, this purple dish-shaped incomplete supreme weapon helped Ning Xiaochuan block the attack of King Kong's God Xiao sword. Break it! 2 pillars of light poured out of the palms of Muhua's hands and pushed forward. Boom! The King Kong God Xiao sword suddenly hit the surface of the purple plate, and then hit Ning Xiaochuan, and beat Ning Xiaochuan and the purple plate out at the same time. It's just a broken supreme weapon. It's naive to dare to compete with the complete supreme weapon. With a cold smile, Aoki Palm Teacher twisted the 9 golden vines into a strand, turned them into a stout divine vine, and suddenly smoked towards Ning Xiaochuan. As soon as Ning Xiaochuan stabilized his body, he saw a stout golden divine vine beating, so he immediately hit out a supreme weapon in the shape of a crescent moon. Wow! The golden divine vine was immediately cut into 3 sections by the crescent-shaped supreme weapon. The crescent-shaped supreme weapon continued to fly out and cut off from the neck of Aoki Palm sect, leaving a 10 centimeters long bloody mouth. The crescent-shaped supreme instrument flew around in the void, and then flew back, flying around Ning Xiaochuan's body. This crescent-shaped supreme weapon has reached the peak of the top-grade supreme weapon. It belongs to the same level of soldiers as the mixed world warhammer. It was originally the treasure of the Kiss Demon Attendant, named Moonstar Wheel. After the Kiss Demon Attendant died, the Moonstar Wheel fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Aoki Palm taught him to touch the blood mark on his neck and said with gnashing teeth, "There are too many war treasures on the King of Annihilation. Every one is a peerless treasure." Aoki Palm sect only uses 2 top-grade supreme weapons and a few middle-grade supreme weapons. However, Ning Xiaochuan has several pieces of quasi-supreme king weapons, and there are a lot of war treasures. Qingmu Holy Soil and Jioshu Holy Soil naturally also have a Supreme King's instrument, but each Supreme King's instrument is a treasure to suppress the spiritual transportation of the Holy Soil, and must be left in the Holy Soil. Even if the Holy Earth Palm sect wants to take the Supreme King's instrument out of the Holy Earth, it must be approved by the Supreme Elders. Although there are several quasi-supreme weapons on the King of Annihilation, they can't be underestimated, but those quasi-supreme weapons can't stop the King Kong God Xiao sword. Immortal Muhua said, "Two masters, please help me to fully stimulate the original power of the King Kong God Xiao sword and kill the King of Man." Good. Qingmu Palm sect and Jioshu Palm sect immediately flew behind Muhua Immortal, and all kinds of people played a light column and poured into the King Kong God Xiao sword. Combined with the power of the 3 masters, the spirit of the King Kong God Xiao Jian woke up, and the original power was completely stimulated. All of a sudden, heaven and earth changed color. Golden clouds appeared in the sky, and lightning like electric snakes shuttled through the clouds, making a rumble sound. Even wisps of electric light appear on the ground, covering the whole space. Zhenren Tower. Ning Xiaochuan spread out his palm, and half a 7-inch tall broken bronze ancient tower emerged from the palm, suspended in the void. The 7-inch remnant tower slowly rotates and grows larger, and soon becomes as big and huge as a mountain several kilometers high. Many places are rusty, with an aura of ancient vicissitudes. That's the town tower. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's sacrifice out of the Zhenren Tower, the eyes of the 9 Ruins Palm sect were staring out, looking unbelievable. Aoki Palm sect and Muhua Immortal were also shocked. Under the influence of the breath of Zhenren Tower, their hearts naturally gave birth to a sense of fear. Isn't the Zhenren Tower in the hands of the Tianming Demon Emperor? After the Tianming Demon Emperor was suppressed, shouldn't the Zhenren Tower be in the old immortal Xingxiao? Aoki Palm teaches. Real man Muhua guessed, the Tianming Demon Emperor only mastered half of the Zhenren Tower, and the King of Extermination only got the other half of the Zhenren Tower. The Nine Ruins sect suppressed the fear in his heart, clenched his teeth, and said, with the cultivation of the King of Annihilation, even if he holds half of the Zhenren Tower, he may not be our opponent. Fight. The power of the three masters combined to burst out the strongest power of the King Kong God Xiao sword, making a frightening sound like thunder, and attacking Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan also immediately beat out half of the Zhenren Tower and bombarded it with the King Kong God Xiao sword. Boom! Two terrifying forces constantly collided, causing huge destructive force. The earth was constantly cracked, the space was torn apart, and chaotic air currents surged out like huge waves, impacting in all directions. If it weren't for the array arranged by the six masters to control that force within a certain range, I'm afraid half of the holy land of Lingxiao would have become ruins. It's terrible. How old is the King of Extermination? He has been able to compete with the three real masters, and he hasn't lost. A young disciple of Lingxiao Holy Land was a little stunned. It's hateful that the King of Extermination actually controls half of the Zhenren Tower. Jioshu Shensi said angrily. Ouyang Qingde kept wiping the sweat on his forehead and said in a trembling voice, It seems that only immortal Lingxiao can suppress him. They are also the strong men of the younger generation, but the King of Extermination is much better than them. As long as the King of Extermination is alive, who dares to say that he is a genius in the world today? King Fizi helped an old man with white hair, walked slowly over, stood on a high ground not far from the battlefield, and looked at the two constantly colliding weapons in the sky. Grandpa, I have investigated it clearly. In fact, Lu Hengli and Xue Qingshuang have had an affair for a long time. It is precisely because their adultery was discovered by Fang Chong that they died in the hands of Miran Wang and Fang Chong. Qin Fizi whispered to the old man with white hair. Fang Chong also stood aside, looking at the old man with white hair with awe, and summoned up his courage, immortal Lingxiao. I don't care whether Brother Chuan is the king of destroying people, but I know that if it weren't for saving me, he would definitely not have shot to hurt Lu Hengli and Xue Qingshuang. Moreover, it's not him who killed Lu Hengli and Xue Qingshuang, but me. Please let Brother Chuan go. The old man with white hair gently twisted his thin beard and narrowed his eyes, so, many times, we can't look at a person from the surface. Everyone says that the King of Extermination is a murderer and kills innocent people indiscriminately, but who really saw him kill? Everyone says that the King of Extermination dedicated the Demon Tower to the Tianming Demon Emperor, but who knows that there is a big Kuan suppressed in the Demon Tower, even if it is not dedicated to the Tianming Demon Emperor. Our Terrans can't use the Demon Tower. Fang Chong was delighted and said, So the real person is going to let Brother Chuan go? No. The old man with white hair smiled and said, Since the King of Extermination has come to Lingxiao Holy Land, I naturally want to ask him why he wants to take refuge in Tianming Demon Emperor. I'm still very interested in this question. Ha ha ha. Fang Chong and Qin Fizi couldn't guess what immortal Lingxiao was thinking, but they just felt that immortal Lingxiao had something to say. Moreover, what's the matter with a big Kuan suppressed in the Demon Tower? Why have they never heard of it? There is only half of the Zhenren Tower, but it is a genuine supreme imperial weapon. The Emperor among the weapons is not a supreme imperial weapon. Coupled with the restraint of Zhenren Tower to the Terran monks, Ning Xiaochuan soon defeated the three masters. Boom! In the periphery, the array arranged by the six palm teachers finally failed to support the strong power of the Zhenren Tower and the King Kong God Xiao sword. Inch by inch, it split and completely lost its defense. A powerful force surged out of the array like a tsunami and tore the array to pieces. The 6 palm teachers were shocked and kept retreating, their blood rolling, and their bodies seemed to explode. How strong! The 3 masters can't occupy the top together, and the cultivation of the King of Annihilation is so strong. Those monks who had stood outside the array saw that the array was broken and fled to the distance. Stop! Immortal Ling Xiao's mouth exhaled a breath, which turned into a long river of air flow, shaking the world. But how can the 2 sides who are fighting at the moment stop? Ning Xiaochuan mobilized all the forces of the 2 gods and entered the Jinren Tower at the same time. The strength of Jinren Tower immediately doubled, and the 3 palm teachers were beaten to vomit blood at the same time. Even the King Kong god, Xiao Sword, was beaten to throw it out and fall hundreds of miles away. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't miss this opportunity, immediately beat out the Jinren Tower, suspended it on the top of Aoki Palm Sect, and said, "Close." Shit. Aoki Palm Sect's face changed dramatically, and immediately beat out a supreme talisman, trying to resist the power of Jinren Tower with the power of the supreme talisman. As soon as the supreme talisman was hit, it was taken away by the Jinren Tower. Then, Aoki Palm Sect screamed miserably and was also taken into the town tower. Boom! The supreme talisman burst in the Jinren Tower, and a heavy sound shook the whole tower. The scream of Aoki Palm Sect sounded again in the tower. Even if he was not killed by the power of the supreme talisman, he was estimated to have been seriously injured. Seeing that the Aoki Palm Sect was taken into the Jinren Tower, the 9 Ruins Palm Sect immediately displayed its magic power of space shifting, slapped it out and opened a light door in the void. With the fastest speed, he immediately hid in the light door and entered a ruins world in the space crack. That boy has really grown up. It's terrible. As soon as the leader of Jiu sect breathed a sigh of relief, he saw that the void above his head was crushed, and a huge bronze ancient tower flew from the sky, suspended above his head. No. Under the powerful power of Jinren Tower, Jiu sect was also incorporated into the tower. Jinren Tower flew back from the cracks in the space, fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands, and became a 7-inch tall tower again. Kill the king, look at the sword. Muhua Immortal once again offered up the King Kong god Xiao Sword. The huge war sword turned into a golden on and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. With a wave of Ning Xiaochuan's arm, Jinren Tower flew out and attacked the King Kong god Xiao Sword. Stop. The white-haired immortal Ling Xiao looked like he didn't have many shouyuan. Half of his feet had entered the pit, but now he was really angry. The momentum of his body suddenly changed and stretched out a pair of big hands. 2 palms intertwined with divine chains, unexpectedly separating the Jinren Tower and the King Kong god Xiao Sword at the same time. 2 big hands are like 2 5-finger mountains. One hand suppresses the Jinren Tower and the other suppresses the King Kong god Xiao Sword. It's worthy of being an antique who has lived for 9,000 years. His cultivation is too deep. They are also the 9th highest cultivation of real people. Kissing the demon waiter and meeting the demon waiter together can't be his opponent. It's estimated that he has reached the level of the Earth Centipede Demon Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the direction where immortal Ling Xiao was, and thought so in his heart. He had long been aware of the arrival of immortal Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that the old man's cultivation was so strong that even if he wore the last god's blood coat, he might not be able to defeat immortal Ling Xiao. See you, master. Immortal Muhua immediately walked up to immortal Ling Xiao and saluted respectfully. Immortal Ling Xiao gently nodded and motioned him to step back. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan stirred the power of Jinren Tower spirit, shattered the big handprint made by Ling Xiao Immortal, and forcibly took back the Jinren Tower. Immortal Ling Xiao showed a somewhat surprised look and said with admiration, "What a powerful young man, under the suppression of his own power, he was able to take back the Jinren Tower. It seems that our generation is really old." Seeing the presence of immortal Ling Xiao, those Terran monks who had fled to the distance flew back one after another. What a powerful king of extermination, Qingmu sect and Jiu sect, were taken away by him. If the two sects cannot be rescued, the heirs of Qingmu Holy Land and Jiu Holy Land are estimated to be crazy. Jiu Shensi pretended to be calm and said, since immortal Ling Xiao came out in person, even if the King of Annihilation holds the Jinren Tower, he can't turn over any waves. That's right. Immortal Ling Xiao is one of the most powerful beings under the Supreme. Even if the Supreme shot himself, it's not easy to defeat immortal Ling Xiao. Immortal Ling Xiao restrained the momentum in his body and said, kill the King of Man, release the Greenwood Palm sect and the Nine Ruins Palm sect. This immortal will not embarrass you, but can let you leave. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the broken earth and said, if I were suppressed by the Qingmu sect and the Jiu sect today, would you let the Qingmu sect and the Jiu sect let me go? Immortal Muhua scolded, King of Annihilation, don't toast and don't drink. The master decided to let you leave. It's already very kind. Immortal Ling Xiao gently raised his arm and stopped Immortal Muhua from going on, saying, I can tell you clearly that even if you are suppressed by Jiu sect and Qingmu sect today, I will come forward to protect your life. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes showed a look of surprise, and he immediately understood that immortal Ling Xiao, as the high level of the Terrans in Tianshu mainland, must have told him some secret things. Ning Xiaochuan said, okay. I believe your words. I can spare the lives of Qingmu Palm sect and Jiu Palm sect, but I will cut off their arms. Jiu Shensi breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time laughed at Ning Xiaochuan's stupidity in his heart. The cultivation of martial arts has reached the level of a real leader. Even if your arms are cut off, it is not difficult to grow back. Ning Xiaochuan released the Aoki Palm sect and Jiu Palm sect from the Jinren Tower. Among them, the Aoki Palm sect was seriously injured by the power of the Supreme Talisman and lay on the ground dying. Without any mercy, Ning Xiaochuan called out the magic sword and waved 4 swords in a row, cutting off the arms of Aoki Palm sect and Jiu Palm sect. When Ning Xiaochuan wielded his sword and cut out, he condensed the spirit of destruction into the sword spirit and penetrated into the bodies of Aoki Palm sect and Jiu Palm sect. In this way, the arms of Aoki Palm sect and Jiu Palm sect will never grow again. Moreover, the world-destroying gas left in their bodies continues to corrode their true yuan and flesh. In the future, their cultivation will gradually regress, and it is impossible to make any progress at all. The Son of God in the Nine Ruins and a descendant of the holy soil of Qingmu immediately walked over, helped up the Qingmu Palm sect and the Nine Ruins Palm sect, and immediately walked into the crowd. When walking by Ning Xiaochuan, Jiu Shensi's eyes showed a somewhat cold look. All this naturally could not escape Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, but Ning Xiaochuan did not pay much attention. Jiu Shensi is far from his opponent now. When they meet again, their gap will only grow. Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's face changed slightly, suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the sky. Immortal Ling Xiao also seemed to feel something. His face changed greatly, and all the white hair on his head stood upside down, looking in the same direction as Ning Ogawa's eyes. I saw a dark demon cloud coming from the horizon, and a boiling evil spirit came from the demon cloud. The black demon cloud covered the sky. Before long, the whole world turned dark. Hurry! Open the secondary god array immediately. Immortal Ling Xiao's face changed greatly, his body moved, and instantly disappeared from the original place. The next moment, he has flown to the top of Shenshao Peak, the first peak of Ling Xiao Holy Land. Under the full urging of immortal Ling Xiao, a thick white light column rushed from the top of Shenshao Peak and shot into the sky. Then, the 36 main peaks in the Holy Land of Ling Xiao raised a light column at the same time, connecting the whole Holy Land of Ling Xiao into a large array. A light cover rose from the ground and suspended over the Holy Land of Ling Xiao. In the Holy Land, all the monks were shocked by the sudden changes, and some of them still seemed very confused. What happened? How did the second god formation open? Look, there is a demon cloud coming from the horizon. How can it be that the Tianming demon emperor has not been suppressed, and how dare the demon army come to Middle-earth? The monks of the whole Holy Land panicked. Ning Xiaochuan immediately rushed to Fang Chang's side and said, "Brother Fang, we must leave Lingxiao Holy Land immediately." Fang Chang said, "Brother Chuan, what happened? How did the demon beast army suddenly come to Lingxiao Holy Land?" Ning Xiaochuan also looked a little confused. Theoretically, the Tianming demon emperor was suppressed, north. Those demon emperors and demon queens in Xinjiang should not be able to attack the Middle-earth world in a short time. The only explanation is that this army of monsters that came to Lingxiao Holy Land did not come to the north Xinjiang, but from other places. No matter what the origin of this monster army is, it can't be underestimated. Obviously, they choose to attack Lingxiao Holy Land today, because they know that today is the birthday of Lingxiao Immortal. Fang Chang said, "The demon beast army must have surrounded the Holy Land of Lingxiao. Isn't it a sheep into a tiger's mouth that we leave the Holy Land of Lingxiao now?" "That's not necessarily." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Do you know where the space transmission array in Lingxiao Holy Land is?"